Bai Luoluo finds herself in a strange interstellar beast world and is forced to livestream to make a living. She intended to keep a low profile while earning some money, but instead attracted a group of uniquely styled big shots. The decisive leader of the Night Owls, Luoluo, who provoked. You. I'll help you cut their throat? The cold-blooded and iron-fisted Marshal. Luoluo, my rage value is about to explode aggrieved. The interstellar tycoon. Luoluo, do you want a real dream castle? Starry eyes. By Luoluo facepalms. Where the aloof big shots? Why have they all turned into attention-seeking pets? What can she do? Spoil them. Pamper them to death. Chapter 1. Starting the live stream. Thick black smoke lingered in the air, and everything around was shrouded in a gray mist, as if covered by heavy fog. Bai Luoluo had unknowingly been in this cursed place for 3 days, during which explosions erupted from time to time, making her too scared to step outside. It seems much quieter today. Carefully stepping on the rubble, she climbed to the highest point and found that it was indeed very quiet, with no sounds at all. Her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she sat down on the wreckage point 3 days ago. Bai Luoluo was just an ordinary office worker on Earth. Unexpectedly, while walking and looking at her phone after work, she fell into an open manhole that some rude person had stolen the cover from. When she woke up, she found herself in this inexplicable place. Fortunately, she found something called a light brain, which informed her that she had actually crossed over to an interstellar beast world. After a brief search for information about this new world, she realized it was quite different from where she originally came from. Here, women were collectively referred to as females, and men were called males, who were half human, half beast. The most shocking part was the severe gender imbalance, with a terrifying ratio of 100-to-1. Males, due to years of fighting, accumulated a certain amount of rage value. Once that rage value exceeded 80, they would go berserk, turning into mindless beasts until they died from exhaustion. Females, being rare and precious, had evolved mental powers that could soothe the male's rage value, allowing one female to have multiple husbands. Even so, many males still couldn't find relief and ultimately faced death from their rage. It seems the war here should be coming to an end. After waiting a long time without hearing any explosions, Bai Luoluo finally felt safe enough to walk out of the debris. She walked until night fell without seeing a single person, but instead found something resembling a spacecraft. After some exploration and using the light brain to search, she successfully started the spacecraft. The positioning showed she was currently on a planet marked as a garbage star. No wonder there were no people around. Looking at the many planet names on the control panel, Bai Luoluo was momentarily at a loss about what to choose. After checking the records, she found that this spacecraft had appeared the most times at the central star, so she simply set it to autopilot with the central star as the destination. Once in autopilot mode, she wandered around the spacecraft and was surprised to find that there was actually a bathroom. Having been here for 3 days, she was now dirtier than ever, and the prospect of hot water for a shower was a lifesaver. After quickly washing up and wrapping herself in a towel, she searched for clothes but found nothing suitable, so she randomly took a men's shirt from the wardrobe. At 1.67 meters tall, the shirt covered her thighs, indicating that its owner must be at least 1.90 meters tall. Sigh. She wondered whether he was dead or alive. After her shower, Bai Luoluo leisurely explored the spacecraft, only to quickly discover that there was absolutely no food available. With her stomach rumbling, she reluctantly drank some water to fill her stomach, then grabbed a blanket and returned to the cockpit, leaning back in her chair to fiddle with the light brain. By chance, she clicked into a live stream room and saw a beautiful female sitting there leisurely sipping coffee, with several males squatting beside her, serving her. She hadn't done anything, yet many people were gifting her. Watching the continuous stream of gift effects and the deliberately flattering comments in the chat, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but twitch her mouth. If she could get gifts like that, could she also start a live stream to earn money? After all, she had nothing to lose right now. It would be worth a try. She was broke and needed to earn some money to buy food when she got to the central star. Without further ado, Bai Luoluo quickly exited the live stream room, registered an account, and chose a relatively poetic name. Flower falling, never parting, then prepared to start her live stream. Looking at the live stream operation page, Bai Luoluo felt a bit nervous. After all, she had only watched live streams before and had never done one herself. After some hesitation, she decided to enable beauty filters. After searching for a while, she finally found a star beauty optimization feature, which turned out to be the original beautification function. She tried a few one-click beautification features and was shocked they were all too exaggerated. Helpless, she had to adjust it herself a bit. She elongated her eye corners into somewhat alluring fox eyes, raised her nose, made her chin a bit sharper, and added a touch of whitening. Looking at the face that was somewhat similar yet completely unrelated to her own, Bai Luoluo nodded in satisfaction. With this, even if the audience stood in front of her, they wouldn't recognize her. With everything ready, Bai Luoluo started the live stream. Adjusting the camera angle, she nervously stared at the screen, only to find that, contrary to her expectations, a lot of viewers flooded into the live stream room. User 1357924 entered the live stream room. Don't hit me, I'm just soy sauce entered the live stream room. Lonely Flower enjoying itself entered the live stream room. In just a few minutes, the number of people in the live stream room exceeded 50. Bai Luoluo panicked. She had never imagined that so many people would join right away. She straightened up nervously and stared at the screen awkwardly. Welcome everyone to the live stream room. Try to recall how her favorite streamer used to welcome viewers. She awkwardly said the welcome line. Don't hit me, I'm just soy sauce. Seeing that someone finally sent a comment, Bai Luoluo felt relieved. Sorry, this is my first live stream. I don't know what you like to watch. Her voice was a bit soft, she really couldn't loosen up. Don't hit me, I'm just soy sauce. What talents does the host have? Bai Luoluo bit her lip. Does doing radio calisthenics count? The chat went silent. Bai Luoluo awkwardly scratched the ground with her toes. She had never taken any extra art classes since she was little, and she really had no special skills. Can a host dance? Seeing this comment, Bai Luoluo shook her head shyly. Sorry, I can't dance. TSK, can't do anything and still live stream. What's up with that? Looking at this rude comment, Bai Luoluo felt a bit wronged. If she weren't broke, she wouldn't be out here putting herself on display. Don't hit me, I'm just soy sauce, followed the host. Don't hit me, I'm just soy sauce. Host, give me a room manager. Since this was her first fan, it wasn't too much to give them a room manager position, so Bai Luoluo hurriedly operated to make Don't Hit Me, I'm just soy sauce a room manager. Don't hit me, I'm just soy sauce kicked confused out of the live stream room. Don't hit me, I'm just soy sauce. In the future, just kick out such people directly. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Although she didn't know who Don't Hit Me, I'm just soy sauce was, she felt quite good about them for some reason. Is the host really a female? Seeing this comment, Bai Luoluo immediately nodded. Of course I'm a female, no doubt about it. Not necessarily, there are quite a few males pretending to be females on the platform. After all, live streaming companies nowadays are all about making money. Even a bear sitting there can be transformed into a delicate female. Exactly, it might just be another shameless male pretending to be a female to trick for tips. Watching these comments, Bai Luoluo suddenly understood why these people had so much malice towards her. It turned out they had really been deceived too many times. Just as Bai Luoluo was about to explain further, a PK request popped up. Chapter 2, the overall ranking. Bai Luoluo didn't know what she was thinking by the time she reacted. She had already clicked to approve. Well, her hand reacted faster than her brain. The screen was split in two, and a rather handsome man. Male appeared on the other side of the screen. Female? Bai Luoluo nodded. As she answered, she clicked on the other person's profile and found that he had quite a high follower count, over 100,000, and was named Nowhere to Hide. His tone was not polite, it could even be described as contemptuous. This unfounded malice made Bai Luoluo feel quite uncomfortable. Point 1 Life to be alone enters the live room. Heavens, I enters the live room. Where to escape enters the live room. Perhaps due to the connection, many viewers suddenly enter the live room. Bai Luoluo didn't pay much attention, as she had watched live streams before and knew that this was quite normal. Encountering our Nowhere to Hide streamer, you're finished. Nowhere to Hide has exposed countless male streamers pretending to be female. The streamer is unlucky to encounter him on the first day of live streaming. Why not just admit your mistake? Maybe Nowhere to Hide will let you off the hook. It seems heaven is not unkind to me. I just started streaming and encountered a disgusting thing pretending to be a female. Nowhere to Hide grinned as he stared at Bai Luoluo on the screen, who clearly looked like she had activated beauty optimization otherwise. How could someone's face look so out of place? I am a female, there's no need for pretending, Bai Luoluo said somewhat unhappily. I hope you can apologize for your previous words and actions. Nowhere to hide's words were indeed too harsh. Bai Luoluo couldn't stand it. Then how do you prove it? Nowhere to hide leaned back slightly in his chair, looking like he was waiting for her to embarrass herself. What do you want me to do to prove it? Bai Luoluo asked angrily. Then turn off the beauty optimization. Okay. Without thinking, Bai Luoluo clicked to turn it off. The live room fell silent, and the other side also froze. Bai Luoluo was confused and waved her hand in front of the camera, thinking the network might be lagging. Nowhere to hide stared at the suddenly appearing beautiful female, completely stunned. Her long black hair casually cascaded over her shoulders, and her large eyes sparkled like two black gems. Because she was truly angry, her cheeks were puffed out, making her look incredibly cute. Is it stuck? Bai Luoluo was helpless. Why was there no response? Cough, cough. Hearing Bai Luoluo's voice, Nowhere to hide finally came back to his senses, awkwardly coughing twice, a suspicious blush creeping onto his face. How is it? I told you I'm a female. Why don't you believe me? Bai Luoluo said immediately upon seeing him move, perhaps even unknowingly adding a hint of a spoiled tone to her voice. Sorry. Recalling his earlier rude remarks, Nowhere to hide quickly apologized. Inside the airship, the man squinted his eyes. He had only come to the live room to pass the time and ended up seeing the streamer zoning out, so he entered. Although he could tell at a glance that the streamer had definitely activated beauty optimization, he was just there to kill time and didn't care about that. He only found the streamer amusingly silly, so when he saw someone in the live room in trouble, he asked for the room manager. But who would have thought that after the streamer turned off beauty optimization, she would turn out to be such a beautiful female? With just one glance, the man felt his heart uncontrollably race. Wow, it really is a female. This female is the most beautiful I've ever seen. Ha! Nowhere to hide also has moments of misjudgment. Nowhere to hide must want to dig a. Hold a hide in now. Ha ha. Let's see how the other side handles this. Since the other side had apologized, Bai Luoluo was not one to hold grudges, especially since she wanted to make money through live streaming. So she waved her hand. Forget it. I understand you might have been deceived before, which made you so extreme. Just imagine if she saw a handsome guy in a live stream and liked him a lot, only to suddenly find out he was actually a girl, she would definitely be angry too. However, she would never suspect a handsome guy's gender just because of that. But this was the Interstellar Beast World. Females were so rare and precious that people naturally cared more about such things. Shall we play a game next? Bai Luoluo was focused on making money, and the most profitable way to do so in live streaming was to connect with someone for a PK. How do you want to play? Nowhere to hide's voice softened a lot, perhaps out of guilt, and he didn't even dare to look directly at the camera. It's my first time live streaming, so I'm not sure. Why don't you suggest? Nowhere to hide thought for a moment. Then let's do an overall ranking, limited to 5 minutes. The loser has to perform a talent. Bai Luoluo felt a bit troubled, but thinking about possibly starving after reaching the central star, she gritted her teeth and agreed. The connection time was reset, and the PK officially began. Wow, streamer, you're so beautiful. Are you of age? Hello, beautiful streamer. Are you married? Streamer you. Looking at these comments, Bai Luoluo felt overwhelmed. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Luoluo, and am of age. Currently single. Bai Luoluo smiled and answered one by 1.1 life to be alone, gifted by Luoluo Angel Wings 49.99 diamonds. Seeing the sudden gift effect, Bai Luoluo visibly brightened up. Thank you, 1 life to be alone for the angel wings. Thank you. She was so happy that her voice became much louder. After expressing her gratitude, Bai Luoluo clicked on the gift section and found out that 1 diamond on the platform was equivalent to 1 star coin. The currency in the Interstellar World is collectively referred to as star coins. The angel wings cost 4,999 diamonds, which is 4,999 star coins. Although the platform would take half, it was still a considerable sum for Bai Luoluo. Thinking of this, Bai Luoluo smiled even more happily. Seeing Bai Luoluo seemed to really like the gifts, the man curved his lips, his fingers continuously tapping on the screen, and gifts kept appearing in the live room. 1 life to be alone, gifted by Luoluo Supercar, 1,000 diamonds. 1 life to be alone, gifted by Luoluo Private Jet, 3,000 diamonds. 1 life to be alone, gifted by Luoluo Paper. Cranes 599 diamonds. Thank you for the gifts. 1 life to be alone. Bai Luoluo was stunned if she remembered correctly. This person had just entered the live room and hadn't said a word. One life to be alone. Don't be impulsive, spend rationally. Haha. The streamer looks so flustered. Rational consumption. Haha. The streamer is really too cute. Lonely Fragrance Rewards by Luoluo with a kiss, 1010 diamonds. Don't gift him, just a bystander gifting by Luoluo, Angel Wings, 49.99 diamonds. User 1357924 gifted by Luoluo, Flowers 10 diamonds. Chapter 3. How can it not count? The PK ended, and Bai Luoluo unsurprisingly won. Did I win? Bai Luoluo even doubted if she had read it wrong after all. It was her first live stream. The opponent was a streamer with over 100,000 followers, and she had actually won against him. Don't gift him, just a bystander. You won. One life to be alone. Congratulations, the host can't even believe she can win. The host isn't really preparing to do aerobics in a live stream, is she? One life solitude. Aerobics? Cough by Luoluo quickly interrupted, not wanting her limited ability to do aerobics to be brought up again. Thank you, one life solitude, baby. Thank you. Don't hit, I'm soy sauce, baby. Thank you. Thank you everyone for the gifts. The connection sound resumed, and Wu Suo Dun Xing showed no signs of being unhappy about losing the PK. Hey, I already knew it would end up like this group of ungrateful guys. Though he said that, Wu Suo Dun Xing didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he kept smiling. Wu Suo Dun Xing has the nerve to criticize others when he can barely hold back his own smile. It was clearly him who told us not to send gifts. Bai Luoluo saw this comment and looked at Wu Suo Dun Xing, who indeed had the corners of his mouth twitching, as if he was about to burst into laughter, which was quite amusing. Luoluo, let's follow each other and play together next time. Wu Suo Dun Xing said with a smile, his eyes practically gleaming with schemes. Point one life solitude. Let him do the punishment first. Heaven's eye, I'll remind him when I get back. Then I'll do the punishment first. Wu Suo Dun Xing said as he stood up, moved his computer chair aside, and adjusted the camera. I'll dance for everyone. Bai Luoluo watched him dance enthusiastically, nodding her head to the rhythm. Outside the screen, in a bright room, a man leaned back in his chair, staring motionlessly at the holographic screen. He sat there, motionless, staring at the screen, and for some reason, Qian felt that the background appearing in the female camera was very familiar, almost like a ship he had to abandon before. But that ship had clearly been left behind on a junk star. Why was a female appearing in such a dangerous place? Moreover, the clothes on the female made him feel inexplicably familiar. It wasn't until Bai Luoluo wiped her tears and adjusted her clothes that she finally saw a very inconspicuous mark on the collar. The abbreviation of his name was right there on the female's collar. The female was wearing his clothes. No, he had to quickly end the battle here and then go check on the junk star. So he picked up his holographic device and issued an order that Wu Suo Dun Xing finished his dance, panting as he returned to his seat and adjusted the camera back. All right, the punishment is done. Can Luoluo the host follow me back now? Wu Suo Dun Xing asked with a smile. Bai Luoluo then realized that Wu Suo Dun Xing had already followed her at some point. She quickly nodded and followed him back. Don't hit, I'm soy sauce. I've already helped the host with medical expenses. What are medical expenses? Bai Luoluo asked curiously. Usually, in a PK, the winning side gives the losing side a small gift as a kind of medical expense, Wu Suo Dun Xing explained. But generally, it's just a small gift to humiliate the other. It's rare to see someone as generous as Luo's big brother. Bai Luoluo nodded. Although she occasionally watched live streams before, she didn't quite understand these rules. It seemed she needed to find time to study them properly. After hanging up with Wu Suo Dun Xing, Bai Luoluo followed the instructions from the comments and opened a random PK. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened it, the connection was successfully established. On the other side was a very handsome male, who clearly froze for a moment when he saw Bai Luoluo. Hi, hello. Bai Luoluo smiled and waved at him, glancing at his name, Jun Li. He looked quite young, like a college student. But after checking his profile, she saw he had nearly 50,000 followers. When Jun Li saw Bai Luoluo for the first time, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. She was just too beautiful, more stunning than any female he had ever seen. However, her eyes were red, which made him feel a pang of sympathy. If I'm not mistaken, are you completely barefaced? Bai Luoluo shyly nodded. Yes, because the previous host suspected I wasn't a real female, so I turned off the star appearance optimization. Jun Li had an understanding expression, You must have encountered Wu Suo Dun Xing, right? Bai Luoluo was a bit surprised but nodded that it seemed Wu Suo Dun Xing was quite famous on this platform. Even random hosts knew his name. Don't take it too seriously, he just likes to bully newcomers. Many people have been bullied by him when they first came. Junli had also been one of those who were bullied. No, Bai Luoluo shook her head. He's quite nice, he didn't bully me. Now, it was Jun Li's turn to be surprised, but seeing her face, he felt there was nothing to be surprised about after all, with such a beautiful female in front of him, even an old hand like Wu Suo Dun Xing would be moved. What should we play this time? Jun Li seemed quite polite, lacking the malice Wu Suo Dun Xing had, so Bai Luoluo didn't feel any aversion to him. I just started streaming and don't know what to play, so you can decide. Bai Luoluo handed the initiative over to him. Jun Li thought for a moment, opened her profile to take a look, then said, let's do the overall ranking if you lose. Do you have any talents? You can perform if you lose. Bai Luoluo was stunned. Why was everyone asking for talent performances? It seemed she really had to learn some talent quickly. Host, loudly tell him he could do aerobics. One life solitude. How can aerobics not be considered a talent? Don't hit, I'm soy sauce. Yeah, how can it not be? I can't. Bai Luoluo felt embarrassed to say she had no talents. That's okay, Jun Li said with a smile. It's just a game, don't take it too seriously. Just perform casually. Since he had said that, Bai Luoluo couldn't refuse anymore and nodded in agreement. The PK began, and the connected audio was turned off. Everyone, before Bai Luoluo could speak, a sudden gift effect filled the entire screen. One Life Solitude sent a private jet 10 to Hua Luo, Mo, Xiang Li 3,000 diamonds. Don't hit, I'm soy sauce sent Angel Wings 10 to Hua Luo, Mo, Xiang Li 49.99 diamonds. The host looks very flustered. The host's little expressions are too cute. I took a screenshot. Chapter 4. The Emergence of Big Shots. Thank you for your lifetime dedication. Don't send more gifts. I'm just a bystander, said the message. Bai Luoluo smiled happily at the camera and made a heart gesture. In fact, they had already sent a lot of gifts, and there was no need to keep sending more. Bai Luoluo was genuinely worried. What if they impulsively sent too much? What would she do then? Although this kind of situation was rare, she had seen news about it in her previous life. One fan impulsively gifted a lot to a streamer, and later regretted it for some reason, claiming that their child had used their phone to send the gifts, and then used their underage status to demand all the gifts back. Lifetime dedication. Doesn't T the streamer want to win? Don't send more. First time seeing a streamer who doesn't T want gifts. The streamer's reaction is really cute. It's not that I don't want to win. I just don't want you to spend too much. Bai Luoluo said a bit shyly. Everyone works hard for their money. Watching streams and sending gifts is just spending money to buy emotional value. But if you spend too much, then it's unnecessary. Luoluo's baby enters the live room. Luoluo's baby follows the streamer. Luoluo's baby sends the gift falling flowers. Don't depart Angel Wings 10, 4,999 diamonds. Big shot emerges. Looks like a new account. Could it be someone's alternate account? Ha ha ha. After all, big accounts can't speak casually. It's more convenient for alternate accounts. Seeing the bullet screen, Bai Luoluo curiously clicked in a Luoluo's baby's profile and found that the wealth value was 0. And even the avatar was the default one from the system. It really seemed to be a newly registered account. Remembering the stunning look in the previous comments, Bai Luoluo curled her lips, pretending she didn't see those messages. Thank you for the gifts, Luoluo's baby, she said, then made a heart gesture towards the camera. Lifetime dedication sends falling flowers. Don't depart Angel Wings 3, 4,999 diamonds. Lifetime dedication sends falling flowers. Don't depart Sports Cars 5, 1,000 diamonds. Don't send more sends falling flowers. Don't depart Angel Wings 2, 4,999 diamonds. Luoluo's baby sends falling flowers. Don't depart Angel Wings 5, 4,999 diamonds. For a moment, Bai Luoluo's live room was filled with gift effects, and nothing else was visible. The craziness of Bai Luoluo's live stream quickly attracted many viewers. Watching the viewer count change constantly, Bai Luoluo felt both nervous and excited. Doesn't anyone really want to see the streamer do radio calisthenics? Honestly, I'd like to see it. Luoluo's baby, what radio calisthenics? The streamer said if she loses, she'll perform radio calisthenics for everyone. Luoluo's baby. Luoluo's baby sends falling flowers. Don't depart angel wings 1, 2, 3, 5. For 1,999 diamonds. Don't send more. I was originally just suspicious. Now I'm sure. Lifetime dedication. 1 by Luoluo couldn't he help but laugh. Besides those who came in later and didn't he know what was happening, everyone else understood. Lifetime dedication. Looks like we don't need to intervene now. Don't send more. Then let us watch him perform. Luoluo's baby. You, streamer, I truly love you. It was by Luoluo's first time being confessed so directly, and her ears instantly turned red. Even her words of thanks were said very softly. When the PK ended, there was no doubt that Bai Luoluo had won. Luoluo's baby, it's still me. Lifetime dedication. Yes, 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 thanks to you. Don't send more. MHM, awesome. I'm dying of laughter. So proud. Thanks to lifetime dedication. Don't send more. Luoluo's baby. Falling flowers and bear outing. Thank you all for the gifts and support, Bai Luoluo said, not forgetting to make a heart gesture towards the camera. Just after she finished speaking, Junli on the opposite side opened his voice chat. I can't believe I lost to a newcomer. Junli's face was filled with sorrow, looking pitiful. Fair play, he sighed slightly, then raised his head, the dejection in his eyes completely gone. What do you want to punish me with, Luoluo? Let him draw a circle with his left hand and a square with his right hand. If he doesn't do well, he has to keep drawing. Luoluo's baby. Let him play rock, paper, scissors in front of the mirror until he wins. Bai Luoluo had a mischievous look. My fans want you to play rock, paper, scissors in front of the mirror, and you can only stop when you win. Junli didn't think twice before agreeing, but then he realized his eyes widened in shock as he stared at Bai Luoluo. The opponent is dumbfounded. Turns out the streamer is quite cunning. After the live stream ended, Bai Luoluo suddenly remembered that she forgot to give Junli his medical expenses. Just as she was about to search for his live room to send it, she saw the bullet screen. Luoluo's baby. I've already covered the medical expenses for the streamer. Bai Luoluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Luoluo's baby. Don't send more. Is the streamer continuing the PK? Bai Luoluo shook her head. She originally just wanted to try streaming, and now she was already very tired and just wanted to sleep early. No, I'm a bit sleepy and want to rest early, Bai Luoluo said, yawning widely. I'm really sleepy. Goodbye everyone, good night. Bai Luoluo waved to the camera, and then the live room fell into darkness. So straightforward. The streamer really is. After the live ended, Bai Luoluo didn't even want to move her fingers, but the backend received private messages, and helplessly, she had to force her eyes open to check. Luoluo's baby. Remember to create a fan group. Fans need to be maintained. Falling flowers don't depart. Got it, Luoluo's baby. Almost all platforms give females a dedicated verification. With verification, your live room will get recommendations, and the number of fans will increase. Falling flowers don't depart. MHM, thank you for telling me this. The fan group was quickly established, and Bai Luoluo added lifetime dedication. Don't send more, Luoluo's baby, and several other fans who sent gifts into it. Since it was indeed getting late, Bai Luoluo just left a good night message in the group and didn't say anything else. She originally planned to go straight to sleep, but after thinking for a moment, Bai Luoluo opened the live backend. Seeing the astonishing number of fans, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. There were actually over 1,000 fans. Although the number of those who added the like card was less than 500, it was already far beyond her expectations. After all, today was her first live stream, and she had only streamed for less than half an hour. When she shifted her gaze to the withdrawable amount, Bai Luoluo was completely awake now. She counted it several times in a row, and finally couldn't help but smile happily. Chapter 5. Marshal of the Alliance, over 20,000 star coins. Bai Luoluo never dreamed that she could earn so much from her first live stream. But when she clicked the immediate withdrawal button, she was stunned. Current data mismatch. Unable to withdraw. After trying many times, she still received the same prompt. Driving Bai Luoluo crazy, she almost threw her light brain away. After calming down and thinking for a long time, she decided to ask someone. After pondering, she decided to ask the top-ranked brother. Hua Luo Mo Xiangli, are you asleep? Yishang Zhugu. Hua Luo Mo Xiangli. The thing is, I can't withdraw from the backend here. It shows a current data mismatch. Do you know why? Yishang Zhugu, the identity information of the light brain must match the identity information registered on the live streaming platform to withdraw. Seeing this message, Bai Luoluo completely went mad. This was a light brain she picked up on a garbage star, and not to mention whether she could find the owner. She didn't even know if the owner was still alive. Would she really not be able to withdraw these 20,000 star coins? Yishang Zhugu, is there anything I can help you with? Bai Luoluo forced a smile. She couldn't possibly tell the other party that she picked up this light brain, could she? Hualuo Mo Xiangli. No need, thank you. Closing the chat window, Bai Luoluo angrily threw the light brain onto the control panel in front of her, feeling like she had just wasted a lot of effort for nothing. Suddenly, she felt a wave of helplessness. It was bad enough that she inexplicably traveled to this place. After finally finding a way to make a living, she discovered it was a dead end. It was simply driving her to despair. Thinking about it, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but start to cry. While crying, she unknowingly fell asleep. On the other end of the light brain, in a luxurious suite, Qin sat in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window. The screen of his light brain already turned off. His silver-gray short hair looked meticulously styled, and his dark red eyes narrowed slightly. Upon reflecting on what the female had just said, it was clear that she seemed to be in desperate need of money. So much so that she wanted to withdraw immediately after finishing her stream, but was unable to do to unknown reasons, which led her to seek him out. Does this mean that he was different from others in her eyes? Qin curled his lips, feeling inexplicably happier, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising. Boss, you wouldn't be interested in that streamer, would you? Across from Qin sat a pair of twins who looked almost identical. The one speaking was the elder brother, When they first entered, they saw the boss watching a female stream, and out of curiosity, they took a few glances. The female was indeed beautiful, but the boss had seen countless beautiful females. Could he really be captivated by someone whose mental power he didn't even know existed? If the boss wanted a female, they could just snatch the Princess Tinglan, who was rumored to have SS-level mental power. Looked excited. Previously, they suspected the boss might not like females, but now it seemed there was no issue with his sexual orientation. Do you two have nothing better to do? Qin gaze fell on the two of them, causing them to shiver involuntarily, and they hurriedly got up to leave. When Bai Luoluo woke up, the spaceship had successfully landed. She glanced at the time and realized it was already dawn. Slowly getting up, she opened the cabin door. Is this the Interstellar Beast World? Outside, skyscrapers stood tall, small airships occasionally flew by, and the streets were bustling with traffic, looking much more advanced than the place she used to live. Sigh. Now she was broke. How was she going to survive? Just as Bai Luoluo sat in the control room, frowning over what to do next, a sound of footsteps came from behind her, causing her to instinctively turn around. Bai Luoluo never expected to see so many guns pointing at her, and she screamed in fright. Put down your weapons. Qin shouted sternly, thankful that he had returned in time. It was not in vain that he had risked injury to compress the battle time to the extreme. The armed individuals immediately lowered their guns and cleared a path. As they approached, the female came into view. She was still wearing his white shirt, and since the buttons weren't fully fastened, her delicate collarbone was fully exposed, along with the upper part of her thighs, which were revealed with her movements. Her eyes were glistening, perhaps scared by the scene, and she trembled uncontrollably. Bai Luoluo had never imagined there could be such a handsome person in the world. The man was at least over 9 meters tall, looking as if he had walked out of an anime as the male lead, with black and white short hair, distinct facial features, and deep blue eyes that seemed to hide the stars and the ocean within, captivating anyone who looked at him. Seeing the female staring at him, Qin's Adam's apple moved, his gaze falling on her exposed thighs, and he hurriedly stepped forward to take off his coat and drape it over Bai Luoluo. Everyone out. With Qin's command, everyone quickly exited. Are you all right? Qin was tall, and even when squatting in front of Bai Luoluo, his gaze was level with hers. Why you? Who are you? Bai Luoluo clutched the coat draped over her, shrinking back even more. I am Marshal Qi and of the Interstellar Federation. This is my spaceship. So she had taken over his spaceship. Bai Luoluo quickly got up, saying, I'm sorry, when I found the spaceship, there was no one here, I thought. You don't need to apologize. Qian knew that the female must have been quite scared. His order was just to have someone keep watch after finding the spaceship. But he hadn't expected these guys to act on their own and barge in with guns. Why were you alone on the garbage star? Were you abandoned by someone? The female in front of him looked too fragile. It was clear she hadn't been well taken care of, and in a place like the garbage star, females generally wouldn't go there by themselves, so it was most likely that she had been abandoned. I'm not sure. I just woke up there. Bai Luoluo shook her head, and through their earlier interaction, she felt that Qian was not a bad person, which relaxed her considerably. I need to take you to the medical center for a detailed checkup to ensure your safety. Is that all right? Qian said as he extended his hand toward Bai Luoluo. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment and placed her hand in Qian's outstretched hand. His hand was large, making hers look like a child's in comparison. Bai Luoluo didn't know why her legs went numb. She had just gotten up and suddenly stumbled towards Qian. Chapter 6. Did you jump or not? A muffled groan came from beside her ear, and Bai Luoluo hurriedly opened her eyes, finding herself lying on Qian's chest. I'm sorry. Bai Luoluo anxiously tried to get up, but her foot was still numb, and she fell heavily back down. This time, however, she quickly supported herself with her hands. What is this feeling? Bai Luoluo curiously pinched, until the man beneath her let out another intolerable sound, and she realized her hand was actually resting on his chest. The sensation she felt was actually his pectoral muscles. Just as she was about to move aside to let Qian get up first, she suddenly saw the ears popping out from the top of his head. But they clearly weren't there just a moment ago. Compelled by curiosity, she reached out to touch them. They were soft, fluffy, and quite comfortable. It wasn't until she felt Qian's breathing become heavier that Bai Luoluo reacted and quickly withdrew her hand. I'm sorry. Qian's face was already flushed bright red. As soon as Bai Luoluo got off him, he quickly stood up. I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, Qian hurriedly left the room. Sitting on the floor for a while, the numb feeling in her legs gradually eased. Bai Luoluo leaned against a nearby chair and slowly stood up, confirming that her legs were no longer numb before walking towards the door. After leaving the ship, Bai Luoluo followed Qi into a small aircraft that took them to the medical facility. Bai Luoluo was arranged to undergo many examinations. Although she didn't understand some of the tests, she obediently complied. Watching the increasingly serious expression on the faces of the medical staff made Bai Luoluo a bit worried. Could it be that they discovered she didn't belong here? Fortunately, in the end, the medical staff said nothing and only advised her to go back and rest, as her body was currently too weak. After leaving the medical facility, Qian took her to register a new identity and casually bought her a new light brain. Coincidentally, the one Bai Luoluo had found earlier also belonged to Qian. Once everything was settled, he brought her to a house registered in his name. To make Bai Luoluo feel secure about staying, Qian even deceived her by saying that this was a temporary residence specially prepared by the federal government for single females, which made Bai Luoluo feel completely at ease. Sitting in her new house, Bai Luoluo felt as if today's experiences were like a dream. Looking at the light brain in her hand, she recalled that she still had money in her account that hadn't been withdrawn. So she opened the light brain, downloaded a live streaming app, logged into her account, and tried to withdraw the money. Withdrawal successful. Funds will arrive within 10 minutes. The platform allowed withdrawals at any time, which Bai Luoluo was very satisfied with. Looking at her account balance, she couldn't help but exclaim that she finally had money. Just as she was feeling happy, her gaze unintentionally fell on the group chat in the live streaming backend, and she was a bit stunned to see there were already 999 unread messages. Upon checking, she found that the number of group members had increased significantly, now over 200. Scrolling through the messages, she realized everyone was guessing when her next live stream would be, so she hurriedly opened the live stream. It had been 2 days since her last stream, and it was about time she made an appearance. One Life to Be Alone entered the live room. Flowerfall Has Intent entered the live room. Balloa's Baby entered the live room. Don't Hit Me. I'm Soy Sauce entered the live room, just as Qian was about to head back to the medical facility. He heard a notification from his light brain as soon as he got in the car, realizing that Bai Luoluo was live streaming, so he quickly clicked in. Almost the moment she started streaming, a lot of people surged into the live room. Bai Luoluo was stunned to see the increasing number of viewers, and she even forgot to say her opening statement. The host's little expressions are so cute. Host, you're so beautiful. Didn't he expect such a beautiful female on the platform? Welcome everyone to Luoluo's live room. Thank you for your support. If you haven't followed yet, please do. Bai Luoluo snapped back to reality and greeted everyone with confidence. She had noticed the blue V appearing next to her ID, and after checking, she realized it was proof of her female identity. Bai Luoluo's baby. The host has already set up a fan group. Just follow and you can apply for a like card. Handsome guy followed Flowerfall has intent. Handsome guy rewarded Flowerfall has intent like card 1. 6 diamonds. Big dog followed Flowerfall has intent. Big dog rewarded Flowerfall has intent like card 1. 6 diamonds. Flowing water followed Flowerfall has intent. Thank you all for your support. In the future, I will definitely work hard to not disappoint everyone, Bai Luoluo said earnestly. She truly felt this way. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce rewarded Flowerfall has intent angel wings. 49.99 diamonds. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Go for it, host. One life to be alone rewarded Flowerfall has intent angel wings 3. 4,999 diamonds. One life to be alone. You can do it, host. Bai Luoluo's baby rewarded Flowerfall has intent angel wings 5. 4,999 diamonds. Bai Luoluo's baby. I will always support the host. Wow. The big shot is so generous. Wow. The big shot is amazing. Wow. Just simply doesn't want to break the formation after reading the bullet comments. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Thank you, soy sauce baby, one life baby, and baby for the rewards. I will definitely work hard. Bai Luoluo raised her hands above her head, forming a heart shape. Flowing water rewarded Flowerfall has intent Mua 1, 10 diamonds. I love Luoluo rewarded Flowerfall has intent pinch little face 199 diamonds. Called brother rewarded Flowerfall has intent heart 1, 52 diamonds. Go for it. Host, it's hard to find a beautiful and hardworking female like you. You're the best, host. I want to see radio calisthenics. I want to see it to me too. Bai Luoluo helplessly pressed her forehead. It seems she couldn't escape this topic. One life to be alone. Don't mind them. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. The rude request can be directly ignored by the host. Bai Luoluo's baby. Don't bully the host, Bai Luoluo thought for a moment. Since they all supported her so much, and she had nothing to repay them with, why not just do the radio calisthenics? It wouldn't hurt her at all. Do you really want to see it? Bai Luoluo asked, biting her lip a bit shyly. The bullet comments went silent for a moment. Everyone seemed taken aback that Bai Luoluo would actually agree. In an instant, all the comments went wild, flooding with 2 words. I want to see. Bai Luoluo smiled bitterly, but still found the appropriate music, set her light brain on something stable, and stepped back a few paces to ensure her fans could see her entire figure. Wow. The host's legs, OMG. The host really hides it well. Those legs are longer than my life. Today is really worth it. One life to be alone, rewarded Flowerfall has intent hot air balloon. 520 diamonds. The hot air balloon gift effect quickly filled the screen, blocking any view of Bai Luoluo, who was doing the exercises. One after another, more and more hot air balloon effects appeared, preventing the viewers from seeing even a glimpse of Bai Luoluo. Yet Bai Luoluo remained completely oblivious, diligently performing the 8th set of radio calisthenics. Clearly, she had done the exercises, but no one in the live room saw it. So did that count as having jumped or not? Chapter 7 Offline Encounter. After finishing the dance, Bai Luoluo realized that Yisheng Zhugu was still swiping for hot air balloons and had no idea how many times it had been done. Bai Luoluo returned to the camera with a confused expression. What happened? What else could it be? The big shot doesn't want us to see it. The wicked capitalists. Damn rich people, I'll fight you all. So you really didn't know that the gift effect could be turned off? What? How do you turn it off? Please tell me how. Yisheng Zhugu. Anyway, it's over now. Luoluo's baby. Finally over. Inside the aircraft, she even let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yisheng Zhugu thought of a good way. Otherwise, he really wanted to rush back and tell Bai Luoluo to stop dancing. Watching the bullet comments, Bai Luoluo finally realized that her shirt wasn't actually short. As long as she didn't make any big movements, it wouldn't be a problem. However, she was still quite grateful to Yisheng Zhugu, as she really hadn't considered so much just now. After chatting with everyone in the live stream for a while, Bai Luoluo finally ended the broadcast. Just as she was about to exit, she noticed that Luoluo's baby had sent her a private message. Luoluo's baby. The host wouldn't want to go for a suggestive route, right? I still suggest you don't. You're really good looking, and you can establish a place with your looks. Luoluo's cat. If you want to do professional live streaming, you can set up a dedicated streaming room. Luoluo's baby. If you have questions about live streaming equipment, you can ask me. Luoluo's baby. Add me on Starlink. Seeing the series of messages from Luoluo's baby, Bai Luoluo smiled, thinking it was necessary to explain to the other party, so she obediently added Luoluo's baby on Starlink. Starlink is equivalent to WeChat now. But the other party seemed to be busy and didn't approve immediately. Bai Luoluo didn't mind, noted down what she needed to buy, then searched for the route on her light brain before heading out to take the public hover car to the nearest supermarket. After stepping out, she noticed quite a few people secretly staring at her. Bai Luoluo finally realized that her outfit was indeed inappropriate. So she headed straight to the women's clothing store on the third floor of the mall. After casually picking a white dress to change into, Bai Luoluo began to browse slowly. When she came out of the women's clothing store, she had several shopping bags in her hands. There was no choice. She didn't have a single change of clothes here, so she naturally had to prepare a few sets. After leaving the women's clothing store, she dove into a lingerie store and came out again shortly after. Looking at the several shopping bags in her hands, Bai Luoluo felt a bit troubled. She still had a lot to buy at the supermarket. After thinking for a moment, she decided to first take the clothes back. By the time she returned to the supermarket, it was already past lunchtime, and she quickly grabbed a few bites at a convenience store nearby. She had to admit it wasn't very tasty. The supermarket was filled with a dazzling array of products, and there were many customers shopping. Bai Luoluo pushed her shopping cart, her petite frame struggling with a large cart. After buying bedding, Bai Luoluo headed to the kitchenware section. But it seemed that people in the Star Realms didn't cook much, so this area was particularly empty, which is a good thing for Bai Luoluo. In just a few moments, she picked out her favorite pots, bowls, and utensils, then bought some fresh fruits and vegetables. As she noticed her shopping cart filling up more and more, Bai Luoluo began to worry about whether she could carry everything back. Just as she was thinking, the shopping cart was bumped by a child who was chasing and playing around, causing Bai Luoluo to lose her balance and fall backward. Careful, the fall she had imagined didn't happen. Bai Luoluo bumped into a man behind her, and a pair of hands instinctively protected her shoulders, preventing her from crashing into the nearby shelf. While the man gasped, startled, Bai Luoluo stepped out of the man's embrace and immediately noticed the blood oozing from the back of his hand. "Are you okay?" Bai Luoluo looked up and was met with a pair of dark red eyes, silver short hair, and a smooth, pale face with defined features. The man was quite tall, towering over her by at least a head, and his strong aura made Bai Luoluo too intimidated to look directly at him. So she lowered her head to avoid his gaze. Seeing Bai Luoluo like this, the man slightly curled the corners of his lips. "It hurts a bit. How about we go to the nearby hospital for a bandage?" Watching Bai Luoluo's worried and helpless look, Qin Shi began to suspect that he might have overdone it. If he had known, he wouldn't have made such a big wound. It seemed to have scared her. "No need, there's a pharmacy nearby. I can buy some bandages and take care of it myself." At the pharmacy entrance, Bai Luoluo sat on the steps with disinfectant, hemostatic medicine, and some bandages and medical tape she had just bought at her feet. Qin Shi squatted beside her, extending his hand. As the disinfectant was carefully applied to the wound, Bai Luoluo observed the man's reaction and noticed he didn't seem to be in much pain, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Try to avoid getting the wound wet for the next couple of days, or there's a risk of infection. Bai Luoluo gathered up the scattered medicine and bandages and handed them to the man. "Thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I would have been the one hurt." "Qin Shi took out his light brain. "If you really want to thank me, please treat me to a meal sometime. I can see you seem to know how to cook." His gaze fell on the shopping bags, which contained some kitchenware and seasonings, while the adjacent bag held some fruits and vegetables. "Sure." Bai Luoluo quickly took out her light brain and added Qin Shi's contact information. "Let us go. I'll take you home." Qin Shi stood up with satisfaction and picked up the shopping bags again. "No need, Brother Qin." Bai Luoluo hurriedly refused. She felt quite embarrassed and didn't want to trouble Qin Shi to take her home. Then how do you plan to go back? Only then did Bai Luoluo remember that she had bought many things, and with just herself, she couldn't possibly carry everything back. In the end, it was still Qin Shi who drove the hover car, taking Bai Luoluo back home and carrying her things upstairs. I'm really sorry. I just moved in, and the place is still a mess, Bai Luoluo said as she struggled to put the things down while speaking to Qin Shi. Even though Qin Shi had helped her carry most of the items, it was still a bit challenging for her. Qin Shi originally had a smile on his face, but suddenly he caught a whiff of a lingering masculine scent in the air. Although the smell was faint, he was sure that a male had been in this room before. Someone had gotten to Bai Luoluo before him. Brother Qin? Seeing that Qin Shi didn't respond, Bai Luoluo gently called out, I know. His voice was faint and carried a hint of seduction, especially with those dark red eyes that made Bai Luoluo too afraid to meet his gaze. It's getting late, and you still have to clean up. I'll head back first. Before Bai Luoluo could finish her sentence, Qin Shi took the initiative to speak. Seeing Bai Luoluo's relieved expression, Qin Shi couldn't help but curl his lips. This little female really couldn't hide her thoughts at all. Chapter 8, Trying Live Cooking in the Kitchen. Bai Luoluo hummed a little tune while handling the ingredients she had bought. After being here for so long, she could finally eat normal food. Stir-fried pork with chili, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and tomato egg soup. A simple meal of 2 dishes and 1 soup. Just as she was about to dig in, she thought for a moment and took a photo with her light brain to share in the fan group. Originally, Bai Luoluo wanted to post it on her social media, but thinking that she only had 2 friends, sharing there felt too pointless, so she decided to post it in the fan group instead. When she opened her light brain, she discovered that her treasure friend had already approved her request and had sent quite a few messages. Treasure friend, what are you doing? Flower falls. Don't leave. Just finished cooking, preparing to take a photo to share in the fan group. Treasure friend. Seeing that the other person only replied with him, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but feel amused. With such a conversation style, she really didn't know how to respond. So she simply took a photo and tossed it into the fan group. To her surprise, just one photo caused all the members of the fan group to explode with excitement. Yezi, is the host going to become a food streamer? A lifetime of loneliness. Looks good. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce, full of color, aroma, and flavor. Big dog. For the first time, I have the urge to eat regular food. Beaten. Is this really made from ordinary food? Greedy cat. I'm drooling all over. Treasure friend. Our Luoluo is really amazing. Flowing water. You upstairs are shameless. Big dog. How did the host become yours? A lifetime of loneliness. Indeed shameless. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Looking at the messages from everyone, Bai Luoluo suddenly felt her eyes get a bit red. Before she crossed over, she also liked to share her life on social media. But each time she would only get a few likes, and there were even people mocking her for eating those things. But why did the atmosphere in the fan group change so suddenly? Seeing her treasure friend being bombarded by everyone, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. This really couldn't be blamed on everyone. After all, he was just asking for it with his words. Treasure friend. Luoluo can try live cooking next time. Bai Luoluo stared at the messages popping up on her light brain, thought about it carefully, and felt that what her treasure friend said seemed to make some sense. She didn't have any special talents, and cooking was the only thing she could showcase. Flower falls. Don't leave. Then I'll start live cooking for everyone at 10 a.m. tomorrow. A lifetime of loneliness. Waiting for you. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Looking forward to it. Treasure friend. Looking forward to it. 1. After closing the group chat, Bai Luoluo began to eat while looking for live streaming equipment. Interstellar shopping was available, and next-day delivery was incredibly convenient for her. Just as she was pondering what kind of equipment to buy, a message from her treasure friend came in. Treasure friend. Have you finished eating? Treasure friend. What are you doing? This guy's typing speed was really fast. Flower falls. Don't leave. Finished eating. Looking at the equipment needed for live streaming. Treasure friend. Give me an address. I'll buy it for you. Bai Luoluo was startled and hurriedly declined. It wasn't that she thought the other person was a bad person. It was just that one must be cautious. Besides, she didn't have much real-life interaction with her fans. Flower falls. Don't leave. No need. I can buy it myself. Treasure friend. Then I'll recommend a few for you. Then the other person sent several links. Bai Luoluo took a look, selected a few items, and placed an order. The speed of Interstellar online shopping was impressive. By the next morning, before Bai Luoluo had even gotten out of bed, everything had been delivered. After spending the whole morning setting everything up, she finally opened the live stream. Treasure friend entered the live stream. A lifetime of loneliness entered the live stream. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce entered the live stream. Bravely exploring the world entered the live stream. Bears in the wild entered the live stream. Monkey fishing for the moon entered the live stream. Dreamcatcher entered the live stream. Treasure friend, first. Bears in the wild. The host looks so beautiful today, bravely exploring the world. Is the host going to live cook? On the banks of the Rhine. I want the apron the host is wearing. Watching as more and more people enter the live stream, Bai Luoluo felt inexplicably nervous. After all, she had never cooked in front of so many people before. When she saw the comment from on the banks of the Rhine, her hand shook, and she tied the apron S back into a tight knot. She was already quite nervous, and now her face turned completely red. A lifetime of loneliness. Don't be too nervous, host. Well, she was seen through again by a lifetime of loneliness. Welcome everyone to my live stream. If you like the host, please give a follow, and if you want to join the fan group, just get a light card to apply. A lifetime of loneliness tipped by Luoluo, a light card 1. 6 diamonds, don't hit me. I'm soy sauce tipped by Luoluo, a light card 1. 6 diamonds. Bravely exploring the world tipped by Luoluo, a light card 1. 6 diamonds. On the banks of the Rhine tipped by Luoluo, a light card 1. 6 diamonds. A lifetime of loneliness. What will the host cook today? Today, I'm preparing dry-fried green beans, tomato scrambled eggs, and pork rib corn soup. As Bai Luoluo spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and started prepping the vegetables. Suddenly remembering something, she clicked on the back end to check, and then returned to the live stream. Today, she would be making a bit more. And after the live stream ended, she would randomly select a fan to give a gift to, hearing that they could eat the food made by the host. Fans began to rush to show their faces, and soon the live stream screen was filled with fans holding light cards. The host is so beautiful. Even if she cooks poop, people will praise her. It's rare to see a female willing to cook these days. I'm looking forward to what the host posted last night. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce kicked the talkative out of the live stream. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Host, just cook with confidence. I'll guard the live stream. Thank you, soy sauce baby. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Treasure friend. I want to be a moderator too. Bai Luoluo set a lifetime of loneliness and treasure friend as moderators, realizing that she had previously overlooked this. She couldn't always rely on don't hit me. I'm soy sauce, as he wouldn't always be around. Bai Luoluo interacted with fans while keeping her hands busy. She gently tore off the strings from both ends of the green beans, broke them into sections, washed them, and placed them in a dish for later use. Then, she started to handle the tomatoes, cutting the washed tomatoes into chunks. They were bright red and looked incredibly tempting. After preparing all the vegetables, Bai Luoluo added water to the clean pot and put the pork ribs in a blanch. Once she finished these tasks, she could finally take a break. A lifetime of loneliness. Don't tire yourself out too much. A lifetime of loneliness tipped by Luoluo, a sports car 1,000 diamonds. Treasure friend tipped by Luoluo, a sports car 1,000 diamonds. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce tipped by Luoluo, a sports car 1,000 diamonds. Treasure friend. Luoluo, take your time, no rush. Thank you to a lifetime of loneliness, treasure friend. And soy sauce baby for the tips. Bai Luoluo said this as she took out the blanched pork ribs, rinsing off the foam. It was just cooking. She was tired at all. Chapter 9. Max level boss. Just as Bai Luoluo was about to start cooking, a PK invitation popped up. One life for solitude. What's wrong? Someone wants to connect with me for a PK. Bai Luoluo originally just wanted to focus on cooking for the live stream today and had no intention of engaging in a PK. Streamer, don't hesitate, quickly accept. Luoluo, don't be cowardly. Streamer, don't be afraid. One life for solitude. If you don't want to accept, just refuse today. I just want to cook a good meal for everyone. So I'll just hang up, Bai Luoluo said, clicking to refuse. But just as she was about to turn on the fire and pour in the oil, the connection reminder popped up again. The first time might have been random, but this person is connecting with her for the second time, clearly targeting her. That person is back. Bai Luoluo frowned slightly, obviously a bit displeased. One life for solitude. Luoluo's baby, streamer, accept. Don't be afraid. Don't hit I'm soy sauce. accept. Seeing everyone urging her to accept, Bai Luoluo had no choice but to click to agree. The screen immediately split in half, and the opposite side turned out to be a female. She had chestnut, long hair tied into two high ponytails, sparkling eyes, a slightly baby-faced appearance, and was wearing a dress similar to a Lolita style, looking very cute. Just as Bai Luoluo was about to greet her, the other side suddenly got excited. Wow, the sister looks really pretty. One sentence made Bai Luoluo's mouth, which was about to greet, close again. Is the other party not here to pick a fight? Hello, sister. My name is Xingxing. Can I call you Luoluo directly? As she spoke, two males appeared briefly in the corner of the live broadcast camera on the other side, but they quickly moved away, so Bai Luoluo didn't get a good look. Sure. Luoluo exerted great effort to control her expression. This is Xingxing. Ranked third on the beauty list, Xingxing is still as cute as ever. One life for solitude. Feels like the visitor is not friendly. Don't hit. I'm soy sauce. Definitely has ulterior motives. Luoluo's baby. Streamer. Be careful. Dry fry green beans. Female goose must pay attention. Bai Luoluo looked at this name, puzzled, and clicked on the other party's profile to take a look, discovering that the gender field clearly wrote female, which surprised her a bit. The one upstairs is the previous Rhine River. Right, dry fry green beans. That's me. Then I'll change my name to tomato scrambled eggs. Change, corn rib soup. I'm done too. Seeing the constantly popping up comments, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Originally a very good-looking face, showing such a gentle smile was like a suddenly blooming white orchid, refreshing and heartwarming. Even Xingxing couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy in her eyes, but she hid it well, and no one noticed. Is Luoluo going to live stream cooking? Xingxing leaned closer to the screen to take a look at Bai Luoluo's side. Bai Luoluo nodded and casually turned off the stove. I wonder what Xingxing wants to PK about? Since the other party is so determined to connect for a PK, they must have a certain purpose. If that's the case, it would be better to take the initiative into her own hands. Let's keep it simple today and go for the overall ranking. If I lose, in an instant, the smile on Xingxing's face disappeared, her gaze falling on Bai Luoluo's long, smooth black hair, and she said she would cut the hair. Seeing the surprise in Bai Luoluo's eyes, Xingxing immediately put on a smile again. Of course, you can also choose not to accept. Xingxing leaned closer to the camera. Bai Luoluo did not expect that. Despite Xingxing looking harmless on the surface, she was actually quite ruthless. No matter the era, women treasure their hair, and her actions were a bit too obvious. Wow, the other party is too ruthless. It's been said that the other party is not a good person. One life for solitude. Streamer, accept. Don't hit. I'm soy sauce. Accept. Luoluo's baby. Streamer, don't be afraid. We are here for you. But Xingxing is indeed an experienced streamer with 300,000 fans. So streamer should better not accept. Females are indeed vicious. The one upstairs, the streamer, is also female. All right, I'll accept. Since they are bullying me, there's no reason not to fight back. No matter what, I can't lose my momentum. That said, Bai Luoluo still felt very nervous inside. After all, the other party is a big streamer to her, with a certain number of fans, while she has only been streaming for a few days, and her fan count has barely reached 50,000. The PK officially began, with a time limit of 5 minutes. Xingxing turned off the audio for the connection and started talking to the camera about something. Everyone, don't feel pressured. Even if we lose, it doesn't matter. One life for solitude, tip flowerfall. Don't leave, angel wings, 10, 20, 49.99 diamonds. Don't hit, I'm soy sauce, tip flowerfall. Don't leave, angel wings, 10, 20. 4,999 diamonds, Luoluo's baby, tip flowerfall. Don't leave, angel wings, 10, 20. 49.99 diamonds, dry fried green beans, tip flowerfall. Don't leave, private plane, 3,000 diamonds, tomato, scrambled eggs, tip flowerfall. Don't leave, sports car, 1,000 diamonds, everyone. Be rational, don't act impulsively. Facing the continuously appearing gift effects, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but advise, even if we lose, I can just wear a wig for the next stream. Hair is something that will grow back eventually. Streamer is really innocent. The other party is clearly intentionally insulting you. Streamer, don't be afraid. Mashed potatoes, tipped flowerfall. Don't leave, sports car, 1,000 diamonds. Tomato, scrambled eggs, tipped flowerfall. don't leave true love roses, 520 diamonds. Remaining life tip flower fall, don't leave romantic fireworks, 99 diamonds. One life for solitude. Streamer, continue cooking, don't hit, I'm soy sauce. Cook, Luoluo's baby. Yes, hurry and cook, don't star Bai Luoluo was both amused and helpless. But at the moment, besides watching, she seemed to have nothing else to help. So she had no choice but to keep an eye on the comments while she started to cook. One life for solitude, tipped flower fall. Don't leave dream castle, 19999 diamonds. Don't hit, I'm soy sauce tipped flower fall. Don't leave angel wings 5, 4999 diamonds. Luoluo's baby tipped flower fall. Don't leave dream castle, 19999 diamonds. When the tomato scrambled eggs were served, the PK time was coming to an end. Bai Luoluo noticed that the total amount of gifts in the live stream had reached its maximum, but both sides were in a stalemate, chasing each other. Feels like the streamer is going to lose. The other side will definitely sneak in at the end. There are too many big brothers and sisters on the other side. Bai Luoluo tightened her grip on the plate, and the streaming gifts were entirely relying on one life for solitude. Don't hit, I'm soy sauce, and Luoluo's baby. Although others also tipped, they were all small gifts. Everyone, just do your best. No need to force it. Bai Luoluo tried to adjust her mindset. Although she didn't want to lose, after all, the fans' money is still money. And now her live stream's gifts had already exceeded 1 million. Moreover, the other party was a major streamer, while she was a newcomer. There was no need to confront head-on. As time was about to end, Bai Luoluo had already persuaded herself to accept the fact of losing. Moi Lousy enters the live room. Suddenly, a gorgeous entrance effect appeared, which was a special treatment that only max-level big bosses would have. Wow, what am I seeing? It's actually Moi Lousy. The boss is retired, right? Moi Lousy. I just came to take a look. A living big boss. One life for solitude. What brings you here? Don't mess with me. Is that not allowed? Wow, the two big shots know each other. One life devoted to solitude. Do you know don't mess with me? Bai Luoluo asked curiously. One life devoted to solitude. Not familiar. Don't mess with me. Don't know each other. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh, realizing that not only did the two know each other, but they were also quite familiar, otherwise they wouldn't be so in sync. Luoluo's treasure. Be careful not to get your home stolen. Luoluo's treasure rewards flower falling. Dream castle of separation, 19999 diamonds. One life devoted to solitude rewards flower falling. Dream castle of separation, 19999 diamonds. Don't hit. I'm just a bystander rewards flower falling. Dream Castle of Separation, 19999 diamonds. Chapter 10 rumors about the big shot K ended, and Bai Luoluo narrowly won by a slim margin. Luoluo's baby. It's not just them who can steal. We can too. I actually won. The big shots are too amazing. These comment from lifelong single babies, soy sauce babies. Treasure babies, tomato, scrambled egg babies, dry fried green bean babies, mashed potato babies. Thank you all for your tips. After finishing her words, she didn't forget to wink at the camera and made a heartfelt love sign. Xingxing seemed to have not expected to lose. The moment she saw the data, she suddenly got up and left the camera's view. Only Bai Luoluo felt that Xingxing's appearance was somewhat frightening. After a while, she returned to her seat while tidying her hair. Luoluo is really amazing. She actually won. Xingxing's face wore an extremely unnatural smile, wondering how Luoluo would punish her. Although Xingxing had many abnormal traits, she was ultimately just a person in real life who had nothing to do with Bai Luoluo. So Bai Luoluo didn't want to pay too much attention. Luoluo's baby. Let her cut her hair too. Let her learn to beat her chest like a gorilla. Let her. Looking at the various punishment suggestions in the comments, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but smile slightly, pretending to be troubled as she looked at the camera, and said, the fans in a live stream said to connect with your number one big brother and say, you're really useless. You actually made me lose. Lifelong single. What a big pot. Luoluo's baby. A surprising dark side revealed. Don't touch me. Dry fried green beans. Huh. I'm dying of laughter. Tomato scrambled eggs. Using their own methods against them. Don't touch me. Quite interesting. Bai Luoluo felt a bit embarrassed looking at the comments. She actually didn't want to be like this, but unfortunately, the other party was too excessive. She didn't want anyone to be able to step on her in the future. Hearing the punishment content, Xingxing's expression indeed changed. But due to the rules, she couldn't avoid it, and had no choice but to connect with the number one big brother in front of everyone. After completing the punishment, the screen on Xingxing's side immediately went black. It seemed she hurried off to explain to the number one big brother. The medical expenses haven't been paid yet. Bai Luoluo didn't expect Xingxing to be so fast, feeling somewhat helpless. Lifelong single. I paid for the host. Only then did Bai Luoluo breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, lifelong single baby. Don't touch me, lifelong single baby. Lifelong single. Any objections? Don't touch me. I dare not. Watching the interaction between the two in the comments, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. The big shot suddenly disappeared back then. It seems it has been over a year. Lifelong single. Maybe he offended someone and got his legs broken. Don't touch me. Could it be you who did it? Don't touch me, baby. Is there a legendary story? Bai Luoluo asked while opening a nearby casserole, where there was pork rib soup, which looked almost done. Back then, the big shot was also a well-known top big shot in the live stream. Wherever he went, there would always be plenty of gains. The most famous incident was when he spent lavishly for Xiang. Oh no, it was tens of millions, but later, I don't know what happened. He suddenly retired Xiang. Bai Luoluo seemed to have some impression of this name. It seemed to be the top-ranking female streamer in terms of looks in the live stream world. She didn't expect that Don't Touch Me had such a romantic history. There are rumors that he went bankrupt, lifelong single. I heard he wanted the female streamers he supported to comfort him, but he was rejected, and in the end, his rage almost broke out. Once a male's rage meter breaks, the rage factor will cause them to completely beast out, leading to a mad death. This sounds like a very terrifying thing. Lifelong single. Then his family assets were robbed by those who already didn't respect him. Don't touch me. Luoluo's cat. I heard that the big shot arranged to meet with a female streamer, but after seeing her, he realized that she was completely different from her live stream persona. She would call him brother in the live stream, but would beat males in private and force him to take out all his family assets, leaving him with a huge psychological shadow, which is why he retired dry-fried green beans. So the big shot was deceived and hurt? Don't touch me. My mother tongue is speechless, cough, cough. Seeing the conversation drifting further away, Bai Luoluo cleared her throat and pulled everyone's thoughts back. It's about time to eat, so let me do a lucky draw for everyone. This way, I can still catch lunch. As the names kept scrolling, it finally stopped. Lifelong single, what's wrong? Luoluo's cat. Could it be that I got drawn? Bai Luoluo also didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Congratulations to Don't Touch Me Baby for winning a homemade lunch from the host. Bai Luoluo smiled as she displayed the lottery result. Please send me your address privately. I'll place the order and deliver it right away. Don't touch me. Lifelong single. Don't give it to me. Don't touch me. Give it to me, Luoluo's cat. I want it, don't touch me. I originally didn't want it, but now I feel like I can give it a try. Okay, Bai Luoluo replied with a smile. Remember to message me your address. Don't touch me. This live stream was originally to cook, and now that the food was ready, Bai Luoluo chatted casually for a bit before signing off to eat. Of course, before eating, she didn't forget to pack a portion in a thermos and asked Xing Shanshan to deliver it to Don't Touch Me. In the most luxurious villa area in Central Star, in the largest and most luxurious villa in the middle, a young man lay on the bed, covered with a thin silk quilt, but his exposed arms were covered with needle holes. Sir, you have a delivery from Xing Shanshan. Come in. The butler hurried in and carefully placed the thermos beside the coffee table. Sir, should we call Dr. Fu over? A year ago, the sir suddenly developed anorexia. Whether it was nutrient solution or regular food, it would definitely be vomited out within 2 minutes of entering his mouth. Therefore, for more than a year, he had relied on nutrient injections to maintain his basic bodily functions. Gu Bei glanced at the pink thermos, recalling what the female streamer had said, and waved his hand. The butler sighed helplessly and stepped back. Originally, Gu Bei didn't want to eat, but the aroma of the food in the thermos lingered in the air, creating an impulse in him to try it for the first time. Gu Bei pursed his lips and eventually got out of bed, sitting down in front of the thermos. Hope you like it. As the thermos opened, he looked at the colorful and fragrant dishes inside, and on a whim, he picked up chopsticks and took a bite. When he came to his senses, Gu Bei couldn't help but feel regret. He really didn't want to experience the feeling of vomiting again. But something strange happened. Several minutes passed, and Gu Bei found that he didn't feel nauseous like before. This feeling excited him, so he took a few more bites. Chapter 11. Four-person PK. The butler had not left and was eavesdropping at the door. Hearing the sounds of eating coming from inside, he hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. "Sir." The butler's eyes were filled with concern. He had watched the sir grow up, and for over a year, he knew how much pain the sir had endured. "Zhangbo, I think I can eat." Gu Bei's voice was filled with excitement, and his hands did not slow down at all. In just a little while, he had cleaned out the food in the thermal container. "Sir, are you really better?" The butler was so excited he didn't know how to express himself, finally bursting into laughter. After the happiness, the butler still felt a bit worried, so he quickly contacted Dr. Fu to come and check the sir's health. Upon learning that Gu Bei's anorexia had suddenly improved, Fu Ming was also surprised and immediately came to the villa. Looking at the remnants of food left in the thermal container on the table and seeing Gu Bei, who was dressed in casual outfit and had gotten out of bed, he was somewhat stunned. "Are you saying that Gu Bei ate the food made by the female streamer in the live broadcast and didn't throw up?" Gu Bei had already told the butler the whole story. "That's right." The butler was very happy. If the sir could eat, did that mean he was cured? Fu Ming shook his head. "I'm not sure about that. We can only try again." After learning that Fu Ming wanted him to try eating the villa chef's food again, Gu Bei hesitated. This had been the most enjoyable meal he had had in over a year, and even if he wasn't completely better, he wanted to extend this happiness a little longer. "How about we try again in the evening?" The butler understood Gu Bei's meaning and suggested to Fu Ming. Fu Ming understood and did not refuse. But what no one expected was that Gu Bei still threw up. After finally getting rid of the food remnants in his stomach, Gu Bei walked out of the bathroom with a dark expression. He really couldn't understand why he still threw up when the chef had made the food according to the female streamer's live broadcast replay. After sending everyone away, Gu Bei resigned himself to throwing himself onto the soft, big bed. But for some reason, the thermal container from noon appeared in his mind again. Early in the morning, Bai Luoluo was awakened by a knock on the door. Looking at the 7 or 8 packages scattered on the floor at the door, she couldn't help but sigh that Star Flash was much more convenient than delivery. She had placed the order last night, and it had arrived this morning. Last night, she thought carefully that during her food live broadcast, most of her energy had been spent on cooking, leaving little time to chat with her fans. After much thought, she decided that while she would continue with food live broadcasts, she also needed to learn other things. So she placed an order for a lot of live broadcast props overnight, and sure enough, Star Flash delivered them early in the morning. After moving everything inside and spending another 2 hours preparing, she finally opened the live broadcast. Luoluo's cat enters the live broadcast room. Life is Alone enters the live broadcast room. Don't hit. I'm Soy Sauce enters the live broadcast room. Don't Touch Me enters the live broadcast room. Don't Touch Me follows the host. Don't Touch Me gives a flower card for Luoluo. 6 diamonds. Life is Alone. Luoluo's cat. Where is the host? The live broadcast camera was filled with swirling smoke, making it impossible to see anything, let alone the host. Could it be that the food is on fire? Upstairs, if it's on fire, there would be black smoke, thank you. The smoke in the camera was obviously white. More precisely, it looked like dry ice used in TV dramas to create a mystical atmosphere. Just when everyone was puzzled, suddenly music started playing. With a hand carving flowers, the blade twists and turns into a painting, accompanied by the gentle singing. Bai Luoluo appeared in a red dance outfit, gracefully dancing to the music. The live broadcast room fell silent instantly until Bai Luoluo returned to her seat, panting. Is it lagging? Bai Luoluo looked at the clean live broadcast screen and suspiciously reached out to tap her bald head. Host, kill me. The host is too beautiful. I forgot to start the recording. 555 Luoluo's cat. How many surprises does the host have that we don't know about? Life is Alone. This is something I learned last night. I thought I would give everyone a surprise. If I didn't dance well, please don't laugh at me, Bai Luoluo said while taking out a tissue to wipe the fine sweat from her nose. Life is Alone. Don't worry, you won't see it. After realizing what Life is Alone meant, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Luoluo's cat. You danced very well. Don't dance next time. Why? Was it really that bad? Bai Luoluo felt a bit disappointed. It seemed her prepared surprise had failed. Luoluo's cat. Afraid your soul will be taken away by you. Cough, cough. Bai Luoluo, who was drinking water, was so startled that she choked, coughing violently. Dry fry green beans. The girl is just too beautiful. It's a pity for you males. Don't touch me. Is the host not cooking today? Bai Luoluo was a bit surprised. After seeing the Star Flash order delivered yesterday, she had messaged the other party, but the other party had not replied, thinking perhaps the food was not to their taste. Did you try the food from yesterday? Bai Luoluo put down her cup and then took a tissue to wipe her mouth. Don't touch me. Yeah, it was delicious. I'm glad you liked it. Bai Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief, and her smile became even brighter. Life is alone, don't touch me. I advise you not to be too greedy. Don't touch me. The host is not yours. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel in the live broadcast room, Bai Luoluo quickly stepped in as a peacemaker. I'm really sorry. I woke up late today and didn't have time to buy groceries, so I don't plan to live stream cooking. Last night, she had stayed up late to buy clothes and props for the live broadcast, which caused her to wake up at 9:30. After a quick wash and makeup, she hurriedly started the live broadcast. While she was talking, a connection request popped up. Bai Luoluo looked and saw it was Jun Lee, and she couldn't help but click to agree. Sister Luoluo, help. Jun Lee's face was so dramatic that Bai Luoluo was momentarily stunned. What happened? Although she wanted to hold back, she couldn't help but laugh. After all, Jun Lee's handsome face was currently hard to look at. Sister Luoluo, would you like to play a round of four-person PK with me? Bai Luoluo tilted her head in curiosity. Four-person PK? Jun Lee, just now, I was piking with Sister 17, and the other side had a very powerful big brother who was throwing gifts like they were free. Don't hit. I'm soy sauce. Host, don't agree. He's using you as a gun. Luoluo's cat. I want to hit him. Don't pull me back. Life is alone. Nobody is pulling you back. Luoluo's cat. But I didn't plan to PK today, Bai Luoluo said a bit shyly. In fact, for streamers, piking wasn't a big deal. The worst that could happen was losing and facing a punishment. But for the fans, it was different. They had to spend real money. Although Bai Luoluo initially wanted to earn some pocket money through live streaming, she was worried that if it continued like this, one day the big brothers in her live broadcast room would get tired of her. Sister Luoluo, I'm begging you. You saw how badly I lost just now. The big brother on the other side even said that if I find two more, I still won't be able to beat him. That's why I thought of coming to find you. Luoluo's cat. I feel like the host will be soft-hearted. Life is alone, won't hit. I'm soy sauce. One dry fried green beans. One don't touch me. Chapter 12. The older brother ran away as everyone guessed. Bai Luoluo ultimately couldn't resist and agreed to Jun Lee's request. Then, Sister Luoluo, please wait a moment. I'll pull you in a bit, Jun Lee said, hurriedly looking for the next helper. Soon, the connection request popped up again and the live broadcast screen split into four. Bai Luoluo finally saw the 17 that Jun Lee mentioned. She was a woman who radiated enthusiasm, with gray-brown large waves, exquisite makeup, and striking red lips. A quintessential Hong Kong-style beauty. Jun Lee, is this the helper you found? Before Bai Luoluo could greet her, 17 spoke up. Besides Bai Luoluo, there was another female streamer on Jun Lee's side called A Touch of Light Blue, who paled in comparison to 17's flamboyant beauty. Is it less than a week since you started streaming? 17 suddenly asked. Sister 17, don't underestimate Sister Luoluo. Although she's only been streaming for a few days, there are several big brothers guarding her live room, Jun Lee replied. For some reason, Bai Luoluo sensed a hint of pride on Jun Lee's face. Does the connection really depend on experience? Bai Luoluo asked, feeling that 17 seemed to be deliberately targeting her. It's nothing. 17 smiled slightly. Then let's get started. Jun Lee, okay. A touch of light blue. Okay. Bai Luoluo, okay. Since Luoluo is a newcomer, let me explain the rules, 17 said, a faint smile on her lips. This is the simplest game. It's me versus 3 of you, based on the overall ranking. But there's one condition. During the PK, the streamers are not allowed to speak. The rules were indeed simple, and Bai Luoluo understood them immediately. The PK officially began, and Bai Luoluo quietly sat in front of the camera, slightly fixing her somewhat messy hair. After all, it was her first time styling her hair, and it wasn't very tight. After just one song, it had become a bit disheveled. In an instant, 17's health bar pulled away from everyone. But Bai Luoluo wasn't anxious. Losing didn't matter to her anyway, as she still had medical expenses to cover. One Life alone donated $49.99 diamonds, Don't hit, I'm just soy sauce donated 99.99 diamonds. Bai Luoluo's cat donated 99.99 diamonds. The streamer can't talk. I'll help her. Thank you. One life alone, soy sauce, and cat for the gifts, Bai Luoluo's cat. Why am I the only one without a baby? Seeing this, Bai Luoluo almost couldn't hold back her laughter, but quickly covered her mouth. This guy really knows how to entertain. Other live rooms gradually started sending gifts, and 17, being a big streamer, quickly distanced herself from the others. Your Prejudice donated 17 5 skyscrapers. Your Prejudice donated 17 5 dream castles. 17 was feeling quite pleased when suddenly she saw Your Prejudice sending a comment. Bye. 17 panicked. This Your Prejudice had suddenly appeared in the live room today. Initially, she didn't think much of him due to his low level, but during the first PK of the day, he unexpectedly threw in several luxurious gifts, helping her win the PK. To keep this big brother, 17 tried her best, calling him big brother repeatedly, but unexpectedly it was only the third round, and the big brother was about to leave. Bai Luoluo noticed 17's visibly ugly expression and, feeling puzzled, saw someone in the comments clarifying the situation for her. Laughing to death, the big brother in 17's live room ran away. He left without any warning. I saw 17's face go pale. Your Prejudice entered the live room. Wow. Isn't this the big brother from 17's live room? Why did the big brother come here? Your Prejudice followed the streamer. Your Prejudice donated Bai Luoluo 10 dream castles. Your Prejudice donated Bai Luoluo 50 dream castles. Now, Bai Luoluo was confused. But since the PK wasn't over yet, she couldn't speak. Helpless, she could only make a hard gesture at the camera. Let me say it. Thank you. Prejudice baby, heart, who knows what this is all about? Why did the big brother suddenly come here? Can we not talk? Don't scare the big brother away. Your Prejudice. I also want to be called baby. One life alone. 666. Don't hit. I'm just soy sauce. Bai Luoluo's cat. Stealing my lines. Watching the lively comments. Bai Luoluo tried hard to hold back her laughter. Fortunately, 3 minutes passed quickly, and the PK ended. Without a doubt, 17 lost. Not only that, but she lost badly. Sister Luoluo, what happened? I heard. A big brother went to your room? As soon as it ended, Junli couldn't wait to ask. However, halfway through his question, he saw 17's ugly face and quickly changed the subject. Bai Luoluo nodded shyly. Opposite her, 17's expression was very grim. She had originally hoped to make a good profit from this opportunity, but didn't expect that in just the third round, the big brother would leave. Hee, Sister 17. You lost. In fact, Junli didn't care about winning or losing anymore. He was just eager to gossip. But since 17 was still there, he couldn't enjoy the gossip and could only think of sending 17 away first. How do you want to punish her? 17 was an experienced streamer. Although her face was indeed ugly at first, she seemed to have calmed down now, though she still couldn't muster a smile. Yundi Tsiokut. Just Hang Luo's top big brother is amazing in the live room. Bai Luoluo truly didn't expect Jun Li to be so mischievous. Hearing this, she was so frightened that her head nearly buried itself under the table. All right, 17 quickly completed the punishment and then ended the connection. Your Prejudice. I'm going to cover the medical expenses. Your Prejudice knew how to handle things, realizing that Bai Luoluo felt awkward because of him, and immediately took on the responsibility of covering the medical expenses. And I'll hang up first. Although 4 Leaf Clover was an older streamer, she didn't have many fans. Although she wanted to gossip, she preferred to be more discreet. So she quickly ended the connection after coming in with a small account. Sister Luoluo, what exactly happened? Once there were no outsiders left, Junli leaned closer to the camera and asked, I really don't know what happened. Bai Luoluo glanced at the comments and found that Your Prejudice had returned. So she quickly asked, Prejudice baby, do you know me? Dry-fried seasonal beans. I smell gossip. Your Prejudice. Today is the first time I know you. Bai Luoluo initially suspected whether the other party was Qin She, as he was the only wealthy person she had interacted with in reality. Wow. The big brother fell in love with Luoluo at first sight. I like how direct big brothers are. Luoluo is so outstanding. The big brother has good taste. One life alone. I heard that a streamer once met the top big brother privately and was bitten to death. The comments suddenly fell silent, and Bai Luoluo's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 13. Scared what happened? Junli looked at Bai Luoluo's suddenly pale face through the screen, regretting that he couldn't get the first-hand scoop. No offense. You're impressive. The host was scared. The host's little face turned white, Luoluo's cat. Why scare Luoluo for no reason, I have to say. I've actually heard about this. You guys are talking about that incident, right? Junli pieced together a rough idea from the fans' comments and explained. That's because the host was a male disguised as a female for the live stream. Even though he dressed up that day, the big brother still saw through his male identity. In fact, the top donor wasn't a rich person. He sold his house to reward the host, originally intending to meet up and develop an offline relationship. But he ended up being deceived, which made him furious, and he ended up biting the host. Bai Luoluo initially thought it was just a scare tactic, but it turned out to be true. It was truly terrifying. Bai Luoluo covered her heart. Reasonable suspicion that the big brother did it on purpose. Same here. Your prejudice, a life of loneliness. Wanna die? A life of loneliness. Host, look. How could a baby be so vicious? Your prejudice. Ha ha. Ha ha. Feeling the speechlessness of the prejudice big shot. Your prejudice. Who isn't a baby? Dry-fried green beans. I stand with the prejudice big shot. Luoluo's cat. Me too, feeling the atmosphere in the live stream room becoming lively again. Bai Luoluo finally calmed down. In fact, when she thought about it carefully, she had no reason to be afraid, since she didn't plan to meet any fans offline. You are all my most obedient babies, Bai Luoluo said, not forgetting to make a heart gesture at the camera. Love you all. So beautiful, host. Stop being cute. I'm losing my mind. Luoluo's cat? I love you too, saw a wagging cat. Got a picture now? Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. She always felt that Luoluo's cat should be a young and lively boy. Every time she saw him speak, it would brighten her mood. Your prejudice, a life of loneliness. Why aren't you talking? A life of loneliness. But, Bai Luoluo suddenly leaned closer to the camera. A life of loneliness. Why did you suddenly mention this? Are you worried that I might meet the prejudice baby in private? Luoluo's cat. Luoluo isn't the type to flirt with big brothers privately. Don't hit me. I'm just soy sauce. Dry-fried green beans. Girls should always protect themselves. Your prejudice. Evil will be met with evil, no offense. You're impressive. Deserved. A life of loneliness. Just a kind reminder. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Okay, just a reminder. I got it, thank you. A life of loneliness, baby. However, everyone could tell that Bai Luoluo's tone was perfunctory. Sister Luoluo, be careful lately. Yundi suddenly spoke up. Bai Luoluo was startled. She thought Junli had disconnected since he hadn't spoken for a while, but it turned out he was still there. What's wrong? Bai Luoluo asked, puzzled. I just heard that another big brother in the 17 livestream room seems to want to take revenge for her. Junli saw it in the livestream comments. Although he didn't know whether it was true, he thought it was better to remind her. No way. That host really needs to be careful. Some males will do anything for females, dry-fried green beans. Don't scare the girl, that's too much. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but feel worried. Although it was common for big brothers to run away on the platform, 17 wasn't the type to hold grudges. Junli leaned closer to the camera and said in a very low voice, so it's better to be safe than sorry. You should pay more attention. He couldn't dare to say that the big brother in 17's livestream room might actually do something. Since he heard that 17 had promised to help the big brother calm down his fury if he took revenge for her. In the galaxy, no male could resist such temptation. Bai Luoluo, who had initially calmed down, began to feel anxious again. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, Sister Luoluo wouldn't have to go through this. Don't worry, I will explain it clearly to 17. At worst, I'll just apologize to her and compensate for her losses. Junli felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have asked Luoluo to help. If something really happened to her because of him, he wouldn't know what to do. It's okay. Bai Luoluo smiled. If it really comes to that, I'll just try not to go out these days. The Central Star is so big, they might not find me. Although she said that, anyone with eyes could see that their Luoluo host was genuinely scared. Qian quietly watched the screen, his gaze becoming sharper. He immediately summoned his deputy and instructed him to have people secretly protect Bai Luoluo 24/7. On the other side, Qinche's expression also grew serious. He had only intended to scare Bai Luoluo a bit to prevent her from meeting people offline easily, but unexpectedly, his words came true. He called E and asked him to investigate who was audacious enough to dare to mess with Bai Luoluo. Whoever he found would definitely pay for it. After hanging up with Junli, everyone could see that Bai Luoluo's mood had dropped significantly. You can tell the host is really scared. I want to hug the host. Don't be afraid. Host, maybe the host should seek protection from the federal government. I think it's better to find two guardians. The host seems to be alone all the time. Seeing the fans in the live stream room brainstorming for her, Bai Luoluo felt very touched, and her eyes involuntarily turned red. A life of loneliness. Don't tell me she's crying from fear. Don't hit me. I'm just soy sauce. Shut up, Luoluo's cat. Shut up, dry-fried green beans. Can you be quiet? No. Bai Luoluo sniffed. It's just that seeing everyone care about me so much makes me very touched. Dry-fried green beans. Good girl, Luoluo's cat. Hug. Dry-fried green beans, Luoluo's cat. Let go of your claws before the crossover, although Bai Luoluo's parents were alive. It felt like they weren't. Every time they contacted her by phone, it was right at the time her salary was paid. Even when she told them she was sick, she couldn't get a single word of concern in return. Instead, they would criticize her for not wanting to send money home. But in this life, even though she had no relatives here, she received so much care. A life of loneliness sent 10 diamonds for flower falling. Don't be a part 10. Don't hit me. I'm just soy sauce sent 10 diamonds for flower falling. Don't be a part 10. Your prejudice sent 2 diamonds for flower falling. Don't be a part true. Love Rose 2. Dry fried green beans sent 10 diamonds for flower falling. Don't be a part romantic fireworks. Luoluo's cat sent 2 diamonds for flower falling. Don't be a part true. Love Rose 2. No offense, you're impressive sent 10 diamonds for flower falling. Don't be a part flowers 10. You don't have to send me gifts. Bai Luoluo wiped her eyes and said in a slightly hoarse voice, I'm really happy to meet you all. Thank you. Chapter 14 Meeting, Life Alone. I was just trying to scare you. Don't worry too much, Life Alone. Actually, the security in Central Star is quite good. After the live stream ended, Bai Luoluo saw the private message sent by Life Alone and couldn't help but laugh. Flower falls. Don't depart. Thank you, I'm fine. Although she said that, Bai Luoluo was still a bit worried. So she found the contact information for Luoluo's cat and sent a message. Flower falls, don't depart. Do you know how to hide your IP? Luoluo's cat. I'll teach you. Just as Bai Luoluo was about to reply, a call request popped up from the other party, and she hurriedly pressed the answer button. Under the patient guidance of the other party, Bai Luoluo finally learned how to hide her IP, so the other party couldn't track her location, which at least ensured her safety for a short period. After hanging up, she thought that she wouldn't go out unnecessarily for a while. So she decided to take advantage of the fact that the other party's actions weren't that quick to go to the supermarket to stock up on some food. However, to her surprise, just as she opened the door to go out, she saw Chi-In standing at the door. He looked quite different today compared to the last time they met. He wasn't in a crisp military uniform, but had changed into a soft light brown knit sweater. This sweater fit his figure, showcasing his military stature while maintaining a relaxed vibe suitable for his time off. He paired it with casual pants that were loose and comfortable, swaying gently in the wind as if enjoying this rare leisure time. On his feet were clean white sneakers, complementing the overall casual outfit and adding a touch of youthful vitality. Chi-In's hair was slightly tousled by the breeze, giving him a softer and warmer appearance. Upon seeing Bai Luoluo, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a smile. Are you planning to go out? He seemed surprised that Bai Luoluo dared to go out after what had happened. It was uncertain whether to commend her bravery or say she was too carefree. But this was good. At least it proved she wasn't scared enough by those events to let them affect her life. After all, he had arranged for people to protect her 24/7, so she didn't need to worry too much. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things. Bai Luoluo answered honestly. Just in time, I'm off today. How about I accompany you? After saying this, Chi-In realized that it seemed a bit abrupt and quickly added, I also need to buy some things. With that said, it would be impolite to refuse. Moreover, with such a capable person accompanying her, Bai Luoluo wouldn't have to worry about any accidents. Okay, let's go now. The two took the elevator down and then boarded Chi-In's flying vehicle. Inside the small flying vehicle, there was a pleasant scent that Bai Luoluo recognized from Chi-In. It was a faint cedar fragrance. Bai Luoluo started to speak, but then felt it might be inappropriate to call him Marshal directly, since Chi-In held a high position in the interstellar hierarchy. Just call me Chi-In. Qian placed his hand on the control stick of the flying vehicle, concentrating on the front. Qian, even though it was a perfectly normal thing, for some reason, Bai Luoluo felt a bit embarrassed, and her face flushed. Qian responded lightly. I wanted to thank you for what happened before. Since you're off today, can I treat you to a meal? Bai Luoluo added. People here are used to drinking nutrient solutions, but I can buy some ingredients and cook for you. Okay. Gathering her courage, Bai Luoluo glanced at Qi and couldn't help but think how good-looking he was. What's wrong? Qian turned around and found Bai Luoluo staring at him in a daze, unable to help but smile. In nothing, Bai Luoluo quickly sat up straight, shaking her head to clear her mind of those chaotic thoughts. We're here. Qian smiled as he parked the vehicle and then got out to open the door for Bai Luoluo. Just then, the door of the neighboring flying vehicle opened, revealing a familiar face. Kinke. Bai Luoluo was very surprised. She didn't expect to run into Qin again so coincidentally. What are you doing here? She asked Qin, who had jumped out of the flying vehicle. Can I have a meal? Qin smirked slightly. Someone said they would treat me to a meal, but has been silent since. Luoluo, do you know him? Qian stepped forward, protecting Bai Luoluo behind him. Qian was very familiar with this person. After all, there were only a few people who could give the Federation a headache, and this person was among them. How could Bai Luoluo know such a dangerous person? Bai Luoluo nodded. He saved me once before. Saying this, Bai Luoluo stepped around Qi and took Qin hand to check. Is your hand okay? Qin didn't pull away, allowing Bai Luoluo to check his hand. He raised an eyebrow at Qian, the provocation clear in his eyes. He saved you? Qian expressed skepticism, thinking it hard to believe that the notorious Night Owl boss would be so kind as to save a female. He absolutely wouldn't believe it if there were no other motives involved. Yes, Bai Luoluo replied firmly. If it weren't for him that day, I would have been the one injured. Injured? Bai Luoluo told Qi and everything that had happened that day, and then said to Qin, since we ran into each other today, why don't you come over to my place for dinner? I can cook. My cooking skills are decent. Okay. Qin agreed with a smile. Well, although Qin was reluctant to have a meal with Qin, he certainly couldn't allow Qin to be alone with Bai Luoluo. After they shopped at the supermarket, they returned to Bai Luoluo's home. Qin was quite considerate. After putting down the things, he helped sort them out. To make it easier, he even unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt and rolled up his sleeves. I'll help you put the rest in the fridge. Okay. Bai Luoluo looked over and found that Qin had already organized everything neatly in the fridge. However, he didn't seem like someone who would do such things. Qin stood aside, wanting to help, but he couldn't do anything other than fight. Cooking was out of the question. Do you need my help? Qin approached the kitchen, looking at Bai Luoluo, who was washing vegetables. No, it's fine. Go sit on the couch for a bit. I'll be quick. Watching Bai Luoluo busy in the kitchen, Qin warily looked at Qin, asking in a voice only they could hear, how do you know Luoluo? Qin was cautious, feeling that this person had ulterior motives. Luoluo, you really call the Marshal so familiarly? Qin sneered. Didn't she say we met in that supermarket today, and then I saved her? Chapter 15, The New Neighbors. Do you think I would believe that? Qin gritted his teeth and said, no matter what your purpose is, I hope you stay away from Luoluo. She's very innocent, and you are not from the same world. Qin met Qian's gaze without hesitation. What about you? The dignified Marshal of the Federation. What do you want to do by getting close to her? Qian was speechless. He indeed had ulterior motives. The medical report from the clinic arrived at his place today, and when he saw that Bai Luoluo's mental strength and fertility were both a rare SSS level, he was extremely excited. That's why he hurried over, but when he stood at the door, he suddenly didn't want to tell Bai Luoluo about it. After all, an SSS-level female can have many choices. As long as she is willing, countless males in the galaxy, including royalty, would pay attention to her. Although his status was also high, Qian didn't have much confidence. So, at the moment Bai Luoluo opened the door, he chose to keep the report to himself. This is none of your business. No matter what, at least I won't harm her. Qin chuckled. I heard that our Marshal's last test showed a rage value of 75. Qian's expression changed. What do you mean? If I were you, I would spend more time on Princess Tinglan. At least that way, You can get some comfort before your rage value erupts. According to the rules, a male like Chi and with SSS level combat power could only be soothed by a female of SS level or above. There were only a dozen registered SS level females in the Federation, and only Princess Tinglan of the royal family was unmarried. After all, as a Marshal, Qian couldn't just go be a side character in someone else's family, so Princess Tinglan was his best option at the moment. You don't need to worry about that. Qian's face darkened. He didn't want to spend his life with a domineering female like Tinglan. Have you waited long? Bai Luoluo came out with a plate of dishes, a thin layer of sweat covering her forehead and nose. I'll do it. Qin Shi quickly stepped forward, took the dishes from Bai Luoluo's hands, gently placed them on the table, and then brought out the remaining dishes from the kitchen. Thank you, Bai Luoluo, she said, taking a tissue to wipe her sweat. Originally very fair-skinned, Bai Luoluo's face was slightly flushed due to the heat, making her look incredibly tempting. I didn't know what you guys like to eat, so I just cooked randomly. You should try it. Bai Luoluo used serving chopsticks to put food into their bowls before sitting down. It's delicious. Qin Shi tried a bite without reservation. It was indeed better than he expected. Qian, can you not eat spicy food? Bai Luoluo looked at Qian's gradually reddening face, then glanced at the spicy fried meat in his bowl, hurriedly pouring him a glass of water. Qian drank the water in one go, finally feeling a bit better. This was his first time eating ordinary food. He thought the red dish looked delicious and decided to try it, not expecting it to be spicy. Then you should eat these two dishes. There's no chili in them. Bai Luoluo quickly swapped the slightly milder dishes in front of Qian, feeling really sorry for adding too much chili by accident. It's okay. Qian smiled slightly. His originally pale pink lips had turned bright red from the spice. Even his eyes had a hint of red, making him look pitiful. After dinner, Qian received an urgent notice and prepared to leave. Seeing Qin Shi still sitting on the sofa, unwilling to leave, he went over and pulled him up. Luoluo, it's getting late. You should rest early. We'll leave first. After saying that, regardless of whether Qin Shi agreed or not, he dragged him out. Watching the door close, Bai Luoluo was a bit stunned. She previously thought that Qian and Qin Shi didn't seem to get along, but now it appeared that their relationship was quite good. After taking a shower, Bai Luoluo found it hard to sleep, so she opened the fan group. Flower falling, don't leave, preparing to live stream cooking for everyone at 10 tomorrow morning. Luoluo's cat. The host hasn't slept yet? You're prejudiced. Don't tell me you're too scared to sleep. Flower falling, don't leave. Luoluo's cat. Our Luoluo isn't that timid. Stir-fried green beans. Don't be afraid, girl. Flower falling, don't leave. I'm fine, just got delayed by something. Getting ready to sleep now. Stir-fried green beans. Rest well, don't worry too much. After shutting off the group chat, Bai Luoluo finally hugged her pillow and fell asleep. In her dream, Bai Luoluo heard a knocking sound. The moment she opened the door, a burly man barged in. Stupid female, let you bully 17, go die. Then Bai Luoluo saw the other party stab a dagger into her abdomen, and then she was jolted awake by the scare. After a while, Bai Luoluo regained her senses, realizing she was sitting safely on her bed, and let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to get up to wash up, she heard a crashing sound outside. Peeking through the peephole, she discovered that new neighbors had moved in next door. She intended to go help, but found she was still in her pajamas, so she decided to change her clothes first. Just as she finished changing, she heard someone knock on the door. Remembering her dream from last night, her heart raced. Hello, is anyone there? A young man's voice. Bai Luoluo gathered her courage and peeked through the peephole, then quickly opened the door. The man was dressed in a white tracksuit, his dark short hair styled neatly. He looked quite young, with a hint of baby fat on his face. But he was undeniably handsome. Throw him into university, and he would definitely be a campus heartthrob. Hello, I'm a new neighbor who moved in next door today. It might be a bit noisy today. Sorry about that, he said, handing Bai Luoluo a small paper bag. This is a little gift from my family for future neighbors. I hope you won't mind. His fingers were long and looked like something out of a comic book. Actually, you don't have to be so polite. Bai Luoluo waved her hand. It's just some snacks, the boy smiled, pushing the paper bag into Bai Luoluo's hands. Well, thank you, Bai Luoluo said, feeling a bit shy. I won't disturb you any longer. the boy said, moving the last cardboard box in from the hallway and closed the door. Bai Luoluo smiled and opened the paper bag, immediately smelling a sweet fragrance. Although she didn't know what brand of snacks they were, they looked delicious. Next door, Feng Yi leaned against the door after closing it, raising his hand to cover his racing heart. He hadn't expected that seeing her up close would be even more beautiful than in the live stream. And her voice was so gentle. He almost couldn't help but reveal his beast ears just now. Thinking that he would be able to see her often in the future, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Chapter 16 PK Leaderboard 5. While humming a tune and tidying up, Feng originally planned to find someone to help him clean. But thinking that Luoluo lived next door, he didn't want her to think of him as a rich young master who couldn't do anything. So, he decided to do it himself. Just as he was getting into it, his light brain dinged with a notification. He immediately dropped the cardboard box he was holding, leaped onto the sofa, and opened his light brain. As soon as he opened the live streaming software, the system notified him that Hua Luo Mo Xiang had left the live stream. Luoluo's cat entered the live stream. One life. One loneliness entered the live stream. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce entered the live stream. Tomato scrambled eggs entered the live stream. Rogue rabbit entered the live stream. Too fickle entered the live stream. Hello, babies. Good morning. The screen showed an empty sofa. Luoluo's cat. Where's the host? One life. One loneliness. She must be preparing some surprise again. I'm here. Bai Luoluo suddenly appeared on camera, holding a large dark red bow. After putting on a bow hairpin, she looked different from usual, wearing a camisole dress that matched the hairpin. Her long black hair was styled into a princess bun, with strands cascading down to her chest. Sorry, I just remembered I forgot the hairpin after starting the stream. Bai Luoluo waved at the camera, welcoming the new viewers in the live stream. If you like the host, please give a follow, and with a light stick, you could join a fan group. Luoluo's cat. The host is so beautiful. One life, one loneliness. This color suits you perfectly. Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. The host looks good in anything. Don't mess with me. Is the host not cooking today? Bai Luoluo was a bit speechless. This don't mess with me had asked her twice if she was going to cook. Did he really want to eat her cooking that much? Thinking about it, she did wake up late this morning and ordered kanji through a delivery app, but it was nearly inedible. No wonder people in the Star Universe would rather drink nutrient solutions than eat food. Aside from don't mess with me, would the others want to see her cook too? Bai Luoluo thought that if there were enough requests, she could consider doing a few more cooking live streams. Luoluo's cat. I love watching the host do anything. One life, one loneliness. We like you as a person. We enjoy whatever you do. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. We love watching you even if you just sit still. Stir-fry green beans. I like whatever the girl does. Don't mess with me. Haha, you guys are so funny. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. How about this? I will do a cooking live stream every 2 days, and the rest of the time can be whatever you want. What do you think? Luoluo's cat. The host can do whatever. One life, one loneliness. Sounds good. Don't mess with me. Gifted by Luoluo, a skyscraper. 9,999 diamonds. Looking at the sudden gift effect, Bai Luoluo was both amused and bewildered. Did this don't mess with me really like watching her cook so much? She hadn't even done anything yet and had already received such a big gift. Actually, I have a surprise prepared for everyone today. Just as she was chatting, a PK connection popped up. Bai Luoluo initially wanted to refuse, but somehow she accidentally clicked to accept. The screen split in two. On the other side was a stunning female streamer wearing an elaborate ancient costume. Her makeup clearly done by a professional. The most eye-catching feature was a half-fox mask pinned to the side of her hair. Isn't that the top of the beauty leaderboard? The flower of the other shore? Truly deserving of the top spot. This makeup clearly took a lot of effort. Hello, Luoluo. The flower of the other shore waved her hand. Greeting, Luoluo. I didn't expect to connect with you for my last round. It feels quite fateful. Hello, sister flower of the other shore. Bai Luoluo smiled slightly. Upon hearing the other party call her sister, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the flower of the other shore. Usually, when meeting seniors, some titles are used, but most streamers prefer to use senior. It's rare to encounter someone so sweet-tongued, calling her sister right off the bat. To be honest, yesterday, 17 came to me and mentioned your situation. Is that so? Unfortunately, Bai Luoluo didn't react much, as if what the flower of the other shore said had nothing to do with her. Aren't you angry? The flower of the other shore asked, a bit surprised. It wouldn't do any good to be angry. Bai Luoluo shrugged helplessly. Besides, some things are just beyond my control. You have that awareness. That's great. The flower of the other shore looked at her with deep admiration. Anyone watching the live stream knows that streamers are like iron and the big shots are like flowing water. If one is fortunate enough to have a big shot guarding them from start to finish, that's lucky. But most big shots are temporary whims and may jump ship at any time. It's just unfortunate that many people don't understand this and mistakenly treat big shots as their private property. Just like 17, clearly, that big shot usually randomly enters live streams to give gifts and doesn't follow anyone. Yet 17 thinks she is special. Even after realizing that the big shot went to Luoluo's side, she tried to pull in other streamers for revenge. Although most people agreed out of courtesy, how many would offend a rising newcomer for 17? Moreover, the flower of the other shore had insider information that the guild intended to recruit Luoluo. If she offended anyone at this moment, the guild would likely have opinions. What should we play today? The flower of the other shore absent-mindedly played with her braid hanging down to her chest, her eyes gleaming with mischief. I'll follow your lead. Luoluo didn't have many ideas, so it was better to just listen to the other party. Let us do the leaderboard 5. After it ends, whoever has the highest contribution value wins. The other side is not good. It's known that Luoluo has few big shots. I just calculated. The host has exactly 4. 1 life, 1 loneliness. Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. Luoluo's got. Your prejudice. Am I included? Of course you are. Stir-fried green beans. The flower of the other shore is doing this on purpose. I thought the person on the other side was quite nice earlier. Streamers need a few good-hearted people. To the one above. Luoluo is also a streamer. Of course our Luoluo is an exception. Alright. Bai Luoluo looked at the constantly popping comments and couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't care much about winning or losing, so it didn't matter what they piked about. As long as everyone was having fun, that was enough. Just so you know, if you lose, you have to draw a turtle on your face. The flower of the other shore smiled at the camera. To be honest, the first time she saw Luoluo, she couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Not only was Luoluo younger than her, but she also had a pure and clean aura, which explained why the big shots in 17's livestream were attracted to her. If she were a male, she would definitely choose Luoluo over 17. Alright. Luoluo nodded in agreement without thinking too much. Chapter 17. The soul-stealing knife, K began, and the voice connection was turned off. Everyone should not feel pressured. The most important thing is to have fun, Bai Luoluo advised as always. Seeing the streamer's carefree demeanor really makes me anxious for her. Can the streamer have a bit of competitiveness? 1 life, 1 solitude. Show some ambition. 1 life, 1 solitude. I'm in first place. 1 life, 1 solitude. Gifts by Luoluo, a private jet 10, 3,000 diamonds. Don't hit. I'm just soy sauce. I'm in second place. 1 life, 1 solitude. Gifts by Luoluo, angel wings 5, 4,999 diamonds. Don't hit. I'm just soy sauce. Gift by Luoluo, angel wings 5, 4,999 diamonds. Luoluo, S-Cat. I'm third. Luoluo S-Cat. Gift by Luoluo, angel wings 5, 4,999 diamonds. Your prejudice. Gifts by Luoluo, a dream castle, 19999 diamonds. Your prejudice. So stingy. Big Boss is powerful. Big Boss is awesome. Big Boss. Thank you to 1 life, 1 solitude, soy sauce, cat, and the prejudice. Big Boss for the gifts by Luoluo said, looking at the constantly jumping gift effects, thinking about the surprise she had prepared for everyone. I don't have much I can do, so I'll perform something for everyone. Don't hit. I'm just soy sauce. It's not going to be a radio calisthenics routine, right? A sudden wave of lost memories hit, and Bai Luoluo's face instantly turned red. Luoluo's cat. What is the radio calisthenics meme? I know this. When a streamer first started broadcasting, Soy Sauce asked her what she could do, and she said she could do radio calisthenics. Luoluo's cat. Luoluo's cat. Gift by Luoluo, a kiss 5, 10 diamond. Soy sauce. If you keep bringing up my old stories, I'm going to get angry. Saying this, Bai Luoluo puffed out her cheeks, pretending to be very angry. But what Bai Luoluo didn't know was that this expression in the eyes of those males, was simply too cute. One Life, One Solitude Gifts Bai Luoluo, a pinch on the cheek, 10.99 diamonds with her puffy cheeks, pinched by the special effect. It was just too adorable. ISNT, they're a big boss in 5th place. The other side South 5th place has broken 100,000. Everyone, let us not get caught up in this. Bai Luoluo said, opening her playlist and finding the music she had saved last night. As the music started, Bai Luoluo cleared her throat and softly shouted, One Solitude baby. You're the best, sending me supercars every day. Soy sauce baby, you're the coolest, making the streamer dizzy. Cat baby, you're the cutest, being spoiled and mischievous. You are the worst. Prejudice big boss, the most extravagant, making the other side shout losing. Doubt a baby, the most beautiful, sending little flowers every day. Tomato baby, One Life, One Solitude Gifts Bai Luoluo, a sports car, 1,000 diamonds don't hit. I'm just soy sauce gifts Bai Luoluo, a private jet, 3,000 diamonds. Luoluo, S-Cat gifts Bai Luoluo, Angel Wings 3, for 1,999 diamonds. Your Prejudice gift Bai Luoluo, a dream castle to 19,999 diamonds. Stir-fried green beans gifts Bai Luoluo, Angel Wings, 49.99 diamonds. Don't hit me. What about me? Seeing the barrage, Bai Luoluo was stunned. She and T-Scene Don't Hit Me speak for a long time and thought he was T there. So she skipped his line. Don't hit me, baby. You're the most greedy, thinking about food all day. Don't hit me. It's better not to mention it. Don't Hit Me gifts Bai Luoluo, a dream castle 21,999 diamonds in an instant. Don't Hit Me shot to 1st place. One Life, One Solitude. Don't hit. I'm just soy sauce. Well deserved. It's like I can see the big boss with a dark face after singing. Bai Luoluo picked up a cup of water beside her and took a sip. Don't hit me, baby. Don't you like it? Don't hit me. Feeling the big boss's helplessness. It's like I can see the big boss rolling his eyes. The streamer knows how to irritate people. One Life, One Solitude Gifts Bai Luoluo, a dream castle 1020. 19999 diamonds, seeing One Life, One Solitude's number of dream castles still increasing. The others also stopped talking and crazily sent gifts. Don't hit, I'm just soy sauce gift Bai Luoluo, a dream castle 1020. 19,999 diamonds. Luoluo, S-Cat gifts Bai Luoluo, a dream castle 1020. 19999 diamonds, your Prejudice gifts. For a moment, in the live broadcast room, nothing could be seen except for the effects of the dream castles. Bai Luoluo was also stunned. This was the craziest gift-giving she had ever seen since she started streaming. Everyone, please consume rationally. I really don't care about winning or losing. Bai Luoluo was almost scared to death. The top 5 on the leaderboard had each sent tens of thousands. Maybe they really were rich. But they shouldn't treat money so lightly. Look how scared the streamer is. First time seeing the streamer advise against gifting. The streamer is just too cute. One Life, One Solitude Gifts Bai Luoluo, a dream castle 50. 19999 diamonds. One Life, One Solitude. A 1T let you lose. Bai Luoluo was stunned. Just One Life, One Solitude had already donated over $1 million. She nervously swallowed, her voice trembling as she said, Really? That's enough? Don't send any more. The other side South 5th place has already fallen far behind us. Sure enough, our big brother in the live broadcast room truly loves Luoluo, S-Cat. I didn't expect I'd be in 5th place. Don't hit me. Who told you your reaction speed is too slow? Luoluo, S-Cat. Not everyone has the hand speed of single dog like you. Don't hit me. Want to die. One Life, One Solitude. It's not over yet. Luoluo, S-Cat. Understood. Luoluo, S-Cat gift Bai Luoluo, a dream castle. 19,999 diamonds as the last time ran out. Bai Luoluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you to One Life, One Solitude, Soy Sauce, Prejudice Cat, Don't Hit Me, Gentle Breeze, Tomato. Just as she finished her words of thanks, the voice of Bai Flower came through. I lost. 256 943 5ES 151. 5642, Bai Flower couldn't believe her eyes. If it weren't for the data in front of her, she really wouldn't believe she had lost to a newcomer. So what is the punishment? Bai Flower was surprisingly straightforward and quickly put on a smile again. After all, how could she be the number 1 in looks without good psychological quality? Then you can dance for everyone, sister. To be honest, Not only do men like to watch beautiful women, but Bai Luoluo also likes it. So when she saw how good-looking Bai Flower was and how nice her outfit was, the thought of wanting to see her dance popped into her mind. Just that? Bai Flower couldn't believe it. After all, anyone else who won against her would try to play pranks. At least it wouldn't just be something as simple as dancing. Luoluo is just too gentle. This isn't a punishment at all. Today is a visual treat. Thanks to the streamer really doesn't treat us as outsiders. Bai Luoluo nodded. I love watching pretty sisters dance the most. Seeing Bai Luoluo's starry eyes, Bai Flower confirmed she wasn't joking. Dancing was a piece of cake for her, the all-rounder streamer. Once Bai Flower was ready, she began to dance gracefully. It must be said that her figure was really superb. Even Bai Luoluo couldn't help but feel envious. This is not a waist. It's clearly a soul-snatching knife. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but exclaim softly, and then she went to the Bai Flower live stream room to send her an angel's wing. Chapter 18, Eating on Time. Oh no, the host is staring blankly. Soul-stealing knife, huh? I have to say the description is very fitting. Glancing at the bullet comments, Bai Luoluo suddenly realized that she had seemingly spoken out loud just now, and instantly felt a bit embarrassed, covering her little face. There's nothing one can do. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Seeing Bai Luoluo's expression as if it were the most natural thing in the world, along with her amusing little face. Everyone burst into laughter. Forever alone. Indeed like Luoluo's cat. Luoluo is the most beautiful. Feels like the big brothers are seizing the opportunity to confess. I think so too. Just as Bai Luoluo was about to say something, the voice of Bai Hua came through the live broadcast. Thank you, Sister Luoluo. For the angel wings. Love you, Bai Hua said, making a big heart gesture towards the camera. Bai Luoluo smiled and returned a heart to her. After the live connection was disconnected, Bai Luoluo's attention returned to the bullet comments. Seeing the screen full of mentions of Cat, she felt a bit puzzled. So she scrolled back to understand the context. What's going on? Inexplicably ship it. Turns out I'm not the only one who feels this way. Luoluo's cat. Shipping anything will only harm you. Oh no. Cat brother is jealous. Oh no. Cat brother is jealous. Oh no. Cat brother is jealous. Forever alone. Oh no. Cat brother is jealous. Don't hit. I'm just a bystander. Oh no. Cat brother is jealous. You're prejudice. Oh no. Cat brother is jealous. Don't mess with me. Oh no. The little cat is getting jealous. Why does it feel like AI's love for Cat is true love, while others are all cat brothers? Only he is the little cat? Bai Luoluo held back her laughter and felt a sense of pampering. What is going on? Oh, his gut. Don't mess with me. Shipping anything will only harm you, Luoluo's cat. The host wouldn't like females, would she? Looking at the host's lewd expression just now, it might really be the case. For some reason, a few discordant voices suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Before Bai Luoluo could react, the diligent moderator kicked them out of the live room. Luoluo's cat. It should be some fan of someone. Deliberately coming out to smear you. Forever alone. Don't mind those. Bai Luoluo smiled. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Those people's tricks are too clumsy. It's obvious what is going on. I'm not that stupid. Ridiculous. She Bai Luoluo isn't that foolish. Don't mess with me. You're really smart. Haha. AI is good at complimenting people. Forever alone. Is the host still doing PK? Every time, it's a PK. Today I'll take the initiative to connect once. Saying this, Bai Luoluo opened random matching, and soon a handsome man appeared on the screen, wearing a comfortable sports outfit. His hair unkempt, naturally falling on his forehead. Judging by his background, he seemed to be outdoors and was named Wenjio. Clicking on the other party's profile, she found that he was certified as an adventure streamer, with a fan count of 100,000, and his homepage was filled with exciting outdoor adventure videos. Hello. Seeing that the other party seemed stunned, Bai Luoluo took the initiative to greet him. Is he stunned by the hostess' beauty? Honestly, I was also like this when I first saw the host's stunning face. What to do if the favorite host is too dazzling? Waiting online. Quite anxious, what can you do? Just pamper them, you. Hello. When Gio seemed not to expect to connect with such a beautiful and gentle-speaking female. He had also connected with many females before, but most were arrogant, unlike the one in front of him who spoke so gently. Is the other side blushing? Definitely has a crush on the host. To him. Are you out exploring? Bai Luoluo pretended not to see the bullet comments and curiously asked the opposite side. Yes. Wenju nodded, then turned the camera around to show his surroundings. It was clear that he was in an abandoned factory since there were many discarded large iron barrels piled in the corner. She had heard before that many people had gone missing after entering here, so today he brought his fans to explore. Could it be a supernatural event? Bai Luoluo's curiosity was piqued, and she even forgot her initial purpose. Am I the only one who saw the host's eyes light up? Didn't he expect the host to be so bold? Curiosity killed the cat. Forever alone. The host probably forgot she came for the pitiful's cat. I think she forgot to dry-fry green beans. You bad people. Why do you have to say it out loud? Bai Luoluo scratched her head shyly. She wouldn't admit it. How could that be? Of course. I remember. Remember. What? When Joe couldn't see what was happening in Luoluo's live broadcast room and thought he missed something. It's nothing. Bai Luoluo waved her hand. Let us just do the simplest overall ranking, okay? Sure. I have no objections. When Jiu replied, but his footsteps kept walking deeper into the old factory. Should we explain the rules first? Although Bai Luoluo looked like she had the initiative, she actually passed the decision-making power to him. I'm fine with anything. When Jiu said, glancing at the camera, host, you're so beautiful. You would make things difficult for a small streamer like me, right? In fact, Bai Luoluo wanted to explain that she was also a small streamer. But looking at her fan count, she could only silently close her mouth. Thanks to Shichi, her fans had increased by several tens of thousands in the past 2 days, surpassing 500,000. Although many of them were just there to see if Bai Luoluo would be retaliated against. Then let us start. The PK officially began, and the voice connection was turned off. In the last round, everyone sent too many gifts, so this time let us just do it casually. As soon as Bai Luoluo finished speaking, gifts started jumping out continuously. Luoluo's cat, gifted flower falling. No separation, 10 diamonds, forever alone, gifted flower falling, no separation. Moi 20, 10 diamonds, your prejudice, gifted flower falling, no separation, hot air balloon, 520 diamonds, don't mess with me, gifted flower falling, no separation. Skyscraper, 99.99 diamonds, don't mess with me. I have to go for something. Thank you, Mo AI baby, for the gift. Mo AI baby. Bai Luoluo looked at the time and found it was almost noon, so she gently reminded, babies, it's lunchtime, don't forget to eat on time. Dry-fried green beans, gifted flower falling, no separation. Eat on time, 10, 66 diamonds, dry-fried green beans. Eating now. It seems our dry-fried green beans baby is very obedient and eating on time. Dry-fried green beans. The nutrient solution is too hard to drink. I want to eat the food made by the female goose. 555. Bai Luoluo clicked on dry-fried green beans profile and found she was not in the central star. So she apologetically said, sorry, dry-fried green beans baby. You're not in the central star, otherwise I could specially cook a meal for you to be delivered. Dry-fried green beans. Striving to immigrate as soon as possible. Chapter 19 Special Punishment. Suddenly having a goal to strive for. Anchor, I have no money to reward gifts, but I also want to eat the food you make. I also want to eat. We really can't be blamed for being greedy. The nutrient solution is indeed hard to drink. It's said that every time we drink it, we do so with gritted teeth. If it weren't for the fact that not drinking would lead to starvation, we definitely wouldn't want to drink it. It turns out that everyone really doesn't like the taste of the nutrient solution, and Bai Luoluo couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the orcs in the Star Realm. Don't you guys have any good restaurants nearby? If you can't cook, you can go out to eat. Bai Luoluo opened the takeaway app to take a look. There were quite a few restaurants serving regular food on the Central Star. Although the porridge she ordered was indeed terrible, could it be that the others weren't tasty either? A lifetime of loneliness. They're all not tasty. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Indeed not tasty. There are some, but they are too expensive. Yes. The nutrient solution is still convenient and cost-effective. Most people should mainly rely on the nutrient solution. Your prejudice. Actually, it seems okay. Your prejudice. But I really want to eat what the anchor makes. Then you can try cooking at home following my steps. Maybe you'll replicate it. Bai Luoluo had no choice. With so many fans in the live stream, she couldn't promise to deliver food to everyone. Just as she was saying this, Bai Luoluo's gaze was attracted by the live broadcast screen across from her. Although she couldn't hear the sound, Just the visuals made her feel how tense it was over there. In the screen, Won-jyo was cautiously climbing up the dilapidated stairs. Although she couldn't hear the sounds, she could sense the terrifying atmosphere. The most important thing was that when Jiu seemed to have suddenly heard something and made a gesture to the camera before continuing to tiptoe upstairs. The anchor seems to be attracted by Won-jyo. The anchor probably forgot about the PK, a lifetime of loneliness. It looks like she indeed forgot. Did no one notice that the opponent's health bar has exceeded the anchor's by a lot? A lifetime of loneliness rewards Bai Luoluo, Mo, Shanli Private Plane 10, 3,000 diamonds. Luoluo's cat rewards Bai Luoluo, Mo, Shanli Angel Wings 3, 4,999 diamonds. Your prejudice rewards Bai Luoluo, Mo, Shanli Warship, 66 diamonds sure enough. The continuous appearance of gift effects and sounds brought Bai Luoluo's attention back. She smiled a bit shyly, thanking the gifts from Jugu and the cat, and the prejudiced baby. Ahem, how about I sing a song for everyone? To prevent her attention from being attracted by the other side again, Bai Luoluo decided to prepare something for herself to do early on. Previously, she was too busy to sing, but last night while lying in bed scrolling through her brain, she found quite a few songs she used to like in her music app. Looking forward to it, dry-fried green beans. The girl-esque singing must be very nice. Don't hit me. Soy sauce rewards Bai Luoluo, Mo, Shanli Golden Throat 666 diamonds. The anchor hasn't sung yet. And Soy Sauce Brother has already started sending throat candies. Soy Sauce has a parental vibe. The upstairs comment is very right. Soy Sauce always thinks of the anchor, a parent. Just as Bai Luoluo selected a song, she saw the barrage and couldn't help but be puzzled. What does that mean? A lifetime of loneliness. It means he is suitable to be your elder. Don't hit me, I'm Soy Sauce. What the hell, actually? I feel that Soy Sauce Baby gives me a very reassuring feeling every time. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment and said very firmly, a lifetime of loneliness, don't hit me. I'm Soy Sauce. Still treating you as an elder. Ha ha ha. Soy Sauce Baby, I treat you as a treasure. You treat me as an elder. I didn't mean that. It's just. Bai Luoluo was a bit unsure how to explain it, so she decided to just sing for you. Saying that, she clicked the music button. As the music played, Bai Luoluo gently swayed her head to the rhythm. If you suddenly sneezed, that must be because I was thinking of you. If you were awakened by your phone in the middle of the night, that's because I care. I often think, are the words you say meant to have another meaning? Clearly wanting to believe, but can't help but doubt. In your heart, am I the only one? Love is me always bothering you. The anchor sings so beautifully. She can completely rival professional singers. Am I the only one who notices this song is called Love You? So baby, say sweet nothings a little more. If you miss me, just take a look more, show a little more, let me really see. Dry-fried green beans rewards Bai Luoluo, Mo, Shanli Golden Throat, 666 diamonds. Luoluo's cat rewards Bai Luoluo, Mo, Shanli Golden Throat 10, 666 diamonds. Your prejudice rewards Bai Luoluo, Mo, Shanli Golden Throat 10, 20, 30, 666 diamonds halfway through the song. The PK ended. Won-jyo was about to speak, but then he heard the singing from the other side, and for a moment, he was so entranced that he forgot to speak. It wasn't until Bai Luoluo finished the entire song that he realized the voice connection had somehow been established, and thinking that Won-jyo had also been listening to her sing, she suddenly felt a bit shy. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention just now. Bai Luoluo stuck out her tongue a bit embarrassedly. Luoluo, your singing is really nice. Won-jyo praised with a slight blush on his face. Can I call you Luoluo? Bai Luoluo nodded. Of course. Glancing at the PK results, Bai Luoluo found that she actually lost and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. The anchor actually lost. What happened? I remember that in the end. No one sent gifts. I guess everyone was too busy listening to the song. A lifetime of loneliness. The truth revealed upstairs, Luoluo's cat. I'm sorry. Luoluo, dry-fried green beans. I was too busy recording. Haha, it's okay. Bai Luoluo shook her head nonchalantly. Won-jyo, I lost. How do you want to punish me? Won-jyo paused, and the fans in the live stream said they wanted you to do a first-person wake-up service. After speaking, his face visibly turned red. In fact, there were many punishments proposed in the live stream, but he only glanced at them and decided on this one. Preparing to record, Definitely a big benefit, so looking forward to it. Wake up service? Bai Luoluo didn't know what this meant, so she searched for it and instantly felt a bit flustered. But a loss is a loss. She, Bai Luoluo, can afford to lose. All right, Bai Luoluo nodded, then took her light brain and headed toward the bedroom. Dry-fried green beans. Fans of the husband are so happy, a lifetime of loneliness. Luckily I lost. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Lost well, lost wonderfully, lost perfectly, Luoluo's cat. So nervous, you're prejudice. It's not like they're asking you to get up. Why are you nervous? Luoluo's cat. I don't care, just call me. In the screen, Bai Luoluo arrived at the bedroom, lifted the quilt and lay down. As the quilt covered her, the screen instantly went dark. So, looking forward to it, suddenly feeling so nervous. What's going on? Chapter 20. The guild comes to recruit baby. Good morning. The covers were thrown back, and Bai Luoluo lay on her side, her smiling face directly facing the camera. The sun is shining on your butt. Hurry up and get out of bed. Come on, get up. As she spoke, Bai Luoluo shook her hand, holding the light brain slightly, making it look like she was being cuddled and acting cute. If you don't get up soon, I'm going to starve to death. Didn't we agree to go out and play today? Please get up, okay? Bai Luoluo's voice was already soft and sweet, and with her intentional slight lisp. The entire live broadcast room, as well as Wenjio's live room, erupted. Is such a soft and sweet female really real? Sorry, Wenjio. I'm going to switch sides. Bye-bye to Wenjio. Thinking of my soft wife, I'm coming. Seeing the fans' comments in the bullet screen, Wenjio was both amused and helpless. However, Wenjio silently entered Bai Luoluo's live room and rewarded her with a supercar. I've given the medical fees. Let's follow each other, Wenjio said. Okay. Bai Luoluo immediately followed back. After confirming the follow, they bid farewell and ended the connection. Zhu Jio enters the live room. Tian Jio enters the live room. Explorer enters the live room. Welcome to the new babies in the live room. If you like the streamer, be sure to give her a follow. Bai Luoluo greeted her fans enthusiastically as she walked towards the living room. Luoluo's cat. My wife is so gentle. Many newcomers are attracted by the streamer. Gone bien si jido. I've recorded the video. Remember to share it in the group later. I'm no longer afraid of not being able to get up. Tian Jio. How to enter the group. You can apply to enter the fan group as long as you have a light board. Bai Luoluo explained kindly. Tian Jio gifted a flower falls. No separation light board, 6 diamonds. Zhu Jio gifted a flower falls. No separation light board, 6 diamonds in an instant. Almost all of those who came from Wenjio's live room had acquired light boards. Yishang Zhugu. Are we going to PK later? No PK. I'm a bit hungry. I'm going to fry a steak for lunch. If you all like to eat meat, you can learn how to do it. It's really very simple. Bai Luoluo said as she picked up her light brain and walked towards the kitchen. After setting up the stand and securing the light brain, Bai Luoluo rolled up her sleeves and washed her hands, then took out the pre-marinated steak from the refrigerator. Is that all you're eating? Yishang Zhugu. Can this fill you up? Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce giving flower falls. No separation, a pinch on the face. 99 diamonds. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Buy more delicious food. Gone bien si jido. Oh dear. Everyone is feeling sorry for me. When eating steak, it's generally paired with some vegetables and pasta. This is just part of it. You'll know once I finish cooking. Bai Luoluo said, taking out a piece of broccoli and a few cherry tomatoes from the fridge, which she had specifically bought to go with the steak. After washing the broccoli and blanching it, she placed it on a plate for later, and the cherry tomatoes were cut in half. Once everything was ready, she started frying the steak. Am I the only one who thinks the streamer looks so good while cutting vegetables? The streamer is beautiful no matter what. Luoluo's cat. It looks easy. I'll try it tonight. Yes, it's not difficult, and you can change the sides to what you like. Bai Luoluo had been paying attention to the activity in the live room, and upon seeing Luoluo's cat's comment, she immediately replied, You guys have bigger appetites. So you can cook some pasta to go with it. That way you won't feel unsatisfied. It's best to buy some butter for frying the steak. This way, it will taste better, and you shouldn't fry the steak too long, or it will be tough. Bai Luoluo explained as she worked. Thankfully, Western cuisine is quite simple to prepare, and soon a fragrant steak was ready. Finally, she poured black pepper sauce over it, and it was completely done. Bai Luoluo said, presenting the plated steak to the camera. Everyone, help me see how it looks. Wow, it looks so delicious. Gone bien si jido. The plating looks great. Isheng Zhugu rewarded flower falls. No separation with a thumbs up 10. 10 diamonds. Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. It looks pretty good. Luoluo's cat. I think I learned it. Thank you for the gift. Zhugu baby, love you. Bai Luoluo smiled. Then I'm looking forward to your homework tonight. Cat. Luoluo's cat. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Just as Bai Luoluo was about to start eating, a familiar person entered the live room. Bien and Hua enters the live room. Bien and Hua followed the streamer. Bien and Hua rewarded flower falls. No separation with a kiss. 10 diamonds, sister Bien and Hua. Bai Luoluo tentatively spoke. Bien and Hua. Yes, it's me. Why did you suddenly come? Before she could see Bien and Hua's reply, Junli also entered, along with Wenjiu, who had just disconnected. What's going on here? Bien and Hua. I'll get straight to the point. Bien and Hua. Luoluo. You haven't joined a guild yet, right? Bai Luoluo suddenly remembered that she had indeed received invitations from several guilds before. She had planned to discuss it with everyone the next day, but she completely forgot. A few guilds had contacted me before, but Bai Luoluo smiled sheepishly. I forgot to reply. Isheng Zhugu. Luoluo's cat. I was wondering why no one came to recruit Luoluo until now. Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. This is so typical of Luoluo. Gone bien CG do. The girl is too cute. Such an important thing, and the streamer actually forgot. Ha ha. This is so typical of Luoluo. Ha ha. Seeing the endless comments, Bai Luoluo felt a bit embarrassed and turned red. It's really not her fault. It was her first time dealing with live streaming, and since they had only contacted her once, she completely forgot. Junli, I'm here to talk to you about joining a guild too. How about we connect directly in chat? I'm afraid I'll miss your messages otherwise. Thinking that she would join the organization sooner or later, she figured it would be better to decide in the live room, so the fans could help give their opinions. Soon, a multi-person connection request came in. After Bai Luoluo agreed, the screen was split into 4. Besides Bien and Hua and Junli, there was also a newcomer named Xianqing, who had a surprising 800,000 followers. Luoluo's cat. Xianqing and Shiqi are from the same guild. Isheng Zhugu. Let's hear what conditions they offer. Luoluo, come to our guild. Junli smiled at the camera. Our guild is called Green Bamboo, and we can offer you a 5,010 point. 5,010? Bai Luoluo didn't quite understand these things and sent a bullet screen while speaking. Flower falls, no separation, everyone, help me refer. Our guild is called Wild, and we can offer you 5,011 points. Perhaps fearing that Bai Luoluo would agree to Junli, since they had dealt with each other before, Xianqing spoke eagerly. Chapter 21. Selected Guild. I wonder what this 5,010-11 means. Luoluo's cat. Generally speaking, the rewards received by streamers are split 50-50 with the platform, which means that the gifts we send to the streamer only earn them 50 points. However, there is collaboration between the guild and the platform. So out of the platform's 50-point cut, the guild separately receives about 10 to 20 points. If I can get an extra 10 points, then joining a guild is indeed quite good. Luoluo's cat. Only big streamers have this kind of treatment. Ordinary small streamers not only don't get extra points, but also have to hand over their rewards to the guild. The only guarantee is a minimum payout. So, does that mean Xuanqing's conditions are better? Don't hit, I'm just soy sauce. But the Kai Guild has had quite a few issues due to unfair clauses. But it was all suppressed because there are people at the top. I know about that. It seems a small streamer wanted to leave the guild, but couldn't afford the exorbitant penalty and was ultimately driven to jump off a building. Luoluo's cat. Many streamers in their guild engage in shady practices, which should be a requirement from a guild. Flowers fall apart. Then forget it. Luoluo, come join our guild. We can offer you up to 15 points here. Bai and Hua smiled slightly. In fact, a few days ago, the guild had sent an invitation to Bai Luoluo, but she had not responded. Today, hearing that she had connected with Luoluo and that the conversation was going well, they hurriedly asked her to recruit people. Luoluo's cat. The guild that Bai and Hua is in is called DT. I haven't heard any bad rumors about it. A life devoted to loneliness. But their guild is too big. If you can't stand out, you'll forever be a small, transparent figure. Your prejudice, with us around, she can only become the best. Big Boss is mighty. Big Boss is awesome. Don't hit. I'm just soy sauce. But I heard that the top few female streamers in DT have connections to capital behind them. Luoluo's cat. Now that you mention it, I do remember something about that. What's going on? First row of melon-eating spectators. Luoluo's cat. Previously, someone discovered that the top female streamer was seen at a certain Capital Moguls hotel, suspected of spending the night together. Bai Luoluo stared at the bullet chat without moving, and upon seeing this, her brows couldn't help but furrow. It seems that there are unspoken rules in every industry. Luoluo's sister, why not come to our guild? We have many young and handsome males here. Suddenly, a young male dressed flamboyantly appeared on the line. He looked like he had put on a lot of makeup and had a significant beauty filter on. Luoluo's cat. No way. A life devoted to loneliness. Absolutely not. Dry-fried green beans. Definitely not. Your prejudice? Bai Luoluo hurriedly waved her hand. But before she could speak, the other party deliberately said it was hot, then unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing a glimpse of spring. Don't mess with me. Just outright refuse. Don't mess with the big boss. He's back. The big boss is excited. Hubby fans are breaking down. Luoluo, beautiful female. You should choose us, Maya. We can offer the same conditions as Bai and Hua plus. The male on the other side threw a flirty glance at Bai Luoluo. Our guild has offline salons every year. Bai Luoluo was so startled by the sudden flirty glance that her hand almost froze in midair. After a lot of trimming and editing, only the initial few remained on the line. Luoluo, are you really not considering us? Ching, you look hurt. The guild just sent a message. You don't have to worry about 17. The guild will help you resolve it. Sorry, I'm not considering your guild at the moment. Bai Luoluo shook her head. She didn't want to be labeled as a shady female streamer one day. Well then, Xianxing sighed helplessly. Maybe we'll have a chance to play together in the future. Then he hung up the call. Have you thought it through? Bai and Hua smiled at Bai Luoluo. Currently, her guild has a good reputation outside, and the conditions offered are the best. She felt Bai Luoluo would choose her. As long as you join our guild, we can do tasks together in the future. I believe, given your current situation, you will soon surpass me as a big streamer. Bai Luoluo smiled and waved her hand. You're overestimating me. I don't have such grand ambitions. Bai and Hua's smile instantly froze. She was confident that Bai Luoluo would choose her, but now it seemed uncertain. Junli, don't you have anything to say? Bai Luoluo curiously looked at Junli, who hadn't spoken since the beginning. Junli bit his lip, thought for a moment, and said, I can apply to the guild to give Luoluo 12 extra points at most. I can't do more than that for now. Luoluo's cat. Green bamboo is quite good. A life devoted to loneliness. Checked. No black material. Don't hit, I'm just soy sauce. That's fine. Bai Luoluo laughed. Junli, my big brother's in a live stream, said. Junli was so nervous that his whole body tensed up. His eyes seemed ready to burst with desire. But Bai Luoluo deliberately elongated her tone, teasing him until he was almost in agony. The streamer has gone bad. Junli is so nervous, said Green Bamboo is pretty good. Junli was stunned, momentarily unsure of Bai Luoluo's meaning. He hesitated to speak. Sister Luoluo, do you mean? Miss, sorry, I still choose Green Bamboo. Bai and Hua seemed to sense something and shook her head regretfully. It's okay, we'll still be friends. Bai Luoluo nodded decisively in response. In the end, only Junli remained on the line. He seemed a bit incredulous. Sister Luoluo, did you really agree to join Green Bamboo? Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh yes. Remember to send the contract over later. Junli jumped up excitedly, but in his excitement, he tripped over something and fell heavily. Bai Luoluo couldn't see what happened but could hear the commotion. It seemed Junli fell hard, so she worriedly stared at the screen. Junli, are you okay? After a while, Junli finally got up, grinning despite looking quite ridiculous. I'm fine, just accidentally fell. Junli grinned, looking like a silly kid next door, successfully making Bai Luoluo laugh. Sister Luoluo, add me on the light brain, and I'll send you the contract right away. Please take a good look at it later. Feel free to communicate with me if there are any issues. Okay. Bai Luoluo nodded. Junli spoke and hung up the call, presumably to prepare the contract. Luoluo's cat. Green Bamboo is indeed quite good. A life devoted to loneliness. Send me the contract when you receive it. Don't hit. I'm just soy sauce. I'm into dry-fried green beans. I could take a look too, but Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. All right. I'll send it to you all to help take a look. After closing the live stream, she received several private messages and copied and added each one to her light brain. Chapter 22. Planning Learning as Junli sent over the contract. Bai Luoluo forwarded it to Yishang Zhugu, saying, "Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander." After her cat and the dry-fried green beans looked over it and said there were no issues, she finally signed it. With the guild membership sorted out, all she had to do next was focus on her live streams. Bai Luoluo hummed a happy tune as she settled on the sofa with her light brain, withdrew her earnings from the live streams of the past few days, and then started shopping online. She noticed that even big streamers like Bianhua put a lot of effort into their makeup and styling. If she wanted to pursue this path long-term, she needed to learn properly. After ordering over a dozen outfits and some cosmetics, she prepared to see how others conducted their live streams. After all, she was still a newcomer and had so much to learn. She casually scrolled through and came across a female streamer named Huahai, whose cover looked beautiful and her makeup particularly good. So, Bai Luoluo stealthily entered her stream. However, once inside, Bai Luoluo was dumbfounded. She saw a young, beautiful female streamer in an exquisite gown, gently sipping a cup of coffee. Her nails were long, adorned with diamonds and shiny decorations. She would occasionally glance at the bullet comments, say a few words of thanks, and would receive continuous gifts in return. Just as Bai Luoluo found it boring and decided to exit, she scrolled back to the top and entered the #1 recommended live stream. As soon as she entered, she was stunned by the overwhelming display of gift effects. While her own livestream fans would also send her gifts, she had never seen anything as crazy as this before. The screen was filled with flying dream castles, and the hit count had already reached 199, meaning 199 dream castles, each worth 19,999 star coins, totaling nearly 4 million star coins. No wonder this streamer could secure the top spot. She probably earned over 10 million in one session. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but swallow hard, but the overwhelming effects made it difficult to see what the streamer was doing. Luckily, she found a setting to hide the gift effects, allowing her to finally see what the streamer looked like. The streamer, named Jasmine, seemed to have just come of age, yet her youthful face contrasted with her very mature figure. Although Bai Luoluo thought her own figure wasn't bad, she couldn't help but glance down at herself. There really was no comparison. The streamer wore a tight-fitting cat outfit with cat ears on her head. Her makeup wasn't overly complicated, but paired with her alluring expression. Even Bai Luoluo, as a woman, couldn't help but swallow hard. No wonder those male viewers were going wild with gifts. However, Bai Luoluo felt she couldn't achieve this, so she clicked to exit and didn't continue watching. Looking at the homepage, she noticed that almost all the top streamers were female, indicating that the platform likely provided some traffic support for them. Bai Luoluo then clicked into a few more female live streams, finding that they were all quite similar. In certified female streams, the streamers either received gifts without doing much or just danced a little, or similar to Jasmine. With no other choice, Bai Luoluo decided to change direction. Just as she was about to enter a male streamer's room, she received a reminder that Junli was live. Thinking that Junli was one of the better people she had met, Bai Luoluo stealthily entered his live stream. Welcome everyone to Junli's live stream. If you like the streamer, please follow. Today he has prepared a talent show for everyone. So let us enjoy this wonderful time together. I must say, Junli had something special. His voice was already pleasant to listen to, and he knew how to create a lively atmosphere. Before long, the live stream was buzzing with excitement. Thank you for the beautiful gift. Junli glanced at the gift effects appearing, thanking his fans amidst his singing. I won't confess, nor will I use tricks. I only know that the most beautiful words I've heard are your name. Bai Luoluo focused and noticed that the ID of the person who sent gifts read Jun's baby. Oh, so even in the stars, one could still hear cheesy love lines. However, it seemed that everyone was not averse to it. In fact, they seemed to enjoy it. After all, just now, Jun's baby had sent several gifts in a row, leaving the second place far behind. Bai Luoluo silently noted this down, deciding to take some time to learn cheesy pickup lines. Just thinking about how the people in a live stream would react if they heard her say cheesy lines made her feel inexplicably excited. After a powerful song, Junli started to rap. Listening to his rap made Bai Luoluo feel a bit ashamed when she thought about her previous attempts. She had impulsively become a streamer, and now it seemed she had a lot to learn. Thinking that Junli would be her colleague in the future, Bai Luoluo clicked to thank him. Thank you for. Junli was taken aback for a moment, seemingly unable to believe it. After confirming that the name was Bai Luoluo, he instantly smiled, so broadly it seemed his mouth would reach his ears. Thank you to my sister Luoluo for the dream castle. When someone asked him who his favorite person was, he thought for a moment and said, "It's still you." Junli even made a big heart gesture toward the camera. Seeing Junli give her a heart, Luoluo couldn't help but smile and quickly started typing to interact. Did Sister Luoluo sneak in? I just noticed you. Flower falls without separation. Yeah, just came in to learn. Sister Luoluo, are you serious? Junli was somewhat amused. I'm your defeated opponent. Flower falls without separation. A win or loss doesn't mean anything. Junli suddenly felt a little touched. Losing to a newcomer had been quite a blow to him, especially since he had been under some scrutiny from higher-ups lately, which added to his pressure. Fortunately, this time Bai Luoluo chose the guild he was in, which made the higher-ups very satisfied and temporarily helped him dodge a crisis. Flower falls without separation sent June Lee's supercar 1,000 diamonds. Flower falls without separation. I'm leaving now. Sister Luoluo, bye-bye. June Lee hurriedly waved at the camera. Bai Luoluo quickly exited the live stream. If it weren't for the system constantly reminding her of the rising number of fans, she wouldn't have known it was the audience from June Lee's stream. Originally, she had intended to watch a little longer, but thinking that this wasn't quite right, she quickly logged out. Afterward, Bai Luoluo continued to stealthily enter several random live streams. Compared to female streamers, male streamers really tested their skills. It could be said that to establish a foothold on the platform, one had to be proficient in a variety of skills. After watching the live streams, it was already very late. Bai Luoluo shut off her light brain, ate a little, and lay down in bed. However, she didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, she began to plan in her mind where to start learning. She couldn't rely solely on chatting to receive gifts from everyone. Although it might work in short term, over time, it would surely become annoying. If she wanted a live stream for the long haul, she had to show her sincerity. Chapter 23. The four angrily brushed the emperor set the next day. Just past 10 o'clock, Bai Luoluo opened her live stream. Today, she wore a white floral dress, her hair styled in a princess bun, with a large floral bow clipped in. With a light makeup look, she appeared gentle and elegant. This was her first official live stream since signing her contract. And to be honest, she felt inexplicably nervous. As soon as the live stream started, possibly because of the competition among various guilds, the platform seemed to have boosted her traffic, and soon the number of viewers reached 50,000. Welcome to Luoluo's live stream. Good morning, everyone. Why does it feel like the host is a bit nervous today? This is a newcomer snatched by the major guilds. Already as big brothers guarding her on her first stream. Could it be that she slept her way up? Besides being good-looking, what else is special? Females have the upper hand. Even if they don't know anything, someone will support them. Clearly, it was just the start of the stream, but for some reason, it seemed like someone was deliberately guiding the narrative, making the atmosphere a bit strange. Everything was fine just yesterday. Bai Luoluo frowned slightly, unable to figure out what was happening. Luoluo's cat. Where did these idiots come from? Your prejudice. Getting jealous already? Your prejudice. That just makes you more jealous. Just when everyone was confused about what prejudice meant, he made his move. Your prejudice tipped by Luoluo. You're the prettiest 10, 2 diamonds. Your prejudice tipped by Luoluo. Roses 10, 5 diamonds. Your prejudice tipped by Luoluo. Keep it up, duck. 10 diamonds. What the hell? Is he showing off with such small gifts? Thought he was a big shot. Turns out he's just here to be funny. Luoluo's cat. Shut the hell up. Your prejudice. Don't act rashly. Bai Luoluo paused. She had intended to kick those people out, but since a big shot had spoken, she had no choice but to let them be for now. Your prejudice tipped by Luoluo. Pin core 10, 52 diamonds. Your prejudice tipped by Luoluo. Romantic fireworks 10, 99 diamonds. Your prejudice tipped by Luoluo. True love roses 10, 520 diamonds. Your prejudice tipped by Luoluo. Golden voice 10, 666 diamonds. Your prejudice tipped by Luoluo. Sports car 10, 1,000 diamonds. As the gift effects kept appearing, everyone began to realize something was off, as the gifts kept getting larger, making it hard not to notice. Bai Luoluo also sensed something and was about to speak when she saw even more people sending gifts. A lifetime dedicated to loneliness tipped by Luoluo. You're the prettiest 10, 2 diamonds. A lifetime dedicated to loneliness tipped by Luoluo. Roses 10, 5 diamonds. Law's cat tipped by Luoluo. You're the prettiest 10, 2 diamonds. Don't fight. I'm just a bystander tipped by Luoluo. You're the prettiest 10, 2 diamonds at this moment. Everyone reacted, and the previously quiet live stream room suddenly erupted. It can't be what I'm thinking, right? No way, no way. Did I really earn this through my own efforts? What is happening? Don't be impulsive. Let's not be influenced by them. Bai Luoluo tried to stop them, but all she received were the continuously appearing gift effects. Your prejudice tipped by Luoluo. Angel Wings 10, 49.99 diamonds. A lifetime dedicated to loneliness tipped by Luoluo. Worship 10, 6,666 diamonds. Lolawa's cat tipped by Luoluo. Skyscraper 10, 9,999 diamonds. As the gifts increased and the live stream had just started, it quickly climbed to the platform's hot recommendations. A steady stream of people poured into the live stream. Junli entered the live stream. Bihuaner the live stream. Jasmine entered the live stream. Don't mess with me enter the live stream. What the hell happened? This is the legendary Emperor set. Not only that, but it's 10 sets for one person. Your prejudice tipped by Luoluo. Dream Castle 10, 19999 diamonds. A lifetime dedicated to loneliness tipped by Luoluo. Dream Castle 10, 19999 diamonds. Lola's cat tipped by Luoluo. Dream Castle 10, 19999 diamonds. Don't fight. I'm just a bystander tipped by Luoluo. Dream Castle 10, 19999 diamonds. 4 big shots are all empty, brushing the Emperor's set. And it's 10 sets each. This set alone must cost over 200,000, right? What a privilege to see the Emperor's set, especially with 4 people brushing it together. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? Can someone let me really brush this? The thinking of the rich is beyond what we ordinary people can understand. Your prejudice, don't dirty yourself by being envious of everything. Your prejudice, we are willing to tip the host because we have the ability, stop blabbering. Stir-fry green beans, prejudice big shot is mighty. A lifetime dedicated to loneliness. Instead of being envious here, why not take a look at your own worth? Luoluo's cat, just a bunch of failures in real life looking for a sense of existence online. Stir-fried green beans, you are my idols. The big shots are rich and sharp-tongued. The big shots are revealing the truth. Under the precise strikes of the 4 big shots, those rhythm makers silently exited the live stream room. Bai Luoluo then realized that these 4 were backing her up, slapping those people in the face. These 4 guys. To say a lifetime dedicated to loneliness and don't fight, I'm just a bystander was one thing. After all, they had been protecting her since she started streaming. But your prejudice, who clearly joined the stream later. Thank you, prejudice baby, loneliness baby, bystander baby, and cat baby. Meeting you all is the greatest fortune of my life. I bet the host is definitely charmed by the 4 husbands. After all, females can have multiple beast husbands. The host must have taken them all in. Watermelon Taro was muted for 1 minute by a lifetime dedicated to loneliness. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Although she was indeed grateful for the support from the 4 just now, she still held on to her initial thought and didn't want to develop anything with any of them offline. After all, who knows the mindset of those rich people? They might like you now, but they could turn around and fall for someone else. Yunli, Su. The 4 big shots emptied 10 Emperor sets just to shut the mouths of the fools. Bai Luoluo nodded a bit shyly. Junli, you're here too. Just as she was speaking, a connection request popped up. Bai Luoluo was slightly stunned, but thinking about the current situation, she felt it was not appropriate to accept a PK, so she clicked reject. Unexpectedly, the person persistently sent another connection request. Helpless, Bai Luoluo had to click accept. Hello, Bai Luoluo. Jasmine smiled at Bai Luoluo, but her hand intentionally or unintentionally pulled down the off-shoulder dress, revealing a deep cleavage. You, hello. Bai Luoluo was stunned, almost dropping her jaw. But it must be said that Jasmine was indeed of the very alluring type, and with her currently seductive pose, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but want to look a little longer. What the hell? Is this woman here to steal someone? Her performance is too obvious. Bai Luoluo was a bit dazed but didn't know what to say, so she typed on the public screen to ask. Flower falls apart. What do you mean? The host still doesn't he understand this? Jasmine is attracted to the strength of the big brother in your live stream. She's here to seduce him. Bai Luoluo suddenly realizes that since they are all females, why is she putting on such a flirtatious appearance? It turns out she has taken a liking to her big brother. Chapter 24. Punishment. Although the incident with the big brother of the digger was common in the live broadcast room, this blatant display showed that they didn't take Bai Luoluo seriously at all. Thinking of this, Bai Luoluo straightened her posture and slightly curled her lips. Why do I feel like the host is going to do something bad? That smile looks off. I'm quite looking forward to this. What's going on? Someone should have stood up to teach Emoli a lesson a long time ago. After all, you are a newcomer, and your big brother just sent a lot of gifts, so I won't bully you. Let's not do a PK today. Let's play a game together. After this statement, anyone who didn't know would think that Emoli was such a considerate female. However, the desire in her eyes was impossible to ignore. Okay, so what game shall we play? Bai Luoluo said as she picked up a cup of water and took a small sip. Let us play a word chain game. The loser will have to accept a punishment, Emoli said, not forgetting to show a smile she thought was charming. Bai Luoluo suppressed her discomfort and nodded. All right. The game began, and Emoli went first. 3 hearts and 2 minds. This question was quite simple. Bai Luoluo barely needed to think and replied confidently. Then it was Emoli's turn again. Logically, this shouldn't be too hard, but Emoli pretended to be racking her brain for an answer, biting her lip tightly and deliberately finding an angle, looking pitiful. Fa. Seeing Emoli like this, Bai Luoluo understood everything. This was not a game, but rather an attempt to seduce. Dry-fried green beans. This is blatant temptation. Husband's fans, hold on. Life is lonely. Bai Luoluo's cat. What is this? Don't hit me, I'm just a bystander. Does she have a problem with her eyes? It was fine at first, but upon seeing the bystander's question, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but twitch her lips. So the bystander was still a straight man. Oh, I really can't think of it. How about you punish me, Luoluo? Emoli said in a pretentious manner, but the sparkle in her eyes made it hard to guess her true intentions. The reason she dared to lose so easily was that she had previously learned that this newcomer was very lenient with punishments. Last time, she only made the other person dance. As long as she made herself dance, Emoli was confident she could lure the big boss in the opposite live room over. Then I'll punish you to laugh for a minute. All right, Emoli agreed without a second thought, but when she came to her senses, she looked at the screen in shock. What did I just say? Laugh for a minute? With her dressed so sexily today. Make her sit here and laugh foolishly for a minute? Ha ha. This is killing me, dry-fried green beans. The other side is dumbfounded. Life is lonely. Talent. Bai Luoluo's cat. Our Luoluo is amazing. Is this a punishment that a normal person can think of? The smile on the other side's face is about to break down. Just facing the camera, laughing loudly. Bai Luoluo even kindly demonstrated how to laugh for a minute. Emoli's face instantly darkened. No matter what the punishment was, she had confidence to handle it. But the opposite side was not playing by the rules. This laughing for a minute left her with no chance at all. But since she suggested playing the game herself, she could only brace herself and start laughing. Ha 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 ha. At first, Emoli was quite serious in her laughter. But as time went on, her expression became increasingly grim and perfunctory. Bai Luoluo didn't mind. She just wanted to teach Emoli a lesson, making her understand that she was not a soft persimmon that anyone could squeeze. All right, time's up, Emoli said eagerly, but her voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. Then I'll come up with a question. Bai Luoluo appeared innocent and harmless, as if the person who just suggested such a tormenting punishment wasn't her at all. Okay, Emoli had adjusted herself, returning to her previous demeanor, but that smile looked a bit stiff. Galloping horses, riding clouds and driving fog, seeing flowers in the fog. Flower. Emoli glanced at the answers given by the fans in the public screen, and without any hesitation, she said, flowers bloom in wealth. Ha! Flowers bloom in wealth. You can tell, Emoli is unwilling to lose easily priceless. Words not from the heart. Joan! Bai Luoluo momentarily stuttered. All right, time's up. You lost, Emoli said excitedly, while secretly breathing a sigh of relief. She had just been looking for a chance to retaliate, and unexpectedly, the opportunity came so quickly. Well, I indeed lost. Bai Luoluo smiled helplessly. In fact, she had already thought of the answer, but losing was losing, and it wasn't a big deal. Have you thought of a punishment? Emily smiled slightly, but her beautiful face carried a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Then I'll punish you to connect with the number 5 on the leaderboard and tell him that he is the most special to you, that no matter how much others sinned, they can't compare to his position in your heart. Wow, Emily is indeed black-hearted, just now. The 4 big brothers sent the Emperor's set, and Emily specifically chose number 5. Her intentions are malicious. Bai Luoluo glanced at it and nodded. All right. Emily was surprised. She didn't expect Bai Luoluo to agree so easily. The fans in the live room were also somewhat surprised, as doing this could easily offend the 4 big brothers who had just sent the Emperor's set. What if Bai Luoluo would really suffer a loss then? Am I the only one who noticed that number 5 is dry-fried green beans? After being reminded by the bullet screen, everyone finally realized that number 5 was indeed dry-fried green beans, the only female among the currently active fans. If this is the case, then this punishment doesn't seem so bad after all. Bean Baby on the leaderboard number 5, are you there? Can you connect for a voice call? Bai Luoluo asked with a smile. Dry-fried green beans. Sure, in no time, the voice call came through. Bean Baby, you are the most special to me. No matter how much others sinned, they can't compare to your position in my heart, Muma said. And Bai Luoluo didn't forget to pout her lips for a kiss. Emily's excitement was about to overflow. She seemed to foresee the scenario where Bai Luoluo offended the 4 big brothers, and then all 4 big brothers came to her live room. But what Emily didn't expect was that another female voice came from the opposite side. Luoluo, I love you too, Muma said, and gifts started to float in the live room. Dry-fried green beans rewarded flower fall. Don't leave me x10. 10 diamonds. Emily was stunned, momentarily forgetting to manage her expression. Chapter 25. A bold move. Haha, the 5th place on the streamer leaderboard is a female. Laughing to death, they shot themselves in the foot. With this brain, they still want to pry the big brother. The cat of Luoluo would not that easily pried away. Don't hit me. I'm just here for the show. A lifetime of solitude. 1. You're prejudiced. Well, don't mess with me. They really are brainless. Does anyone else think the sound of green beans is really nice? Upstairs, you're not alone, seeing that everyone was about to discuss dry-fried green beans. Bai Luoluo cleared her throat a couple of times, pulling everyone's attention back. That voice sounded a bit familiar. There were too many comments, and this one was quickly drowned out by others, but Bai Luoluo's sharp eyes did not miss it. Dry-fried green beans. Being beautiful is a must, but I don't have the kind heart of a girl. If someone bullied me, I would definitely make them regret it. Looking at the comment from dry-fried green beans, Bai Luoluo thought for a moment. She had previously wanted to avoid trouble, but now the malice from the other side was too obvious. If she didn't fight back now, it would seem like she was easy to bully. Don't worry, doubt a baby, just watch me from now on, Bai Luoluo said, giving an okay gesture to the camera, indicating that she would no longer hold back. Wow, looks like there's a good show to watch. A lifetime of solitude. To be honest, Chinche was quite looking forward to it. After all, Bai Luoluo looked gentle and soft both in reality and on camera. It was hard to imagine what she would look like when she got tough. Don't hit me, I'm just here for the show. Don't worry, just go for it. Your prejudice, finally getting tough. Don't mess with me. All right, you set the question for this round. Bai Luoluo smiled, still looking like the usual little bunny, making it hard for people to tell what she was really planning. Jasmine thought for a moment, and then chose an idiom she thought was very difficult. Haunting dreams. Haunting around the ears. Bai Luoluo answered almost without thinking. Pun. Jasmine didn't expect that the other side wouldn't fall into the trap, but instead, she fell into it herself. Time's up. Bai Luoluo smiled. Actually, there's a very simple one. Like night and day. Jasmine gritted her teeth, pretending to be nonchalant. It's okay. A bet is a bet. So, how do you want to punish me? Bai Luoluo glanced at the comments. There were indeed many suggestions, but none of those were what she wanted. So she stared motionless at Jasmine's face on the screen. Then you can hang in the live stream. Jasmine loves the big brother from Luoluo's family until the live stream ends. What is called using someone's tactics against them. Bai Luoluo was doing just that. Well done. The streamer is awesome. Don't mess with me. As expected, the thought process is not ordinary. Dry-fried green beans. Huh. I take back what I said earlier, haha. The cat of Luoluo. In the future, don't offend the streamer. It's too scary. What are you afraid of? You won't provoke the streamer for no reason. What's wrong? Seeing that Jasmine hadn't replied for a long time, Bai Luoluo wasn't planning to let it go and press for an answer. Okay, Jasmine reluctantly agreed. After hanging up in the live stream, according to Bai Luoluo's request, she found an excuse to cut the connection. Dry-fried green beans. In the future, girls should always be this tough. A lifetime of solitude. I was worried that the streamer would be someone who gets bullied, but I didn't expect her to have a tough side. Don't hit me, I'm just here for the show. From now on, the streamer can go all out. We are your backing. The cat of Luoluo, I also want to be your backing. Don't mess with me. Bai Luoluo smiled, her gaze falling on the comment from Don't Mess With Me. It seemed that when a lifetime of solitude and others were spamming the Emperor's set, Don't Mess With Me had just entered the live stream, but for some reason, their mood seemed low, remembering that he had been asking her when she would cook. It seemed he really enjoyed watching her cook. A lifetime of solitude. Are we still connecting? Bai Luoluo nodded. Yeah, I need to finish the task. A lifetime of solitude. Okay, as soon as possible, I have something to do later and need to leave early. Solitude, baby. If you have something to do, go ahead and take care of it. I'm fine here. Don't mess with me. What serious business can you have? A lifetime of solitude. Could it be that you have? Watching the two of them banter skillfully, Bai Luoluo still held back. She really wanted to ask, don't mess with me, baby, and solitude, baby. You two should know each other offline, right? Don't mess with me. Not familiar. A lifetime of solitude. Not familiar. Dry-fried green beans. They seem to have quite a tacit understanding. Don't mess with me. A lifetime of solitude. All right. It can basically be confirmed now that they must know each other in real life. Solitude, baby. If you have something to do, go ahead and take care of it. I still have these few here, so it'll be fine. Qin Che thought for a moment, and indeed, not to mention those few who were so protective of Bai Luoluo, just based on Gu Bei being there, Bai Luoluo wouldn't be bullied. After all, Gu Bei was the kind of person who wouldn't frequently appear in someone else's live stream, unless he was interested. A lifetime of solitude. Okay, originally, Qin Che thought it wouldn't matter if it was a bit later, but just then, he sent a message saying that he had caught a few sneaky guys near Bai Luoluo's house. After exiting the live stream, Qin Che walked out of the villa towards a garage nearby. He was dressed in a black leather jacket and glanced around before sitting on a heavy motorcycle beside him. When he arrived at the base, and Air were already waiting there with their people. Upon seeing Qin Che approach, they quickly made way. Where are they? Qin Che tossed the helmet in his hand, and quickly caught it, inside. A group of people marched in, and Qin Che didn't even glance at the two kneeling on the ground. He simply walked past them and sat down. How's looked up, and, upon seeing Qin Che, his pupils visibly constricted. You're Qin Che? After all, Howsy had been in the outside world and knew more about Qin Che than others. Qin. The person kneeling beside him visibly softened, clearly having heard of Qin Che's name. Why are you here? Qin Che's long fingers toyed with a lighter carved with relief on the surface, but his gaze still did not land on the two in front of him. Howsy was startled and immediately realized something. They had only gone nearby to scout the situation today, but had been caught early by those who were waiting there, indicating that those people were likely sent by Qin Che for protection. Thinking of this, Howsy hurriedly crawled 2 steps closer to Qin Che. A female promised us that as long as we taught someone a lesson for her, she would soothe us. We really didn't know that person was yours. Qin Che suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp, scaring Howsy so much that his explanation became quieter. We really didn't know. If we had known, even if you gave us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare. Chapter 26 Cookies Kinke Chocolate. Remaining silent as he glanced at who immediately understood and walked outside. Mr. Qin, we truly had no idea. If we had known, we definitely wouldn't have taken this job, Howsy said anxiously. If he had known that the wicked female had sent him to deal with someone protected by the night owls, he wouldn't have dared to take the job even if he had 9 lives. After a while, returned, holding a bag and throwing it in front of Howsy. These inhibitors are for you, but I have one request, Qin Che said, leaning forward on the sofa, his elbows resting on his legs as he coldly stared at Howsy. In fact, to lower the frenzy value, besides calming the female, there's another method, which is to use inhibitor injections. However, these inhibitors are not only expensive, but also only effective when the frenzy value is below 70. If it exceeds 70, one must rely on the female. Mr. Chin, just tell me what you need, Housie said, his heart racing with fear. As long as he could leave the night owls alive today, he would definitely go back to confront that wicked female and ask her why she wanted to harm him. Those who dare to have malicious thoughts against me must naturally pay the price, don't you think? Chin Che looked at Housie with interest, his face smiling. Yet his gaze was chilling. I understand. Housie nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Chin, I will make sure you are satisfied. Only then did Chin Che nod in satisfaction and signal for Housie and the person next to him to be dragged out. Why don't they just leave? Who told them their legs were too weak to stand? After resolving the issue, Chin Che leaned back on the sofa and took out his light brain to check, only to find that Bai Luoluo had finished her broadcast. Boss, should we withdraw those people? Since they had already captured the people, logically, there should be no need for protection anymore. Leave them, Chin Che said lightly. By the way, he suddenly remembered something. When I went over today, it seemed I saw another force hiding in the shadows, possibly also protecting Miss Bai. Another force. Chin Che thought of someone. Don't mind them. After E and Air reported all the recent events, Chin Che finally left the base and rode his flashy motorcycle to Bai Luoluo's house, thinking that since the problem had been resolved, he should at least inform Bai Luoluo so she wouldn't have to worry. He knocked on the door, and shortly after, Bai Luoluo appeared at the door wearing an apron, her hands covered in flour. Kinke. Bai Luoluo was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected him to come over suddenly, so she quickly invited him in. I'm making cookies, and you came just in time. I'll bring some back for you later. Chin Che glanced at the kitchen and noticed a lot of items on the countertop. Do you want some help? Bai Luoluo initially wanted to refuse, but Chin Che had already entered the kitchen. Then can you help me preheat the oven? Bai Luoluo pointed to the built-in oven under the stove. Sure, but when Chin Che squatted down, he realized he had no idea how to preheat it, so he looked at Bai Luoluo for help. Seeing Chin Che's gaze, Bai Luoluo smiled and squatted down next to him. For cookies, preheat the oven to 200 degrees for 5 minutes. Is there anything else I can help with? Kinki asked Somevat Esa Kaipsidon. Bai Luoluo looked around and found nothing else that needed doing, so she pointed to a baking tray. Then can you line it with parchment paper? This was simple enough. Chin Che quickly finished it. Just then, Bai Luoluo also prepared the cookie dough, filled it in a piping bag, and squeezed out the desired shapes onto the lined baking tray before putting in the oven. Watching Bai Luoluo carefully control the shape of the cookies, Chin Che couldn't help but slightly curve his lips. Why did you suddenly come over today? After adjusting the oven temperature, Bai Luoluo stood up and washed her hands while asking. Oh, nothing much. Chin Che stepped out of the kitchen and sat on the living room sofa. I just happened to pass by and saw a police car downstairs, so I came up to take a look. A police car? Bai Luoluo curiously walked to the window to look outside, but she couldn't see anything. It seemed they had already left. Yeah, it seemed someone saw 2 suspicious people downstairs and called the police. Chin Che waved his hand. I'm not sure about the details, but the people were taken away by the police. Bai Luoluo immediately thought of the situation with the 17. If that were the case, it would be a good thing for her. Why do you look so happy? Chin Che asked with interest. Generally, females would be worried upon hearing this. Bai Luoluo smiled as he said, the bad guys have been taken away by the police. What do I have to worry about? Just then, the oven beeped. All done. Bai Luoluo hurriedly ran to the kitchen, opened the oven with thick gloves, and took out the baking tray. As the oven door opened, the sweet aroma of cookies wafted through the entire room, even making Chin Che, who usually had no interest in desserts, unable to resist sniffing the air. Thinking of her new neighbor next door, Bai Luoluo decided to send some cookies over. After all, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and it's important to maintain a good relationship with them. Bai Luoluo didn't even take off her apron and asked Chin Che to wait at home for a moment while she took a box full of cookies to her neighbor's door and knocked. He thought it was the package he ordered, and in his loose pajamas, with a messy hairdo, he opened the door. Hello. Bai Luoluo froze for a moment when she looked up, but then thought it made sense. Who would stay at home all day and dress up so neatly? I made these cookies myself, and Thought I'd let you try some. Bai Luoluo handed over the paper bag filled with cookies. Seeing Bai Luoluo's gaze fixed on him, Feng Yi was momentarily stunned before suddenly realizing something. Thank you. Feng Yi quickly reached out to take it, and then slammed the door shut. Bai Luoluo stared blankly at her now empty hand, finally coming to her senses after a while, and couldn't help but laugh. When she returned home, she packed some cookies for Qin Che. Here, take these back to eat. Thank you. Qin Che accepted them without thinking, completely forgetting that he didn't like desserts at all. After sending Qin Che off, Bai Luoluo also invited Xing Shan over and sent a portion of the packed cookies to Immo Ai Lousy. Gu Bei didn't expect that right after he saw Bai Luoluo share the cookies she made in the fan group, he received an identical package. Looking at the various cute-shaped cookies, his lips involuntarily curled up. Chapter 27. Full of tension, the news that the 4 big shots in Bai Luoluo's live stream had empty-brushed an emperor's suit quickly spread throughout the entire platform, causing Bai Luoluo's follower count to skyrocket to nearly 1 million overnight. When she opened the live streaming app and saw the follower count, Bai Luoluo rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She suddenly felt very nervous about the upcoming live stream. After thinking it over, Bai Luoluo decided to change her outfit and spent a while fussing in front of the makeup mirror before finally returning to her desk to sit down. As she had anticipated, as soon as the live stream started, nearly 200,000 fans flooded in. Don't Touch Me entered the live room. Forever Alone entered the live room. Luoluo's Cat entered the live room. You Are My Treasure entered the live room. Spring entered the live room. Sweet Love entered the live room. Looking at the continuous influx of fans, Bai Luoluo cleared her throat and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, welcome to Luoluo's live stream. If you like Luoluo, please give a follow. With just one fan light sign, you can apply to join the fan group, and Luoluo will share her life in there from time to time. Luoluo's Cat gave a reward, Flower Falling. No Separation light sign, 6 diamonds. You Are My Treasure gave a reward, Flower Falling. No Separation light sign, 6 diamonds. Stir-fry green beans. You look so beautiful today, girl. Luoluo's Cat. My wife is the prettiest. Forever Alone. Stir-fry green beans. This is what it means to have a wife outside the camera. Feng Yi stared motionless at Bai Luoluo on the screen. Today, she looked stunning. She wore a white cat costume that was notably more conservative than others, revealing only a small section of her slender arms. And even her palms were covered with gloves shaped like claws. Among her thick hair, there were fluffy white ears that made one want to reach out and touch them. Thinking back to how he had appeared in front of Bai Luoluo yesterday, Feng Yi decided he needed to find a chance to redeem himself. Sure enough, females can only attract males with their beauty. Dressing like this is clearly a way to seduce people. I was expecting a female who could get several big shots to empty brush an emperor's suit to be more beautiful. But she's just okay. All beauty, no substance. Where the big shots? I came to see the emperor's suit. How many star coins for a night? 1 supercar. Can you call me brother? For some reason, however, some negative comments suddenly appeared in the live stream, although they were quickly silenced by several moderators. There were just too many people commenting. Luoluo's Cat. Wife, don't be affected. Those trolls are just foul-mouthed, stir-fry green beans. Girl, ignore them. Those people are just jealous. Bai Luoluo's face initially turned pale, but seeing everyone comforting her, she felt much better. However, thinking about how many people were in the live stream and how long it would take to mute them one by one, she decided to come up with a more permanent solution. She glanced at the bullet screen and replied to one of the comments. Central Star's most handsome baby. 1 supercar might not be enough, Bai Luoluo said with a smile, looking at the camera. Who is Central Star's most handsome? What did this guy say? I checked the record. He asked the host to call him brother, and he would give a supercar, Luoluo's Cat. So stingy. Yet he dares to make a request. Luoluo's Cat gave a reward. Flower Falling. No Separation supercar to 1,000 diamonds. Bai Luoluo twitched her lips. The cat really loved to join in on the fun, and she hadn't even started performing yet. Don't Touch Me gave a reward. Flower Falling. No Separation Dream Castle 10. 1,999 diamonds. Don't touch me. I just want to be the baby. Thank you. Don't touch me for the dream castle. You're the coolest and the best. Bai Luoluo said, pretending to be delicate while raising her 2 paws toward the camera, gently meowing. That guy seems to have slipped away. Seriously? This is boring. Stir-fry green beans. Don't touch me is really straightforward. Bai Luoluo. You guys are not giving me any room to perform. Fortunately, after this incident, the live stream became much cleaner. Luoluo's cat. Wife, are we going to have a PK today? Stir-fry green beans. My wife is addicted to calling for battles. Bai Luoluo twitched her lips. The cat was a bit naughty today. Luoluo's cat. I was wrong. Stir-fry green beans. Cat. Next time I'll dare again. Just as she was having fun, a connection request popped up. Bai Luoluo thought she had to complete the task anyway, so she clicked to accept. On the screen appeared a pure-looking female, lightly made up, with long black hair naturally draping in front of her. Her outfit was simple, a white dress that gave off a pure college student vibe. But when her gaze fell on her name, Bai Luoluo was taken aback. Xiang. She seemed to have heard fans in the live stream mention her before. It seemed related to Don't Touch Me. I heard Don't Touch Me is in your live stream now? The next moment, Bai Luoluo's guess was confirmed. He is indeed in my live stream. May I ask you? But Bai Luoluo's words were cut off by the other party. Don't touch me. I was wrong. Will you come back to my side? What the hell, there's gossip. What's going on here? Big Shot, come out and explain. Forever alone. Eating melon JPG. I'm sorry, this is my live stream. If you're looking for someone, please do so privately, Bai Luoluo said bluntly. Don't touch me. I really know I was wrong. I've been looking for you for a year. Unfortunately, Xiang ignored Bai Luoluo, looking like a pure little flower, as if she would burst into tears right there if Don't Touch Me didn't come out to respond. Since you don't sincerely want to connect with me to complete the task, then I'm sorry. After saying that, Bai Luoluo directly hung up the connection. What is going on? The host just hung up like that. Forever alone. Laughing JPG, forever alone. Come out and explain. Don't touch me. There is nothing to explain. Don't touch me gave a reward. Flower falling. No separation dream castle. 19999 diamonds. Don't touch me. Sorry, host. Oh dear, it's fine. Bai Luoluo quickly waved her hand. Another connection request popped up, and when she saw it was still Xiang, she clicked to refuse. But unexpectedly, Xiang was quite persistent, repeatedly clicking, which made even Bai Luoluo, who had a good temper, furrow her brows. Luoluo's cat? Wife, what's wrong? Could it be that Xiang is back? Host, just accept it. I want to eat melon. Just as Bai Luoluo was about to ask Don't Touch Me what he thought, she saw his comment. Don't touch me. Thinking that it wasn't good for Xiang to keep causing trouble, Bai Luoluo simply clicked to accept. As soon as the connection was made, Xiang's anxious voice came through. What do you mean? Why are you stopping me from finding Don't Touch Me? You don't really think Don't Touch Me has taken a liking to you, do you? The fans of my live stream said that Don't Touch Me hasn't even given you a follow. As Xiang spoke, she looked at Bai Luoluo disdainfully. I said, how could Don't Touch Me suddenly appear in your live stream? Looking closely, you do resemble him a bit. Resemble? Does everyone in the world with long black hair and a white dress look like you? What era is this? Who still believes in the doppelganger trope? Bai Luoluo controlled her temper and didn't explode on the spot. If you're here to connect with me for the task, I welcome you. But if you're here to find someone, please take a right turn out the door. No need to escort you. Thank you. Chapter 28 Delaying. It's time to take your medicine. Xiang was about to retort, but then seemed to think of something and put on a smile. Tasks must be done, of course. After a pause, she continued, how about we have a PK match right now? If you lose, you'll have to give MOAI back to me. Bai Luoluo was truly fed up. She rolled her eyes on the spot. MOAI is not an object. He is a person. It's not up to us to decide who he belongs to. Besides, why do you think the big brothers in your live stream would be willing to spend money for you to find another big brother? Do you really think they would prefer someone over MOAI? Xiang was taken aback, as if she realized she had made a wrong decision in her impulsiveness. Live comment, good comeback. Streamer is fierce. LOL, the streamer is not wrong. I'm going to check out the drama on the other side. Xiang initially didn't think there was any issue. After all, the ones still in her live stream were longtime fans who shouldn't easily get swayed by a few words from the other side. However, after glancing at the comments in the live stream, her face instantly paled. Xiang, so the streamer doesn't care about his fans, huh? Xiang princess, since that's the case, we're leaving. Love Xiang. Streamer, go find your MOAI then. Then, she saw the top contributors in her live stream directly exit and unfollow her. Xiang was stunned, wanting to explain but not knowing what to say. In the end, She could only watch the number of viewers in her live stream decrease. After all, it was him who had mentioned MOAI in the live stream, saying he would return to the scene and go to another female streamer's room, and that if the streamer was willing, MOAI would definitely come back happily. This had made her want to bring MOAI back, but she hadn't expected to shoot herself in the foot, not only failing to get MOAI back, but also alienating the other big brothers in the live stream. Cat of Luoluo asks her if she still wants to continue. Dry fry green beans. Cat, you're so naughty. I'm back. The big brothers in the other live stream all left. Really, I saw it too. The top contributors unfollowed Xiang. Truly, evil begets evil. But before Bai Luoluo could speak, Xiang just hung up the call. I just want to take a look the other side into the stream. Now she has enough to cry about. Still a brainless female. Seeing that her live stream was discussing Xiang, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but say, all right, let's not discuss other people in the live stream. Cat of Luoluo, my wife is the smartest. I thought the streamer would definitely accept and then make some money off it. Upstairs. I was thinking the same thing. Tasks must be done, but everyone's money doesn't come easily. It's better to save a bit where possible. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but explain. LOL, first time hearing a streamer care about fans spending money. The streamer is still as cute as ever. Cat of Luoluo, my money is your money. Lifetime of solitude. Oh, what a blatant confession. Dry fried green beans. Oh, looks like someone's vinegar jar got knocked over. It does have a bit of a sour taste. Lifetime of solitude. Looking at the comments, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh, not expecting solitude to also have moments of helplessness. However, considering he had helped her a lot before, she didn't mind rescuing him from his predicament. Just as she was about to speak, another PK invitation popped up, and without thinking, Bai Luoluo directly accepted. Wow, I actually connected with the recently popular Luoluo girl. On the screen appeared a dark-skinned male wearing a straw hat, grinning widely. Bai Luoluo took a glance at his profile and found that this male named Delang was likely an outdoor fishing streamer, with his profile filled with videos of him catching big fish. Hello, Brother Lang. Bai Luoluo raised her hand to greet him, intending to call him by his name. But suddenly a classic line flashed in her mind. Delang, it's time to take your medicine. What the? It's actually Delang. How did I run into this guy? What is going on the other side? He.S. even more shameless than someone who can't hide. Streamer, be careful. MOAI. No one can hide as a dog. This guy is completely shameless. Cat of Luoluo. To say him, why involve others? Dry fried green beans. Did I hit a sore spot? Haha. Bai Luoluo remained still, watching the comments. She had just seen that Delang only had about 100,000 fans, but for some reason, everyone seemed to know him, which made her curious. Why do you say that? Bai Luoluo couldn't help but ask. If the other side really was that shameless, she would have to be cautious. What are you talking about, Luoluo girl? Did your fans say something about me? Delang had to admit he was quite alert, seeing Bai Luoluo's expression. He roughly guessed what was going on. Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm really easy to get along with. This guy is still pretending. Cat of Luoluo, just be careful of him. He is extremely shameless. Lifetime of solitude. Definitely need to be cautious. MOAI. This guy is best at making big brothers of female streamers gift him gifts in reverse. Gift in reverse? Bai Luoluo was somewhat confused about what that meant. Could he really make the big brothers in her live stream send gifts to him? Bai Luoluo had to admit she was quite curious. After all, that could be considered a talent. Hey, I told you, Luoluo girl, don't listen to them. I'm not as shameless as they say, Delang said, glancing at the calm lake surface, only to realize the bobber was gone. He immediately stood up. It looks like this fish is not small, Delang said, starting to reel in the line. He was in a hurry, slowly dragging the fish to the shore before scooping it up with a net. In the net, a lively catfish weighing around 7 or 8 pounds was flopping about. If Delang hadn't been strong enough, it would have been difficult to bring it up. After removing the hook, Delang put the fish into a net he used for keeping fish, then prepared the bait again and cast the rod out. Sorry for making you wait, Luoluo girl. Delang chuckled, looking somewhat silly. Bai Luoluo waved her hand. It's fine. Brother Lang, what do you plan to do, continue with the PK? Delang puffed out his chest. Of course we're doing PK. My brain isn't smart enough, and I always lose at games, so PK is more straightforward. Okay, then how do you want to play? Bai Luoluo didn't mind. She could go along with anything. The punishment for losing the PK. Let us talk about that later. For the process, let us play a riddle game. If you can't answer, you have to do 3 squats. DeLange said, narrowing his eyes, making it seem like there was some kind of scheme involved. Chapter 29, I have something even smarter in the past. PKs, player kills, involved turning off the voice chat and canvassing votes separately. This time, however, it was a novel experience, and Bai Luoluo agreed without a second thought. The host is confused. Bai Luoluo's cat. It's my fault for not reminding her in time. Stir-fried green beans. Before Bai Luoluo could ask, the PK officially began, and she didn't say anything more. Don't say I'm bullying Luoluo. You can go ahead and ask your question first, DeLange said with a smile. Bai Luoluo was not hesitant either. After thinking for a moment, she asked, there are 6 apples in a plate, and 6 children each took one. Why is there still 1 apple left in the plate? DeLange was taken aback, resignedly put down his fishing rod, and went aside to do 3 squats. So what's the answer? 6 people took 6 apples. The plate shouldn't be empty, right? Could it be that someone didn't take one? One life of solitude. It could be that someone took the plate with the apples. The solitary baby is really smart. It turns out one child was carrying the plate with the apples. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. I see. DeLange looked as if he understood, and with his silly appearance, it made Bai Luoluo laugh. Next, it's my turn to ask a question. DeLange thought for a moment. You can do it. I can do it. Everyone can do it. One person can do it, but 2 people can't do it together. What is it? What is it? My head is spinning. It's dreaming. Seeing the confusion in the bullet comments, Bai Luoluo immediately stated the answer. DeLange was stunned for a moment and then nodded in admiration, not expecting Luoluo to be so smart and come up with the answer right away. It's my turn. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment and asked, which month has 28 days? DeLange smiled. I know this one, February. But Bai Luoluo shook her head wrong. Every month has 28 days. DeLange was taken aback and then laughed. You're right. I answered incorrectly. He then resignedly stood up and did 3 squats again. But this time while squatting, he shouted, hey, big brothers in the other live room. Do you want to hear Luoluo act cute from a female perspective and flirt with her beast husband? If you want to, hurry to my live room and send gifts. Just let me win, and you can hear Luoluo act cute. Bai Luoluo was stunned, clearly shocked by DeLange's bold move. The host is dumbfounded, stir-fried green beans. Now I understand what it means to reverse gift. Don't mess with me. 666. Although I won't send gifts, I also want to hear the host act cute. Is this something I can listen to without spending money? Did I just notice that the gifts in the live room stopped? Bai Luoluo looked, and sure enough, there had been gift effects just now, but now there was not a single one. Moreover, Bai Luoluo noticed that her health bar had stopped, while the other side's health bar was rapidly increasing. In other words, some big brother really went over to the other side to send gifts. Haha, Luoluo, I'm sorry, I just wanted to win too much. Dalang chakut, with a blush still lingering on his face from the earlier squats. Don't worry, I'll make sure to give you a big medical fee later. This. Bai Luoluo sighed, finally understanding why everyone warned her to be careful. Now it's my turn to ask the question. DeLange chuckled and then asked, what is in the center of the central star? This question is too tricky. Who would know this? It can't be the military building of the central star, right? I think it's the TV station building. I believe it's the federal building. Looking at the answers popping up in the live room, Bai Luoluo even doubted whether these people understood what a riddle was. It's the word central, the in central star. Bai Luoluo stated the answer confidently. DeLange gave a thumbs up in admiration. Luoluo, you are the smartest female I've ever met. Bai Luoluo smiled, is that so? But I have something even smarter. After saying this, in the puzzled gaze of DeLange, she shouted at the camera, babies, do you really want to see Luoluo lose? Luoluo is really sad. I really want to win. After saying this, Bai Luoluo raised her head, her big watery eyes looking pitifully at the camera, making it impossible for anyone to say no to her. Wow, my bones are melting. The host is acting cute. I'd give my life for you. Empty City rewards don't leave me with a racing car 1,000 diamonds. I love you rewards don't leave me with a private jet 3,000 diamonds. And the flower rewards don't leave me with kisses 10 diamonds, stranger like jade rewards. In an instant, the gifts in the live room started flying, and the health bar showed signs of catching up. Bai Luoluo's cat. How did it get stuck just now? Bai Luoluo's cat. Why does my wife want to lose? Bai Luoluo's cat rewards don't leave me with a dream castle 10. 19999 diamonds, 1 life of solitude. I just want to take a call. 1 life of solitude rewards don't leave me with a dream castle 10. 19999 diamonds. This. DeLang was dumbfounded. Clearly, those big shots had just come to his live room, and now, after Luoluo just acted cute, they all went back. Not only that, DeLang, I'm leaving. I also want to hear the sister call me baby. Goodbye, DeLang. I'm sorry. DeLang, sister, I'm coming. DeLang was at a loss, watching the bullet comments continuously pop up and the number of viewers decreasing. Clearly, this trick had worked many times before, but unexpectedly, today he had shot himself in the foot. Bai Luoluo looked at her health bar, which had surpassed the opponent by a large margin, and smiled. It's just acting cute. No need to wait until you lose to do it. The PK ended. Bai Luoluo won. This is the first time I've lost so badly. DeLang slumped his head, thinking that ever since he came up with this method, he could always get those big brothers to send him many gifts, but he didn't expect to fall into Luoluo's hands this time. But I have to say, she is really clever. With so many females in the galaxy, I can't find one as smart as her. Then, let our kitty baby handle the medical fees. Bai Luoluo smiled. After all, she's their top supporter, right? Right, kitty, baby, baby. The last few words were pronounced with emphasis. Stir-fry green beans. Huh, you deserve it. I just checked, and it really is the top supporter on the other side. Haha. I'm dying of laughter. Feng, he was taken aback, realizing he had forgotten to switch to his alternate account. Bai Luoluo's cat. I was wrong after saying that. He hurried over to give DeLang a medical fee that was enough to make him smile again. Then he sneakily ran back. Bai Luoluo's cat rewards don't leave me with a pinch on the cheek. 99 diamonds when the effects appeared on Bai Luoluo's face. She raised her hand to cover her face, leaving only 2 round, shiny eyes exposed. Don't pinch, Bai Luoluo said, pretending to be angry as she turned her head away. Stir-fry green beans. The girl is angry. Chapter 30. The richest man in the CF, Qin sat by the window, smiling slightly. I was quite curious about who could make the notorious Night Owl boss, rumored to be a killer, show such an expression. Opposite Qin sat a young man, dressed in designer clothes, with a good demeanor, clearly a young master from a prominent family. Qin noticed the other party trying to peek at his holographic computer and flipped his palm to cover it. Just a rookie streamer, but quite clever. The young man pouted, appearing somewhat protective. However, I must tell you, whether male or female, those who can do live streaming have considerable ambition. It's fine to play around, but don't get too involved. Qin raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, while the young man assumed he was listening. By the way, I heard there seems to be trouble on the Federation side. The young man put down his coffee cup and spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Qin finally put down his holographic computer, asking what happened. It seems to be that Qian. The young man thought for a moment and said, I heard there was a large-scale insect beast attack on the nearby Hylon star last night. He took people over there, and after that, the news was sealed. Qin-Shay's dark red eyes narrowed. Send someone to investigate what exactly is going on. The young man was taken aback. He had thought he was just gossiping with Qin-Shay, but he didn't expect him to be interested. Investigating this matter wasn't difficult for him. But since Qin-Shay rarely asked him for help, he naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Then, the young man said with a hint of implication and chuckled. Okay, I agree. Qin-Shay sighed, knowing this guy liked to take advantage of situations. Great. The young man stood up and strode out, saying, I'll find out the situation right away. Qin-Shay chuckled lightly, withdrawing his gaze and refocusing on the live stream on his holographic computer. Luoluo, what kind of punishment do you want me to do? This was the first time DeLang had suffered a loss, but he thought it was no big deal. After all, Luoluo was a newcomer, and any punishment she could think of should be light, so he wasn't too worried. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment and said, I'll punish you to kiss the fish you just caught for 20 seconds. Although her tone was so casual, the words made DeLang unable to smile anymore. Haha, the host is so scheming, kissing a fish. 1 life to be alone. 666. Luoluo's cat. 666. Stir-fry green beans. The girl is so scheming. I love it. But willing to bet and willing to lose, DeLang soon brought the still flopping fish into his arms, but the fish was strong, and he had to exert a lot of effort to hold it still. Do I really have to kiss it? Delang looked at the fish, which was gasping for air out of the water, and asked the camera with a pained expression, before Bai Luoluo could reply. The fans in the live stream started to stir. Delang, a male can't afford to lose. Dalang, hurry up. Delang, don't be cowardly. In reality, Bai Luoluo thought that if it really didn't work out, he could just give a peck, but before she could say that, Delang really leaned in and kissed the fish's mouth. Okay, he really is someone who goes all out. Delang kissed the fish while watching the screen, and as soon as the time was up, he quickly threw the fish away. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Delang wiped his mouth, looking pained. Luoluo, how about we follow each other? We can play together often in the future. Bai Luoluo nodded and followed Delang. You continue playing. I'll leave first. Delang waved at the camera and disconnected. The host is really amazing. It's the first time I've seen Delang suffer a loss. Indeed. The host is awesome. Truly impressive. Watching the live stream's comments praising her, Bai Luoluo initially worried that her punishment might be too much. But now it seemed everyone didn't care that much, and she breathed a sigh of relief, just as she was wondering how to gloss over this incident. Another forced video call popped up. On the other side, a young and beautiful female sat in front of the camera, wearing a form-fitting cheongsam that perfectly outlined her figure, exuding elegance in her every move. Bai Luoluo was taken aback. She was sure she didn't know the person in front of her and didn't understand why she was forced to connect with her. The other party glanced at Bai Luoluo, a smile curving her lips. Hello, Luoluo the streamer. I'm Lin Ran. Our elder brother wants to find MOAI, so I used a forced connection. Please don't mind. Bai Luoluo frowned. What do you mean? The other party seemed unconcerned about Bai Luoluo's reaction and continued. Our elder brother has some small grudges with MOAI in your live stream, so he wants to resolve it. Bai Luoluo's brows furrowed even deeper. She felt that MOAI had probably caused a lot of trouble in the past, and now that everyone knew he had appeared, they were all coming to investigate. Since it's not about me, I should naturally ask for their opinion. Bai Luoluo said, looking at the camera, MOAI baby, what do you think? I just want to check on the other side. Their top supporter is from the Ian family, so that's how it is. No wonder they're looking for MOAI. Bai Luoluo, feeling confused, couldn't help but ask, could someone come and explain this to me? Luoluo's cat. To put it simply, MOAI had a conflict with that guy from the Ian family. And now it seems they're here for revenge. Stir-fried green beans. I have to say, the big shot was indeed very high profile back then. So he offended quite a few people. Today, will we have the chance to see a showdown of the rich? So excited. So nervous. One life to be alone, MOAI. Are you planning to be a turtle? MOAI. Bai Luoluo was somewhat surprised. She originally thought of hanging up like she did with Xiong Xiong, but since the person involved wanted to resolve it, she didn't mind being a bystander. What do you guys want to do to resolve it? Bai Luoluo said, taking a sip of water. Lin Ran was somewhat surprised, but after glancing at the comments, she couldn't help but straighten her back. My elder brother said to have a direct fight. The loser will have to post on their homepage, Gubei is trash, for a week. Additionally, they must never appear in anyone's live stream again. Bai Luoluo's brows furrowed even deeper. This was not about resolving grudges, but rather seeking revenge. Perhaps she was too angry to even notice that the name mentioned was not MOAI, but his real name, Gubei. So Montake guy is actually Gubei, zet richest man Gubei. Wrong. Former richest man. Former richest man? Is there some gossip I don't know? No one knows what happened a year ago. He just fell off the rich list. Rumor has it that he was deceived in both body and heart, and lost interest in managing his family's business, leading to the Gu family's downfall. One life to be alone. You were deceived in body. MOAI. Chapter 31 Battle Song begins. How is it? Dare to accept? Lin Ran seemed a bit impatient, urging with an impatient face. Bai Luoluo hesitated a bit. If what the bullet screen said was true, then MOAI currently had no strength to fight against the opponent at all. However, MOAI's performance in the live broadcast made her think that the rumors might be mistaken. MOAI lousy. Accept. Bai Luoluo's eyes brightened. MOAI said to accept. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. She thought the other party would definitely not dare to accept, and she even planned how to mock the other party. MOAI lousy. Let her tell Ian Air that I'm going up alone. He can find as many people to help as he wants. Wow, as expected of a wealthy god. Is this going to be an unlimited duration fight? I don't understand. What is unlimited duration? Unlimited duration means there is no time limit. Whoever can't hold on first will run. Yixing Zhugo. If it really doesn't work, just shout for the host's sake. I won't let you lose. MO, AI lousy. Dry fried green beans. Huh? I'm dying of laughter, although she didn't know what MO AI situation was right now. Since he spoke up, Bai Luoluo decided to trust him. After all, he had indeed protected her before. MO AI said he would go alone, and they could do as they pleased. After Bai Luoluo finished speaking, she couldn't help but chuckle. This feeling of taking advantage of someone was quite enjoyable. Lin Ran didn't expect the other side to be so arrogant and couldn't help but glance at the bullet screen. In the Yin family villa, the Yin heir they mentioned was the second young master of the Yin family, Yin Lanting. He tightly gripped his light brain and quickly opened a group, sending a message in. Immediately after, there was a series of acknowledgments. This time, he had to avenge his past humiliation. In air, fight good. Lin Ran smiled. Let's get started. Luoluo's cat just received news that Guy in air sent messages to those close to him in the circle. Bai Luoluo's heart sank, unable to help but worry about MOAI. MOAI lousy. Don't worry, I won't let you lose. For some reason, seeing MOAI say this, Bai Luoluo felt much more at ease. As the PK officially began, the gift effects in the live broadcast room never stopped. MOAI lousy rewarded Hualuo. MO Xiangli Dream Castle 1020. 19999 diamonds. Seeing the numbers continuously increasing, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but sweat in her palms. She thought she couldn't just do nothing. After all, a large portion of the money MOAI rewarded would eventually go into her pocket. So she thought for a moment and found a song suitable for this moment to sing. As the familiar melody played, Bai Luoluo felt her blood boiling. To be honest, she hadn't listened to this song in a long time. On this turbulent battlefield, the stormy youth made his appearance amidst the roar of overcoming fierce flames, making the whole world noisy. The host chose the song well. It's brilliant. I didn't expect the host's soft and tender voice fits this song so well. My blood is boiling suddenly. Go MOAI, big shot. Originally, Bai Luoluo was worried about singing poorly, but seeing no one commenting, her confidence gradually grew, and her volume unconsciously increased. Oh, reverse battle. Wild. The ace must vent the battle is our stubborn starting point. I want to control my power display, my momentum. Watch this dragon battle in the wild, this battlefield filled with hundreds of blood warriors, charging forward bravely, defending the world as warriors fighting to the end. Luoluo's cat. I didn't expect my wife to sing so passionately. The host's face is turning red from singing. The host is really putting in effort. Besides the bullet screen, the live broadcast room was filled with constantly jumping gift effects. MOAI lousy rewarded Hualuo. MO Xiangli Dream Castle 2130. Bai Luoluo smiled shyly and took the opportunity to reply. I can't help much, so I'll just sing a song to cheer. Luoluo's cat. I also want my wife to sing just for me. Yixing Zhugo. I suddenly noticed that the soy sauce baby seems to be absent today. I noticed too. How come someone who never misses is not here? Bai Luoluo also found it a bit strange, but then thought it was normal. After all, people can't live online all the time, and the focus should be on reality. After finishing a song, Bai Luoluo found that the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached an unprecedented height. Looking closely at the blood bars on both sides, she found they were still at a stalemate. MOAI lousy rewarded Hualuo. MO Xiangli Dream Castle 50510. 19,999 diamonds. More and more people were entering the live broadcast room, and Bai Luoluo didn't have the energy to welcome them, her eyes glued to the rising numbers, feeling extremely anxious. Didn't they say MOAI fell off the wealthy list? This had already exceeded 10 million. On the other side, Lin Ran was laughing so hard her eyes were almost invisible. She knew that no matter who won or lost this PK, she had already won. Because the live broadcast room broke 10 million, it was featured on the platform's recommendation, and a steady stream of onlookers clicked in. As more and more people entered the live broadcast room, the bullet screen became livelier. Can someone tell me what happened? Is this the female that MOAI has taken a liking to? As expected, big shots like pure ones. Your bias enters the live room. Your bias. What's going on? MOAI is fighting with that guy from the Ian family. After understanding the situation a bit, they couldn't help but be stunned. So this MOAI was actually Bai, and he was fighting with that guy from the Ian family? That guy from the Ian family has been quite high profile in the past year. Bias Big Shots news is a bit outdated. Your bias. Is this the legendary wealthy god fighting? Didn't they say MOAI never gives gifts to females? So the big shot didn't go bankrupt? This host is making a fortune today. Watching everyone's discussions, Bai Luoluo nervously clenched her hands hidden under the table. It would be a lie to say she wasn't anxious. Yixing Zhugo, don't stop the battle song. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but twitch her mouth. That last song really strained her voice, so she decided to switch to another one. She then reopened the playlist and pulled out the surprise she had prepared earlier. Even though she hadn't practiced it much and wasn't very familiar with it. After going through the lyrics in her mind, she finally started the background music. Thank you, MOAI baby, MOAI baby, you're the best. Making the other side scream thank you, MOAI baby, MOAI baby, you're the coolest. Dazzling the other side, little cabbage, thank you, MOAI baby, MOAI baby, you're the wildest. Making the other side flee in panic, thank you. MOAI baby, MOAI baby, you're the strongest. The other side will definitely break down this time. Luoluo's cat. Suddenly, I also want to fight. Yisheng Zhugo. Your bias. When dry fried green beans. Recording. Luoluo's cat. I'll negotiate a price with MOAI later. I believe he'll give no matter how much. Cunning cat. But it seems the big shot is giving gifts even faster. Junli. Sister Luoluo is really amazing. I'm envious. Bienhua. I heard that Ian family-esque guy is about to break down. Wenjio. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Chapter 32, Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder. Ian Air never expected that. Despite receiving news that the Gu family was on the brink of collapse, and that Gu Bai had been bedridden for over a year and could die at any moment. There seemed to be no sign of anything unusual after such a long time. Could it be that the news he received was wrong? As he frantically clicked on the gifts, his light brain received a message. Brother, it's not good. If I keep this up, my old man will cut off my hands. It's not good. My card has been frozen by the old man. Immediately after, a series of messages popped up, all indicating surrender. Ian Air cursed under his breath, useless things. His hands kept moving, crazily sending gifts. On Bai Luoluo's side, MOAI showed no sign of slowing down. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but feel heartache for him. Just to prove a point, he had already spent over 10 million. Was it really necessary? Although living was about fighting for one's pride, especially for people in their social class, was face really worth that much money? That was a number ordinary people couldn't earn in several lifetimes. The speed on the other side seems to have slowed down. Looks like this streamer is going to win. Bai Luoluo's cat. I've heard that the helpers Yin's family found have all withdrawn. Bai Luoluo saw this was good news. Once the other side surrendered, MOAI wouldn't need to keep sending gifts. Ian Air, with red eyes, stared intensely at the screen, his fingers mechanically tapping away. The only thought left in his mind was that he must make MOAI admit defeat. Ian rewards Lin Ran Dream Castle 310 320 19999 diamonds. Lin Ran looked at so many gifts and was so excited that she didn't know what to say. This was the world of the wealthy. Soon, she would become a rich person too. Ian Air, with bloodshot eyes, continued to send gifts despite his friends messaging him to stop. He couldn't care less. His mind was solely focused on winning. Suddenly, someone slapped Ian Air's light brain off the table, causing it to hit the carpet with a muffled sound. Just as Ian Air was about to get angry, he looked up and met the gaze of the person who had come in and panicked. You wasteful thing, it's one thing to donate a little money to female streamers. But today you've splashed out millions and even went head-to-head with the Gu family. Is that someone you can provoke? The middle-aged man's face was ashen as he slapped Ian Air across the face, causing his head to turn. Dad, Ian Air couldn't care less about the pain on his face, wanting to pick up the light brain and continue, but the man stepped on the light brain, pinning his hand down. It hurt. If it weren't for your useless friends telling me, this family would have been ruined by you. The man said, grabbing Ian Air's ear and lifting him up. You idiot, calling you stupid is flattering. Right in front of me, immediately deactivate your account. If I find out you dare to watch live streams again, you can get out of the Ian family. This is not just a matter of millions. The key is that the Gu family is someone I truly cannot offend. Recently, I've received inside information that someone from the Gu family seems to be making a comeback. Ian Air tremblingly picked up the light brain and, in front of his father, deactivated his account, repeatedly assuring that he would never commit the same mistake again, thus escaping a beating. At this time, the live streaming room was unaware of what was happening in the Ian family, only noticing that the health bar on the other side suddenly stopped moving. Did the other side run away? That shouldn't be. The Ian family is still very powerful. It's just a few million. Just a few million? Don't make me slap you. I heard. Someone from the Ian family got slapped by his dad. Ha ha. Bai Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the other side finally stop. But upon closer inspection, MOAI's gifts were still coming in, and her heart, which had just calmed down, started racing again. MOAI donated to Luoluo. Shanli Dream Castle 777, 19,999 diamonds. MOAI donated to Luoluo. Shanli Dream Castle 800, 19999 diamonds. By Luoluo panicked. MOAI, baby. The other side has already stopped. No need to keep sending gifts. Perhaps due to her excitement, her voice unconsciously trembled. MOAI donated to Luoluo. Shanli Dream Castle 830, 19999 diamonds, but for some reason, MOAI showed no intention of stopping. Big shot, don't send any more. I feel for you. Even if this number is converted to happiness beans, I can't even bear to think about it. You won. You won. Bai Luoluo's cat, too scary. Your prejudice. Dried beans. The girl will have big spenders protecting her in the future. So happy. Why is the big shot still going? MOAI donated to Luoluo. Shanli Dream Castle 888, 19999 diamonds. Finally, the gift effects disappeared, and the number settled at 888. Bai Luoluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. MOAI. Okay. Bai Luoluo's cat. The big shot seems to have a bit of OCD. Your prejudice. Indeed a bit sick. You won. I'm sick. Dried beans. Haha. Feeling deeply envious. Bienhua. First time knowing about such a compulsion. Junli. When will the big shot come my live stream to show off a bit of OCD? Warm wine, me too. The streamers who came to watch the drama in Bai Luoluo's live stream unconsciously started spamming the chat. After all, even a little bit from such a big spender would be enough for them to have a good meal. Bai Luoluo's previously anxious heart finally settled down upon seeing these messages. The streamers collectively broke down. It's a lie to say I'm not envious. Bienhua. I'm envious. I admit it. Which streamer dares to say they aren't envious? At this moment, Bai Luoluo also calmed down. Your OCD is really terrifying. The other side is dumbfounded. After being reminded by the bullet screen, Bai Luoluo realized that the connection had not been cut off, and she shyly smiled at the camera. Bai Luoluo's cat. How do you want to punish the other side? Bai Luoluo shook her head. It's better to let MOAI decide. MOAI. I still like hearing you call me baby. Your prejudice. You won. Bai Luoluo's cat. Bai Luoluo admitted that MOAI had a bit of a playful side. So MOAI baby. How do you want to punish the other side? Bai Luoluo's voice became relaxed again. MOAI. Let her hang a bullet screen for a week. Lin Ran also made a lot of money, and when she heard that the other side only had to hang a bullet screen, she genuinely thought that MOAI was too kind. Maybe she could also try to ask for something. Excuse me, MOAI baby, what do you want me to hang? Looking at Lin Ran's big, blinking eyes, Bai Luoluo was taken aback. She couldn't be having a fit, could she? Is the other side try to poach someone? Isn't that too shameless? Am I the only one who thinks this punishment is too light? The other side's eyes are almost twitching. Bai Luoluo's cat. The other side is disgusting. You won. First time hearing the word baby so unpleasantly. Your prejudice. One. MOAI. Let her shut up. Bai Luoluo's face changed slightly, and after a while, she couldn't help but laugh. What did MOAI baby say? Lin Ran saw Bai Luoluo's expression change and thought she had successfully attracted the big shot, excitedly asking her. MOAI baby told you to. Shut up. Lin Ran's face turned red instantly. If it weren't for the punishment not yet being carried out, she would have definitely hung up immediately. MOAI, let her hang. If she has no money, Don't pretend, making me so embarrassed. Chapter 33. Sending Red Envelopes. Luoluo's Cat. The big shot is truly scheming. I originally thought the punishment was light, forgive my ignorance. Gain some insight now. That guy from the Ian family probably won't log into the live streaming app again. After all, he can't afford to lose face. This also effectively eliminates the possibility of future troubles. Lynn Rand smiled. Anyway, that person from the Ian family shouldn't be coming back to her live streaming room anytime soon. Otherwise, he would definitely be laughed at by everyone. So, just sending a bullet screen wouldn't affect her at all. Thus, she very straightforwardly sent the bullet screen. Luoluo, should we follow each other and play together later? Thanks to you. This is my first time receiving so many gifts. I believe you also know that for us streamers, sometimes we have no choice. Hope you won't mind. Wow, the other side is really shameless. Who had that condescending attitude at first? Sure enough, not everyone could be a streamer. They have to be able to let go. Suddenly felt a little sorry for that guy from the Ian family. One life, one solitude. Don't agree. Luoluo's cat. Don't mess with me. Stir-fried green beans. I also think we shouldn't agree. Sorry, I think it's better to pass. Bai Luoluo smiled apologetically. Lynn Rand's expression stiffened but quickly recovered. Thus she smiled and waved her hand. All right then, I'll log off first. I hope we can play together again in the future. After the call was disconnected, the live streaming screen was left with only Bai Luoluo. One life, one solitude. In the future, just directly refuse such people. Exactly, such people might backstab you later. Instead of worrying, it's better to eliminate them directly. Stir-fried green beans. Celebrate Luoluo for breaking 10 million in gifts today. Stir-fried green beans. Send a romantic firework. 10. 99 diamonds. Tomato and egg. Send a romantic firework. 99 diamonds. One life. One solitude. Send a romantic firework. 99. 99 diamonds, you all. Bai Luoluo felt a bit shy and touched her nose. This was all thanks to MO.AI. MO.AI was just too powerful. God knows how nervous I was back then. Even now, Bai Luoluo still felt it was unreal, as if she had just had a dream. MO.AI. You really aren't afraid I'll go bankrupt, right? One life, one solitude. Don't worry. Even if I go bankrupt, he won't. Bai Luoluo read the comment from Jugu, couldn't help but laugh, and with that laugh, she felt a lot more relaxed. Luoluo's cat. Today, my wife must celebrate well. Remember to eat something good later. Usually, when Bai Luoluo cooked, she would post it in the fan group, and everyone thought that a female should eat much more lavishly. You have to know, in the Interstellar Beast World, females definitely wouldn't have less than 10 dishes per meal. Even nutrient solutions wouldn't skimp on flavors, unlike Bai Luoluo, who was indeed a bit shabby. Bai Luoluo nodded. We should celebrate a bit. As she spoke, a red envelope appeared on the live streaming screen, and everyone hurriedly clicked to open it. Thanks to the host red envelope. The host red envelope is so big. One life, one solitude. Snatch a fortune packet. Luoluo's cat. Why is mine only 1 cent? Stir-fry green beans. Thank you for the red envelope. Lady, don't mess with me. So, this is what it feels like to receive a red envelope. Could it be that MO.AI is receiving a red envelope for the first time? Bai Luoluo curiously asked. Don't mess with me. Yeah, for some reason, Bai Luoluo suddenly felt a bit heartbroken for MO.AI. But then she thought, he used to be the richest man. What right do I have to feel sorry for him? Then I'll send you red envelopes from now on. Bai Luoluo said with a smile. Anyway, this money was also given to me by you. The last sentence, although said very softly, was heard by all the fans in the live streaming room, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. The host is too honest, huh? After all, it's your money. Ha ha! Using the big brother's money to send red envelopes to the big brother. What kind of new operation is this? Don't mess with me. Good. Unexpectedly, MO.AI actually replied with a good, and the bullet screens instantly quieted down. Don't mess with me, follow the host. Don't mess with me, send a light board, 6 diamonds, wow. So the big shot hadn't followed the host before. The big shot's follow count is finally not 0. The host's good days have come. Bai Luoluo glanced at the bullet screens and opened MO.AI's profile, discovering that he indeed only had 1 follow, which meant she was the only streamer he followed. For some reason, there was a strange feeling welling up, making Bai Luoluo feel a bit teary-eyed. Don't mess with me. The host isn't going to cry, right? One life. One solitude. You're so talkative. Luoluo's cat. Wife, don't cry. Bai Luoluo blinked hard, adjusted her state, and spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. I'm not. Junli. Luoluo, are you still going to play? Bai Luoluo then remembered that there was still one connection task left for today. Although she did feel a bit tired, she still thought about finishing the task in one go. So, she nodded sure. The next second, Jun Lee's connection request popped up. As the screen divided into two, Jun Lee's voice came through. Luoluo, today, I finally got to see what a true rich person is like. It's really amazing. Oh my God. I can't even imagine if one day someone gave me that much. Would I faint from happiness? It's so terrifying, really. I feel like all the blood in my body is boiling. Before Bai Luoluo could speak, Jun Lee launched into a long speech. Why is the other side so excited? What's going on with the other side being a bit funny? Stir-fried green beans. Quite cute, Luoluo's cat. What's going on upstairs? Stir-fried green beans. Don't worry. I only like the lady. Luoluo. Why do you look like you're not excited at all? Jun Lee curiously leaned closer to the camera and asked, How do you know I'm not excited? Bai Luoluo smiled lightly, picked up her cup to drink water, only to realize that it was empty. So she spoke to the camera, Hold on, I'll go pour some water. Bai Luoluo stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Wow, the host's legs are really straight. Wow, long legs, although Bai Luoluo had been fully visible before, she was wearing a long dress. So everyone could only see that her body proportions were great, but seeing it with the naked eye was a completely different impact. Bai Luoluo, who went to pour water, was still unaware of what was happening in the live streaming room. When she returned, she realized the atmosphere seemed a bit off. The host's legs are longer than my life. Bai Luoluo looked at the last bullet screen that popped up, looked down, and only then realized that she was wearing an ultra-short skirt today. Chapter 34. Accompanying you, Luoluo. You're still single, right? Jun Lee suddenly asked. Bai Luoluo was taken aback and then honestly nodded, wondering why he suddenly asked this. It shouldn't be like this. Jun Lee stroked his chin and said, logically speaking, with your beauty and gentleness, there should be a long line of applicants wanting to register for a partner, stretching from Central Star to Neptune. What registration? Bai Luoluo was indeed not familiar with the rules here and asked curiously. Don't you know, Sister Luoluo? Jun Lee asked in surprise, looking at the anchor's expression. She really seems to not know. No wonder she hasn't seen any males around her, advising the opposite side to not say too much. I'll go tell the opposite side. Qin looked at the screen, tightening his grip on the coffee cup. If Bai Luoluo's information really appeared in the federal system, she would probably soon be overwhelmed by partner applications. Then, Sister Luoluo, have you tested your psychic power and fertility? Jun Lee glanced at the barrage. Although they were warning him to stop asking, he was genuinely curious. Bai Luoluo shook her head, asking where she could go to test. It shouldn't be like this. Logically speaking, after a female reaches adulthood, during the health check, the medical center would test these data for every female. After hearing Jun Lee's words, Bai Luoluo remembered that she had indeed been to the medical center. At that time, Qian was eager to settle her down, so the report said to collect it later. I remember now, I should have tested, but I forgot to collect the report. Jun Lee couldn't help but laugh and cry. These data were crucial for females. If she tested high in fertility and psychic power, Bai Luoluo could completely avoid showing her face in public and would have people competing to take care of her at home. Are those really that important? A lifetime of solitude. Not that important, Luoluo's cat. It's actually okay. Your favoritism. It doesn't affect our liking for you. Stir-fried green beans. No matter what. I like her. The anchor should go collect the report. High data determines the abilities of your future partner. Bai Luoluo was initially worried, thinking she should quickly go collect the report, but after seeing those comments, it seemed not so important anymore. I'm not planning to find a partner for now, so delaying a bit shouldn't be a problem. Does the anchor really not want to find someone to take care of herself? But live streaming is tiring too. The anchor is the most special female I've ever met. Stir-fried green beans. Still go collect it. While they were chatting, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Bai Luoluo was stunned. After being here for so long, aside from Xing Shan and her neighbors, Qian and Qin, no one had ever come to find her. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Luoluo said to the camera, Someone's knocking, I'll go check it out. After saying that, she hurriedly put on her bunny slippers and went to the door. When she opened it, Bai Luoluo was stunned. Who are you looking for? In front of her were two males in military uniforms, nervously biting their lips. Is this Bai Luoluo? It seemed the other side noticed Bai Luoluo's fear and asked in the gentlest voice possible. That's me. Bai Luoluo warily looked at them. What do you want with me? Hearing this, their eyes lit up. Bai Luoluo, could you come with us for a moment? One of them approached her, causing Bai Luoluo to quickly step back 2 paces. Can't you tell me what this is about now? Bai Luoluo, please don't be afraid. The younger male pulled the other back a step and then took out an ID. We are from the military, under Marshal Qian. There's been a situation with Marshal Qian, and we need your help. Something happened to Qian? Bai Luoluo asked nervously. After all, Qian had helped her a lot, and if she could truly help him, she would naturally want to go. Time is of the essence. Could you please come with us now? Bai Luoluo nodded. Okay, wait for me a moment. She hurried back to her room and said to the camera, Junli, and all the fans in the live stream, I'm sorry, but I have something urgent to attend to, so I need it in the broadcast. After that, without waiting for others to react, the live stream went black. Bai Luoluo quickly grabbed her coat and bag, preparing to leave with the visitors. What's happened that's so urgent? The door next door suddenly opened, and Feng Yi walked out. He glanced at the 2 people beside Bai Luoluo and frowned upon realizing they were from the federal government. A friend of mine is in trouble. I need to go over now, Bai Luoluo said anxiously. Your friend is in trouble. What can they need a female for? Feng Yi frowned, suspiciously looking at the 2. If I'm not mistaken, you're from military, right? What could the military possibly need a female to help with? Bai Luoluo also realized this. What could she possibly do? Qian, your friend's rage value has exceeded 75. We found that when his name is mentioned, his rage value can be controlled, so we thought to bring you along. Perhaps the Marshal can return to normal. The younger male explained. No way. Feng Yi rushed forward without thinking, shielding Bai Luoluo behind him. Don't you know how dangerous it is to let a female come into contact with a raging male? Bai Luoluo hesitated, but thinking of Qian's kindness towards her, she tugged at Feng Yi's sleeve. I'm willing to go with you. No. Feng Yi anxiously grasped Bai Luoluo's shoulders. Once a raging male's value exceeds 80, he's no different from a beast. You could get hurt. Who are you? What's your relationship with her? Why do you keep making decisions for her? The younger male grew impatient. After all, the Marshal was in a critical situation, and he needed to get the female back as soon as possible. My name is Feng Yi. Feng Yi glanced at Bai Luoluo, struggling to speak. I'm her neighbor. Since you're just neighbors, please don't stop us any longer. The younger male, realizing the person in front of him was merely the female's neighbor, became very angry, and his tone turned firm. Feng Yi. Bai Luoluo learned her neighbor's name for the first time. She understood he was worried about her safety, which was why he was trying to stop her. I know you're doing this for my own good, but Qian has helped me, and I can't not go. Feng Yi pursed his lips, seeming to struggle. Fine. After a long while, Feng Yi finally relented, and the 2 on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief. But I have one condition. I want to go with you. Bai Luoluo was a bit surprised. After all, Feng Yi was just her neighbor, and there was really no need for him to accompany her. But to be honest, she felt a bit afraid going alone, and having someone she knew around might be much better. Can he come with me? Bai Luoluo asked the 2 on the opposite side. They exchanged glances and nodded. Yes. Chapter 35, I Am Willing. Bai Luoluo and Feng Yi boarded the aircraft together and were soon taken to a strange building. Once inside, they found themselves in a place resembling a research institute. As soon as they entered, an entire wall of electronic screens displayed incomprehensible data, and several researchers in white coats were focused on the screens, discussing something. The Marshal was inside. A young male pointed to a room nearby and said. Bai Luoluo followed him to the door and looked through the glass. The room was small, containing only a bed. Qian was lying on the bed, bound by numerous iron chains, and upon closer inspection, his beast ears had already emerged. Perhaps sensing something, Qian's body was restlessly writhing, releasing a tremendous roar. The sound was so loud that it made Bai Luoluo's heart tremble. This was too dangerous. Feng Yi had initially thought that if the person inside still had some remnants of rationality, Bai Luoluo might be able to help. But he had no rationality at all. How could she assist? No, she could help. A strange voice interrupted her thoughts. Bai Luoluo turned around to meet the beautiful eyes of a young male wearing a white suit, exuding an ethereal elegance, like a celestial being from the heavens, making people hesitant to approach. When he recognized Bai Luoluo's face, Yi Jiuyu was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the Bai Luoluo, who could help Qian, whom he had been following recently, was actually the streamer he had been watching. Who are you? Feng Yi asked cautiously, stepping forward to protect Bai Luoluo. Hello, Bai Luoluo. I am Yi Jiuyu. Are you a member of the royal family? Feng Yi frowned and asked. Royal family? Bai Luoluo actually knew about this. In the Interstellar Beast World, besides the federal government, there was also the royal family that stood above them. This was somewhat similar to a country on the blue planet where she had lived before, although there was a government. The royal family still retained a significant amount of power. She hadn't expected this person to be from the royal family. No wonder he had such a naturally cold and noble aura. Yes, that's right, Yi Jiuyu said, raising his hand, and someone behind him immediately handed over a report. Yi Jiuyu took it and handed it to Bai Luoluo. According to the records from your examination at the medical facility, you are a rare SSS-level female with psychic power. Bai Luoluo lowered her head to look, and indeed the column for psychic power was marked SSS. It was known that in the entire Interstellar Beast World, there were only a few females with SS-level psychic power, and there had not been a single SSS-level one for many years. Qian was an SSS-level male warrior throughout the entire interstellar realm. Only you can calm him down. You ape-laying it. But I don't know what to do. This was not Bai Luoluo shirking responsibility. After all, she did not belong to this era. So how could she be familiar with these details? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Yi Jiuyu's face. Seeing that Yi Jiuyu did not respond, Bai Luoluo had to look at Feng Yi, but strangely, Feng Yi lowered his head, and she thought she saw him blush. Why don't you search with the light brain? The young beast man who had brought Bai Luoluo over seemed to be unable to wait any longer. After all, he was Qi and subordinate, and his main concern was whether the Marshal could recover quickly. Bai Luoluo took out her light brain and searched, instantly feeling her face flush. No wonder these people hadn't told her. If it were her, she wouldn't have been able to say it either. In this place, there are 3 methods for females to calm males. One is physical contact, which can have some effect on males with lower rage levels, but once it exceeds 50, this method becomes ineffective. The second is intimate contact. Males with rage levels over 50 require females to calm them through kissing, caressing, and other actions. The last method is for rage levels over 70, but under 80, which requires close contact or permanent marking to successfully calm them. A permanent marking involves biting through the glands at the back of the male's neck. Regardless of which method is used, the male effectively becomes the female's partner. And in the future, only the same female can calm him down when his rage level spikes. Bai Luoluo looked at Qi and in the room with a complex expression. They had mentioned before that his rage level had already surpassed 75, meaning that to save him, there was only one choice, to let him become her partner. Essentially her husband. Luoluo, if you don't want to, they can't force you, Feng Yi said, seeing Bai Luoluo's troubled expression, thinking she was unwilling. Yi Jiuyu's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He had thought Bai Luoluo would be different, but it seemed she was just like the other females. I am willing, Bai Luoluo bit her lip and said firmly. After all, it was a matter of life and death. She couldn't just ignore it. Yi Jiuyu suddenly raised his head, and there was an unknown meaning in his gaze as he looked at Bai Luoluo. Then I'll trouble you. The young male seemed afraid that Bai Luoluo would change her mind, and he immediately opened the door, making a gesture of invitation. Bai Luoluo pressed her lips together, hesitated for 2 seconds, then stepped inside. As soon as she entered, the door was closed behind her. Watching Qi and struggled desperately, Bai Luoluo felt a bit scared but still cautiously moved forward. Just as she was about to reach the bedside, Qi let out an angry roar, breaking the chains that bound him. And in an instant, he transformed into his beast form, a panda, lunging toward Bai Luoluo. The sudden change startled everyone, and Feng Yi pressed against the door, his heart racing. In fact, when Bai Luoluo agreed, Yi Jiuyu suddenly felt a bit regretful. wondering if he had made the right decision in letting Bai Luoluo go in. So when he heard Bai Luoluo's scream, he instinctively moved forward. But something strange happened. The massive panda nuzzled Bai Luoluo's face with a gentle expression, and its rough tongue licked her pale face. The warm and moist sensation brought Bai Luoluo back to reality, and she looked at the panda in front of her, still in shock. So Qi-in's beast form was a panda? Seeing the panda awakened her bloodline as a person of Chinese descent, and Bai Luoluo found herself feeling less afraid. She reached out and patted the panda's head. The panda then snuggled up beside her and lay down. Seeing that the panda did not intend to attack her, Bai Luoluo grew bolder and began to stroke it. The Marshal's rage level actually decreased. With a gasp, everyone's attention was drawn to the electronic screen on the wall, which monitored Qi-in's data. At this moment, the rage level continued to drop, finally stopping at 69. Meanwhile, as Bai Luoluo was enjoying petting the panda, she suddenly felt a shift in front of her. The giant panda transformed into a naked man, and her hand was resting on his chest muscles. Chapter 36, Anger. The man's muscles were not exaggerated, yet they were as solid and powerful as an ancient oak tree, with every inch of skin harboring restrained, explosive strength, as if sculpted by nature's finest craftsmanship rather than a display of ostentatious training. This muscle must feel great to the touch. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but think. It wasn't until the man let out a muffled groan that Bai Luoluo realized her hand had uncontrollably squeezed his chest muscles. Bai Luoluo looked down and accidentally collided with the man's slightly trembling gaze. His cheeks were slightly flushed, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and tiny beads of sweat slid down his forehead, as if he were enduring something with great effort. I'm sorry, Bai Luoluo exclaimed, quickly withdrawing her hand, her face turning crimson in an instant. In her previous life, although she often watched male deities dance in live streams, she was always extremely nervous around men in reality, let alone touching them. Feng Yi saw that Qi-in had already transformed into a beast man and was eager to rush in, but was stopped by a doctor-like person. Wait. Everyone looked over in confusion, only to find that the data on the large screen had started to fluctuate again. The Marshal's rage level was dropping again. Dr. Wang pushed up his glasses, his eyes clouded with uncertainty, and he already had a vague suspicion in his heart, but needed further verification. Is this the power of an SSS-level mental force? Dr. Wang shook his head, thinking that it was necessary to check Bai Luoluo's mental force. Everyone gasped in shock. Dr. Wang's meaning was very clear. He suspected that Bai Luoluo's mental force was more than just SSS level. Yi Jiu also didn't expect Bai Luoluo's mental force to be so strong that just a simple touch could successfully soothe a male with such a high rage level. If he could have such a female by his side. In the room, Bai Luoluo's face was flushed as she turned her back to Qi-in, who had already gotten up and was putting on the clothes scattered on the floor. He walked towards the door while buttoning his shirt. Bai Luoluo was right in the direction of the door, initially thinking that Qi-in was coming to find her, but when she looked up, she saw Qi-in bypassing her directly, his hand resting on the doorknob. The door was forcefully opened, and everyone saw the Marshal's extremely displeased face, the smile on his face instantly vanishing. Who told you to take it upon yourselves to bring Bai Luoluo here? Qi-in shouted angrily, startling everyone present and changing their expressions. They all knew that the Marshal was strict with military discipline. If it weren't for the special circumstances this time, they wouldn't have taken the liberty to find Bai Luoluo. Bai Luoluo was stunned for a moment, the blush on her face fading as her expression turned somewhat ugly. She looked at Qi-in's back, biting her lip. She knew she had indeed overstepped her bounds, but she didn't expect Qi-in to reject her touch so vehemently. For a moment, Bai Luoluo was relieved that she hadn't marked Qi-in, otherwise he would probably have hated her even more. Since the Marshal is fine, I'll take my leave, Bai Luoluo said, squeezing through the gap beside Qi-in and walking out without looking back. Qi-in was taken aback for a moment, but then thought of something and quickly stepped forward, grabbing Bai Luoluo's wrist. You bastard! Feng Yi angrily pulled Qi-in over and swung his fist at him. Bai Luoluo had left so many fans in a live stream and hurried over to save him. Yet Qi-in had this attitude. So what if he was a Marshal? If he made Luoluo unhappy, he would still get beaten. Qian was caught off guard and stumbled back several steps before finally steadying himself. Bai Luoluo didn't expect Feng Yi to suddenly take action. She hurriedly stepped forward to pull on Feng Yi's sleeve. Feng Yi had originally wanted to hit Qi a few more times, but was afraid of scaring Bai Luoluo. So he held her hand and pulled her away. Qian narrowed his eyes. He recognized Feng Yi, as the Feng family was quite prominent in Central Star. But why was Bai Luoluo with Feng Yi? The two seemed quite close. Why was the young master of the Feng family here? Qian asked coldly. When we went to find Bai Luoluo, Mr. Feng Yi was staying next door to her. He was worried she might be in danger, so he came along, explained the young male who had previously gone to pick up Bai Luoluo. Qian's eyes darkened. His instincts were not wrong. Feng Yi's concern for Bai Luoluo was definitely more than just neighborly. It was the same as his own thoughts. Thinking of how their hands had been intertwined when they left earlier, a glimmer of danger flashed in Qian's eyes. Marshal. Qian turned to look at the young male standing behind him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Suemo, how long have you been following me? He had been by the Marshal's side for many years and knew this was a sign of his anger. So he quickly saluted and respectfully replied, Marshal, I have been following you for 10 years. He had picked up Suemo from the roadside, and they had grown up relying on each other. After joining the military, they had experienced life and death together. Qian, this matter was decided by me. It has nothing to do with him, Yi Jiuyu said lightly as he stepped forward. Qian didn't even glance at Yi Jiuyu and instructed Suemo, go down and accept your punishment. Yi Jiuyu's expression stiffened, but due to his status, he couldn't say much. Everyone in the room was afraid of the Marshal. After all, even Suemo had been punished. They all quickly found various excuses to leave, and soon, only Qian and Yi Jiuyu were left in the room. I heard Bai Luoluo was brought back by you? Yi Jiuyu dragged a chair over and asked casually, what? Our esteemed crown prince has taken an interest in a female? Qian looked at Yi Jiuyu warily. Yi Jiuyu is not only a crown prince, but also possessed SSS-level combat power. Therefore, when he came of age, almost all the SSS-level females in Central Star had expressed their desire to bond with him. Yet he seemed uninterested in females, leaving the king and queen worried without any response. Now that he suddenly showed interest in Bai Luoluo, Qian felt a very bad premonition. Yi Jiuyu's lips curled slightly. It was indeed quite interesting. To his surprise, Yi Jiuyu admitted it just like that. Luoluo is very innocent, Qian said lightly, his meaning very clear. Luoluo's simplicity made her unsuitable for survival in the treacherous royal court. Do you like her? Yi Jiuyu asked straightforwardly without beating around the bush. Qian pressed his thin lips together, remaining silent. Thinking back to when he opened his eyes to see Bai Luoluo in front of him, he initially thought it was an illusion until he felt Bai Luoluo's delicate little hand resting on his chest. The soft, tender little hand making direct contact with the skin. Seeing that Qian did not answer, Yi Jiuyu chuckled lightly, stood up, and walked towards the door. Chapter 37 Friends by Luoluo let Feng Yi pull her along until they reached the door, and only then did they stop by the roadside. Why are you so angry? Bai Luoluo asked with a smile. Feng Yi glanced at Bai Luoluo in surprise, realizing he was still holding her hand. He hurriedly released it and looked at her awkwardly. Aren't you angry? Feng Yi couldn't believe that such a dignified marshal could be so ungrateful. Clearly, Luoluo had come to save him, but after regaining consciousness, not only did she not thank him, but she also got so angry. It was really excessive. At first, Bai Luoluo felt quite wronged, but after calming down, she thought carefully about the situation at that time and felt she might have misunderstood. Nevertheless, Qian's reaction at that moment still made her a bit uncomfortable. I'm a bit hungry. How about I treat you to a meal? Regardless of anything, Feng Yi had accompanied her today, so she should properly thank him. Looking at Bai Luoluo's smiling face, which was even more dazzling than the sunlight, Feng Yi momentarily forgot to look away. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Bai Luoluo said, reaching up to touch her face. No. Feng Yi's face instantly flushed red. What do you want to eat? In his haste to leave, Feng Yi had no time to drive, so he hailed a hovering car and headed towards the most bustling street of Central Star. Bai Luoluo had been on Central Star for a while, but had never gone out to eat. Feng Yi led her to a restaurant he was familiar with. but there were very few people inside, just a few tables occupied. "Hello, Mr. Feng." A waiter in uniform walked over, greeting Feng Yi warmly, and then led them to a window seat. "May I ask what Mr. Feng would like to eat today?" Feng Yi quickly ordered a few dishes, and then, after thinking for a moment, asked for 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice. Once the waiter left, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but speak up. "It seems you're a regular here." Feng Yi nodded. "Yeah, I've been here a few times. The food is pretty good. You should try it." Bai Luoluo nodded and took a sip of the warm water that had just been served. After that, they both fell silent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Bai Luoluo pressed her lips together. "Thank you for today." Whether it was accompanying her to save someone or for the subsequent support, Bai Luoluo felt she should sincerely thank Feng Yi. "You're welcome." Seeing Bai Luoluo being so polite made Feng Yi feel a bit uncomfortable. Thinking about how Bai Luoluo had touched Qian today, his heart grew even more uneasy. Actually, they both spoke at the same time. Then Bai Luoluo smiled. "You go first." "Actually, I recognized you the day I moved in, the streamer." Feng Yi thought for a moment and decided he should be honest. Today, whether it was Qian or the Crown Prince Yi Jiuyu, both had made him feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. Most importantly, both of their statuses were not low, and he had no significant advantage in front of them. If he had to say his only advantage, it was that they already knew each other. Upon hearing Feng Yi's address to her, Bai Luoluo was taken aback. She had indeed thought about the possibility of being recognized one day, but she never expected someone with Feng Yi's status would have watched her live stream. "Who are you?" Bai Luoluo thought for a while, but couldn't guess who Feng Yi might be in her live stream room. After all, she had many fans, and it was possible that Feng Yi had just stumbled into her stream by chance. "Why don't you guess? I've always been very supportive of you." There were only a few fans who consistently supported her, and Bai Luoluo quickly locked onto one, tentatively asking, "You can't be Cat Cat, can you?" Jianggu and Prejudice, as well as Soy Sauce, are relatively stable. 4-season Bean should be female, so that leaves only Cat Cat. Most importantly, Bai Luoluo knew that Cat Cat was previously known as No Escape, and even though the live stream had been optimized for appearance, one could still see some resemblance to Feng Yi with a closer look. Feng Yi seemed surprised that Bai Luoluo was so clever and nodded in astonishment. The streamer is really smart to guess it right away. Bai Luoluo's face turned red. Actually, it was pretty easy to guess. Feng Yi was momentarily stunned and looked at Bai Luoluo in confusion. Bai Luoluo had been quite nervous, but seeing Feng Yi's expression made her unable to help but laugh, gently reminding him, "You shouldn't have forgotten that I saw what you looked like during our PK." Feng Yi instantly jumped up from his chair, drawing the attention of other diners in the restaurant. He hurriedly sat back down and lowered his voice to ask, "So you knew all along?" Bai Luoluo smiled without saying anything, but her expression said it all. Feng Yi felt like a wilted eggplant. He thought he had disguised himself well, but he didn't expect Bai Luoluo to know everything. How could he continue to pretend? Seeing Feng Yi's expression, Bai Luoluo found it somewhat amusing. "To be honest, I didn't think about that when I first saw you. It was just when you said you were my fan that I confirmed it. But even so, you still knew early on that Cat Cat was No Escape." Thinking back to what he had done to Bai Luoluo, Feng Yi felt very guilty. "Well," Bai Luoluo nodded, "it shouldn't just be me. The others in the live stream room probably know too." Now, Feng Yi felt even more embarrassed. So those guys, what were they really thinking while watching me jump around in the live stream these days? Bai Luoluo had a great time eating, but she wasn't sure if Feng Yi was enjoying himself. When they left the restaurant, seeing Feng Yi still looking downcast, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but call out to him. "What's wrong?" Feng Yi stopped, looking at Bai Luoluo weakly. "Actually, whether you're No Escape or Cat Cat, you are still Feng Yi, my friend Bai Luoluo." Feng Yi suddenly looked up, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, no matter who he was online, he was still Feng Yi, Bai Luoluo's neighbor. "No, now I can call you a friend." "I'm sorry," Feng Yi said somewhat shyly. If it was for the PK with No Escape, it really wasn't necessary. Bai Luoluo smiled and said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gained that attention or accumulated so many fans." "Do you really think so?" Feng Yi asked, a bit excited. "Of course." Bai Luoluo smiled and nodded. "We're friends now, aren't we?" Feng Yi nodded excitedly. "Yeah, right, we're friends." Although I want to be more than just your friend. Chapter 38, I am willing to take responsibility. The two returned home together, but encountered an unexpected person at the door. When Qian saw Bai Luoluo, he immediately stood up and looked at her a bit awkwardly. He cautiously walked in front of Bai Luoluo, shielding her behind him, and asked, "How did you get here?" Qian bit his lip and remained silent. You should go back first." Bai Luoluo stepped forward and said to Yi. He was somewhat surprised, but didn't say anything more. He turned back to his own door, opened the lock, and went inside. Until the sound of the door closing echoed, and still didn't speak. Bai Luoluo felt a bit angry and walked past him to open the door. Seeing that Bai Luoluo didn't intend to talk to him, Qian panicked and reached his hand in just as the door was about to close. Bai Luoluo hadn't expected Qian to block the door with his hand. "What are you doing?" Bai Luoluo hurriedly opened the door again and looked down to check Qian's hand. She had closed the door a bit too hard out of anger, and now there were clear red marks on Qian's hand. Watching Bai Luoluo worryingly hold his hand, Qian's lips curled up slightly. Bai Luoluo was still as gentle and kind as ever. "I'm really sorry about today. I was angry because they knew I was in danger at that time, but still called you over. It wasn't because of you." Qian sighed. "At that time, I lost consciousness. What would have happened if I'd hurt you?" So Qian wasn't angry because he thought he had touched her. He was worried about himself. "You're injured badly and need urgent treatment," Bai Luoluo said as she pulled Qian inside, pressed him down onto the sofa, and hurried to the fridge to get some ice cubes, wrapping them in a towel before sitting down next to him. "If I hadn't seen it, your hand would have been ruined, you know?" Seemingly wanting to vent her frustration, she pressed the towel wrapped around the ice cubes hard against the injury. "Ouch!" Qian inhaled sharply in pain. "Now you know it hurts?" Bai Luoluo said irritably, though she eased her grip a bit. "I was just worried you were angry and didn't want to talk to me," Qian explained softly. In an instant, the atmosphere in the living room became ambiguous. Bai Luoluo looked up and noticed that Qian's ears had turned bright red. Even though they were hanging low, she could still vaguely see a suspicious flush on his face. Just as Bai Luoluo was about to speak, she noticed the beast ears that had appeared last time had once again emerged, recalling that she had seen his beast ears both times when he seemed very shy. "Your ears." Bai Luoluo curiously examined Qian's beast ears, which indeed looked just like a panda's ears, fluffy and soft, making one want to touch them. "Do you want to touch them?" Although it was very embarrassing, Qian crouched down and leaned his head toward Bai Luoluo. "Is it okay?" Bai Luoluo remembered that the last time she touched Qian's beast ears, his reaction was quite strong. Qian nodded. Bai Luoluo looked at the slightly trembling beast ears and finally couldn't resist placing her hand on them. They were soft, fluffy, and truly pleasant to touch. However, as she continued to touch them, Bai Luoluo felt something was off. Qian's breathing became heavy, and he felt as if he was burning up. Moreover, he had been squatting just a moment ago, but somehow had knelt down on the floor. This posture, this expression, why did it remind her so much of the male streamers she had seen before? No, to be precise, it seemed even more enticing than those streamers, making one want to tease him a bit. "Why you?" Bai Luoluo snapped back to reality and quickly withdrew her hand, looking at Qian helplessly. Qian raised his head. The desire in his eyes and faded, and seeing Bai Luoluo's flustered expression made him unable to help but laugh. Half jokingly, he said, "Bai Luoluo, do you know what it means to touch a male beast's ears?" Bai Luoluo shook her head. How could she possibly know? But since Qian asked that, could it mean? Bai Luoluo quickly pulled out her light brain and searched for the answer. When she saw the result, she was completely dumbfounded. Touching a male beast's ears equated to a mating request. She genuinely didn't know. Otherwise, she wouldn't have touched them twice. But if it had such a special meaning, why did Qian actively lean his head toward her and let her touch them just now? Now you know? The flush on Qian's face had faded, his eyes clear, and he looked at Bai Luoluo with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Thinking her reaction was incredibly cute and wanting to devour her in one bite. Bai Luoluo's face instantly turned red. "I didn't know, really?" Bai Luoluo stammered as she explained. "Now that you've touched, does that mean you're not planning to take responsibility, Luoluo?" Qian pretended to be angry. plopping down on the sofa beside Bai Luoluo. No, Bai Luoluo hurriedly explained. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Looking at Bai Luoluo's conflicted expression, Qian couldn't bear it anymore. But just as he was about to say he was joking, Bai Luoluo seemed to have made up her mind. I can take responsibility. Qian was taken aback, looking at Bai Luoluo in disbelief. You said you want to take responsibility? Bai Luoluo nodded firmly. She had thought it over. The fact that she possessed SS-level mental strength would eventually spread, and the Federation and the royal family would definitely take action. Rather than being forced to accept a stranger as her husband, it would be better to choose Qian. At least he was upright, good-looking, and a marshal. He wouldn't make her too passive. Most importantly, Qian was a soldier and would spend most of his time in the army, which wouldn't greatly impact her life. Qian couldn't believe that Bai Luoluo had considered so much in such a short time. He looked at her in disbelief. Are you serious? Bai Luoluo nodded. If you're willing, I can do it. On the way back, Qian felt dizzy. Even after confirming the answer with Bai Luoluo multiple times, he still felt a sense of unreality. Thinking about how Bai Luoluo had seriously told him she was willing, Qian felt his heart racing once more, as if it might burst out of his chest. Seemingly afraid that Bai Luoluo would regret it, Qian immediately submitted a marriage application for the two of them through their light brains on the system. Now, what he needed to do was hurry back and get someone to approve their marriage application as soon as possible. If it weren't for the speed limit in Central Star, he would have definitely flown the vehicle at top speed. Suddenly, Qian recalled when Bai Luoluo said she still wanted to live in her current house after getting married. Qian calmed down. Did that mean she didn't want to live with him? Considering that Bai Luoluo was a streamer, Qian thought she might indeed need her own space. After all, he had noticed that Bai Luoluo seemed to enjoy being a streamer. Since it was something she liked, Qian would support her. After all, having taken the position of her first beast husband, he felt he had already gained a significant advantage. Chapter 39 Special Connection. Hearing the sound of a door opening next door, he hurriedly opened a crack in the door and saw Qian smiling as he said goodbye to Bai Luoluo. He felt a strange sensation in his heart. After thinking for a while, he wanted to send a message to Bai Luoluo to ask about the situation. Luoluo's cat. Did he leave? Next door, Bai Luoluo had just returned to the sofa and lay down when her light brain suddenly chimed with a message notification. Upon opening it, she realized it was a message from Feng. For some reason, knowing that Luoluo's cat was Feng, it made her feel strange when she saw this nickname. Seeing the content of the message, Bai Luoluo chuckled and speculated that Feng might have been worried about her all along, which was why he was deliberately paying attention to what was happening over here. Otherwise, how could he send a message right after Qian had just left? Bai Luoluo, yes, he just left. After thinking for a moment, Bai Luoluo sent another message. Bai Luoluo, thank you for today. Seeing Bai Luoluo's reply, Feng really wanted to ask what they had talked about, but then he thought about how he was just her neighbor and seemed to have no right to pry, which made him even more frustrated. According to the Federation's usual methods of handling matters, they definitely wouldn't let go of Bai Luoluo, an SS-level psychic female, easily. They would probably arrange a partner for her in the next couple of days. Thinking of this, Feng felt as if a cat was scratching at his heart. He also considered confessing to Bai Luoluo directly. After all, he had already called her wife so openly in the live broadcast. But he was genuinely worried that being so impulsive might scare Bai Luoluo away, and if she started avoiding him, it would be a loss. After thinking for a while, Feng had a sudden idea. Luoluo's cat, will you be live streaming later? Bai Luoluo then remembered that she had hurriedly ended the live stream earlier and hadn't had the chance to explain things to everyone. To avoid worrying them, she thought it would be better to go live and give everyone an update. Bai Luoluo, yes, I will probably start at 8 o'clock tonight. Immediately afterward, Bai Luoluo opened a fan group and announced the live stream time for tonight, then turned off her light brain and snuggled into the sofa, falling into a deep sleep. It seemed that after calming Qian down, she felt very tired, and Bai Luoluo thought this should be related to her consumption of psychic energy. When she woke up again, she found it was already 7:50. Remembering that she had promised everyone a live stream at 8, Bai Luoluo hurriedly got up, rushed to the bathroom to wash her face, and then opened the live stream. As soon as she started the stream, fans flooded in. Just came in and was hit by the beauty filter. The host looks are amazing. One life to be alone. Did you finish dealing with things? Bai Luoluo grabbed a tissue to wipe her face, and seeing the comment from Zhugu, she nodded, apologizing for causing everyone concern. The incident was sudden, and she had time to explain. Stir-fry green beans. As long as you're fine, that's good. Am I the only one curious about what the host went off to do? Luoluo's cat. Don't pay too much attention to the host's private life. Stir-fry green beans. Why aren't you calling her wife anymore? Your prejudice. Could it be that the host was rejected privately? One life to be alone, probably. Luoluo's cat. Is the wife still going to PK tonight? Now that she knew Luoluo's cat was Feng-Yi. Hearing him call her wife made Bai Luoluo feel a bit shy, and her cheeks imperceptibly flushed. The host is blushing, right? Previously, when the cat called her wife, there wasn't this big of a reaction. Could it be that they really met privately? Upstairs, that's the truth. Didn't T stream all afternoon? Could it be that they both fell asleep? Seeing that everyone was starting to suspect Bai Luoluo of secretly meeting with the big brother, Feng-Yi got anxious. Although this kind of thing wasn't a secret in the streaming circle, he just didn't want to see anyone bad-mouthing Bai Luoluo. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. More guidance in life. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. Luoluo's cat. Luoluo's cat. The bystander is really quick to act. One life to be alone. Is this the legendary single speed? Haha. Zhugu's mouth is so sharp. Single speed, huh? The originally tense atmosphere in the live stream suddenly became relaxed. Qian stared at the screen intently, wishing he could tell everyone that he wasn't single anymore, that he was about to have a wife, and that wife was their beloved host. But he couldn't so he simply started showering the stream with gifts. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. I'm gifting flowers to the host. 10 diamonds. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. I'm gifting a pen to the host. 52 diamonds. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. I'm gifting romantic fireworks to the host. 99 diamonds. Luoluo's cat didn't need to shower gifts. Bai Luoluo was amused and confused. She didn't understand why the bystander was so strange tonight, as he had never been this impulsive before. She just wanted to explain to everyone why she had suddenly ended the stream earlier, saying they didn't need to send gifts. One life to be alone. Let him gift. The big shot has money. Luoluo's cat. Exactly, let him gift. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. Your prejudice. Why aren't you continuing? Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. All right, everyone stop bullying the bystander. Seeing Bai Luoluo defend him, Qian couldn't help but smile widely, but the next sentence made his smile freeze on his face. What if the bystander got upset and left? Then no one would send me gifts. Saying this, Bai Luoluo had a clear smile on her face. Everyone knew she was joking and couldn't help but start discussing in the comments. The bystander wouldn't want to leave. Luoluo's cat. Let him go. I'll send gifts. Luoluo's cat gifts a dream castle to the host. 19,999 diamonds. One life to be alone gifts a dream castle to the host. 19,999 diamonds. One life to be alone. Let him go. Your prejudice gifts a dream castle to the host. 19,999 diamonds. Your prejudice. Let him go. Bai Luoluo was amused. These guys were the live stream as comic relief. With them around, she didn't have to worry about the atmosphere getting cold at all. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. I'm not leaving. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander gifts a dream castle to the host. 19,999 diamonds. Looking at them, Bai Luoluo felt a bit helpless. Just as she was about to say something, a connection request popped up. Initially wanting to click refuse, she accidentally clicked accept due to a slip of the finger. The screen was instantly split in two, and Bai Luoluo couldn't help but widen her eyes at the sight. On the other half of the screen was a very handsome male streamer wearing a semi-transparent white satin shirt, buttoned only at the top. As he drank water, one could vaguely see his well-defined abs. Hello. The crazy guy put down his water cup and glanced at the screen, instantly stunned. Hello. Bai Luoluo came back to her senses and hurriedly averted her gaze. You must be Luoluo, right? Seeing Bai Luoluo shyly avoiding the camera, the crazy guy couldn't help but smile. Chapter 40. The killer move. Don't disturb me. I'm entering the live stream. Is the host shy? Damn. The opponent isn't upholding male decency. Luoluo's cat. So the host likes this style, a lifetime of loneliness. I see now. Your prejudice? I see now. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. Don't disturb me. Dry fried green beans. Husband's fans? You still have a chance. Bai Luoluo felt a bit helpless. She adjusted her state and looked at the screen, asking what they wanted to play. Let's do the overall ranking. If you lose, you have to answer a question from the opponent. If you can't answer, you have to complete the punishment they propose. The madman said, leaning closer to the camera with a playful expression. As expected, he's a madman. Be careful, host. He has too crazy a lifetime of loneliness. Don't worry. I won't let you lose, Luoluo's cat. We must win all right. Bai Luoluo looked at the barrage with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Okay, I believe you won't let me lose. The PK officially began, and the scores were reset. Everyone, before Bai Luoluo could finish her sentence, their attention was drawn to the live stream on the opposite side. In the frame, the madman stood up and started dancing to the music. And it wasn't a serious dance at all. To enhance the atmosphere, the madman deliberately turned off the lights in the room, leaving only the light behind him. Under the illumination, with a faint white smoke, the ambience was instantly elevated. Plus, since his shirt was only buttoned at the top, his solid muscles were completely exposed to the camera with every dance move. I have to say, this guy knows how to find angles, showcasing his strengths perfectly, making it hard for anyone to look away. In almost an instant, the madman's health bar surpassed Bai Luoluo's side. A lifetime of loneliness. Host. Regain your focus, Luoluo's cat. Suddenly, I don't want to send gifts anymore. Don't disturb me. Host. Maybe wipe your drool. Your prejudice. Didn't expect you to be such a host. Dry-fried green beans. Girl. Let me go check the situation. It wasn't until she saw the madman winking at the camera that Bai Luoluo snapped back to reality and pulled her gaze away. Seeing the barrage where the green beans had climbed over to the next room, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. But she wasn't angry, after all. Even she was almost mesmerized. Babies. Bai Luoluo's gaze fell on her health bar, and she was momentarily confused. She scrolled up the barrage and saw everyone's comments, her small face instantly losing its composure. Do you really have the heart to see me lose? Bai Luoluo still wasn't accustomed to directly asking for gifts, so she employed a roundabout tactic, clenching her fists beside her cheeks and putting on a pitiful look. Is the host being cute? A lifetime of loneliness. This is something I can watch without spending money. Luoluo's cat. Wife, they are bad people. Let me help you. Luoluo's cat sent a gift. Dream Castle 1020 19999 diamonds. Your prejudice. You shouldn't be called a cat. You should be called a sycophant. Don't disturb me. Indeed, very sycophantic. 5 confused and 3 confused. The big shots are jealous, brothers. Your chance has come. 5 confused and 3 confused sent a gift. Romantic fireworks, 99 diamonds. Zongzi sent a gift. 1,000 paper cranes, 99 diamonds. Rose sent a gift. True love roses, 520 diamond originally. Qian was also a bit stunned. He didn't expect Bai Luoluo to like this style. But this particular style was something he couldn't replicate no matter how hard he tried. He felt somewhat disheartened, but after seeing the barrage, he unconsciously started sending gifts. Don't hit me, I'm just a bystander sent a gift. Dream Castle 1020 19999 diamonds. Your prejudice. A lifetime of loneliness sent a gift. Dream Castle 10 19,999 diamonds. Luoluo's cat. Everyone is so stingy. The previously lagging health bar barely managed to keep pace with the opponents due to the bystanders' contributions. How about this? I'll sing a song for everyone. Bai Luoluo suddenly had an idea, recalling a song she had heard in another live stream, and immediately pulled up the playlist, beginning to sing into the camera. Baby, baby, mooah. 1 mooah on the left, 1 mooah on the right, baby, baby, hug. I want a princess hug, hugs that fly up. Hugs that spin around my baby is the best. Originally, this song had a cute vibe, and paired with Bai Luoluo's soft voice, the live stream instantly erupted with excitement. The big shots can sit still for this. If I had money, I would definitely send gifts to the host. The host is being cute. I'd give my life for you in an instant. All kinds of gifts flooded into the live stream. Qian never expected Bai Luoluo to suddenly act cute, and his hand unconsciously stopped moving. Watching Bai Luoluo's face partially visible through the special effect from the inner room, combined with her sticky voice, reminded him of how she excitedly rubbed her ears earlier that day. making him feel suddenly hot. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander sent a gift. Dream Castle 1020. 199999 diamonds, a lifetime of loneliness sent a gift. Dream Castle 1020. 19,999 diamonds. Your prejudice sent a gift. Dream Castle 1020. 19999 diamonds, don't disturb me sent a gift. Dream Castle 1020. 19,999 diamonds. Luoluo's cat sent a gift. Dream Castle 3040. 19999 diamonds in an instant. The screen of the live stream was completely covered by the special effects of the Dream Castle. The madman on the opposite side seemed to not have anticipated that he would be outdone at the last moment of the PK. Not only that, but his health bar had also exceeded by a large margin. The PK ended, and Bai Luoluo won. Sure enough, you are amazing. The madman gasped as he opened the voice connection. I've heard your big brother is super capable, and today I finally witnessed it. Bai Luoluo had a barely perceptible smile on her lips. She knew these guys would definitely fall for this. My big brother is indeed quite capable, and the key is that they care about me and can't bear to see me lose. Bai Luoluo said, glancing meaningfully at the camera, am I right, babies? Haha, is the host being sarcastic? Babies sent gifts, yet still made the host unhappy. Ha ha ha, as expected of the host, according to the previously agreed terms. You can ask any question, and I will definitely not lie. The madman sat down, picking up a small fan and blowing it towards his neck. Originally, Bai Luoluo didn't think much of it. After all, the other party had danced, so it must be hot. But gradually, she noticed something was off. This guy's shirt was unbuttoned, and with the breeze from the small fan, his exquisite collarbone and chest muscles were fully exposed. This guy was once again trying to seduce her. Luoluo's cat asked him if he has ever met the top sister offline. Bai Luoluo's smile stiffened. When it came to being ruthless, it had to be the cat. My top brother asked, have you ever met the top sister offline? The madman didn't expect Bai Luoluo to ask such a sharp question. But the rules were set by him, and he couldn't back out now. The most important thing was that today, the top sister just happened to be in the live stream. I have met, the madman said nonchalantly. She gave me so many gifts, and it's normal to dance for her alone. Go to hell with that dance, who believes it? As expected of a madman, Hualuo, Mo, Xiangli kicked Sanyan out of the live stream. Babies, please don't use foul language in Luoluo's live stream. Bai Luoluo said with a smile. Chapter 41. The injured little black cat, I'll go pay for the medical expenses. Bai Luoluo knew that her fans didn't want to see a madman, so after hanging up the call, she said proactively. Then she temporarily exited the live broadcast room and went to the madman's live stream, where she gifted him a sports car without saying a word before returning. However, when she came back and scrolled through the bullet comments, she noticed something was off. Luoluo's cat. My wife really likes that guy. A lifetime of loneliness. I didn't expect a streamer to like a male like a fox spirit. Don't hit. I'm soy sauce. Got it. Your prejudice. Shallow female. Your prejudice was muted by Luoluo's cat for 1 minute. When Bai Luoluo returned, she happened to see prejudice being muted and couldn't help but laugh. So prejudice has been around for so long and hasn't even become a moderator. Don't hit. I'm soy sauce. I suggest removing the cat's management. Luoluo's cat. My wife wouldn't listen to you. Bai Luoluo looked at the bullet comments, rubbed her chin, and softly spoke. It's not impossible. How about this? If you send me a sports car, I'll remove the cat's management. Deal. Don't hit. I'm soy sauce gifted 5 sport cars, 1,000 diamonds, all right. Bai Luoluo promptly removed Luoluo's cat's management. Luoluo's cat. Don't hit. I'm soy sauce. Deserved it, a lifetime of loneliness. Should be dry-fried green beans. You have today, to Luoluo's cat, squatting in the corner drawing circles. Cursing you all. But the next second, the system notified that Luoluo's cat had become a room manager again. This operation was indeed hard to understand. How did the cat become a room manager again? The streamer didn't accidentally click, did she? Luoluo's cat. Huh. Don't hit, I'm soy sauce. MOAI just said to remove the cat's management, but didn't T say I couldn't T make him a manager again? Bai Luoluo said, looking at the camera with a mischievous smile, her crimson lips moving. MOAI, baby, what do you think? A lifetime of loneliness. You have today, too. Don't hit. I'm soy sauce. Your prejudice. Do I deserve to be a room manager? Prejudice the Great humbly asks the streamer for management. Haha. When did Prejudice the Great's status become so low? Bai Luoluo's face turned red. She genuinely forgot about this. Otherwise, since Prejudice had gifted so many presents, he should have been made a room manager long ago. All right. Bai Luoluo moved her small hand, and Prejudice became the room manager. But the next second, the bullet comments notified. Luoluo's cat was muted by the administrator Your Prejudice for 1 minute. The live room was quiet for 3 seconds before the bullet comments exploded in laughter. Prejudice the Great understands revenge. Your Prejudice. That cat was too annoying. A lifetime of loneliness. 1. Don't hit, I'm soy sauce. 1. After hanging up the live stream, Bai Luoluo stretched. Feeling like she hadn't taken a bath in a long time, she ordered a bouquet of flowers on her light brain and went to fill the bathtub with water. When the water was almost full, the flowers just arrived. She tore off the petals and sprinkled them all over the bathtub before stepping in. Leaning back in the tub, she was about to find a movie to pass the time when she received a message from Chi-In. Luoluo, the marriage application will take about 3 days to be approved. Chi-In was very angry when it came to this matter. Usually, marriage applications could be approved on the same day, but for some reason, it had to take 3 days for him. Thinking of Yejiomo's attitude towards Bai Luoluo before, he always felt that this matter was related to him. However, the other party would inevitably be the crown prince, and he couldn't offend him openly. Bai Luoluo. It's okay. Seeing Bai Luoluo's reply, Chi-In felt a bit uncomfortable. He could sense that Bai Luoluo didn't have much affection for him, and was probably just being responsible. But that was okay. Once their relationship was established, he would definitely treat her twice as well and make her like him. Chi-In, I have a day off tomorrow. Is there anything you want to buy? I can accompany you. Bai Luoluo initially wanted to refuse, but then realized that she hadn't gone out properly since she arrived here. Bai Luoluo, I don't really have anything to buy, but I want to go out for a walk. Can you accompany me? Chi-In, sure. The two agreed on a time, and Bai Luoluo put down her light brain. Coming out of the bathroom, she snuggled on the living room sofa to study live streaming materials when she suddenly heard a lot of people outside. Listening closely, it seemed there was a female voice as well. Just as she was wondering, there was a knock on the door. The other party might not have expected to be greeted by a female, and their voice softened. Hello, have you seen a little black cat? Looking at the tall male standing at her door, Bai Luoluo caught a glimpse of a voluptuous female with big waves standing behind him through the gap. No. Bai Luoluo shook her head. The male glanced inside the room, then whispered a few words to the female behind him. The female stomped her foot in anger and reluctantly left with him. Bai Luoluo felt a bit helpless. Why were these people making such a fuss to look for a cat? Was that cat the pet of the female from earlier? But judging by the female's attitude, it didn't seem like she cared about the little cat so much to search so grandly. Just as Bai Luoluo was about to close the door, a black shadow quickly darted past her feet and rushed into her home, startling her into a scream. When she saw that the intruder was the black cat that the group outside was looking for, she quickly shut the door. Bai Luoluo cautiously approached the little cat. Noticing its dazed eyes and difficulty walking, it didn't look well at all. Please don't bite me. I just want to see if you're hurt. Bai Luoluo said gently as she moved closer to the little cat. The little cat looked at the female in front of it warily and bared its teeth. But Bai Luoluo wasn't scared. Instead, she tried to soothe it with a gentle voice. Don't be afraid, I won't harm you. But just as Bai Luoluo's hand touched the little cat, 3 scratches appeared on the back of her hand. Bai Luoluo winced in pain and turned to find that the little black cat had already collapsed on the ground. Ignoring her pain, she hurried forward to pick up the little cat. The little cat didn't have any obvious wounds, and after carefully feeling around, Bai Luoluo confirmed that it probably hadn't broken any bones. She let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was contemplating whether to take the little cat to the pet hospital, she noticed that the little cat's breathing was gradually stabilizing. Out of concern, Bai Luoluo still found a pet doctor's phone number and called. From the doctor, she learned that the little cat should be fine, and if she was still worried, she could wait until morning to take it for a checkup. Looking at the cat lying on her lap, seemingly asleep, Bai Luoluo thought it would be better to wait until morning to take it to the hospital for a checkup. Worried, Bai Luoluo took the little cat to her bedroom. and they both cuddled up on the bed to sleep. However, what Bai Luoluo didn't know was that shortly after she fell asleep, the little black cat beside her suddenly transformed into a human form, and it was someone she recognized. Chapter 42. Go for it, big shot. The next morning, when Bai Luoluo woke up, she found that the little black cat was gone. No matter how much she searched the entire house, even outside, the little black cat had just disappeared without a trace. Did you really not see it? Bai Luoluo asked Feng Yi, feeling a bit disappointed. Feng Yi slightly tightened his grip on the doorknob and shook his head with an unnatural expression. Well, okay then. Bai Luoluo turned back, disappointed, and walked towards the door. You. Seeing Bai Luoluo like this, Feng Yi couldn't help but call out, and when she turned around, he asked, do you really like cats? Seeing Feng Yi's expression, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. I guess no female can resist fluffy little animals, right? That morning, just as Bai Luoluo started her live stream, there was a knock on the door. Without time to greet her fans, she hurried to open the door. You. Bai Luoluo was surprised to see Feng Yi standing at the door, along with a ragdoll cat in his arms. After talking to you this morning, I remembered that a friend of mine has a cat, and he can't keep it anymore for some reasons, so I thought I'd bring it over to you. Bai Luoluo joyfully took the little cat from Feng Yi's arms. The cat looked like it was still not fully grown, small, and very cute. Are you really giving this to me? Bai Luoluo asked, unable to put it down. Yes. Feng Yi nodded, glancing inside the house. Noticing that Bai Luoluo had set up her light brain and seemed to be preparing for a live stream. He then said, I have some things to do this morning. But if you're free in the afternoon, I can accompany you to buy some cat food. Just as Bai Luoluo was about to agree, she remembered her appointment with Qian today, so she shook her head. I have an appointment today, but next time I'll treat you to a meal to thank you for the cat. Feng Yi forced a smile. That's okay. We can arrange it next time. For some reason, Feng Yi had a gut feeling that Bai Luoluo's appointment was with Qian. Being male, he could sense that Qian likely had feelings for Bai Luoluo. Returning to the living room with the ragdoll cat, Bai Luoluo found that everyone in the live stream was curious about where she had gone. Where's the streamer? Don't tell me she's preparing a surprise again. I suddenly really look forward to what's going on. One life, one loneliness. The streamer is holding a cat, right? Bai Luoluo smiled and nodded. Sorry, everyone. Welcome to Luoluo's live stream. This cat is a gift from a friend I just met, she said, lifting the ragdoll cat in front of the camera. Isn't it adorable? Luoluo's cat enters the live stream. Luoluo's cat. I want to be the cat in my wife's arms. Seeing this comment, Bai Luoluo instantly blushed. If she didn't know that this cat was Feng Yi's, she might not have felt anything, but now that she did, every time she saw his comment, she unconsciously associated it with Feng Yi's face. It was a very strange feeling. Don't hit, I'm just soy sauce. Does the streamer really like cats? Qian stared at the screen. If you remember correctly, Bai Luoluo lived next door to a beast man whose true form was a cat. Could this cat really be the one sent by Feng Yi's family? So, it was pretty much what he had guessed. Feng Yi had an interest in Bai Luoluo, but he probably hadn't made his intentions clear yet. Yes. Bai Luoluo gently patted the little cat's head with her fair hand. The cat was soft and fluffy, making it hard not to like. First time hating that my true form isn't a cat. Streamer, do you like dog types? Lions are also fluffy and very cute. Polar bears are also fluffy, definitely warm to hug in winter. In an instant, the live stream was full of self-recommendations, making Bai Luoluo feel amused and helpless. She just liked small animals. It didn't mean she could accept beast men. Thinking of this, she suddenly recalled Qian, whose true form was a giant panda. Fluffy and clumsy, indeed quite cute. One life, one loneliness. The streamer doesn't have some weird ideas, does she? Your prejudice. She wouldn't really want to find a beast man whose true form is a cat, right? Stir-fried green beans. By the way, it seems the female has always lived with a person. Mighty and majestic. What level is the streamer's spiritual power? Luoluo's cat. What does the level of my wife's spiritual power have to do with you? Let me tell you, you have no chance. Mighty and majestic was muted for 1 minute by the moderator. The streamer is so good-looking, even without spiritual power, I'm willing. Exactly. With such a gentle and beautiful female companion, how could the rage value possibly increase? Streamer, do you think I'm okay? Me too. Me. Watching everyone like this, Bai Luoluo felt a bit helpless and was thinking about how to change the topic when a connection request popped up. She hurriedly clicked to accept it. Hello. On the screen, a male dressed as the god of wealth was rhythmically tapping a wooden fish. What the heck is this? Wow, how do we connect to this quack? Don't say that. I heard he's very effective. What era is this? People still believe this? I made a wish with him last month, and not long after, I signed a big contract. Hello, Shan Hiji. When he saw a beautiful female on the opposite side, the tapping of the wooden fish paused for a moment, and the rhythm suddenly got messy. You must be Luoluo, right? Shan Hiji suddenly became excited. Someone on my live stream recognized you. Bai Luoluo smiled and greeted him. Yes, that's me. Then I have no hope today, huh? Shan Hiji said with a bitter smile. Now everyone in the circle knows that there's a newcomer named Luoluo, and her brother is super powerful. Bai Luoluo wasn't sure what to say. Was her reputation that big now? But that's okay. I believe my viewers won't let me lose too badly, right? Just as Shan Hiji, who had just looked dejected, suddenly got passionate, his loud voice startled Bai Luoluo, causing the ragdoll cat in her arms to jump out in fright. Luoluo's cat. The opposite side scare my wife. Don't say the streamer. I jumped too. One life, one loneliness. It was indeed a bit noisy. Sorry, Luoluo, did I scare you just now? Shan Hiji glanced at the comments and saw everyone saying that Luoluo seemed to have been frightened by him, and he quickly apologized. That's okay. Bai Luoluo smiled. So, how are we playing today? Shan Hiji thought for a moment and suggested, let's do a total ranking match. The loser has to fulfill one request from the winner. How about that? Okay. Bai Luoluo had no objections and agreed directly. Luoluo's cat. I must make him pay the price. Luoluo's cat. How dare he scare my wife? Luoluo's cat. Today he will know what the god of wealth really is. One life, one loneliness. Then today I'll give you a chance to show off. Don't hit, I'm just soy sauce. Then today let's watch the big shot. Your prejudice. Go for it, big shot. Chapter 43. Love Across 3 Lifetimes officially begins. As the earlier comments mentioned, aside from Feng, the others didn't take action. Alulu's got towards floor fight. No separation with 1,000 diamonds. Luoluo's cat rewards flower falling. No separation with true love roses 520 diamonds. Luoluo's cat rewards flower falling. No separation with private jet 3,000 diamonds. Luoluo's cat rewards flower falling. No separation with skyscraper 99.99 diamonds. Luoluo's cat rewards flower falling. No separation with dream castle 1,9999 diamonds. The key point is, not only did the others not help, but they also made sarcastic comments in the chat. A lifetime of solitude. Oh, as expected of a big shot. Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. Big shot is mighty. Your prejudice. Go for it. Big shot. Laughing my ass off. Looking at the comments, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but smile as she recalled Feng furiously clicking on the screen to send gifts. Thank you, my kitty, you're the best. Saying this, Bai Luoluo opened the playlist. And to thank my kitty, this next song is dedicated to you. Luoluo's cat. Someone record the screen. I'll reward with a red envelope. As she said this, a red envelope appeared in the live stream. And in almost an instant, it was completely snatched up. Rest assured, big shot. Leave it to us, big shot. Big shot is mighty, a lifetime of solitude. Your prejudice. Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. Is it too late to back out now? Dry fried green beans. Feels like they collectively broke down. Sorry. Bai Luoluo pouted her little lips and waved a finger at the camera. Her slightly proud expression was truly endearing. Just then, the cat that had been scared away earlier jumped back into Bai Luoluo's arms. She simply hugged it and began to sing along with the rhythm of the music. Cat, 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 moo-ah. One moo on the left, one moo on the right. Cat, 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 cat hugs. I want a princess hug, a flying hug. A spinning hug. Bai Luoluo not only sang, but also used the little cat as a prop, kissing on the left, kissing it on the right. Sometimes lifting it high, sometimes sitting on a chair and spinning around. Damn, what a loss. If I had known, I would have gone all out. The other big shots must be regretting it. Record this. Send in the fan group every day, upstairs. That a bit harsh. Outside the screen, Feng, he was nearly wide-eyed at this scene. He had suspected Bai Luoluo might like cats, but he didn't expect her to like them this much. If he had known. After finishing the song, Bai Luoluo lifted her hands above her head, forming a big heart. Finally, thank you, my kitty, love you. On the screen, Luoluo's eyes sparkled, and Yijio felt a tightness in his throat. Just then, There was a knock at the door. Yi Jiuyu frowned in displeasure, but still let the person in. Your Highness, I have found out what you asked me to investigate. The person entered and placed a stack of documents in front of Yi Jiuyu. Yi Jiuyu responded, but did not shift his gaze from the light brain for even a moment. The newcomer hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something. Yi Jiuyu looked up unhappily and said, Speak if you have something to say. Your Highness, I just learned that Marshal Qi and has applied for marriage. And the object is the female streamer Bai Luoluo you are currently watching. Yi Jiuyu's body stiffened, his gaze fixed on Bai Luoluo on the screen. Remembering how Bai Luoluo had risked danger to help Qian calm down, he should have known. Hold the application back. Don't approve it so quickly. Yi Jiuyu ordered in a low voice. The newcomer, although confused, nodded and carefully exited, shifting his gaze from the screen to the stack of documents just delivered. Yi Jiuyu opened them and flipped through, unable to help but smile. Sure enough, it was these guys. However, he wondered if their streamer, Luoluo, knew their offline identities? And what about Qian? If Bai Luoluo knew that he was the soy sauce baby she called out every day in a live stream, what kind of fascinating expression would she have? The live stream continued. Bai Luoluo had finished singing and was sipping water from a cup. Her pink lips glistened with moisture. Incredibly tempting. Yet, Bai Luoluo was oblivious, chatting casually with her fans in the live stream. Dry-fried green beans. Why are the babies so quiet? Is it because they are naturally quiet? Just then, a sudden, unfamiliar special effect filled the entire screen. A lifetime of solitude rewards flower falling. No separation with love across 3 lifetimes, 99999 diamonds. Damn, when did the platform release new gifts? This is too awesome, but I clearly didn't see this earlier. 1 gift for 100,000. Can I even see this? Bai Luoluo was also startled. She remembered she had indeed never seen this gift before, and this was the first time she saw such an expensive gift. Thank you to my Solitude baby for the gift. Solitude baby is really too handsome. It wasn't that Bai Luoluo was intentionally flattering. Anyone would be caught off guard by such a sudden gift. Originally worried about being overshadowed, now it was good, directly pulling the blood bar up significantly. Unless someone on the other side suddenly sent love across 3 lifetimes too, otherwise it was absolutely impossible to lose. Finally, amidst a flurry of compliments in the comments, the PK ended. Wow, Luoluo, can you tell me what happened over there? As soon as the connection was established, Shanhe Ji's excited voice came through. My fan just came back and told me that someone sent love across 3 lifetimes over there. Bai Luoluo glanced at the comments, nodded, and said, As expected of you, the big shots in a live stream are all wealthy. Shanhe Ji might have been too excited, his voice cracking several times. Compared to Shanhe Ji's excitement, Bai Luoluo appeared much calmer. It wasn't that she wasn't excited. She just didn't quite understand whether Solitude Baby sent the gift because it was the largest or because of the name of the gift. Could it be that her earlier song really stimulated a lifetime of solitude? A lifetime of solitude. If you want to thank me, sing a song just for me. Bai Luoluo felt a flock of crows flying over her head, accompanied by their cawing. Haha! Solitude Big Shot is jealous. Just as Bai Luoluo was still struggling with what to do, the gift effect in the live stream appeared again. Still love across 3 lifetimes. But this time it was sent by Prejudice, Soy Sauce, and the cat. This time, even Bai Luoluo's strong psychological quality couldn't hold up. Her little face instantly turned into a little bitter melon, looking pitifully at the screen, as if she didn't know what to do. Don't hit me. I'm Soy Sauce. Don't worry. I won't make you sing for me. You're Prejudice. Me neither, Luoluo's cat. Love my wife the most. The gift is willingly given to my wife, a lifetime of solitude. Feels like the big shot is gently shattered. Shanhe Ji. Not just the big shot, but me too. Chapter 44. Seduction. Haha. When did you come in? Why bother? Shani, I don't care. I want a big medical fee. Otherwise, I'll throw a tantrum. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh, secretly grateful to Shanhe Ji. After all, if it weren't for him, she really wouldn't know how to get off the stage. Okay, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory medical fee. Shanhe Ji. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Shanhe Ji exited and returned to the live stream room. Before Bai Luoluo could speak, the barrage from Yixing Zhugu appeared. Yixing Zhugu, the medical fee has been given. I just want to see. Zhugu is really generous. This should be the biggest medical fee in history. Bai Luoluo was a bit curious. Zhugu baby, how much medical fee did you actually give? Yixing Zhugu, not much. Just as Bai Luoluo was pondering how much Yixing Zhugu would give, Shaniji's voice came through from the other side. Thanks to my big brother for the ship. Fans in the live room, please pay more attention to Yixing Zhugu. On the screen, Shan Hiji was smiling so widely that it almost reached his ears. His voice was so excited that it was nearly cracking. That is called not much. Who is going to manage this rich person? This is a godly rich person. Just a little bit from the big shot is enough for us ordinary people to live for a few months. Collectively broken defense, lol. Luoluo, let us follow each other and we can play together next time. Shanaji smiled with his teeth showing. After all, who wouldn't he be happy? They had a PK battle, not to mention gaining fans, but also such a fragrant medical fee. Who wouldn't he love it? After mutually following each other, Shanaji reluctantly disconnected the call. Bai Luoluo didn't he know that after this battle, she had become the most sought-after streamer for connections on the platform. After all, the medical fee given by her big brother was truly appealing. Yixing Zhugu, are we still fighting? Bai Luoluo shook her head. Let us stop here for today. I have an appointment for lunch, and I'll stream for a while again tonight. Qin Che narrowed his eyes. From what he knew, Bai Luoluo currently only knew him and Qian. He didn't invite Bai Luoluo. Could it be that Qian guy? Thinking of this, his thin lips pursed. He originally wanted to take it slow, but it seemed it was time for her to know. With that thought, Qin Che sent a message to an unlisted number, then comfortably leaned back on the sofa and took a sip of the red wine in front of him. After finishing the live stream, Bai Luoluo took a shower and changed into a lake blue long dress. Paired with her long black hair, even an ordinary dress had an extra charm. Considering this was her first formal date, Bai Luoluo lightly applied some makeup and sprayed a bit of perfume. Just as she was about to ask where Qian was, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Qian was dressed in a casual suit, and even his hair seemed to have been meticulously styled. The moment he saw Bai Luoluo, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and he was very pleasantly surprised. Clearly, Bai Luoluo had changed her outfit just for this date, as she hadn't worn this dress during her live stream before. Can we go now? Qian's voice was a bit hoarse, showing that he seemed a little nervous. Bai Luoluo gently replied, then turned to grab her bag, saying to Qian, let us go. Qian nodded, and the two walked side by side down the corridor. Luoluo, are you going out? Feng Yi, who had been hiding behind the door, could no longer hold back. He opened the door and poked his head out. When he saw Bai Luoluo, a hint of astonishment flashed his eyes, followed by a jealous glance at Qian. Why does Qian deserve Bai Luoluo to dress up like this? And Qian, dressed so flamboyantly, what was he trying to do? Was he trying to seduce Luoluo? Bai Luoluo smiled and nodded. Qian cautiously looked at Feng Yi, then turned to Bai Luoluo and said, let us hurry, we might be late for the restaurant. Bai Luoluo nodded. After all, they had indeed arrived at lunchtime, so she waved to Feng Yi. We're leaving, Bai. Before Feng Yi could respond, Bai Luoluo quickly walked side by side with Qi and towards the elevator. Watching their backs, Feng Yi clenched his fists. Back at his room, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, especially seeing Bai Luoluo standing next to Qian, looking so compatible, which made him even more furious. Suddenly, Feng Yi's mind brightened as he thought of something. Just as Bai Luoluo walked into the restaurant, she heard her light brain receive a message. She opened it and instantly blushed. Realizing Qian was still beside her, she subconsciously pressed the light brain off. Qian narrowed his eyes, pretending not to see. Bai Luoluo stood up. You order, I'll be right back from the restroom. Qian nodded, watching Bai Luoluo walk toward the restroom. Once in the restroom, Bai Luoluo couldn't wait to open the chat window with Feng Yi, turning the volume down to the lowest and opening the video. In the video, Feng Yi was wearing a burgundy shirt and black tight pants. He had only buttoned the middle button of his shirt, and with the music, he moved his waist enticingly, dancing a dance more stimulating than those flirty streamers in the live broadcast room. Bai Luoluo instinctively covered her mouth. She hadn't expected Feng Yi to be so bold as to send her such a video. At the end of the video, Feng Yi provocatively bit the hem of his shirt, looking alluringly at the camera, his long fingers sliding down his body slowly, from his lips to his Adam's apple, then to his chest muscles and abs. Bai Luoluo felt her face heat up and hurriedly closed the video. She touched her face, realizing it was already burning. Was Feng Yi trying to seduce her? Bai Luoluo realized this a bit late, when Bai Luoluo adjusted herself in the restroom and returned to the dining table. The dishes had already been served. Hurry and eat, or it will get cold. Qian thoughtfully stood up to pull Bai Luoluo's chair back, and only after she sat down did he return his seat. Thank you. Bai Luoluo whispered her thanks. Qian observed Bai Luoluo's unusual behavior. Clearly, everything was fine at first until that message. Who was it? What kind of message was sent? Where do you want to go after eating? Qian ate elegantly, leisurely, resembling a wealthy young master. Bai Luoluo put down her chopsticks. I don't know. Is there anything fun in Central Star? Seeing Bai Luoluo like this, Qian realized she probably hadn't been asked out by a male to play before, which inexplicably made him a bit happy. The closest place here is an amusement park. Do you want to take a look? Hearing Su Mo say that females really like these places, Bai Luoluo was a bit surprised. She had thought that someone with Qian's personality would take her to places like parks or museums. Chapter 45. Encountering a frenzied orc at the amusement park. Don't want to go? Seeing that Bai Luoluo didn't answer, Qian nervously asked, thinking she might not like it. No. I want to go. I'm excited to go, Bai Luoluo quickly replied. In her previous life, she had spent over 20 years alone with her mother and had never been to an amusement park with a male before. Every time she saw scenes in Korean dramas where the male and female leads were together at an amusement park, she felt envious. Great. Qian couldn't help but smile at the bright look in Bai Luoluo's eyes. After having dinner, the two went to the nearby amusement park. Looking at the amusement park in front of her, Bai Luoluo was a bit stunned. She hadn't expected it to be so large. It seemed impossible to explore it all in a single day. While she was lost in thought, Qian had already bought the tickets and brought Bai Luoluo through the VIP entrance into the amusement park. What do you want to play, Luoluo? Qian stopped, as it was his first time in such a place and also his first date with a female, so he didn't know where to start. Can I ride that carousel? Bai Luoluo pointed at the luxurious double-decker carousel not far away. She wanted to experience the same feeling she'd seen so often in Korean dramas. Of course, fortunately, there weren't many people today, and it wasn't long before it was their turn. Bai Luoluo excitedly got on a horse, but when she turned around, she found that Qian hadn't gotten on. Instead, he was standing outside with a big smile watching her. For some reason, Bai Luoluo felt a moment of disappointment. Did Qian think it was too boring, and didn't he want to join her? Suddenly losing interest, she wanted to get off, but the carousel had already started. So she had no choice but to stay seated. As the carousel made its first round, Bai Luoluo saw Qian dancing around and gesturing to her. But the music was too loud for her to hear him. When the carousel completed another round and returned, Bai Luoluo noticed that Qian, who had been standing there, had disappeared. Bai Luoluo's heart raced for no reason. When the carousel stopped, she couldn't wait to run down, confirming that Qian was indeed gone. Her mind went blank as she stood there, looking lost. Just as she was about to leave in disappointment, an ice cream suddenly appeared in front of her. Surprised, Bai Luoluo turned around to see Qian, slightly sweating on his forehead. You. She suddenly remembered that ice cream seemed to be a must-have while visiting an amusement park. Qian scratched his head awkwardly. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Instead of immediately taking the ice cream, she pulled out a pack of mini tissues from her bag and gestured for Qian to bend down a little. Qian, confused, obediently crouched down. When Bai Luoluo's cool fingertips touched his forehead, he stiffened. Actually, you didn't have to rush. You could have waited for me to come down. And we could have bought it together, Bai Luoluo said as she took a lick of the ice cream from Qian's hand. It's sweet. What Bai Luoluo didn't know was that this simple action was enough to make Qian's heart race. However, in that warm moment, a sudden scream erupted not far away, and everyone began to scatter and scream in panic. What happened? Qian calmly asked a male who was running past him. An SS-level male suddenly lost control. The person blurted out before quickly leaving. In the starry sky, amusement parks were rare places where females gathered, and a male losing control here was extremely dangerous. If he injured a female, it would be a loss for the Alliance. Luoluo, go wait over there. Qian pointed to a nearby building and told Bai Luoluo. She knew, as a soldier, Qian couldn't ignore such things, so she nodded. You go quickly. Watching Qi and run towards the building while contacting the Alliance with his light brain, Bai Luoluo thought for a moment and decided to go against the flow of people to follow him. By the time she arrived, the frenzied male had completely transformed into a towering gray wolf, standing 3 or 4 meters tall. Fortunately, there were many male orcs in the amusement park today, but most of them just surrounded the gray wolf, not daring to approach. After all, a frenzied orc was much more powerful than a sober one, especially since this one was an SS level. It seems like today will be a fierce battle, some onlookers whispered, just as both sides were at a standstill. The gray wolf looked up at Bai Luoluo. Before she could react, the gray wolf leaped towards her. Qian had been keeping an eye on the gray wolf, and, upon seeing Bai Luoluo, felt his vision go dark with panic. Luoluo, run, he shouted, activating his abilities and racing toward the gray wolf. The crowd also noticed Bai Luoluo. At first, they looked amazed, but then their expressions turned to pity. A delicate female, like her, could be killed with a single bite from the gray wolf. Even if the Marshal were here, it would be difficult to save her. Just as everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of such a bloody scene, the world seemed to suddenly quiet down. Qian stood frozen, unable to believe what he was seeing. As everyone opened their eyes to see what was happening, they were shocked to see Bai Luoluo's fair hand pressing against the gray wolf's head, gradually calming the furious creature down. The wolf's blood-red eyes slowly returned to clarity until it finally transformed back into a frail male orc, who collapsed to the ground. Qian walked over with a serious expression. Are you okay? Bai Luoluo shook her head, and just as she was about to speak, Qian pulled her into his arms. Luoluo, please don't do such dangerous things again. You have no idea how scared I was just now. Qian buried his face in her neck, his voice muffled. Bai Luoluo was taken aback. She had thought that Qian had chosen her only because of her strong mental power, which could help him calm down. But seeing him like this, it seemed he had feelings for her. Thinking of this, her heart softened. Okay, I want to do it again. The unconscious gray wolf orc was taken away by the Federation's personnel, and the amusement park returned to calm. What exactly just happened? How could a male suddenly lose control? Bai Luoluo was puzzled. Could males really lose control so easily? Wasn't it very dangerous outside? Generally speaking, males don't lose control suddenly, Qian patiently explained, seemingly noticing the worry in Bai Luoluo's eyes. That guy was here with a female, but she was interested in another male. He had originally promised to marry her and provide her with comfort, but when she suddenly changed her mind and wanted to break up, he couldn't take it and lost control right there. Chapter 46, Is the Host Still Single? Just as Bai Luoluo was finishing her recording, the doorbell rang. Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll go answer the door. A lifetime of solitude. Why is someone coming over so late? Luoluo's cat. How can my wife open the door for someone else at night? Your prejudice. Due to the camera angle, everyone could only hear a male figure entering Bai Luoluo's home, seemingly bringing in quite a few items. Bai Luoluo hadn't expected that. Thinking Qi and had just gone out to buy some cat food, she was surprised to find that he had basically bought everything needed for raising a cat. Even toys and a cat wand. How many star coins did all this cost? Should I transfer you some? Seeing the pile of items in the living room corner, Bai Luoluo said somewhat apologetically. Qian was taken aback and then looked at Bai Luoluo with a pitiful expression. Bai Luoluo immediately realized something and quickly changed her words. Then thank you. Qian glanced over and noticed that Bai Luoluo was already live streaming. So he found an excuse. I have something to do. I'll head back first. Saying that, without waiting for Bai Luoluo to speak, he hurriedly opened the door and left. Watching Qi An's departing figure, Bai Luoluo felt an inexplicable worry in her heart. She had only said she would transfer money in a moment of panic, and hadn't thought he would care so much. After thinking it over, Bai Luoluo decided it would be better to explain things clearly to Qi and after the stream ended. Returning to the camera, she found everyone discussing who the male visitor to her house could be, and when they saw her back, they started spamming the chat. Don't hit. I'm just a bystander entering the live stream. A lifetime of solitude. Xing Shan. Bai Luoluo quickly shook her head. It's a friend of mine who knows I have a cat and brought some things over since I hadn't had time to get them yet. Luoluo's got. Don't hit. I'm just a bystander. A friend? Phone? He immediately slapped himself. Why would he send cat stuff? He had given Sheen a chance. I guess this friend is a male. I guess this male must like the host. I guess the host shouldn't be averse to him either. Bai Luoluo was amused yet exasperated. She had originally thought about being open about it, but considering Chi Anne's special identity, she decided not to dwell on it further. All right, this is the host's private matter. So please don't be overly curious, Bai Luoluo said as she clicked to connect randomly. After all, she still had 2 connection tasks to complete today. Fortunately, the platform seemed to understand Bai Luoluo's thoughts and quickly connected her to another host. Hello, Bai Luoluo greeted enthusiastically. Sitting across from her was a male host with several sticky notes on his face, looking like he had lost a previous PK and was accepting a punishment. Jing Luo Wan Wusheng hadn't expected to connect with such a beautiful female host and immediately tore the notes off his face without a second thought. You. Hello. Jing Luo Wan Wusheng stuttered as he greeted Bai Luoluo. Wow, the host opposite has fallen their name to Yuan Fun at the moment he saw the host. His eyes lit up. Stir-fried green beans. Attention, husband fans. As expected, with the host's beauty, there's no male who wouldn't be attracted. Am I the only one curious about the host's mental power level? Upstairs, you're not the only one recently. My rage value has increased again. I really want a gentle and kind female to help me calm down. I've also been feeling a bit overwhelmed lately. You must be the new host that one you mentioned, right? Jing Luo Wan Wusheng gazed at Bai Luoluo in admiration, not expecting her to be even more beautiful than what Wenjio had described. Hello. Bai Luoluo smiled slightly, waving at the camera as a greeting. What should we play today? Jing Luo Wan Wusheng had played some quirky games in previous PKs, and those with lower psychological resilience often ended up cursing and hanging up. But seeing such a beautiful female host for the first time, he thought he should be a bit gentler. Let us do a ranking game, considering Bai Luoluo was a newcomer. Jing Luo Wan Wusheng didn't want to be too harsh. The loser can choose truth or dare. All right, Bai Luoluo agreed happily. The PK began. Scores reset to 0. What should I do? For the first time, I want the host to lose. I really want to know if the host has a favorite male. I also want to know if I still have a chance to be her partner and get marked by her. I wonder how many partners the host wants to find in the future. Oh no, I want to know too much. Just as a few people were preparing to help Bai Luoluo win, they saw the barrage and all stopped, staring blankly at the gentle smiling female host on the screen. These questions were also what they wanted to know. Actually, if you want to know, you can just ask me directly, Bai Luoluo said with a smile. You don't have to wait until someone loses a game for me to answer. A lifetime of solitude tipped 3,000 diamonds for flower falling. No separation. Private jet, a lifetime of solitude. What kind of male does the host like? Your prejudice. 1 gift. 1 question. That's fair. Bai Luoluo was speechless. She and T thought about exchanging answers for gifts, but since a lifetime of solitude had asked, she didn't mind answering. Actually, I don't have any particularly strict conditions, Bai Luoluo shrugged. But one thing is, I don't like people who aren't good looking. After all, I'm a visual person. I thought the host would say she wanted someone wealthy or someone powerful, at least someone with high combat ability. I didn't expect it to be all about looks. Luoluo's cat. Does my wife think I'm good looking? Luoluo's cat tipped 49.99 diamonds for flower falling. No separation. Angel wings. Are you really going to play this gift for question game? Bai Luoluo said somewhat helplessly. Although she didn't care about winning or losing, she couldn't let herself lose too badly. The opposing blood bar was almost crushing her side down to just a sliver. Luoluo's cat. My wife hasn't answered my question yet. What the heck? The host has met a cat master. As expected. Female host can never escape being number 1. Don't hit. I'm just a bystander. Is the host still single? Don't hit. I'm just a bystander tipped 99.99 diamonds for flower falling. No separation. Skyscraper. I shouldn't really be considered single right now, Bai Luoluo answered honestly. What? I knew the host couldn't possibly be without a partner. As expected. Someone as beautiful as the host isn't someone I can aspire to. Bai Luoluo was about to explain when a message popped up on her holographic screen. Opening it, she saw was a message from Feng Yi. Feng Yi, is it Qian or me? Bai Luoluo stared at the message, momentarily unsure how to respond. Feng, can I be your second partner? Feng, I'm not insisting on being your first partner. Chapter 47, Forced Matching. In the Interstellar Beast World, females can have several or even dozens of partners, but only the first partner holds a status that cannot be surpassed by others. Therefore, most females choose a highly regarded male as their first beast husband. It is clear that Feng has truly developed feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such things. Did the host receive some information? The host doesn't look too good. Dry-fried green beans. Is the girl okay? Bai Luoluo glanced at the barrage and shook her head. I'm fine. Don't hit me. I'm just here to reward Bai Luoluo. Don't part ways with me. Dream Castle. 19999 diamonds. Don't hit me. Does the host like rich people? The big shot is just one step away from asking if the host likes him. Who doesn't know that the big shot is Gu Bei, the richest man? A lifetime of solitude. Former richest man. Your prejudice. Former richest man 1. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Liking someone has nothing to do with money, but being too poor is absolutely not acceptable. Is this an answer or not? The host is too cunning. Don't hit me. So being rich is a bonus? Bai Luoluo smiled and nodded. I guess so. Don't hit me. I'm just here to reward Bai Luoluo, love destined for 3 lives. 99999 diamonds. Don't hit me. Then add a few more points. Haha. As expected of the former richest man. Don't hit me. I'm just here for soy sauce. Rewarding Bai Luoluo, love destined for 3 lives. 99999 diamonds. Don't hit me. I'm just here for soy sauce. I want to add points too. A lifetime of solitude rewards Bai Luoluo. Love destined for 3 lives. 99999 diamonds. Luo's cat rewards Bai Luoluo. Love destined for 3 lives. 99,999 diamonds. Not waiting for Bai Luoluo's reply. Feng quickly threw out a love destined for 3 lives as soon as he heard that being rich is a bonus. The PK time quickly ended, and Bai Luoluo won without a doubt. Luoluo, what happened to your live stream just now? Whale Falling All Things asked with a laugh. Clearly surprised that he had initially been leading Bai Luoluo by a large margin, but was suddenly left far behind. Bai Luoluo glanced at the barrage. Perhaps. It was a beautiful misunderstanding. What? Whale Falling All Things looked confused, not knowing what Bai Luoluo meant. Fortunately, his fans quickly explained what had happened in Bai Luoluo's live stream. So being rich is really a bonus? Whale Falling All Things asked with sparkling eyes. Bai Luoluo was somewhat speechless. A lifetime of solitude rewards Bai Luoluo, Dream Castle. 19999 diamonds, a lifetime of solitude. Tell him he has no chance. Luoluo's cat. Let him go where it's cool. Don't hit me, I'm just here for soy sauce. Seeing the barrage, Bai Luoluo was almost laughing madly. What's wrong? Whale Falling All Things asked in confusion. If it really is a bonus, he naturally wanted to go to Bai Luoluo to earn some points for himself. It's nothing, Bai Luoluo replied with a smile. But even if Bai Luoluo didn't say anything, someone good-natured ran over to the other live stream and relayed the big shot's words one by one. Whale Falling All Things expression froze. Indeed, compared to those wealthy individuals, his little money was nothing at all, so he awkwardly smiled. I was just joking, Luoluo. Don't take it seriously. I lost this round. Do you want me to tell the truth or do a dare? Don't hit me, truth. My top supporter wants to ask you a truth. Bai Luoluo relayed honestly. Haha, the host knows how to talk. Don't hit me. Bai Luoluo, huh? Did she misunderstand? Your top supporter. Is it the big shot Gu Bei? What do you want to ask? With a reminder from the fans in the live stream, Whale Falling All Things asked with admiration. Don't hit me. Let's do a dare. The big shot changed to a dare again. Bai Luoluo said helplessly. Of course, Whale Falling All Things had no objection. After all, who would dare to offend the wealthy Gu Bei? Don't hit me. Let him confess to the top 3. The big shot wants you to confess your feelings to the female you secretly like. Confessing is supposed to be more thrilling if you find someone you secretly like in your contacts, right? Confessing to someone on the leaderboard. Everyone is in the same live stream, and they all know it's a game punishment. What fun is there in that? So Bai Luoluo directly altered AI's words. I can see the host is black-hearted. The host is too cute. The opposite side obviously hesitated. In terms of punishment, it has to be Luoluo. All right, Whale falling all things took out another light brain and hesitated for a long time before dialing a number. Just when everyone thought no one would answer the call, a female voice came from the other side. "Who is it?" The female asked rudely, sounding somewhat impatient. "Jia, I like you. Can I be your partner?" With his eyes closed, Whale falling all things said it all in one breath. So nervous that he almost didn't know how to breathe. There was a pause on the other end, seemingly looking at the light brain, before realizing who was calling. "You?" Jia chuckled softly. "You said you want to marry me?" On the other end, Whale falling all things nervously bit his lip, wanted to explain a few things. But then he heard the other side's rude laughter. "I'm an S-class female with mental power. There are plenty of superior males for me to choose from. Why would I choose you?" Whale falling all things seemed to have anticipated this outcome, and with a bitter smile he said, "I'm sorry, Oh, right." Jia seemed to suddenly remember something, and her voice became cheerful. "I'm going to the royal banquet tomorrow. Maybe I can win the favor of the crown prince. So don't contact me anymore." The call ended, and Whale falling all things' eyes turned red as he quickly hung up the call in a panic. On this side of the screen, Bai Luoluo was also somewhat stunned. She regretted it. Had she known the other side liked such a terrible female, she shouldn't have let him do this punishment. As expected, she is a bad-tempered and bad-natured female. Can someone like her really catch the eye of the crown prince? Don't dream. Our crown prince is not only a super strong SSS-class beastman, but he also looks exceptionally handsome. He would never choose such a female as his wife. Although, it seems males have never had much choice in the matter. It seems finding a female with a personality like Luoluo's as a wife is better. Luoluo host, why not taking us poor males? I can't help with that. Bai Luoluo pointed to the viewer count position. There were nearly 100,000 people in the live stream, but the host was only one. Ha. Even if you have 10 a day, you don't know when it will be your turn. It's better to wait for the federal government to automatically match a partner. If you're lucky, you might meet someone as gentle as the host. Automatic matching? Bai Luoluo asked in confusion. Does the federal government automatically match females for unmarried males? Luoluo's cat. Yes, but most of it is for females. Luoluo's cat. Generally, after females reach adulthood, if they haven't submitted a marriage application, the government will forcibly pair them with 2 males after a year. Chapter 48 Princess Tinglan, One Life. One Isolation. Don't worry, forced pairing only applies to males. Females can choose to refuse. Bai Luoluo let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but she always felt that one life, one isolation could easily see through what she was thinking. Thinking of the poor whale fall, giving life to everything. Bai Luoluo searched for his ID again, only to find that he had already gone offline. Helpless, she clicked to follow him and sent him a private message. Falling flowers? Don't part. You deserve better. Originally, she wanted to comfort him, but then felt it might be somewhat inappropriate. After thinking it over, Bai Luoluo sent just these 6 words. How old is the streamer? He should be at the age to be matched with a partner soon, right? I wonder who will be so lucky to get matched. Seeing everyone's attention return to this topic, Bai Luoluo felt a bit helpless. Just as she was about to find a topic to divert the conversation, a force PK popped up. The screen instantly split in 2. And on the other side of the video was a beautiful female in a gown. The moment the connection was established, the female leaned in to take a look and then let out a cold laugh. Bai Luoluo glanced at the other person's ID, which was called Princess Tinglan. Looking at the other's arrogant demeanor, she indeed resembled a proud little princess. "Hello," Bai Luoluo greeted, since the other party was taking too long to speak. Princess Tinglan only glanced at the screen before continuing to fiddle with her freshly done nails. "I can't believe it. It's really Princess Tinglan." The streamer actually connected with Princess Tinglan. "I must say, this scene is too pleasing to the eye. I heard Princess Tinglan is still single to this day. You are Bai Luoluo?" Princess Tinglan finally finished with her nails, looked up at the screen, and indeed looked quite beautiful. Why do I feel like the princess has hostility towards a streamer? I feel something is off too. Did the streamer offend the princess at some point? The streamer has such a good temper, it shouldn't be the case. "Thank you. You're very pretty too," Bai Luoluo replied with a smile. Tinglan was taken aback for a moment. She had intended to provoke Bai Luoluo, but didn't expect her words to land softly, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Let us play something different today, shall we?" Princess Tinglan said, picking up the coffee cup in front of her and taking a sip. Perhaps due to her special identity or her big name, Bai Luoluo noticed that the number of viewers in the live stream had been steadily increasing since the connection was established. Princess is really elegant. Has Tea Princess Tinglan not streamed a long time? The princess is so beautiful. The streamer's beauty is pure and lovely, while the princess is bold and striking. Two beauties gathered together, a visual feast. Luoluo as cat. Be careful, wifey. I feel like the newcomer isn't friendly. One life, one isolation. This is interesting. Don't touch me. The streamer's luck is really bad. Stir-fried green beans. Be careful, girl. From a forced connection until now, Bai Luoluo knew that Princess Tinglan was definitely here to pick a fight. All right. Bai Luoluo smiled and nodded. I don't know how you want to play. I heard you made over 100 million in sales in just a few days of streaming. How about we have a match today? Princess Tinglan said with a smile, her eyes suddenly turning fierce, and the loser will roll out of Central Star. The last few words were pronounced heavily, as if she hated Bai Luoluo deeply. But Bai Luoluo really didn't know when she had offended her. Although, isn't the princess going a bit too far this time? Luoluo's cat. What is wrong with Tinglan? One life, one isolation. Don't worry. We're here to make sure you don't lose. Don't touch me. Suddenly, the previously calm princess Tinglan's expression changed instantly. Her gaze turning sinister as she looked at Bai Luoluo on the screen. Is soy sauce in your live stream? Bai Luoluo was stunned. Are you referring to don't touch me? Exactly. Princess Tinglan's face turned almost red with anger. One life, one isolation, don't touch me. Oh? So you're here for him? Luoluo's cat. What on earth is going on? Don't touch me. I'm not sure either. Soy sauce has always been in my live stream. Is there a problem? Bai Luoluo thought instinctively. Could it be that soy sauce has some connection with his princess, and that's why she came here to pick a fight after knowing he gifted her so many things? But the comments had also mentioned that Princess Tinglan was still single to this day. What problem? Princess Tinglan was laughing in anger. My fiancé has been in your live stream, and he gifted you so many things, and you still have the face to ask me what the problem is? Wow, this is a huge revelation. Does soy sauce want to come out and explain? All the soy sauce big shots really have a fiancé now. Soy sauce baby seems a bit ungrateful. One life, one isolation. Don't touch me. I don't even know her. But soy sauce said he doesn't know you at all. Bai Luoluo felt helpless. She really didn't want to be the messenger between the two of them. Can't they just talk privately about their issues instead of causing a scene in her live stream? Don't touch me. Don't worry, streamer, I'll handle it. Bai Luoluo shrugged. Since soy sauce said he would talk to her, then if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. With that, she directly ended the connection. What on earth is going on? It seems like soy sauce is connected with Princess Tinglan. I'm on Princess Tinglan's live stream to watch the drama. Me too. Watching the number of viewers in her live stream dwindle, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that as long as someone was around, they just couldn't resist wanting to see the drama unfold. Today's connection task was completed, so before ending, let me sing a song for everyone. Thinking that it was getting late, Bai Luoluo decided to sing a song before logging off. I wonder if anyone has any favorite songs? You can tell the streamer, and I'll learn it later. The streamer is just so loving to the fans. I want to hear a song, but I also want to see the drama. What should I do? I want that too. Streamer, I want to hear Star Wish. I'll love to hear whatever the streamer sings. I like you. Let us get married. Looking at the familiar song titles in the comments, Bai Luoluo took out her little notebook again and started jotting down the song names seriously. Not to mention, the streamer is too sincere. I've decided to only support the streamer from now on. Streamer, don't write it down yet. I want to hear a song. I want to hear it too. Okay then. Bai Luoluo put down the paper. I'll remember those song names after I log off. Let us sing first. As the music started, before Bai Luoluo could even sing the first line, Princess Tinglan's force connection popped up again, and it connected automatically. Bitch, what methods did you use to make? Just as she was about to finish her sentence, it seemed Princess Tinglan had some concerns and immediately changed her words. Make soy sauce abandon me and be your partner? Chapter 49, you deserve it at this point. Not only was Bai Luoluo confused, but even the fans in the live stream were bewildered. Soy sauce rejected Princess Tinglan? I'm really curious about soy sauce's identity. Shouldn't this kind of thing be directed at soy sauce? Why go after the streamer? Luoluo's cat. Exactly. They just bully our Luoluo. First, I don't know soy sauce offline, so there's no way he abandoned you for me. Second, it seems that interstellar law doesn't stipulate that males cannot refuse females, right? Bai Luoluo said lightly. Exactly. There's never been a law stating that males cannot refuse females. Are males finally standing up for themselves? But do males really refuse females? Suddenly, everyone fell silent. In the interstellar world, most male beastmen have to fight year-round, so their rage levels are generally not very low. Because of this, once a female has her eye on them, they absolutely won't refuse. After all, who wouldn't want the comfort of female? You don't know soy sauce? Princess Tinglan seemed to find it a huge joke. Bai Luoluo, are you brave enough to act like that? Bai Luoluo felt speechless. She had explained. But the other party didn't believe her. What could she do? Thinking of this, she simply closed the connection. Is that it? The streamer is really brave, especially against a royal princess. Bai Luoluo looked at the comments and asked uncertainly, is she really a royal princess? Ha ha ha. So the streamer didn't know. Princess Tinglan is a real royal princess. No wonder she was so bold just now. You're biased. The streamer was indeed very brave just now, Luoluo's cat. My wife is indeed brave. Don't mess with me. Brave Bai Luoluo was at a loss. She really thought the other party just had such a name. Who knew she was actually a princess? No wonder. Are you scared? Bai Luoluo straightened her neck. I'm not scared. I did nothing wrong. Why should I be scared? Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Don't worry. You don't need to be afraid. I'll handle it, Luoluo's cat. The best dowry for a male is not to cause trouble for females. Don't worry, my wife. I don't have those romantic debts. Huh. I'm dying of laughter, asking what the cat can do to gain the streamer's favor. Because he competes and fights for it. No wonder it's a cat. Bai Luoluo's mouth twitched. She really wanted to rush over and open Feng Yi's head to see what was inside. That's all for today. Bai Luoluo said, yawning. I'm really a bit sleepy. The song the streamer promised hasn't been sung yet. Sing a song before ending it. All right then. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment. She indeed wanted to sing a song for everyone before ending, but was interrupted by that Princess Tinglan. Since that's the case, let's have a proper beginning and end. She opened the music, and with the familiar melody, Bai Luoluo began to move her body to the rhythm while keeping the beat. On the banks of the Seine, coffee on the left bank, I hold a cup, savoring your beauty, leaving lip prints on my lips. I remember this song is called Confession Balloon, right? Wow, is this a benefit? The streamer is confessing to us. Fans of a streamer are truly lucky, dear. I fell in love with you from that day. Sweetness comes so easily, dear. Don't be willful. Your eyes are saying I'm willing, God, Father Beast. I'm in love. This singing is too sweet. I want to keep calling for the streamer. Streamer, I love you, looking at the comments full of love for her. Bai Luoluo's ears visibly turned red. Luoluo's cat gifted a true love, rose 99, 520 diamonds, Luoluo's cat. If you like it. Don't just say it. Your bias gifted the streamer pink bubbles 99, 520 diamonds. Seeing this new effect, Bai Luoluo smiled with delight. Is this a new gift? So beautiful. Thank you, bias baby. Luoluo's cat gifted the streamer pink bubbles 1020, 520 diamonds, Luoluo's cat. Since my wife likes it, I will only send this. Bai Luoluo looked at the comments helplessly, thinking there's really no need. One life to be alone gifted a true love, rose, pink, bubble, 99, 520 diamonds, don't hit me. I'm soy sauce entered the live stream. Dry fried green beans gifted a true love, rose, pink, bubble 5, 520 diamonds. Tomato scrambled eggs gifted a true love, rose, pink bubble, 520 diamonds. Tomato scrambled eggs. I'm poor. Streamer, please don't dislike me. Thank you to Green Beans Baby and Tomato Scrambled Eggs Baby for the gifts. Saying this, she made a big heart gesture towards the screen. For the streamer, every little bit is love from the fans. Luoluo appreciates it and would never dislike it. Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. Gifted a true love, rose, pink, bubble 99, 520 diamonds. Ha, the big boss is so funny. Clearly didn't know what happened, still followed along. So, has Soy Sauce Baby handled the matter with Princess Tinglan? Soy Sauce Baby, hurry and tell us. Actually, not only were the friends in the live stream curious, but Bai Luoluo was also quite curious. However, She still cleared her throat and said, "Babies, don't discuss other people in the live stream, or Luoluo will get jealous." After saying this, she made a pitiful, crying expression. Luoluo's cat. "Exactly, I'm only interested in my wife's matters. Cat, you're really a sycophant." Seeing the screen full of ones, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. But at the same time, she was very grateful to Cat. After all, if it weren't for him shifting everyone's attention, with everyone's gossiping curiosity, they wouldn't easily let soy sauce go. "Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. It's getting late. Isn't the streamer going to rest?" Bai Luoluo glanced at the time and replied, "I can still chat with everyone for 10 more minutes. And then I'll log off. Staying up late is not good. The streamer will rest early, and everyone shouldn't stay up late either." The streamer really loves her fans. Ever since knowing the streamer, I no longer go to other live streams. Me too. Now my daily tasks are eating, sleeping, and watching the streamer. I set an alarm to not miss it. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Raise your paw. Raise your paw. Looks like we are all kindred spirits. Seeing that everyone loves Luoluo so much, Luoluo was really happy. She originally thought that coming to another world would be a terrifying and lonely thing. But fortunately, she met these fans in the live stream, who brought her happiness and joy. In the future, Luoluo will stream more and learn more skills, making everyone feel that liking Luoluo is worth it. One life to be alone. You deserve it. Luoluo's cat. I also like it this way. Wife, don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Streamer. Don't tire yourself out too much. We like you for who you are, not for anything else. Your bias. If the streamer could dance more in the future, I would like her even more. Your bias has been muted by the administrator. One life to be alone. Luoluo's cat. He should be kicked out. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Kick him out. 1. Chapter 50. Completely forgotten after the live stream. Bai Luoluo lay in bed, just about to fall asleep when she suddenly heard the sound of a kitten meowing. Bai Luoluo quickly scrambled out of bed, inexplicably thinking of the little black cat that had mysteriously disappeared before. Noticing that the meowing was coming from the balcony outside her room, Bai Luoluo walked to the glass door and pulled the curtain aside. A pitch-black kitten with one blue eye and one yellow eye caught her eye. When it saw Bai Luoluo, it immediately came over and rubbed against her leg. "Is it you?" Bai Luoluo exclaimed in delight, scooping up the little black cat. Meanwhile, Tun, the ragdoll cat that Feng Yi had given her, who had been sleeping in the room, noticed another cat entering its territory and approached with an aggressive demeanor. "Where did you go that day?" Bai Luoluo carefully checked the little black cat in her arms, confirming that it was perfectly fine, and let out a sigh of relief. "But where did you come from?" Looking at the empty balcony, which was over 20 stories high, with the nearest balcony being that of Feng Yi's, she wondered if it belonged to him. The little black cat meowed softly, nuzzling its head into Bai Luoluo's palm. "Forget it. Since Feng Yi's lights are off, let's wait until tomorrow to return you," she said, carrying the little cat back inside. On the soft big bed, the three of them, Bai Luoluo and the two cats, sat in a standoff, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Tun, the little black cat, is still small, so don't bully it." Tun let out a dissatisfied meow, dragging out the last note as if to express its discontent. "All right, good kitty," Bai Luoluo said as she reached out to pet Tun's head a few times. Then she leaned closer and whispered in its ear, "It looks very pitiful. Let's take it in for one night, and I will return it tomorrow. How about that?" Seeing Bai Luoluo clearly favoring the little black cat, the ragdoll cat huffed in annoyance, jumped off the bed, and with a leap, opened the door and went out. Watching Tun leave, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. No wonder they say that for cats, they're the masters of the house. Look at that temper, really. All right, since Tun doesn't want to sleep with me, let's sleep. Bai Luoluo turned off the lamp and gently covered the little black cat with a blanket before closing her eyes, until Bai Luoluo's breathing became steady. The little black cat's form shimmered and transformed into a handsome male with striking features. If Bai Luoluo had been awake at that moment, she would have definitely recognized the owner of those features. Sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room. The person completely covered by the blanket stretched lazily and poked their head out. Bai Luoluo met Tun's gaze and broke into a big smile. "Good morning, Tun." Saying that, she rolled over to grab her light brain from the bedside table. "Hey, wait a minute. Didn't Tun go out last night?" Bai Luoluo suddenly realized and immediately got up to look for the little black cat. But after searching the entire house, there was no sign of it. It seemed the little guy had gone back on its own. Bai Luoluo chuckled, finding the little black cat truly magical, as if it had come specifically to sleep with her and vanished at dawn. After tidying up a bit, Bai Luoluo headed out to the supermarket, as the vegetables she had stocked up on were nearly gone, and she needed to purchase more. As she opened the front door, she coincidentally ran into Feng, who was also coming out. Their eyes met, and Bai Luoluo smiled and raised her hand to greet him, but Feng Yi's reaction was quite strange. Why are his ears red? Bai Luoluo looked at Feng Yi curiously. Are you going out too? Feng Yi nodded without speaking. Seeing this, Bai Luoluo didn't press further, and they both entered the elevator together. It wasn't until they exited the elevator that Bai Luoluo could no longer hold back. Feng Yi, is something wrong? Or am I dressed strangely today? After getting off the elevator, Bai Luoluo noticed Feng Yi stealing glances at her several times, and each time he looked as if he wanted to say something but held back, which was very odd. No. Feng Yi hurriedly waved his hand. All right. Bai Luoluo felt helpless. She really thought Feng Yi was acting very strangely today, but since he didn't want to talk, she wouldn't force him. Luoluo, are you going to the supermarket? Seeing her walk further away, Feng Yi hurriedly caught up, his ears still a shade of red. Yeah, I'm going to buy some vegetables. Perfect, I'm passing by the supermarket. So how about I give you a ride? After getting into the car, Bai Luoluo looked at Feng Yi, who was driving seriously, and thought about the little black cat from last night. So she asked Feng Yi, do you have a little black cat? SKRRT. Feng Yi slammed the brakes suddenly. If it weren't for the seatbelt, Bai Luoluo might have flown out through the front windshield. I'm sorry. Feng Yi quickly apologized. Are you hurt? Bai Luoluo shook her head, still shaken. She was genuinely startled just by asking about the little black cat. Why was Feng Yi so agitated? You still haven't answered me. Cough, cough. Feng Yi awkwardly turned his face away, restarted the car, and drove forward. Was it such a shameful thing for a guy to have a cat? Why did it seem like Feng Yi was reluctant to admit it? Here we are. Soon. Feng Yi stopped the car. Thank you. Bai Luoluo opened the car door to get out. She hadn't even had time to express her gratitude before seeing Feng Yi drive off in a hurry, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Bai Luoluo rubbed her forehead, shaking her head helplessly as she walked towards the supermarket. Since she was going to do a cooking live stream today, Bai Luoluo pushed her shopping cart straight to the fruit and vegetable section. Perhaps it was because she arrived early, but the selection was very complete and fresh today. And before she knew it, she had bought more than she intended. Looking at the two large bags, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time she thought about getting a hover car. But she didn't have a license in the interstellar world. Should she go license first? Struggling to carry one bag while walking towards the subway entrance, Bai Luoluo drew some attention from passersby since it was a weekday and there weren't many people around. As she approached the road crossing to the subway entrance, she set down her bags to take a break while waiting for the red light. Suddenly, a black car sped by, kicking up dust that made Bai Luoluo cough uncontrollably. She looked somewhat annoyed, but noticed that the car was moving so fast that she didn't even see its taillights before it disappeared. Sure enough, it's you. Just as the red light was about to change, Bai Luoluo was about to pick up her bags to cross the road when a familiar voice came from behind. You are. Yi Jiuyu's mouth twitched. He never expected that the little female wouldn't remember who he was at all. Chapter 51. Tomato scrambled eggs. A man with a gloomy expression walked towards Bai Luoluo, who was alertly watching him while keeping an eye on her surroundings. Calculating how many seconds it would take her to rush into the subway entrance and call for help. Seeing Bai Luoluo's wary demeanor, Yi Jiuyu felt both amused and helpless. Bai Luoluo, do you really not remember me? Bai Luoluo looked confused. Should she remember? Ye Iuyu. Feeling helpless, had to reintroduce himself. I was there when you went to comfort Qian. Bai Luoluo then recalled that Feng Yi had mentioned he was from the royal family. Hello, is there something you need from me? She politely asked, maintaining a distant tone. Yi Jiuyu clenched his teeth in frustration. This was the first time he had been treated like this in his life. Even though he was male and had an impressive appearance and abilities, he was still quite popular among the females of enemy countries. Yet, Bai Luoluo didn't even remember who he was. Let us go, I'll walk you home. Yi Jiu conceded and reached out to take Bai Luoluo's shopping bags. No need. Bai Luoluo quickly protected her bags. We don't know each other well. I could go back by myself. After all, he was just a stranger she had met once, and she wasn't bold enough to let a stranger take her home. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. If it weren't for his good upbringing, Yi Jiu would probably be really angry by now. What did this female think he was? Really, it's fine. Thank you. Bai Luoluo insisted, glancing over to see the pedestrian light across the street had turned green. She quickly picked up her bags and walked across the road. Watching Bai Luoluo flee, Yi Jiu found himself questioning life for the first time. Did he really look that scary, that much like a bad person? It was tea until she got on the subway that Bai Luoluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked around and noticed that the subway was quite empty at this hour. After finding a seat, she discovered that he had messaged her at some point. Luoluo's cat, are you done? Should I come pick you up? Bai Luoluo was instantly speechless. Bai Luoluo just got on the subway. Seeing Bai Luoluo's reply, he felt frustrated. He should have arrived at the supermarket exit earlier to wait for her. He had no idea how much she had bought or if it was heavy. When Bai Luoluo got off the subway and looked up at the stairs in front of her, she sighed in resignation. How unlucky could she be? The elevator was out of service, and now she had to carry 2 heavy bags up those tall stairs to get back to the surface. Hello, are you Luoluo the streamer? A gentle male, wearing glasses, approached Bai Luoluo. Hello. Bai Luoluo was startled, but smiled back when she saw there was no malice in his eyes. You look even prettier in person than in the videos. The male said softly. Bai Luoluo paused, noticing the male's slightly flushed ears, and couldn't help but smile back. Thank you. Are you going up? The male glanced at the 2 large bags at Bai Luoluo's feet. Can I help you? The male, looking slim, surprisingly had a lot of strength and easily carried the bags up the stairs to the ground level. Bai Luoluo, who hadn't grabbed anything, almost couldn't keep up with his pace. Are you going to stream cooking today? The male stopped at the bottom of the stairs, demonstrating a good sense of timing. Yes. Bai Luoluo nodded, taking the bags from him. Thank you so much. By the way, what is your name? The male, trying to calm his racing heart, replied in as calm a voice as he could muster. My ID in the streaming room is tomato scrambled eggs. Thank you so much today. If you don't mind, please message me your address later, and I'll send you a portion of the meal I make. Tomato scrambled eggs' face broke into a smile. Really? Bai Luoluo nodded. Of course. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have known what to do. Actually, you don't have to be so polite. Tomato scrambled eggs scratched his head awkwardly. Luoluo, you're so beautiful that anyone would willingly help you. Then I'll go up first. It's almost time for my stream. Bai Luoluo glanced at the time and waved goodbye to tomato scrambled eggs. Back home, Bai Luoluo slumped onto the sofa, took out her light computer to check the location of the nearest driving school, and then called them. Upon learning that a female wanted to enroll in their driving school, the other party excitedly waved their hands and directly waived Bai Luoluo's registration fee. No matter how much Bai Luoluo insisted, they firmly refused to take any registration fee from her. I really feel bad about this, Bai Luoluo said helplessly, already planning to consult another driving school. The other party seemed to consider this and said, if you really feel bad, can I make a small request? What is it? Bai Luoluo hesitated and didn't immediately agree. When you come over, can I take a photo with you and promote a bit? The person spoke very cautiously, afraid Bai Luoluo would refuse. If it's not convenient for you, we can. Sure. Bai Luoluo thought it was nothing significant and immediately agreed. However, she didn't know that this seemingly trivial matter would bring countless students to the driving school in the future, even prompting instructors from other driving schools to jump ship. After hanging up the phone, Bai Luoluo checked the time and realized it was almost time for her scheduled stream. She quickly took out the ingredients for the dishes she planned to cook, changed her clothes, and opened to stream. Luoluo's cat has entered the streaming room. Tomato scrambled eggs has entered the streaming room. Dry fried green beans has entered the streaming room. Welcome, MOAI, tomato scrambled eggs. And green beans. Bai Luoluo tied on her apron and greeted everyone in a sweet voice. Welcome to Luoluo's streaming room. If you like Luoluo, please give a follow. After saying that, she raised her hand to poke the follow button on the screen. Luoluo's cat. You look stunning today, wife. Bai Luoluo looked down at her light-colored dress and pretended to be unhappy. Wasn't he the streamer beautiful before? Oh, was cat. No, no. Wife is beautiful every day. So wronged, JPG, dry-fried green beans. Haha, you're killing me. I can feel the cat's chaos. So you watched Bai Luoluo on the screen. Noticing she had changed her outfit, he stared at her face, suddenly recalling how sweet she looked when she thanked him and waved goodbye. The little female was really wonderful. So wonderful that it made him feel an impulse to want to claim her as his own. Chapter 52, Poking the Lung Tube. One Life to Be Alone enters the live broadcast. Don't hit. I'm Soy Sauce enters the live broadcast. Don't Mess With Me enters the live broadcast. Your Prejudice enters the live broadcast. Don't mess with me. Is the host cooking today? Bai Luoluo immediately saw MOAI's comment. While washing the vegetables in her hands, she nodded. Yes. Hadn't she promised everyone to do cooking live streams every 2 days? Don't Mess With Me rewarded Bai Luoluo with 999 diamonds in the Dream Castle. Bai Luoluo was startled by this sudden gift. Why did MOAI suddenly give such a big gift? Don't mess with me. I want to eat the food made by the host. Bai Luoluo's cat. Everyone in the live stream wants to eat my wife's cooking. One life to be alone. I see. Bai Luoluo smiled. Looks like I need to prepare a bit more today. Bai Luoluo's cat. Do I get some too? Bai Luoluo shook her head with a smile. When she went out to buy ingredients today, she met a fan from the live stream who helped her a lot. So she promised to save a portion for him. Adding MOAI's portion, she had to prepare enough for 3 people. Bai Luoluo's cat. My wife doesn't love me anymore. Bai Luoluo's cat was muted for 1 minute by moderator One Life to Be Alone. Don't hit. I'm Soy Sauce. Serves you right. Stir-fried green beans. I'm dying of laughter. Tomorrow's news shock. A certain live stream moderator was muted for 1 minute by another moderator. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. I will try to make sure everyone has a chance to eat, but there are just too many fans. Sometimes I really can't do anything about it. One Life to Be Alone. Don't spoil them. One Life to Be Alone rewarded Bai Luoluo with 999 diamonds in the Dream Castle x10. One Life to Be Alone. If you want to eat, learn to cook for yourself. Don't forget, Interstellar law states that it's not allowed for females to cook. Is what you said true? One Life to Be Alone? It was clear that Bai Luoluo had no idea about this regulation. Don't hit. I'm Soy Sauce. Interstellar females are scarce. Everyone cherishes them and want to let them cook. Don't hit. I'm Soy Sauce. When the host has a partner in the future, she shouldn't cook personally. Females should be well cared for. Although Bai Luoluo didn't agree with Soy Sauce's words, she didn't directly refute them either. After all, the interstellar world was different from where she used to be. They had their own way of life, and even if she didn't accept it, she couldn't deny it. I wonder who is lucky enough to marry the host. By the way, what kind of male does the host like? I want to know too. Interstellar females like good-looking and high-combat males. The host should be no exception. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment. Being good-looking would naturally be a plus, but as for combat power, I really don't have any requirements. Then don't I have a chance to? Oh my god, the host is really so gentle. Although I know the females don't care, I still choose to believe in the host. One Life to Be Alone. Partners should be chosen for high combat power. That way, they can better protect you. Don't hit. I'm Soy Sauce. That's right, at least it shouldn't be lower than SS level. Bai Luoluo's cat. Wife. Look at me. I'm SS level. Bai Luoluo was quite surprised. She knew that males with SS level combat power were rare in the interstellar world, just like females. And she and T noticed that phone, he was one of them. Remembering the dancing video phone he had sent her last time. A male with high combat power who could dance and also looked, indeed very handsome, seemed to really add points. What is the host thinking? Her face is all red. Oh my god, the host doesn't really have a favorite male, does she? Bai Luoluo's cat. Wife as long as you nod. I have no objections. Bai Luoluo's cat was muted for 10 minutes by moderator One Life to Be Alone. Bai Luoluo's cat was kicked out of the live stream by moderator Don't Hit. I'm Soy Sauce. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The cat is so miserable, bullied by 2 big shots. The cat deserves it, always pulling hate him. That cat really has a big mouth. Bai Luoluo's assurance only increased the condemnation of the cat in the live stream. While they were chatting, there was a knock on the door. Bai Luoluo shook the water off her hands. Someone is knocking. I'll go check it out. When she opened the door, she saw Fong standing at the door with a wronged expression. Luoluo, are you just going to watch them bully me? What should I do? Should I help you bully them back? Bai Luoluo asked with a smile. Feng Yi's eyes lit up for a moment, but he quickly shook his head. Forget it. They're all big brothers in your live stream. I can't offend them easily. Although I can afford to take care of you. The live stream is what you like, so I'll endure it. All right, you go back to your live stream. It's not good to be away for too long. Feng Yi said, pushing Bai Luoluo back. Then I'll make one more portion. After the stream, you can come over and eat with me. Seeing Feng Yi like this, Bai Luoluo ultimately couldn't help but say, okay. Feng Yi happily went back. Bai Luoluo closed the door with a helpless smile and returned to the kitchen. Bai Luoluo's cat enters the live broadcast. Why has the host been gone for so long? I think I just heard a male voice speaking. The host doesn't really have a favorite male, does she? I want to cry. What should I do? What are you all thinking? Bai Luoluo felt helpless. Bai Luoluo's cat. The host is so good. It's normal to have a few pursuers, right? Something off. Something really off. Stir-fry green beans. The person the host just met was the cat, was it? Bai Luoluo paused her movements, surprised that green beans had such a sharp intuition and guessed it right away. Next, I'm going to start cooking, Bai Luoluo said, picking up the spatula and shaking it. The noise might be a bit loud while cooking, so everyone might not be able to hear me clearly. Please bear with me. Am I the only one who feels the host is avoiding the question? Stir-fried green beans. A girl shouldn't stay too long. Don't hit. I'm soy sauce. Is everyone overthinking it? Seeing soy sauce's comment, Bai Luoluo felt like she had found a savior. Soy sauce was right. Everyone's imagination seemed to be very rich. One life to be alone. Sometimes explaining too quickly means being guilty. Bai Luoluo's cat. You're just jealous of me. After all, only I can call Luoluo my wife. Bai Luoluo's cat was muted for 10 minutes by moderator. One life to be alone. What does 10 minutes represent? It only represents the upper limit of the mute time. One life to be alone. That's because we don't have your thick skin. Don't hit. I'm soy sauce. Indeed, your skin is thick enough. Stir-fried green beans. Big shots. Only with thick skin can you win over a female. So we're single because our skin isn't thick enough. Don't mess with me. The one above, no. It's because you're poor. One life to be alone. Your combat power isn't high enough either. Oh my god, host. Can you manage them? They just poke at the lung tube. Chapter 53. The foodie Bai Luoluo's hands and feet were busy, her eyes glancing at the comment from time to time, occasionally replying to a few. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were ready. Today, the host made a bit too much. In addition to tomato, scrambled eggs. There was also don't touch the baby, and she could also draw another fan. Bai Luoluo said as she pulled out a takeout box and washed it clean in front of everyone before starting to pack the food. I'm drooling, suddenly feel that the nutrient solution in my hand isn't appealing anymore. The host is too nice, so looking forward to it. Hope to win. There are tens of thousands of people in the live stream. I don't feel that lucky, dry-fried green beans. I want to immigrate to Central Star quickly. I'm tired of envying others. When the dry-fried green beans arrive at Central Star, I will definitely prepare a big feast to welcome you and treat you. Bai Luoluo liked the dry-fried green beans not only because they were her loyal fan, but also because her profile indicated that she was female. Since coming to the galaxy, Bai Luoluo had never made female friends. So, she was really looking forward to meeting the dry-fried green beans. Dry-fried green beans. Since the girl said that, I must work harder now. I'm going to draw the last lucky fan, Bai Luoluo said with a smile, lifting the packed food in front of the camera. This time, I'll choose a different method. I'll close my eyes and take a screenshot. The fan at the top will be today's lucky fan. Does this mean I have a chance to? I'm going to spam the screen, lifelong solitude. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Luoluo's cat. If you want to participate, just say it. What S with the ellipsis, lifelong solitude, believe it or not. I'll mute you later, Luoluo's cat. Wife, help me, crying JPG. Feng Yi glanced at the holographic screen and smirked. He was worried about being muted. After all, he would not only get to eat the food Bai Luoluo made, but also dine with her face-to-face. However, isn't it rude to go to someone else's house for a meal empty-handed? Feng Yi thought for a moment, grabbed something from outside, and rushed out, not even bothering to show off in the live stream anymore. All right, we're starting now, Bai Luoluo said with a smile as she closed her eyes and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Bai Luoluo pressed the screenshot button. Today's lucky viewer is Fried Potato. Congratulations to this fan. Remember to message the host your address later. Fried Potato, oh my god. I've used up all my luck in this lifetime today. Envy is dripping from the corners of my eyes. Is it too late to change my name now? By the way, aren't fried potatoes and potatoes the same thing? The fan is quite talented. Everyone, don't be discouraged. When I do the next cooking live stream, I'll try to prepare more ingredients and draw a few more fans to give away, so the chances will greatly increase. Lifelong solitude. You just indulge them. Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. Won't this be too exhausting? Luoluo's cat. Wife. I volunteer to help. Lifelong solitude. Cutting neck. JPG. Luoluo's cat. Wife, help me. Don't worry, it's just cooking a few dishes. I should be able to handle it. Bai Luoluo said, while looking at Luoluo's cat's comment. At worst, I can ask friends for help when I go shopping. Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. Don't be too polite with the males around. Use what you need. Why do I feel like Soy Sauce Baby has something to say? Could it be that Soy Sauce Baby knows the host in real life? Bai Luoluo curiously asked, Soy Sauce Baby, do we know each other? Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. Yeah, Bai Luoluo had previously speculated whether soy sauce was Chinche. Now hearing him say they had met, she became even more suspicious. Wow, this is a huge scoop. Host, is soy sauce handsome in real life? Didn't someone upstairs forget that the host doesn't know soy sauce at all? I'm very curious about how the host and soy sauce knew each other in real life. Blind guess. Soy sauce must be deliberately getting close to the host. I really couldn't guess. Bai Luoluo said shyly. Could I trouble Soy Sauce Baby to remind me next time we meet? Don't hit me, I'm soy sauce. Okay. Outside the screen, Chinche stared at the live broadcast intently. When he learned that Chi-In had visited Bai Luoluo a few times, he knew he would take action. He didn't expect him to stoop so low as to mention this in the live stream. That little female is so soft-hearted. Perhaps Chi-In would use a little trick to make her agree. No, I can't give him that opportunity. Thinking of this, Chinche picked up another holographic device and anonymously sent out a message before turning his attention back to the live stream. Babies, I'm going to eat now. We'll see you tomorrow, Bai Luoluo said, waving at the camera. Immediately after, the live stream went black. The host always ends the broadcast so decisively. Without any attachment, heartless woman, of course, Bai Luoluo didn't know any of this. Just after she ended the live stream, there was a knock on the door. Luoluo. I'm here. Feng Yi smiled, holding a bottle of juice, which he had just freshly squeezed from a nearby fruit shop, perfect for drinking during the meal. Is this orange juice? Bai Luoluo took the juice, sniffed it, and a sweet scent of oranges wafted up. She quite liked oranges, but found them tedious to eat. Now, it was great. Fresh squeezed orange juice would satisfy her cravings. As soon as Feng Yi entered the room, the delivery person arrived. Bai Luoluo hurriedly sealed the packed meal in a bag and handed it over. Sit down and eat. Feng Yi had long been unable to wait. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, looking very eager. All right. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh at Feng Yi's appearance. Have you always craved these ordinary foods? She said, handing him the chopsticks. I thought males in the galaxy were all used to drinking nutrient solutions. It's not that I crave the food, but the person who makes it. Of course, Feng Yi would never say this. Otherwise, he might scare Bai Luoluo away. Isn't it because your food is really tempting and hard not to like? Feng Yi said, picking up a piece of twice-cooked pork and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing contentedly. Watching Feng Yi eat bite after bite and seeing the plate of food nearly empty, Bai Luoluo felt a bit dazed. So, did she prepare too little food? Burp. The moment Feng Yi put down his chopsticks, he let out a loud burp. He immediately glanced at Bai Luoluo nervously, and when he didn't see a look of disgust on her face, he finally relaxed. Did I eat too much? Feng Yi observed that Bai Luoluo hadn't eaten much, as she had been serving him food all along. He had thought much while eating, but now he felt a bit guilty. Chapter 54. Watching a live stream, seeing Feng Yi's embarrassed expression and recalling how he mentioned wanting to find free labor in the live stream, Bai Luoluo nodded. At that moment, Feng Yi felt as if his heart had died. How could he be so pathetic? Watching Feng Yi's frustrated face, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Feng Yi looked at Bai Luoluo in surprise, not understanding why she was laughing for no reason. I'm just teasing you. Bai Luoluo laughed as she started to clear the dining table. You're a big man. A male. Isn't it normal to eat a lot? I underestimated and made a bit too little. Feng Yi finally sighed in relief. It's mainly because the food you made is just too delicious. That's why I accidentally ate more than usual. Since you like it, you can come over often for meals in the future. Bai Luoluo said as she carried the empty plates to the kitchen. I'll do it. Feng Yi hurriedly squeezed over, snatching the plates from Bai Luoluo's hands. As if he was worried she wouldn't let him. The food was made by you, so let me handle the washing. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment, didn't stop him, but instead leaned against the door and casually chatted with Feng Yi. She had thought that even in the beast world, with Feng Yi's pampered appearance, he certainly wouldn't be able to do housework. But unexpectedly, he washed the dishes quite skillfully. Anyone who didn't know would think he did housework regularly. What are you planning to do this afternoon? After cleaning the stove, Feng Yi glanced at Bai Luoluo leaning against the door and asked, I went to bed a bit late last night, so I want to take a nap later. Bai Luoluo said, yawning widely. There was no helping it. When you're full, it's easy to get sleepy. Feng Yi remained silent, and after cleaning the kitchen, he even remembered to take out the trash before coming out. Last night, I slept so soundly. Just then, Bai Luoluo was yawning, and she heard Feng Yi say something but didn't catch what it was. Bai Luoluo rubbed her eyes. What did you just say? Feng Yi quickly shook his head. It's nothing. I'm leaving now. You rest well. Bai Luoluo nodded and sent him out before collapsing onto the sofa. When she woke up, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the little black cat squatting by the sofa, purring. Perhaps sensing that Bai Luoluo was awake. The little black cat also opened its eyes. Little guy, why are you back again? Bai Luoluo sat up and casually picked up the little black cat to pet it. Unlike Tun Tun, the little black cat had short and soft fur, which felt very comfortable to touch. Meow, the little black cat called out. And Bai Luoluo thought it was hungry, so she got up to pour some cat food into its bowl. Looking at the bowl full of cat food, the little black cat just glanced at it and then jumped back onto the sofa to curl up. On the other hand, Tun Tun rushed over and started eating like it hadn't eaten in days. You sneaked over, and your owner will definitely be worried if they can't find you. Bai Luoluo said, holding the little black cat as she opened the door and walked next door. But after ringing the doorbell for a long time, Feng Yi still didn't come to open the door. Bai Luoluo guessed that he must have gone out, which was why the little black cat could come out for so long without him looking for it. Since your owner is not here, you can stay with me for now, Bai Luoluo said, hugging the little black cat back to the sofa. She took out her light brain and opened a short video app to start scrolling. The little black cat was very well behaved, staying in Bai Luoluo's arms as they both watched the short videos on the light brain, both of them focused. Suddenly, after swiping her finger, a male wearing a shirt but with the buttons undone appeared on the screen. The background lighting was dim, and the male held a lightsaber, moving it with the music. With every inch the lightsaber moved, more muscles became visible. Ha! Bai Luoluo uncontrollably chuckled, and the little black cat looked up at her. For some reason, Bai Luoluo felt that the little black cat's glance contained a hint of disdain, but it was just a cat, perhaps feeling uncomfortable being stared at by Bai Luoluo. The little black cat rubbed against her and meowed several times. I must be losing my mind. You're just a cat. How could you possibly understand what I'm saying? Bai Luoluo laughed at herself, brushed off the little black cat, and continued watching the live stream. Just as she was engrossed, she saw that Bai Luoluo had connected with someone she recognized. Princess Tinglan. She saw Tinglan descending the stairs in a gorgeous gown and coming to the camera before sitting down. Hello, princess. What do you want to do today? Bai Luoluo felt that Bai Luoluo probably didn't like Princess Tinglan very much, but due to the other person's status, she had to put on a smiling face. Let's do an overall ranking. The loser has to take off their makeup. Tinglan lazily glanced at the camera and said casually. After all, Bai Luoluo was a beauty streamer, and the punishment of taking off makeup was a bit excessive. Sure enough, Bai Luoluo's expression stiffened for a moment. If you want to admit defeat, that's fine too. Bai Luoluo will just be inferior to Princess Tinglan for a week in a live stream. Now, even Bai Luoluo, who was watching the live stream, couldn't hold back her anger and decided to stop being invisible. Flower falling, don't part. Sister, go against her, I'll help you. Bai Luoluo didn't expect that Bai Luoluo had entered her live stream without her noticing. "Okay, I'll go against you," Bai Luoluo said as she opened the small folding fan in her hand, looking very elegant in her qipao. Tinglan narrowed her eyes. She was also very beautiful. But Bai Luoluo was one of the few who could overshadow her looks, which was why she always looked for opportunities to connect with Bai Luoluo. In the past, Bai Luoluo had never been so tough. Could it be that a strong big brother had recently joined her live stream? But how come she had never heard of it before? Chapter 55, That Girl Called Luoluo K, officially began, and both sides' voice channels were closed. Although she didn't know what was happening on Tinglan's side, just looking at Tinglan's expression, it was clear she was in a good mood. Bai Luoluo didn't intend to stir up trouble, so she switched to her alternate account and returned to the Bianhua live stream. After recharging, she started sending gifts. Fortunately, less than a minute had passed, and both Bianhua and Tinglan hadn't noticed much yet. Shun Shun rewards Dream Castle 1, 2, 5, 10. 19999 diamonds. Bianhua was taken aback and opened Shun Shun's profile, noticing the wealth value was 0. Coupled with what Luoluo had said about helping her, she immediately thought this must be Luoluo's alternate account. "Thank you, Shun Shun, for the Dream Castle. I wish Shun Shun becomes more beautiful." Perhaps knowing Luoluo was present gave Bianhua confidence, and she looked much better than before. Nahi Bridge rewards Bianhua Dream Castle 1, 2, 3, 5, 10. 19,999 diamonds. Flower Leaves Never Meet rewards Bianhua Dream Castle 10. 19,999 diamonds. Shun Shun rewards Bianhua Dream Castle 3040. 19,999 diamonds. This new account isn't Luoluo's alternate account, right? Don't expose it. I thought the streamers were all competitors. Didn't expect that female to be quite loyal. No one can stand the pressure from the opposite side. Let's go all out to defeat the opponent and give Hua Hua a chance to show off. For a moment, gifts kept pouring in the live stream, and even some who rarely spoke couldn't help but send a few small gifts to join the fun. What's going on? Tinglan had been leisurely sipping coffee, but unexpectedly saw the opponent's health bar gradually surpassing hers and increasing the gap. "Don't worry, princess. I'll check the other side." Before long, that person returned. A new big spender appeared on the opposite side, and their moves are quite extravagant. "Brothers, step it up. We can't let the princess lose." Tinglan narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect a new big spender show up on Bianhua's side at this critical moment, and they were a heavy spender. But all the good males in the world should belong to her. So she temporarily exited the live stream and sent a private message to the account named Shun Shun. When Bai Luoluo saw the message, her disdain was no longer concealed. She couldn't believe how shameless Tinglan was. Because Shun Shun was a male cat. She had filled in male as her gender when registering, and yet Tinglan took it seriously and sent such a message. "Tinglan princess, as long as you are willing to abandon the dark and embrace the light, I am willing to be your wife." The more Bai Luoluo thought about it, the more disgusted she felt, but her action of sending gifts did not slow down at all. In fact, it sped up quite a bit. In the end, even Bianhua was a bit worried that Luoluo might have been triggered and privately messaged her to stop sending gifts. "Shun Shun, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Seeing that Luoluo kept sending gifts, Bianhua felt a bit helpless, thinking that if it continued like this, she might as well give the money to Luoluo after the stream. Damn! Looking at the reminder that the PK was over, and then at her continuously suppressed health bar, Tinglan could no longer maintain her elegant image and angrily smashed the coffee in her hand onto the ground. "I'm really sorry, but this time I won." Having been bullied by Tinglan all along, it was rare for Bianhua to turn the tables, and she looked exceptionally happy. "Just a fluke." Tinglan took a deep breath and disdainfully said, "The other side can't be unwilling to admit defeat, right? I'll go remind them. I'll go too." Seeing the number of people in Bianhua's live stream decrease significantly, Bai Luoluo knew they must have all gone to Tinglan's live stream. She really didn't want to miss this good show, so she switched accounts and entered Tinglan's live stream incognito. To gamble is to lose, so please remove your makeup immediately. "Princess, bring out the earlier momentum." Losing is losing, don't think you can back out. When you force Hua Hua to remove her makeup, you weren't making this face. Seeing Tinglan's increasingly ugly face, Bai Luoluo felt a slight pleasure in her heart. You all. Originally thinking that Ting Lan would crumble under the pressure and obediently remove her makeup, she didn't expect her to roll her eyes and faint. Bai Luoluo was stunned. She didn't expect this kind of operation. Even through the screen, she could see Ting Lan's eyes still moving, clearly pretending to faint. But unfortunately, she couldn't crawl through the internet to wake her up. Otherwise, she would have to pinch her acupoint to wake her up. Bianhua didn't seem to mind much. It was as if she had anticipated that Princess Ting Lan wouldn't obediently accept the punishment. She personally went next door to send some medical expenses and returned to her live stream. I didn't expect Princess Ting Lan to be so fragile. It seems I shouldn't challenge her to PK in the future, or if she faints again next time, I might get in trouble with the royal family. Bianhua thought as she ended the call. Bai Luoluo hugged Little Black and laughed uncontrollably. This woman Bianhua really knew how to play the game. However, indeed, after this incident, it was likely that anyone willing to connect with Ting Lan in the future would have to think twice. After confirming the connection was cut off, Ting Lan hurriedly gestured to her partner standing by, who immediately stepped forward to turn off the live stream. Damn it. Ting Lan straightened her posture. I must find out who helped Bianhua deal with me in her live stream, daring to embarrass me in public. I can't swallow this anger. While she was angrily shouting, a male walked in from outside, whispering a few words in Ting Lan's ear, and she immediately beamed with joy. She took out a makeup mirror to check, confirming that she had no issues before allowing the guest to enter. Qian, I didn't expect that one day you would take the initiative to find me. The pride in Ting Lan's eyes was nearly impossible to hide. She had confessed to Qian several times in the past, but each time he had rejected her from a distance. She didn't expect him to take the initiative to find her today, which made her incredibly happy. Your Highness, this time I can tell you that I already have a favorite female, and she has agreed to marry me, so please don't. Qian didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present could hear his implied meaning, which was simply asking Princess Ting Lan not to pester him anymore. What? Ting Lan, who had been smiling just moments ago, instantly stood up, only to bump her knees against the table, causing tears to well up in her eyes from the pain. Qian, I grew up with you. Why do you like someone else and not me? Qian sighed. Your Highness, I have always regarded you as my sister. I don't have romantic feelings for you. I don't believe it. Ting Lan shouted angrily, not caring about the pain, reaching out to grab Qian, but he dodged away. It must be that streamer named Luoluo who seduced you. It must be her. Ting Lan screamed hysterically. Qian, I have SS-level mental power. I can comfort you. Can that Luoluo do that? Chapter 56 help me. Please Qian really want to tell Ting Lan that Luoluo was the Bai Luoluo from Starnet, the extremely rare female with SSS-level mental strength. But once he told Ting Lan, he feared that Luoluo's secret would no longer be kept. I like her, and it has nothing to do with mental strength. It's just a simple liking. Hearing Qian say this, Ting Lan became even angrier. Qian, as the Marshal of the Empire, how important you are. How can you choose a female who cannot comfort you just for your own selfish reasons? Looking at Ting Lan's expression, one might really think she was acting for the greater good. Your Highness, this matter has already been decided by Qian saying this. Qian turned and walked outside. Watching Qian leave without looking back, Ting Lan's expression darkened. Since you're unwilling, then don't blame me for using underhanded methods. Ting Lan gave a knowing glance to her companion, who immediately understood and opened a nearby drawer to take out a syringe. If Qian turned back now, he would see that the male was holding a drug that could knock him out instantly. Your Highness. The male hesitated. His beast form was a cheetah, only S-level, but an unexpected attack could indeed have a chance of success. However, the opponent was the Marshal of the Empire. If it succeeded, it would be fine, but if it failed, he would likely be the one pushed out. Hurry up. Ting Lan obviously lost her patience and said fiercely. The male gritted his teeth and rushed towards Qian as fast as he could. Qian, caught completely off guard, sensed something was wrong. But by the time he reacted, it was too late. The syringe had already been pushed into his body. Qian's tall body slowly slid down and fell to the ground. Ting Lan walked over with a smile, stepping barefoot on Qian's heart position. Brother Qian, you can't blame me. As long as I mark you, you will forever belong to me. Seeing Ting Lan getting closer, Qian, not knowing where he found strength, pushed her away and transformed into a giant panda, crashing out of Ting Lan's manor. How dare you? Ting Lan, helped up by her companion, angrily slapped the one who helped her. Useless thing, hurry and chase after him. The male, knowing the consequences of exposure, immediately summoned the guards and chased after Qi An's escape route. After escaping the manor, Qi then transformed back into his beastman form, stopped a hovering vehicle, and after giving an address, couldn't resist the effects of the drug and fell into a deep sleep. When Bai Luoluo received the call, she was very surprised. She didn't expect Qi An to suddenly seek her out. As soon as she answered, her expression changed instantly. Thinking that she might not be able to move Qi An, she knocked on the door of the neighboring room before heading downstairs. What happened? Feng Yi, with his hair slicked back, opened the door, but the next second he was pulled by Bai Luoluo and rushed towards the elevator. Help me. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Feng Yi was pushed inside. What happened? In fact, Feng Yi had heard Bai Luoluo's phone call earlier, but Bai Luoluo was unaware, so he had to keep up the act. Qi An is in trouble, Bai Luoluo said, fixating on the elevator's numbers until they changed to 1, and as soon as the doors opened, she dashed out. When they reached the driver, Qi An was already unconscious and his body was terrifyingly hot. After paying the fare and expressing her gratitude, she pulled Feng Yi to help get Qi An out of the car. What happened? Feng Yi frowned. He was very familiar with Qi An's current physical condition as a male. I don't know. Bai Luoluo shook her head, and upon careful examination, found no obvious wounds on Qi An, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Let's take him upstairs first. Feng Yi shook his head. I think it's better to find a doctor first. We can't go to the hospital. Qi An opened his eyes at some point. His originally brown pupils had turned bright red. He grabbed Bai Luoluo's delicate wrist. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a bit. Seeing Qi An insist, Bai Luoluo had no choice but to let Feng Yi take him back. Qi An's tall body curled up on the sofa, looking somewhat uncomfortable. However, he insisted on not going to Bai Luoluo's bed, which made her feel helpless. What exactly happened? Bai Luoluo got some water and gently wiped Qi An's body, trying to alleviate his frighteningly high temperature. He must have been drugged. Feng Yi's gaze fell on the small injection mark on his shoulder. Although the mark was small, it was still easy for a male with keen eyesight to spot it. Moreover, there was a lingering smell of the drug on Qi An's body, which Feng Yi had noticed when they picked him up. Is it really okay not to go to the hospital? As Qi An seemed to be getting worse, with his frown deepening, Bai Luoluo was genuinely worried. At that moment, a scent similar to bamboo suddenly filled the air, and even Bai Luoluo could smell it. What is this? Bai Luoluo sniffed. She had smelled it before, but didn't know what it represented. Feng Yi's expression changed drastically, and his gaze towards Qi An became complicated. Qi An should know what drug he was under, which was why he came to Bai Luoluo. He looked very uncomfortable. Was it really okay not to go to the hospital? Looking at Qi An's slightly curled body and the veins bulging on his forehead and neck, Bai Luoluo felt his condition was too serious. She was only high in mental strength and had no medical skills. She probably couldn't help Qi An much. Don't. Feng Yi forced a smile and then stood up to walk towards the door. Where are you going? Bai Luoluo called out anxiously. He not only took a tranquilizer, but also an aphrodisiac. That kind of drug will bring forward a male's heat cycle. Feng Yi didn't finish his sentence. Looking straight at Bai Luoluo, waiting for her to decide. Heat cycle? Exactly. Animals have heat cycles, and since interstellar males still retain their beast forms, they should also keep some of their animal instincts. Although Qi An and I have already submitted a marriage application, Qi An is clearly not clear-headed right now. What if he blamed her when he woke up? Luoluo, Qi An hoarsely called out, reaching out towards Bai Luoluo with dazed eyes. I'm here. Bai Luoluo quickly held his hand and crouched beside the sofa. Feng Yi forced a smile and walked out, closing the door behind him. Luoluo, help me, please. Although the physical torment had made Qi An extremely uncomfortable, he didn't want to force Bai Luoluo, so he gritted his teeth, trying to gain her consent. Chapter 57. The mark of success. Watching as Qi An's breathing became heavier and his body grew hotter, Bai Luoluo wanted to help. but she was still reluctant to easily give herself over. How about we take a cold shower first? Bai Luoluo thought, knowing that Chi-In's feverish body needed relief. And perhaps a cold shower could help him regain some clarity. So, she helped Chi-In, who was stumbling, to the bathroom. Just as she freed one hand to turn on the shower, Chi-In leaned awkwardly and fell straight into the large bathtub. The bathtub, which had seemed too big for Bai Luoluo, was just right for Chi-In as he lay back in it. Bai Luoluo quickly turned on the cold water and directed the shower head at Chi-In. The sudden coldness indeed jolted Chi-In awake for a moment. He looked at the anxious little female before him and said, "Luoluo, you don't need to worry about me. I can hold on. Can this really be endured?" Bai Luoluo's gaze fell on a certain part of Chi-In's body. The comfort brought by the cold water quickly faded, and Chi-In's eyes grew increasingly hazy. He curled up in pain, the heat inside him surging higher and higher. "Chi-In, how are you?" Chi-In struggled to lift his head, and the moment their eyes met, Bai Luoluo felt a significant shock in her heart. The once cold and composed man now had eyes filled with moisture, pitifully curled up in the bathtub, evoking an instinctive desire to dominate him. "Do you want me to help you?" As Bai Luoluo's cool fingers just touched Chi-In's bare chest, he couldn't help but sigh. Chi-In grasped Bai Luoluo's hand, guiding it from his neck down to his solid chest, and then to his abdomen. "Luoluo, help me." Chi-In already had a good physique, and today he was wearing a white shirt. When it got wet, his strong body became partially visible. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but swallow hard, but still wanted to confirm one last time. After all, in the interstellar world, once a male was marked by a female. It was a lifelong commitment that couldn't be changed. "Chi-In, who am I?" Chi-In squinted his eyes to look at Bai Luoluo and said, "Luoluo, my wife." "Wife?" Chi-In's voice was pleasant, especially when he said the word wife, which was particularly charming. "Since that's the case, then I'll help you," Bai Luoluo said as she took Chi-In's hand and pulled him out of the bathtub, then reached to unbutton his shirt. For some reason, the more anxious she became, the harder it was to unbutton it. Just when Bai Luoluo was thinking of other ways, Chi-In waved his hand and directly tore his shirt apart, tossing it aside, then leaned in and wrapped his arms around her waist, pressing down on her. At that moment, the refreshing scent of bamboo filled Bai Luoluo's nose. Looking at Chi-In's flushed and handsome face so close to her, she smiled and held his face, deepening the kiss that had initially been just a light touch. Feeling Bai Luoluo's response, Chi-In no longer held back. He lifted her with one hand and carried her to the bedroom, throwing her onto the soft bed. Before Bai Luoluo could react, she realized Chi-In had stripped himself completely and was crawling toward her. "Wife, may I?" Even at this moment, Chi-In still wanted to ask Bai Luoluo again, afraid she would change her mind. But Bai Luoluo was clear-headed. Seeing Chi-In's hesitant expression, she chuckled and pulled him down by the neck, their lips meeting. Hearing Bai Luoluo's soft cries from the next room, along with someone's heavy breathing, Feng-Yi slid down against the glass door of the balcony in despair. He had known the outcome long ago, but he still felt tortured by the need to listen. Feng-Yi truly thought he was going insane. The sounds from the next room continued for a long time, even until it was dark outside, showing no signs of stopping. Looking at the person in front of her, whose face was glistening with sweat, combined with his already handsome features, Bai Luoluo felt he was irresistibly attractive. This must be what the book describes as sexual tension. "Chi-In, when did you start to like me?" Upon hearing this, Chi-In paused, his voice gentle as water. "From the first time I saw you." Bai Luoluo recalled their first meeting. She had just landed on Central Star, facing the unknown fear and surrounded by a group of armed men, nearly petrified with fright. Fortunately, Chi-In appeared like a deity, his tall figure walking toward her against the light, even kneeling in front of her to tell her not to be afraid. It seemed she had thought Chi-In was good from that moment on. Intense kisses fell again, swallowing the words Bai Luoluo had yet to say. "Wife, mark me. Let me become your partner, okay?" Only then did Bai Luoluo remember that in the interstellar world, it wasn't enough to just sleep together. It required biting the male's neck gland to inject the female's pheromones for marking. "Okay." Before carrying Bai Luoluo to take a shower, Chi-In had already ordered clothes online, and they had just arrived. After putting them on, he went to check on Bai Luoluo, then turned and went to the kitchen. In fact, An's cooking skills were quite good, and in no time, he had prepared a table full of dishes before returning to the room to wake Bai Luoluo. Bai Luoluo sat up groggily, a strand of hair sticking up on her forehead, adding a touch of playfulness. When she saw the person in front of her and remembered what had happened that afternoon, Bai Luoluo instantly became alert, her face turning red as she grabbed the blanket to cover her face, looking somewhat uneasily at Qian's wife. "Are you hungry? It's time to eat." Qian noticed all of Bai Luoluo's small actions. He walked over, gently pulled back the blanket to ensure she could breathe. Wife. Bai Luoluo looked up and met Qian's beautiful eyes. Males in the interstellar world would refer to their wives this way. And thinking of this made Bai Luoluo's face even redder. "Do you want me to carry you out?" Qian asked gently. Bai Luoluo shook her head repeatedly. "I can do it myself." A hint of loneliness flashed in Qian's eyes as he forced a smile and nodded, not intending to push her. But Bai Luoluo had indeed overestimated her own strength. The moment her feet touched the ground, her legs went weak and she stumbled forward. Luckily, Qian was quick and caught her. "Phew, I was scared to death." "Thank you, Qian." But upon seeing Qian's flushed face, Bai Luoluo realized something was amiss. She looked down and discovered his hand had inadvertently touched an inappropriate place in his panic. "You." Before she could speak, two round, fluffy beast ears suddenly appeared on top of Qian's head. Bai Luoluo, upon seeing this, immediately forgot to speak and reached out to touch the beast ears. Chapter 58. Is it my turn now? The moment Bai Luoluo's delicate little hand touched the beast ears, she felt Qian's whole body tremble. And then he became extremely stiff. "Are you okay?" Bai Luoluo wanted to retract her hand, but Qian held it in place, even pulling Bai Luoluo's other hand to cover the other ear. "As long as the mistress likes it." Looking at Qian's gradually reddening face, Bai Luoluo suddenly realized something. Could it be that the ears are the most sensitive part for males? Okay. Bai Luoluo withdrew her hand. "I'm so hungry. Can we go eat something?" When Qian came in, Bai Luoluo had already smelled the rich aroma of food in the air. By then, it was already dark, and she was already starving. Upon hearing this, Qian immediately stood up and carefully carried Bai Luoluo out, gently placing her on a chair by the dining table. "Did you make all of this?" Bai Luoluo was very surprised. The dishes on the table looked delicious and were fully up to her standards. Qian replied softly, then picked up a piece of braised pork rib and placed it in Bai Luoluo's bowl. Bai Luoluo eagerly put the rib in her mouth, and the rich flavor of the pork combined with another familiar aroma spread in her mouth. Bai Luoluo took a closer look at the plate of ribs and indeed saw some yellow pineapple chunks inside. "I learned this by chance from Chef. I didn't know if the mistress would like it." Qian looked nervously at Bai Luoluo. After all, it was his first time cooking for her, and it was hard not to be nervous. "Qian, you're really amazing. How can you make the ribs taste so good?" Bai Luoluo said as she stuffed another piece in her mouth. "So, what does this mean I can eat like this every day?" Qian smiled slightly. "As long as the mistress wants, of course." Bai Luoluo seemed to remember, then, that as a marshal, Qian must have a lot of things to do. So she smiled and shook her head. "You're a marshal, so you must be very busy. You don't have to cook for me every day. Just when you're not busy, you can make me a meal." Qian looked at Bai Luoluo gently, realizing that he was so lucky to have met such a gentle and kind mistress. "Mistress, thank you," Qian said as he moved closer to Bai Luoluo and kissed her cheek. Seeing Qian's slightly flushed face, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect Qian to be such a pure person. Just a kiss on the cheek could make him blush. After eating and drinking to their fill, Bai Luoluo leaned back on the sofa, browsing her light brain, while Qian tidied up in the kitchen. Suddenly, the light brain flashed, and a call came in. "Esteemed female, the driving school has prepared some essential study materials for obtaining a driver's license. I was wondering if you have time to come over tomorrow, or we can deliver it to your door as well." On the other end of the line, the driving school owner was trying to suppress his excitement, speaking in as calm a tone as possible. Surrounding him were a group of driving school instructors, all eagerly waiting for the female's reply. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment. "Please wait a moment. Qian, are you free tomorrow?" Qian, wiping his hands, walked over to Bai Luoluo. "I have time in the morning, but I may be busy in the afternoon." Saying this, Qian glanced at Bai Luoluo's light brain. Do you have plans for tomorrow? Bai Luoluo nodded, then picked up her light brain to reply. Please send me the specific address. I'll come by tomorrow morning to pick it up. Okay. The owner nodded hurriedly, and then realized the female couldn't see him, so he quickly replied. After hanging up the call, Bai Luoluo weakly leaned into Qian's arms, and he quickly wrapped his arms around her. It's all my fault. I'll definitely work hard to control myself in the future. Bai Luoluo looked at Qi and in confusion, and once she realized what he meant, her face turned red. Can you accompany me to the driving school tomorrow? I want to get a driver's license, so it will be much more convenient for me to go out by myself in the future. Qian's smile instantly disappeared. Mistress, you now have a partner. You can instruct me to do anything in the future, or we can do it together. But there will always be times when you're not by my side, right? Bai Luoluo patiently explained. Do you want me to find another male for help? Qian's expression stiffened, and he shook his head. He had just been marked by Bai Luoluo, and although he knew he couldn't monopolize her forever, he still selfishly wanted a bit more time. So, having a driver's license would make things much more convenient for me. All right then, Qian could only compromise. Mistress, it's already quite late. How about we go to rest? Saying this, before Bai Luoluo could respond, he directly picked her up. Bai Luoluo exclaimed and instinctively wrapped her arms around Qian's neck as he carried her to the bedroom. He gently placed her on the bed and covered her with a quilt before walking to the other side, taking off his clothes and getting into bed. At first, Bai Luoluo kept her distance, but suddenly Qian's large hand reached under her neck and pulled her into his embrace. Listening to the pounding of his heartbeat and feeling the rising temperature, Bai Luoluo's face also flushed. Mistress, sensing Bai Luoluo's nervousness, Qian's voice carried a hint of laughter. What are you nervous about? Bai Luoluo buried her face lower, her muffled voice coming out, I'm not. Seeing Bai Luoluo like this, Qian's smile grew wider. He gently cupped her face, making her look up at him, then lowered his head and captured her full lips. Qian's kiss was as gentle as he was, causing Bai Luoluo to unconsciously wrap her arms around his neck. The mistress also likes me, right? Qian asked softly. Bai Luoluo didn't respond, and Qian continued, I also really like the mistress, ever since the first time we met. I like your eyes. Saying this, a cool kiss landed on her eyes. Your nose. The kiss moved down, lightly touching the tip of her nose. Your lips. Finally, it landed on her lips again. And your ears. The warm tip of his tongue traced her earlobe, sending a jolt of electricity through Bai Luoluo, who couldn't help but moan. It wasn't until she heard Qian's low laughter by her ear that she realized he was doing it on purpose. Oof. Bai Luoluo huffed, pushing her hand against Qian's chest, then got up and straddled his waist, looking down at the smiling Qian. Is it my turn now? Just as Qian was surprised by what Bai Luoluo meant, her kiss landed on his Adam's apple, and finally, as if in deliberate retaliation, she bit down lightly on his Adam's apple. Qian immediately clutched the flyer beneath him. Chapter 59, Knowing Her Power, Feeling Qian's Reaction. Bai Luoluo had a sense of satisfaction. Wife master. Qian's hot hand gripped Bai Luoluo's waist, but it was pushed away by her. Not only that, but she also raised his hand above his head and pressed it down firmly, finally giving a fierce command, don't move. Qian smiled bitterly. Clearly, the current position was humiliating. Yet he inexplicably enjoyed it. Since the wife master wanted to play this way, he would go along with it. After all, it was the first time she had been so proactive. It wouldn't be nice to dampen her spirits. Bai Luoluo looked at Qian suspiciously, feeling that he was looking at her like an elder indulging a mischievous younger one. However, that was not important right now. She had to let Qian know her power. A series of kisses traveled from his Adam's apple down to his chest and then to his lower abdomen. Wife master. Qian's voice began to tremble, his beast ears uncontrollably popping out, and his skin turned a light pink, with the sheets beneath him crumpled from his grip. Huh? Bai Luoluo pretended not to hear clearly, but her hands were busy roaming over Qian's abs, finally landing on his fluffy half-circle beast ears. They've come out again? Following Bai Luoluo's gaze, Qian realized something. Although he desperately tried to retract his beast ears, his body felt tingly and numb, making it impossible to concentrate. The dignified Marshal. Reduced to this today, Bai Luoluo said, leaning down to reach for his ears on top of his head. Her fair little hand pressed against his chest as the other climbed up to his beast ears. No. Qian's voice trembled. He felt he was about to lose control. No. Bai Luoluo's voice rose, carrying a hint of teasing. As Qian considered how to respond, he suddenly felt an empty space on his ear. Bai Luoluo really intended to retract her hand, and he hurriedly raised his hand to press it back. Didn't you say no? Bai Luoluo asked with a smile. Qian felt a bit helpless. When did his little wife master learn to be so naughty and bully him? But he really liked it. What should he do? Looking at the person beneath him, blushing and with dazed eyes, it made Bai Luoluo's heart tremble, and her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Or is she thinking of backing down? Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, taking advantage of Bai Luoluo's moment of distraction. He suddenly turned and protected her, flipping them over. In just a moment, Bai Luoluo found herself on the bottom. Qian, you. Bai Luoluo didn't have the chance to finish her sentence, as her lips were once again sealed by Qian. Unlike in the afternoon, Qian was indeed much gentler this time. But do male beasts really have such stamina? As they floated and sank, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Eventually, Bai Luoluo fell into a deep sleep, not even knowing when Qian had stopped. In the morning, when Bai Luoluo woke up, she felt her whole body was sore. Just as she was about to turn to check the time, she met Qian's gentle gaze. Good morning, wife master. Realizing what Qian had called her, Bai Luoluo hurriedly covered his lips. By the end of last night, Bai Luoluo had indeed run out of energy and was unwilling to cooperate. As a result, Qian, for some unknown reason, suddenly called her wife master, and Bai Luoluo really liked it. Good morning. Bai Luoluo pulled the blanket over her face. Doesn't the wife master like this title? Qian found Bai Luoluo's reaction adorable and gently pulled the blanket down a bit to prevent her from covering herself completely. I thought the wife master would really like this. Don't say that anymore. Bai Luoluo knew her face must be very red. She felt hot enough to fry an egg. Qian chuckled softly, no longer teasing her. Then shall I help the wife master get up? It's getting late. Didn't you say you were going to driving school? Saying this, Qian went to lift Bai Luoluo's blanket. Nonsense. After Bai Luoluo fainted from exhaustion last night, she didn't even wake up when Qian carried her to wash up, so naturally, she wasn't dressed. She still wasn't ready for such an honest encounter so early in the morning. I'll do it myself. Bai Luoluo clutched the blanket tightly, fearing that Qian would actually lift it while she wasn't paying attention. All right then. Qian sighed lightly, got out of bed, and picked up the scattered clothes from the floor to put them on. When Bai Luoluo saw the scratches on Qian's back, her face instantly turned bright red. She knew that things had indeed gotten a bit too intense last night, but she didn't expect them to be this intense. After finally waiting for Qian to get dressed and go to the bathroom, Bai Luoluo hurriedly got up to find something to wear. Seeing the red marks on her neck and collarbone in the mirror, Bai Luoluo helplessly searched for a dress with a slightly higher collar to wear. When Qian came out of the bathroom, he just happened to see Bai Luoluo adjusting her collar and couldn't help but laugh. Still laughing? It's all your fault. Bai Luoluo glared at Qian angrily. This really can't be blamed on me. Qian looked innocent. It's all because the wife master smells too good. I just couldn't help myself. Early in the morning, don't say that. Bai Luoluo pushed Qian away and rushed into the bathroom. Let's eat. Qian came over, took Bai Luoluo's hand, and led her to the dining room, placing the freshly fried eggs in front of her and then turning to pour her some milk. Looking at Qian's back, Bai Luoluo really couldn't connect him with the title of Marshal. Who would have thought that the Marshal, who was serious and unsmiling in front of his subordinates during the day, would be so affectionate in front of her? Are you looking at me, wife master? Qian smiled as he placed the milk in front of Bai Luoluo and jokingly asked. No, I'm not. Bai Luoluo quickly denied it, but still glanced at Qian. Qian noticed Bai Luoluo's little actions but didn't expose her. After a simple breakfast, when they opened the door, they happened to see the door next door opening as well. Good morning, Feng Yi. Bai Luoluo greeted enthusiastically, but when she saw Feng Yi's face, she clearly froze for a moment. Did you go stealing last night? Feng Yi glanced at Qian indifferently, his mind filled with last night's events. This guy looked completely satisfied. Last night, Luoluo had cried, yet he didn't let up at all, which was truly excessive. Bai Luoluo was so delicate, Couldn't he restrain himself a little? It's nothing, just insomnia. Feng Yi replied. Seeing Feng Yi's attitude was off. Bai Luoluo thought it must be because he hadn't slept well last night, so he was in a bad mood. She used to get annoyed when she didn't sleep well, so she decided to keep quiet. They rode the elevator down in silence. Wife master, wait for me a moment. I'll go get the car. After getting off the elevator, Qian gently said to Bai Luoluo, Wife master. Feng Yi's envy was almost overflowing. When would he be able to stand in front of Bai Luoluo like Qian, affectionately calling her wife master? Chapter 60 Special Experience. Not long after setting out, Qian received a call from the Federation, indicating that something urgent had happened. Seeing the troubled expression on Qian's face, Bai Luoluo generously urged him to go ahead, choosing to take a taxi to the driving school herself. Qian was very worried and insisted on taking her home first, promising they would go to the driving school together later in the afternoon when he had time. It's fine. You go ahead and take care of your business. I'll just take a taxi there in a bit, Bai Luoluo said, prompting Qian to find a place to park. Is that really okay? Qian was still concerned. He couldn't shake off the worry of letting Bai Luoluo go alone to such a strange place. If anything dangerous happened, it would be too late for him to regret it. Don't worry. Bai Luoluo smiled as she opened the car door and got out. I just set you as my emergency contact on my smart brain. If anything really happens, I'll contact you right away. If worst comes to worst, I have location sharing on, so you can see my whereabouts at any time. You should feel reassured now, right? The Federation's call came in again, and Qian knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he reluctantly agreed to Bai Luoluo's suggestion. Please be careful. If something feels off, contact me immediately, Qian said, rummaging through the car to find something that resembled a self-defense spray. It contained a certain amount of tranquilizer. If there was real danger, it could save her life. He then explained how to use it in detail before he finally left, still feeling uneasy. Bai Luoluo helplessly looked at the item Qian had given her, stuffed it in her bag, and then hailed a taxi toward the driving school. What Bai Luoluo didn't expect was that nearly everyone at the driving school was waiting at the entrance. When they saw her approaching, they were all extremely excited. The scene looked as if an important leader had come for an inspection, making it particularly grand. As previously discussed, Bai Luoluo cooperated by taking photos with the unique architecture of the driving school as the backdrop, and then she collected the materials to prepare for her return. When the people at the driving school learned that Bai Luoluo had come alone, they offered to send a car to take her back, but she refused. After finally persuading the staff to leave, Bai Luoluo let out a sigh of relief and prepared to hail a taxi home. However, perhaps due to the driving school's remote location, she stood by the roadside for a long time after getting the materials but didn't see any taxis. With no other choice, she had to rely on her memory to walk back. As she walked, a motorcycle whizzed past her, startling her due to its proximity. Just as she was about to shout a curse, she saw the motorcycle stop a short distance ahead, turn around, and come back toward her. Could it be a bad person? Bai Luoluo slowed her pace, reaching into her bag to grip the tranquilizer Qian had given her, thinking that if she encountered danger, she would first incapacitate the other person and then run to the driving school, as it was the only safe place nearby. Bai Luoluo, the motorcycle finally stopped in front of her, and just as she was about to bolt, the rider lifted the dark visor of his helmet, revealing his face. Kinke. Bai Luoluo stared in surprise at Qin Che, who was dressed in leather. She had only seen him in a suit before, so this was the first time she was seeing him in such a different look. What are you doing here alone? Kinke frowned unapidi. It was a rather secluded area, and how could a female be alone here? How was Qian taking care of her? I came here to pick something up, Bai Luoluo said, weighing the few books she was carrying. Are you taking a driving test? Qin Che squinted his eyes. In the interstellar world, females usually went out accompanied by others. They wouldn't need to drive themselves. As long as they were willing, countless males would rush to help them drive. Yeah, Bai Luoluo nodded. Qin Che knew there was indeed a driving school nearby, and figured that Bai Luoluo must have walked over from there. With that thought, he swung his long legs off the motorcycle and took the books from her hands. Come on, I'll give you a ride back. Bai Luoluo looked worriedly at the motorcycle in front of her. She had never ridden one before. In her previous life, the neighborhood where she lived often echoed with the roar of motorcycles at night. Although they seemed cool, she had heard of many accidents. Don't worry, I'll ride slowly. Chinche said as he took off one of the helmets and put it on Bai Luoluo, then mounted the motorcycle. Bai Luoluo bit her lip and carefully sat behind Chinche. Hold on tight. What? Bai Luoluo looked at Chinche in surprise, doubting whether she had heard him correctly. Chinche smirked, but didn't repeat himself. Instead, he took Bai Luoluo's hand and placed it around his waist, then shouted, "Let's go." The motorcycle suddenly accelerated, and Bai Luoluo didn't have time to react before they shot forward. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms tightly around Chinche's waist, pressing her entire body against his back. Under the helmet, Chinche's smile widened. Although Chinche had slowed down, it was still too thrilling for Bai Luoluo. She clung tightly to his waist all the way. After a while, she finally adapted a bit and dared to open her eyes. "Do you think it's not that scary?" Chinche teased, noticing that the person behind him was no longer as tense as before. Bai Luoluo nodded, thinking Chinche couldn't see her, and quickly replied loudly, "Yeah." Chinche chuckled and increased the speed as he headed toward Bai Luoluo's home. Soon, they arrived and stopped downstairs. "Thank you so much today." Bai Luoluo got off the motorcycle and took the books Chinche handed her. Since there was no place to put them on the motorcycle, Chinche had kept them in his clothing, so they still held his warmth when she received them. Today was a special experience for her. She had initially thought she would be very scared, but unexpectedly, she adapted quite well. "Go back quickly." Chinche glanced at the time, knowing it was almost time for Bai Luoluo's scheduled live stream. After watching Chinche leave, Bai Luoluo finally went upstairs, only to run into Feng Yi again at the elevator entrance. "Why didn't Qian send you back?" Bai Luoluo was still lost in thought about how she had held Chinche earlier and the hard feeling of his body. Although she had already noticed that Chinche had a good figure, she hadn't expected him to be so well built. "Luoluo?" Feng Yi noticed that Bai Luoluo was dazed for a long time, smiling blissfully, and found it quite strange. He had gone downstairs a bit late and only heard the roar of the motorcycle without seeing who had brought Bai Luoluo back. But one thing he was sure of was that it definitely wasn't Qian. "Who brought you back just now?" Feng Yi asked. "Huh?" Bai Luoluo came back to her senses. "You mean the one just now?" "It was Luoluo. The males riding motorcycles are very handsome, but they are also very dangerous. If you're not careful, accidents can happen." Bai Luoluo looked at Feng Yi in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly brought this up. "What?" Feng Yi misunderstood that Bai Luoluo was unhappy and quickly shook his head. "No. It's nothing." The elevator dinged open, and Bai Luoluo and Feng Yi stepped out side by side. It wasn't until Bai Luoluo entered her door that Feng Yi sighed and silently returned home. Chapter 61. The big shot is angry after returning home for a short while. Bai Luoluo did exactly as Chinche had predicted and opened a live stream. Life's loneliness enters the live stream. Stir-fried green beans enters the live stream. Tomato scrambled eggs enters the live stream. Sunset enters the live stream. Welcome everyone to my live stream. If you like Luoluo, you can click to follow, and with a like card, you can join the host's exclusive fan group. Stir-fried green beans. I feel like the girl has become prettier recently. The host's skin seems to be glowing more than before, really? Bai Luoluo subconsciously touched her face. Her skin did seem to be much smoother. She had heard before that women who are well-nourished become more beautiful. She used to think it was a rumor, but now it seemed to have some truth to it. Why does the host's face look a bit red? I feel like the host seems to be thinking about something inappropriate. Life's loneliness. The host is thinking about something messy. Ahem. Bai Luoluo came back to her senses, pretending not to see those comments. I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just wondering why several familiar faces didn't show up today. Could it be that my timing for going live was off? It seems to be true. Were Soy Sauce, Mo, AI, Cat, and Bias Big Shot? Bai Luoluo didn't mind that some of the others weren't there, but why hadn't Feng Yi, whom she had just seen, come? Thinking back to how his expression seemed off earlier, could he have gone to catch up on sleep? Life's loneliness. Don't worry, I'm here. That's enough. Big Shot is mighty. In that case, let's complete today's connection task first, okay? Bai Luoluo said as she opened a random connection. "Hello, Luoluo. Do you remember me?" In the camera, Xing Xing was wearing a sexy V-neck long dress. To be honest, the neckline was almost down her navel. Luoluo clearly remembered that the last time she saw her, she was going for a cute look. How could her style change so much in just a few months? I remember. Bai Luoluo nodded. How does Xing Xing want to play today? Xing Xing squinted her eyes, her pupils spinning, as if she saw something in the comments. Then revealed a sly smile. Today, we're going for the overall ranking, the loser. Xing Xing's harmless smile instantly vanished, and she said she had to dance a suggestive dance. Oh wow, going this big? I can't imagine what the host dancing a suggestive dance would be like. Definitely pure, yet alluring. Getting excited now. I guarantee the host will lose today. Stir-fried green beans. They're doing it on purpose? Knowing several big shots aren't in the live stream. So what do you think? Are you in? Xing Xing seemed a bit impatient. Bai Luoluo bit her lip, really not wanting to participate in this kind of PK. Life's loneliness. Don't be afraid, just go for it. Bai Luoluo reluctantly thought, since loneliness had said so, she might as well accept it to complete the task. After all, loneliness wouldn't let her lose. Plus, she had her all to count. If it really got out of hand, she could just bring it in to save herself. Time reset, and the PK officially began. This time, I'll rely on everyone. Bai Luoluo originally wanted to ask everyone to send gifts, but she hesitated for a long time and couldn't bring herself to say it. So she could only sincerely clasp her hands together and say to everyone, Life's loneliness gives flower of separation angel wings 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 4,999 diamonds. Stir-fried green beans gives flower of separation angel wings 3, 4,999 diamonds. Sunset gives flower of separation wa 52, 10 diamonds. 156,431 gives flower of separation heart 5. 10 diamonds. 664,646 gives flower of separation wa 5, 10 diamonds. Although most people here contributed something, it was unclear what Xing Xing had said to the other side, and their score was crushing them at an eerie speed. Host, hurry up and invite people. If you don't invite soon, you'll lose. Don't be shy. They're just waiting for you to ask. Bai Luoluo looked at the comments and hesitantly opened the contact interface for Qian. Although Qian was already her partner, was it really okay to have him come over to send her gifts? Life's loneliness gives flower of separation love in 3 lifetimes 1, 2, 3, 10, 99,999 diamonds. Life's loneliness. Don't you believe I can help you win? Bai Luoluo smiled awkwardly. It wasn't that she didn't believe him. She was just really afraid of the other side sneaking in a win. Loneliness's gifts were indeed generous, and her scores were basically catching up, but what if the other side snuck in? Just thinking about having to dance that kind of dance made Bai Luoluo anxious. As the PK time was down to the last few seconds, the health bars of both sides remained at a standstill. Bai Luoluo had even opened her alt account to enter the live stream, just waiting for the last moment to send a big gift. During the wait, a glamorous entrance effect suddenly appeared in the live stream. MOAI enters the live stream. Stir-fried green beans. Big shot. Hurry and send a big gift. MOAI gives flower of separation love in 3 lifetimes. 99999 diamonds. Ton gives flower of separation love in 3 lifetimes 5. 99,999 diamonds. Life's loneliness gives flower of separation love in 3 lifetimes 10. 99,999 diamonds. PK ended. Bai Luoluo won, and by a considerable margin. Seeing the result, Bai Luoluo was momentarily stunned. Even if she and MOAI hadn't fought, she definitely wouldn't have lost. Thanks to loneliness, MOAI, cat, stir-fried green beans, tomatoes, scrambled eggs. Thank you all for the gifts. She sincerely thanked them. As if they hadn't been there, she would have really had to dance suggestively. Life's loneliness, Tun, seems to be the host's alt account. The host cat is called Tun. It must be the host's alt for sure. So the host had a backup. And I was worried for nothing. Life's loneliness. So you don't believe I would let you win? Stir-fried green beans. Oh no, the big shot seems angry. Hurry and appease her. Bai Luoluo hadn't expected things to develop this way, but not believing in life's loneliness was indeed her fault, though it was somewhat understandable. After all, she really couldn't afford to lose. Just as Bai Luoluo was thinking about apologizing, Xing Xing's voice came through. I didn't expect you to win. Xing Xing looked disappointed, but I accept my loss. Since I lost, I will now face the punishment. As she spoke, explosive music started playing in the opposite live stream, and Xing Xing stood up to begin dancing. Dressed provocatively, her dance moves only exposed more. Bai Luoluo looked as if she had eaten a dead fly, her brows nearly knotting together. She decided not to look at the opposite side and instead focused on her own live stream. Stir-fried green beans. The opposite side is so disgusting. How are they not banned? As soon as the words left her mouth, the opposite live stream went completely dark. Ah, they got banned. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Stir-fried green beans. Did your mouth get blessed? Stir-fried green beans. The host is still in the mood to laugh. ISNT at time to think about how to appease big shot loneliness. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment and started to laugh. Apologizing, of course, was necessary. Chapter 62. Sick, don't hit me. I'm just a bystander entering the live broadcast room. Zhu Guobao is the most handsome. He is my caring little cutie. Zhu Guobao is the strongest. He's my strongest backing. Zhu Guobao is the best. He always gives me supercars. Zhu Guobao is the greatest. He was indeed very angry at first. But when he heard Bai Luoluo specifically singing to cheer him up, Qin Che couldn't maintain his stern demeanor anymore. After all, he could understand how a female like Bai Luoluo would be afraid of dancing that kind of dance. Lifetime Zhu Guobao. I forgive you. Lifetime Zhu Guobao gift by Luoluo, a supercar 1,000 diamonds. Lifetime Zhu Guobao. You are not allowed to make mistakes again otherwise. There will be no supercars, dry-fried green beans. Wow. The big boss is impressive. Don't mess with me. Look at your worthless appearance. The big boss is really easy to coax. The big boss isn't really angry. That makes sense. The big boss wouldn't get angry at the streamer. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. So what exactly happened? Soon, someone explained what had just happened. After hearing the whole story, Qi clenched his fists tightly. He didn't expect that his wife almost got bullied. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. Gifts by Luoluo, a supercar 101,000 diamonds. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. If you don't gift, I will. Don't mess with me. Gifts by Luoluo, a supercar 101,000 diamonds. Don't mess with me. I'm here to dry-fry green beans. Haha. Dying of laughter? Lifetime Zhu Guobao. Hee, where have you been? Haha. I'm dying of laughter. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. Why don't I see that cat today? Dry-fried green beans. To be honest, it seems like it hasn't appeared all day. Bai Luoluo shook her head in confusion. She clearly saw it in the morning. Remembering Feng Yi's pale and tired face, Bai Luoluo seemed to think of something. Bai Luoluo, Feng Yi, are you okay? After thinking for a moment, Bai Luoluo still sent a message to Feng Yi, but unfortunately, there was no reply. Considering there were so many fans in the live broadcast room, Bai Luoluo decided to finish today's live broadcast task first. Fortunately, the next two connections were with nice people, and the process was very smooth and pleasant. After shutting down the live stream, Bai Luoluo leaned back in her chair and thought for a moment, still feeling uneasy, so she got up in her slippers and knocked on the door next door. Feng Yi, are you there? After knocking for a while without hearing anything, just as Bai Luoluo thought Feng Yi wasn't home, the door opened from the inside. Luoluo, why are you here? Feng Yi had messy hair and an unnatural flush on his face. Bai Luoluo reached out and touched his forehead. He was indeed sick. Why didn't you go to the medical center when you're sick? Bai Luoluo pushed her way inside. This was Bai Luoluo's first time entering Feng Yi's house. She originally thought that a single male's house would be messy, with clothes and socks everywhere. But unexpectedly, the room was spotless. Where's the medicine cabinet? Bai Luoluo pressed Feng Yi down onto the sofa and asked impatiently. Feng Yi shook his head and didn't speak. Wait for me, Bai Luoluo said, opening the door and going back to her own house to get the medicine box. After taking out a thermometer and measuring Feng Yi's temperature, seeing it read 41.5 degrees Celsius, Bai Luoluo was quite frightened and immediately pulled Feng Yi to his feet, insisting they go to the medical center. I'm fine, Feng Yi said lightly as he was dragged along. But you're burning up over 40 degrees. How can you be fine? Bai Luoluo was anxious. Could it be that you were afraid of getting a shot? Oh, getting a shot isn't that painful. It's just like an ant bite. It will pass if you endure it a bit. Feng Yi knew Bai Luoluo misunderstood. He helplessly shook his head and smiled, saying that a male's body temperature is inherently high, so this isn't considered a serious fever. Bai Luoluo skeptically opened her light brain and searched, confirming that Feng Yi wasn't lying before awkwardly letting go of him. Then you should take some antipyretics and lie down in bed, Bai Luoluo said. taking an antipyretic from the medicine box and handing it to Feng Yi, then headed to the kitchen to pour him a glass of water. Feng Yi, where's your cup? After searching around and not finding a cup, Bai Luoluo had no choice but to ask loudly. I don't have a cup. What did you say? Bai Luoluo's head popped out from the kitchen, looking incredulously at Feng Yi. You don't have a cup. How do you drink water normally? Feng Yi shrugged. Just drinking like that. Bai Luoluo, suspicious, opened the fridge and found it full of drinks. Just a moment. I have extra cups at my place. I'll go get one. So, Bai Luoluo returned to her house, took a newly bought cup, washed it, and poured a glass of warm water before bringing it back to Feng Yi's house. Watching Feng Yi swallow the medicine, Bai Luoluo finally sighed in relief. Let's go. Quickly lie down in bed. Bai Luoluo urged, pulling Feng Yi up and walking toward the bedroom. After Feng Yi lay down, Bai Luoluo tucked him in and, confirming he was asleep, tiptoed out. After a quick look in the kitchen and finding nothing but nutrient solutions, Bai Luoluo had to return to her house again, find a clay pot, and cook some porridge, which she then brought to Feng Yi's room. How do you feel now? Bai Luoluo reached out to touch Feng Yi's forehead and found it much cooler than before. She had to admit that a male's recovery ability is strong. It had only been a short while, and he had almost recovered. Did you cook this porridge for me? Feng Yi sat up, seeing a bowl of white porridge and a small dish of side dishes on the bedside table. Yes, since you're sick. You can only have some light porridge. Once you feel better, I'll make you something delicious, okay? Hearing Bai Luoluo speak like she was coaxing a child, Feng Yi couldn't help but frown. Hurry and eat, Bai Luoluo said, pulling the curtains open and cracking the glass door a bit to let in some fresh air. Our rooms are so close together. Bai Luoluo noticed that standing on the balcony outside Feng Yi's room, she could see her own room. Suddenly, Bai Luoluo seemed to think of something. Last night, Qian said that this house has good sound insulation, so she didn't hold back. Now, seeing the distance in Feng Yi's condition, could it be, well, after you finish eating, just rest while I'll head back first, Bai Luoluo said, walking towards the door. Bang! The sound of a ceramic bowl shattering made Bai Luoluo rush back, only to see Feng Yi had spilled porridge all over himself, and the bowl was broken. I'm sorry, Feng Yi said softly. In that moment, even the stars would probably find it hard not to praise him. Chapter 63. Naked Seduction. Go change your clothes first. I'll clean up. Bai Luoluo resignedly grabbed a cloth and squatted down to start cleaning the remnants. Feng Yi got up, found a set of clothes, and went to the bathroom. By the time Feng Yi came out, Bai Luoluo had already cleaned everything up. You. Bai Luoluo was stunned, staring blankly at Feng Yi, and when she came to her senses, she immediately turned her face away. You seem to have nothing going on anymore, so I'll head back first. Bai Luoluo fled out the door like a startled rabbit. Feng Yi watched Bai Luoluo's retreating figure and instantly sat back down on the bed like a deflated balloon. Back home, Bai Luoluo quickly closed the door and began to breathe heavily. What kind of decent person dresses like that at home? Just thinking of Feng Yi's black sheer mesh t-shirt made Bai Luoluo swallow involuntarily. It had to be said that Feng Yi had a really good figure. He had muscles, but not overly so, just the type Bai Luoluo liked. Oh my, Bai Luoluo, what are you thinking? Coming back to her senses, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but scold herself. After all, Feng Yi was a patient, and here she was fantasizing. How ridiculous. Just as she settled down on the sofa, the doorbell rang suddenly. Who is it? Bai Luoluo got up and walked to the door, peering through the peephole to see Qian standing outside. She hurriedly opened the door. Luoluo, why is your face so red? Qian looked at Bai Luoluo with confusion. With a keen sense of smell, he could detect the scent of another male on her, which was similar to that of a certain guy next door. In nothing, Bai Luoluo explained in a panic. You're back so soon. Did you handle everything? Bai Luoluo glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was already quite late. I haven't had time to prepare dinner, so why don't we eat out today? Bai Luoluo urgently wanted to go out and get some fresh air to calm her restless heart. Qian didn't pry any further and immediately took Bai Luoluo out. As soon as they got into the car, Bai Luoluo's light brain received a message. She opened it just a bit, then quickly turned it off, glancing nervously at Qian, who was driving. Luckily, Qian didn't see it. Otherwise, there would really be a misunderstanding. Qian observed Bai Luoluo's expression through the glass without giving anything away. In fact, he had seen the message. It was a photo of abs. and the sender was Feng Yi. So, does that mean the wife is craving Feng Yi's body? It's just abs. I have those too. With that thought, a plan to seduce slowly began to take shape. After sending the photo, Feng Yi waited for a long time without getting a reply from Bai Luoluo, so he sent another message. At that moment, Bai Luoluo and she had just arrived at the restaurant, and her light brain kept buzzing with incoming messages. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she excused herself to the restroom. Once inside a stall, Bai Luoluo reopened her light brain, and the screen prominently displayed the previous photo of abs. Feng Yi, the porridge just now seemed a bit hot. My skin is all red now. Bai Luoluo went back to read carefully and indeed saw a red mark, but it was barely noticeable unless you looked closely. Feng Yi, Luoluo, I still feel a bit uncomfortable. Feng Yi, Luoluo, why aren't you home? Are you out with Qin again? The more she read, the more helpless Bai Luoluo felt. After the flirty video, Feng Yi was no longer hiding his intentions, so blatantly trying to seduce her. Bai Luoluo, yeah, I was just hungry, so I came out to eat with Qin. Seeing that the other party was still typing, Bai Luoluo simply turned off her light brain, washed her hands, and returned to the dining area. I've already ordered. Not sure if you like it, but if you don't, we can order again, Qin said with a smile, looking at Bai Luoluo gently. That's fine. Bai Luoluo chuckled. I'm not picky. I'm easy to please. At this, Bai Luoluo was taken aback and instinctively looked at Qin, only to see his smile widen. No. What I mean is, Bai Luoluo tried to clarify, but Qin interrupted her. Yes, indeed easy to please, but just a bit too thin. You need to eat more vegetables. Where am I thin? Bai Luoluo pouted. My figure is quite standard. If I gain a little weight, I'll be over. Just then, the waiter brought the dishes to the table. You really need to eat more. Otherwise, your stamina won't keep up, Qin said, leisurely cutting into the steak on his plate. Bai Luoluo seemed to think of something, and her face gradually turned red. Eat up. Qin smiled and pushed the cut steak towards Bai Luoluo, moving the uncut plate in front of himself. Bai Luoluo, feeling a bit sulky, forked a piece of steak and stuffed it in her mouth, chewing vigorously. She looked just like a little squirrel. Seeing Bai Luoluo's cute appearance, Qin couldn't help but laugh. Don't just eat. This wine is quite good, Qin said, nudging the glass of red wine closer to Bai Luoluo. Bai Luoluo hesitated a bit. She hadn't had a good tolerance for alcohol before and felt somewhat worried. Don't worry, this wine has a low alcohol content. You won't get drunk. Besides, I'm here. Even if you do get drunk, you won't need to worry. Bai Luoluo sniffed. The red wine did smell quite nice. And a little sip should be fine, right? Then I'll just have a little. The two clinked glasses, and Bai Luoluo took a small sip of the deep red liquid. The taste was rich and smooth. Qin hadn't lied. The wine was indeed good. After a while, not feeling much effect, Bai Luoluo became bolder and took another small sip when clinking glasses again. However, Bai Luoluo still underestimated the aftereffects of the wine. By the time they left the restaurant, she was being helped out by Qin. In fact, later on, Qin had advised her to drink less, but Bai Luoluo didn't feel anything at the time, so she didn't pay much attention. Once in the car, Qin kindly fastened Bai Luoluo's seatbelt, but as he withdrew his body, his cheek inadvertently brushed against Bai Luoluo's red lips, causing him to blush instantly. They made it home, with Bai Luoluo now tipsy and her awareness completely blurred. Qin? Bai Luoluo suddenly sat up from the sofa, pointing at Qin, who had just come out of the kitchen with a glass of water. Qin was startled, watching Bai Luoluo sway as she walked toward him. You're so handsome, Bai Luoluo giggled, looking up at Qin, her eyes hazy from the alcohol and her face flushed, making her look incredibly tempting. So, do you like me, wife? Qin's Adam's apple bobbed. He slightly turned his face away, unconsciously gripping the glass tighter, his fingertips turning pale. Why won't you look at me? Bai Luoluo raised her hands to cup Qin's face and forcefully turned it back to hers. Wife. Chapter 64. Does the wife like to see abs? Looking into Bai Luoluo's dreamy eyes, she thought of the photo phone he had sent her in the car. Does the wife really like to see abs? Huh. Before Bai Luoluo could react, her hand was grabbed by Qin, who had lifted up his shirt and placed her hand on his abdomen. Bai Luoluo instantly became alert. Unlike Feng Yi's abs, Qin's were very firm, and the honey-colored skin slightly flushed at her touch. Does the wife like it? Yes. Oh no. My mouth is faster than my brain again. No, that's not what I meant. Bai Luoluo hurriedly tried to explain, not wanting Chi-In to misunderstand. Oh. Chi-In's tone rose, since the wife doesn't like it then. As he spoke, he intended to drop his shirt. I didn't say I didn't like it. Seeing that she was about to miss out on feeling those abs, Bai Luoluo panicked, her voice unconsciously rising. Watching Bai Luoluo's reaction, Chi-In couldn't help but laugh. Realizing her mistake, Bai Luoluo angrily pinched his abs. It seems like she's almost awake now. So let's go take a shower. Bai Luoluo looked up in confusion. Her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Are you going to shower with me? If the wife wants, Chi-In naturally couldn't ask for more. What do you mean by if I want? It was clearly Chi-In who said it. By the time she realized her misunderstanding of Chi-In's words, Bai Luoluo had already been pushed in a bathroom. She turned to explain, only to find him completely unclothed. Ah. Bai Luoluo shyly covered her eyes, thinking, he's my husband, we've done more intimate things before, so what is this? So she decisively let go of her hands and cutely said, help me unbutton the back. Sure. Chi-In went around behind her and quickly unbuttoned her top, then picked her up and placed her in the already prepared bathtub filled with warm water. The warm water enveloped her body, and Bai Luoluo sighed comfortably. After they finished washing up, their bodies were closely pressed against each other as they fell asleep in an embrace. As the breathing of the person next to him gradually steadied, Chi-In suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the person in his arms, he leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead. Have you had enough? Chi-In coldly asked, glancing at the balcony of the room. Feng Yi, who was next door, trembled, then forced a bitter smile as he turned back to his room. The next morning, when Bai Luoluo woke up, Chi-In was already gone. Looking at the note he left for her, she learned that there was an urgent matter in the military that called him back, and he wouldn't be back until noon, telling her not to wait for him. Sitting on the bed in a daze for a while, Bai Luoluo finally got up to wash up. Meow. The familiar sound of a cat caught her attention. Since Tun Tun never made that sound, Bai Luoluo's first reaction was that Feng Yi's cat had sneaked over again. She quickly finished washing up, and as she stepped out of the bathroom, she indeed saw the familiar little black cat. You little rascal, how did you sneak over again? Bai Luoluo bent down to scoop up the little black cat into her arms, then went to the kitchen to heat a cup of milk and fry 2 eggs for herself. After eating, she sat around for a while and then realized it was almost time for her scheduled live stream. Hastily putting on her makeup and changing her clothes, she finally sat in front of the camera with the little black cat in her arms. One Life to Be Alone enters the live stream. Don't hit me. I'm Soy Sauce enters the live stream. Stir-fried green beans enters the live stream. Tomato and scrambled eggs enters the live stream. Stir-fried green beans. Today's makeup is a bit different, and the lipstick color is one I've seen from Huawei. Welcome everyone to Luoluo's live stream. If you like Luoluo, please give her a follow. Green Bean Baby is so amazing. You even noticed that. Awesome. Bai Luoluo's makeup had indeed changed slightly today, and she didn't expect to be noticed right at the start of the stream. Stir-fried green beans. Looks like the husband fans can't get a word in now. Tomato and scrambled eggs. Yesterday was a rotten tomato color. Today is orange red. Definitely different. Tomato and scrambled eggs, baby. You're too amazing. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The last time she saw Tomato and scrambled eggs, she thought he was a very quiet and reserved guy, but didn't expect him to be so observant. One Life to Be Alone. Where's the difference? Haha. One Life to Be Alone looks completely confused, but indeed, not many people pay attention to these details. Looks like One Life to Be Alone is also a big straight man. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. One Life to Be Alone. Haha. Alright, back to business. Today, I prepared a song for everyone. Bai Luoluo said as she found her playlist. But before she could start, a PK request popped up. Someone challenged me to a PK, so I'll sing during the PK? Bai Luoluo said, clicking agree. Hello, Luoluo. The person opposite, Bai-In, was wearing a purple off-shoulder top, and upon seeing Luoluo, she looked visibly happy, her hands almost waving into a blur. Long time no see. Bai Luoluo also waved back to greet her. When did they get so close? Stir-fried green beans. Did I miss something? Same question. They seem to have done a PK before. A PK shouldn't make Bai-In so excited to see the host. right? I smell gossip. Thank you for that day. Bai sincerely said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do. You're welcome. Bai Luoluo smiled. Last time I said we were friends, and when a friend is in trouble, it's natural to step up. Sounds like the host has helped Bai before, but the host hasn't been in touch with Bai recently. Could it be that Bai was in a PK and the host helped her? But I haven't heard any news about the host and Bai being together recently. Upstairs, is it possible that the host used a small account to help? The truth revealed. Anyway, I still have to thank you. Bai thought for a moment. I remember you're at Central Star, right? Let us go out for a meal when you have time. We can exchange contact information after the stream. Sure. Bai Luoluo nodded. Stir-fried green beans. I want to meet the host too, green bean baby. Don't worry. We will definitely meet. Bai Luoluo comforted with a smile. You just went online, right? Want to play a game? Bai Luoluo nodded, as she had to complete her daily streaming tasks. Then let us keep it casual today, still play the overall leaderboard. The loser. Bai thought for a moment. The loser has to sing a song. This should be the lightest punishment Bai has proposed since her live streaming began. Looks like the host must have helped her a lot. One life to be alone. Does no one really know what happened? Ha! It turns out the big boss is silent while waiting for an answer, but I really want to know. Chapter 65, I Am Not. I Do Not K begins. The flower of the other shore resets the time, and the voice of the live stream is also turned off. Fans, I promised to sing for everyone, so why not do it now? Bai Luoluo said with a smile. Then opened the playlist and found the music she had prepared in advance. Don't bother me. I entered the live room. A lifetime of solitude rewards Bai Luoluo with flowers 10 diamonds. Don't hit, I'm just a bystander. Rewarding Bai Luoluo with kisses 10 diamonds. Don't bother me. Why is everyone so stingy today? Don't bother me rewards Bai Luoluo with a supercar 1,000 diamonds. Welcome. Don't bother me. Thank you for the supercar, Bai Luoluo said, and the live room erupted in cheers. A lifetime of solitude. The host finally knows how to create an atmosphere. Don't bother me. So, is this the host's first time using it? Wow, the host gave me her first time. I'm so happy. Stir-fried green beans. Why does Don't Bother Me give off a feeling of lowering IQ today? A lifetime of solitude. Indeed, it's quite lowering. Don't hit, I'm just a bystander. Bai Luoluo had just adjusted herself to start singing when she saw the bystander Esperage and couldn't help but ask, did you curse, bystander? Why can't I see what you sent? Stir-fried green beans, probably swearing quite badly. Don't hit, I'm just a bystander. Accidentally touched it. I usually don't curse, a lifetime of solitude. Unless it's unusual. One important reason to come to Luoluo's live stream is to watch the big shots banter, stir-fried green beans. Indeed, a major feature. All right, I'm going to start singing now, Bai Luoluo said and began to sing. The live room instantly quieted down, and apart from the gifts that kept popping up, almost no one was talking. The world is so big, yet I still met you how many crazy times. How much innocence we've dreamed together. One day we will reunite in our hometown. The world is so big, yet I still met you. We've walked through many seasons. Don't forget the friendship between us. Stir-fried green beans rewards Bai Luoluo with romantic fireworks, 99 diamonds. A lifetime of solitude rewards Bai Luoluo with a pinch of the little face, 99 diamonds, as the pinch of the little face effect appeared. Bai Luoluo leaned her cheek closer to the camera, making the effect perfectly appear on her small face, looking particularly cute. Don't hit. I'm just a bystander rewards Bai Luoluo with true love roses, 520 diamonds. Don't bother me rewards Bai Luoluo with a golden voice, 666 diamonds. Tomato, scrambled eggs rewards Bai Luoluo with heart emojis, 52 diamonds. The host singing is getting better and better. Suddenly I don't want the host to win. I want to hear another song, A Lifetime of Solitude. Don't hit. I'm just a bystander. Don't bother me. Let's not beat around the bush. I also want to hear another song. Now the scores on both sides are about the same. Shouldn't we stop? How about we all stop? Let us stop then. You guys are conspiring like this right in front of me. Is that really okay? Bai Luoluo asked with a wry smile. Stir-fried green beans. This is just a clear scheme. Exactly. This is a good thing for everyone. Who told the host that you sing so well? We don't see the host as an outsider. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Right? We are family, so we can say things directly. Then should I sing another song to thank everyone? A lifetime of solitude. If that is the case, the host should win. A lifetime of solitude rewards by Bai Luoluo with angel wings, 49.99 diamonds, don't hit. I'm just a bystander. I can't let you shine alone, don't hit. I'm just a bystander rewards by Bai Luoluo with angel wings, 4,999 diamonds, don't bother me. Then I can't fall behind. Don't bother me rewards by Bai Luoluo with angel wings, 3,49.99 diamonds originally. The health bars on both sides were about the same, but now they shot up like a rocket, quickly surpassing the other side. Luoluo, you've learned badly. Actually stealing from my house. The flower of the other shore pretended to be sad. After the PK, the flower of the other shore looked at the health bars and couldn't help but laugh. Although she hadn't planned to win. She didn't expect Bai Luoluo to truly not want to lose. This is really a misunderstanding. Bai Luoluo chuckled, then explained the whole situation. Luoluo, your big brother in the live room is quite something. He spewing himself. The flower of the other shore also laughed helplessly, speaking of how did you train them. They're all so good. Bai Luoluo hurriedly waved her hands. I didn't Ha! Watching Luoluo get so anxious to explain. The flower of the other shore laughed without any image, knowing you're not that kind of person. But I'm really curious. How did your big brother in the live room become so fond of you? Bai Luoluo was also very curious, so she blinked at the camera, looking as if she also wanted to know. A lifetime of solitude, because you are worth it, don't hit. I'm just a bystander, because you, don't bother me, because you cook well, don't bother me is here to be funny, right? So don't bother me is only because they have eaten the host cooking, and then they're so devoted. Big brother, why didn't you say earlier? Is it too late for me to go get a chef's certificate now? Stir-fry green beans. Is it possible, because you are very sincere? How is it? What do the big brothers say? The flower of the other shore couldn't help but ask. Bai Luoluo shook her head, because those answers were like not answering at all. How could she tell the flower of the other shore? Luoluo, can I ask you for a favor? The flower of the other shore said with a worried expression. My throat, isn't feeling well today. So can you help me with this punishment? Can it be done this way? Why does the other side want to evade punishment? Upstairs, are you stupid? The other side obviously wants to give the host a chance to gain fans. Do you really want me to help you sing? Bai Luoluo asked uncertainly. The flower of the other shore nodded heavily. My throat is really a bit uncomfortable. If I sing, I will definitely embarrass myself. Okay. Seeing the other side acting so convincingly, Bai Luoluo couldn't refuse her good intentions any longer. So, I'll sing. Wow, wow, wow. Is this the friendship between females? Welfare, oh welfare. Getting ready to start recording? All can be casual. I am willing to do whatever you say. The melody of the little train swaying, all can become reality. I will believe whatever you say, because I completely trust you. After finishing a song, Bai Luoluo realized that the live room was full of barges confessing to her. Is the host confessing to us? Loving such a host is not a loss. Host, I will always support you forever, Luoluo. You can now rival professional singers, right? The flower of the other shore felt a lingering fear. Luckily, she pretended her throat wasn't well. Otherwise, it felt like showing off in front of Guangong. Chapter 66. The ordinary little black cat, after ending the call with the spider lily. Bai Luoluo opened the back end and sent her contact information to the other party before returning to the live stream. The host just left. Could it be that she went to give her contact information to the spider lily? Yes, baby, you're really clever. Bai Luoluo replied with a smile. One life to bear loneliness. Although the other party is female, one must always be cautious. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. Host, don't go alone to meet up later. People who can reach your position are not simple. Host, be careful and stay alert. Knowing that everyone was just concerned for her, Bai Luoluo naturally didn't refute, but obediently nodded and said, Don't worry, I will be careful. Does the host have a few cats? Seeing this question, Bai Luoluo was a bit confused, looking down at the little black cat in her arms. She realized the fans must have misunderstood. So, she lifted the little black cat in front of the camera and said, This is the cat from my neighbor. It comes over to visit me from time to time. Outside the screen, Qin squinted at the cat in Bai Luoluo's arms, feeling that the cat's gaze was somewhat evasive, as if it weren't just an ordinary cat. Thinking of this, Qin took out a light brain and sent a message to In-E. Soon, In-E replied, In-E, boss, Why are you suddenly concerned about the Feng family? But what you said is indeed correct. Its true form is a pitch-black cat, and it has heterochromatic eyes, one blue and one black. So it should be easy to recognize. Seeing that the little black cat in Bai Luoluo's arms indeed had one blue and one black eye. Qin couldn't help but clench his fist. From the first meeting, Qin noticed that Bai Luoluo seemed to not understand the world she was in. After all, most people would instinctively think that a male would heal quickly if injured and wouldn't think to go to the hospital. At most, they would express a faint gratitude but would never suggest a hospital visit. This meant that Bai Luoluo truly didn't know that the little black cat was Feng Yi. Otherwise, she wouldn't be holding it so affectionately. The Feng family. Feng Yi. Really something. One life to bear loneliness. What happened to the ragdoll cat? Bai Luoluo glanced at the sleeping Tun beside her, pointed the camera at it, and said, "Look, it's sleeping. Ha, it looks so cozy sleeping. I really envy its sleep." Clearly, the other fans didn't notice anything unusual and thought the little black cat was just an ordinary cat. One life to bear loneliness. I heard that kittens recognize their owners by smell. If the owner smells like other cats, the kitten will keep its distance. Bai Luoluo looked at the bullet screen in surprise, recalling that Tun indeed seemed to have been less affectionate towards her in the past couple of days. Previously, whenever she sat down, it would stick to her, especially during the live streams. But ever since the little black cat slept with her that night, Tun didn't like to get too close to her anymore. So this was the reason. Was Tun jealous? This was Bai Luoluo's first time raising a cat, and she didn't know such things. She felt a bit worried, as she truly liked Tun. Tun? So the host's alternate account is named after a cat. I heard that a big shot suddenly appeared in the Spider Lily's live stream before, and their ID was Tun. Using a cat's name, the host is really creative. I'm already following Tun. One life to bear loneliness. It's okay, as long as you don't hold any other unknown cats. Tun won't get mad or jealous. Bai Luoluo stared at Tun, which seemed to sense her gaze and looked back at her, but only called out softly and didn't come over to nuzzle like before. "I'm sorry, little black cat, but I already have Tun. I can't hold you anymore. You should go back to find your owner." Bai Luoluo gently set the little black cat aside, but it kept rubbing against her leg, making her feel a bit reluctant. You can see the host is very conflicted. Tun is so cute. The host should hold Tun instead. Always feel that little black cat is a bit strange. Turns out I'm not the only one who feels this way. The little black cat's gaze towards the host doesn't seem like that of cat. Could it be a scheming cat beast? Stop saying that. It's scary. Before, she hadn't felt it, but now, after hearing the fans chatter, Bai Luoluo also felt something was off. Because the little black cat was really too well-behaved, behaving indeed unlike a cat. I should call the neighbor and have him take the cat back. Bai Luoluo said, dialing Feng Yi's number, but the call didn't connect for a long time. Not only that, but after hanging up, she found that the little black cat, which had been at her feet, had vanished. "Everyone wait a moment, the little black cat is gone. I'll go look for it," Bai Luoluo said and got up, leaving the camera. However, after searching the entire house, she couldn't find the little black cat, as if it had suddenly vanished into thin air. Moreover, what was even stranger was that the sliding glass door on the balcony, which she clearly remembered locking earlier, was now unlocked when she accidentally touched it. Combined with what the fans had said in the live stream, Bai Luoluo grew increasingly anxious. Why does it feel like the host's face looks so bad? Stir-fried green beans. Is the girl okay? I just stepped out for a bit. Did something happen? The host was holding a little black cat earlier. We suspect it's a male beast man in disguise. Stir-fried green beans. Wow, how shameless can a male be? Luoluo's cat entered the live stream. Luoluo's cat. What happened, wife? A kind-hearted fan recounted what had just happened, and everyone thought that given how protective the cat had been toward the host before, it would definitely be worried and angry. Luoluo's cat. Are you all overthinking? Maybe the little black cat is well-trained by its owner, which is why it's so well-behaved. After saying that, as if afraid everyone wouldn't believe it, he continued to add, Luoluo's cat. Besides, whether there's a problem with the cat, the host can just ask the neighbor to find out, right? Bai Luoluo thought for a moment. He had previously admitted that there was a little black cat at home, and he was also male. so he shouldn't be unable to tell that the little black cat was a male in disguise. Therefore, she must be overthinking it. But Bai Luoluo still sent a message to Feng Yi, feeling uneasy. Bai Luoluo, why didn't you answer the phone just now? Feng Yi, I accidentally fell asleep and just woke up. After saying this, he sent a photo of the little black cat. Looking at the photo, Bai Luoluo felt she was really overreacting, getting a strange feeling about the little black cat just because of the fans' comments. Now, that Feng Yi had even sent a photo. It should be that she was indeed overthinking it. Host, what's wrong? Stir-fried green beans, the neighbor replied. But is this neighbor reliable? Everyone, don't worry. It's just an ordinary little black cat. Chapter 67, I won't connect off-screen. Qin gently wiped the gun in his hand, his eyes filled with danger. Bai Luoluo was truly too naive to believe the Feng family's boy so easily. If other males found out, they would definitely use this to get closer to her. Thinking of this, Qin glanced at the kitchen and stood up to walk toward it. On the other side, Bai Luoluo was still live streaming. So annoying. Bai Luoluo suddenly complained. What's wrong with the streamer? Dried green beans. I have a feeling it might be related to Princess Tinglan. Bai Luoluo smiled wryly. Green bean baby, I can only say your intuition is really too accurate. What does Princess Tinglan want with the streamer this time? I used to be indifferent to her, but now I inexplicably find her a bit annoying. What's going on? Don't connect if you don't want to. Just refuse if you don't want to. Lonely for a lifetime. Avoiding it won't solve any problems. Bai Luoluo thought about it and was just about to agree, but suddenly the connection was cancelled. As she wondered why Tinglan had given up so easily today, a forced connection popped up. Bai Luoluo, why didn't you accept my connection? Bai Luoluo, is that the streamer's real name? Didn't I remember that a few months ago, Starnet posted about an SSS-level female with the name Bai Luoluo? Coincidence, right? If she really is a rare SSS-level female, the streamer wouldn't need to rely on live streaming to make a living. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Watching the fans' discussions, Bai Luoluo remained silent. She didn't plan to reveal her high mental strength. After all, she just wanted to live quietly. Isn't live streaming supposed to be a matter of willingness to connect or not? Bai Luoluo was also assertive. Even if you're a princess, you can't force me to connect with you, right? You. Tinglan was furious. Being a precious female with a high mental strength level, she had always been pampered since childhood. This was the first time someone had dared to defy her like this. In the military department, Qian stared intently at the light brain screen. This morning, someone from Princess Tinglan's side had come to find him, asking him to visit her estate. But he had refused and informed them that he already had a wife. Qian remembered the person's eyes were filled with malice when they left. Now that Tinglan went directly to find Bai Luoluo, he felt an uneasy premonition in his heart. Thinking that Tinglan might be looking for Bai Luoluo because of him, he decisively sent Bai Luoluo a message. Qian, wife, there is something I want to confess to you. I'm the soy sauce in your live stream. After thinking for a moment, Qian sent another message. No matter what Princess Tinglan wants with you, you don't need to pay attention to it. I will handle everything. Bai Luoluo, may I ask you, is your alternate account named Tun Tun? It turned out that Tinglan was not looking for soy sauce, but was there because of the incident in the Bianhua livestream. Bai Luoluo inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Qian was a bit confused. Why was Tinglan not playing by the rules? What to do? He had just confessed. Was it too late to take it back? I'm waiting online, anxious. Does it have anything to do with whether I have an alternate account or what its name is? Bai Luoluo thought, as long as she didn't admit it. What could the other party do to her? But she still underestimated Tinglan's temper. Damn it. Tinglan stood up angrily, her teeth clenched, feeling that if she could, she would love to come through the internet and slap Bai Luoluo twice. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Tinglan was almost driven to madness. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost to that stupid woman Bianhua. What? Bai Luoluo feigned surprise, raising her voice to ask. You lost to Bianhua in the PK? Isn't it all because of you? Tinglan was furious, and after a while, she realized that Bai Luoluo was deliberately emphasizing her loss to Bianhua in the live stream. Bai Luoluo, do you dare to compete with me today? The loser has to withdraw from the live streaming circle. Wow, betting this big. So Bai Luoluo's alternate account is really Tun Tun. I was lucky enough to see that PK between Bianhua and Princess Tinglan. Someone upstairs, hurry and tell us what happened. That day, in the PK between Princess Tinglan and Bianhua, the loser had to remove their makeup. Otherwise, they would be banned from live streaming for a week. I just couldn't compare to Princess Tinglan. Coincidentally, that day, several big brothers in Bianhua's live stream were not present. And a new account named Tun Tun suddenly appeared to help Bianhua when around. Lonely for a lifetime, just for this small matter. Dry green beans, big shots. You don't understand. There are very few females who can be as straightforward as our streamer. Saying they will remove their makeup means they will, especially since Bianhua is a beauty streamer. Later, I heard that Princess Tinglan searched the entire internet for an account named Tun Tun. But withdrawing from the live streaming circle seems too excessive. Bai Luoluo looked at the barrage and hesitated. When the big brothers in Princess Tinglan's live stream heard that she was betting so heavily, they immediately exploded. Your Highness, why is the princess getting so angry over such an unknown female? Your Highness is above, although we won't let the princess lose. But you are the princess. Wouldn't this be inappropriate? Lan, princess, think twice. Seeing that there was not a single person supporting her in the barrage, Tinglan became even angrier and temporarily turned off the voice, asking sharply, you guys aren't really feeling sorry for Bai Luoluo, are you? Otherwise, why are you so worried? Tinglan shouted angrily, let me tell you, if you go to the other side now, it's not too late, but those who go will no longer be welcomed by me in the future. Tinglan was an SS female and also a princess of the empire. Who would dare to easily offend her? Watching the barrage gradually decrease, Tinglan's expression finally eased a bit. Bai Luoluo, what about it? Do you dare to connect? Only then did Bai Luoluo see the message from Qian, and she was in a clearly dazed state. Cheese in his soy sauce? Soy sauce is Qian? Bai Luoluo, stop pretending to be confused. Are you going to connect or not? Tinglan saw that Bai Luoluo was actually ignoring her words and shouted angrily. Huh? Bai Luoluo raised her head in confusion, and upon seeing Tinglan's extremely foul expression, she finally came to her senses. I won't connect. Fine. What? Tinglan looked at Bai Luoluo suspiciously. You actually won't connect? Bai Luoluo nodded and replied seriously, PK is supposed to be mutually agreed upon. Since you proposed such a harsh punishment, why should I connect? That's not okay. Tinglan panicked. You have to connect. Bai Luoluo rolled her eyes and decisively closed the PK. What the hell? The streamer actually hung up the connection just like that. You can imagine how furious Princess Tinglan must be right now. I'm going to check on the other side. I'm going to watch the fun too. Everyone, I suddenly remembered I have something to do today, so I'm going to end the stream for now. If I have time tonight, I'll stream a bit longer. Sorry. After saying that, the audience saw a pitch-black screen as Bai Luoluo elegantly ended the stream without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 68. What, not welcome? Just after ending the live stream, Bai Luoluo received a photo on her light brain. When she looked at it, she was surprised to find that it was sent by Qin Che. As she clicked on the image, she was stunned. Just as she was about to reply, Qin Che's video call came in. Bai Luoluo hurriedly answered, Are you okay? Looking at Qin Che in the video, who seemed fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? Why are there police at your house? Qin Che frowned, appearing quite helpless. I just wanted to cook some porridge, but for some reason, the clay pot exploded. What? Bai Luoluo even suspected she had misheard. It's just like you heard. Qin Che didn't feel embarrassed at all and openly admitted it. Then the neighbors thought I was doing something dangerous and called the police. Can you tell me how you managed to do that? Bai Luoluo face-bombed. This was the most absurd thing she had ever encountered. I just washed the rice and started cooking, but for some reason, the clay pot exploded. When Qin Che said this, he was so serious that Bai Luoluo, who initially wanted to laugh, completely held back her amusement. So, may I ask, Mr. Qin Che, did you add water to the clay pot when you were cooking porridge? Qin Che was taken aback, looking as if he had just realized something. I think I really forgot to add water. No wonder it exploded. Using an open flame on a clay pot would raise the temperature very high. And it was already fortunate that he didn't blow up his kitchen. So, did you call me to share this? Or do you have another purpose? Bai Luoluo smiled at Qin Che in the video. I just kind of miss your cooking. Qin Che said, making a pleading expression. So, can I come over and have a meal? I'll bring the ingredients. Since he had already said that, it would be impolite to refuse. All right, come over. Bai Luoluo nodded in agreement. After all, she had ended the broadcast early today, so she had plenty of time to cook. In less than half an hour, Qin arrived, carrying 2 large bags of ingredients. "Why did you buy so much?" Bai Luoluo was surprised and opened the door wide to let Qin in. Well, as soon as he entered, Qin smelled a strong masculine scent, and there was more than one. "I thought it would be inconvenient for you to go shopping alone, so I bought some extra to bring over. But how can I accept that?" Bai Luoluo took out a few dishes she planned to cook for lunch from bags. "This is enough for lunch. You should take the rest back. My kitchen just exploded, so what do I need the vegetables for?" Qin said, carrying the bags to the fridge and putting everything inside one by one. "Then, how much did you spend on these? I'll transfer you the money." Bai Luoluo sighed. Qin expression darkened, but when he turned back to Bai Luoluo, he was already back to normal. "Let's just consider it as today's meal expense. It's just a meal. It can't be worth that much." Bai Luoluo had seen the expensive ingredients when she took them out just now. "It's fine. Maybe I'll come over often for meals in the future." "Huh?" Bai Luoluo turned around in surprise, but Qin did not continue. She didn't want to pry further. "You go sit outside. I can handle the kitchen by myself." Bai Luoluo was used to cooking alone. She enjoyed the feeling of cooking by herself. Qin reluctantly stepped back from the kitchen, but instead of sitting in the living room, he took the opportunity to sneak into the master bedroom while Bai Luoluo wasn't paying attention. Inside the bedroom, the strong masculine pheromones had not dissipated, and he could vaguely smell a hint of male scent. It wasn't until he saw 2 toothbrushes in the master bathroom that Qin realized that someone else had been around Bai Luoluo. He returned to the living room and sat down, sending a message to In on his light brain, then tossed the light brain aside, watching Bai Luoluo busy in the kitchen with interest. Soon, In replied, I just asked, and it turns out that Qi has been staying at Bai Luoluo's place for the past 2 days because he is not considered a dangerous person, which is why it wasn't reported. So, Qi had moved in for 2 days right under his nose, and no one thought to inform him. Had his subordinates become too complacent lately and forgotten what his temperament was like? He seemed to sense the issue as well and sent another message. Don't worry, boss. I'll replace him with someone more capable right now. When Bai Luoluo brought the food out, she saw Qin frowning and couldn't help but ask, "Is the neighbor bothering you again?" Qin paused for a moment, then remembered the lie he had told and nodded. "Yeah," she said, "I need to compensate her for mental distress because she was scared and now feels uncomfortable. How can there be such unreasonable neighbors?" Bai Luoluo was clearly getting into it, angrily saying, "I think you should just move." As she spoke, she handed the bowls and chopsticks to Qin. "With neighbors like that, who knows when they will try to extort you?" Qin nodded. "Yeah, I'm already considering moving." "So soon?" Now it was Bai Luoluo's turn to be confused. She had only said that in a fit of anger. After all, moving was a big deal, and it wasn't something you could just decide to do. But it seemed Qin took it seriously. "Are you really going to move?" After finishing the meal, Bai Luoluo finally couldn't help but ask. Qin replied, showing Bai Luoluo his light brain interface. "I just had my assistant help me buy a place downstairs. It's already renovated and can be moved into immediately." Bai Luoluo was stunned, realizing that Qin's light brain interface indeed showed his conversation with his assistant, confirming that the house had already been bought and the contract had just been signed and photographed to send to him. Which family buys a house faster than buying groceries? And where did he find such an efficient assistant? It was as if they were afraid Qin would change his mind, rushing to get the contract signed so quickly. "Just downstairs from my place?" Bai Luoluo asked uncertainly. Qin nodded. "So we'll be neighbors from now on. Does that mean I can come over often for meals?" It was then that Bai Luoluo remembered what Qin had said about coming over often for meals. But since she was now married, well, although the marriage process wasn't fully completed yet, it was still less convenient than when she was single. It seemed she would have to give Qi a heads up when he returned. Otherwise, what would happen if Qi misunderstood? "What? Not welcome?" Qin asked when he saw Bai Luoluo not responding. Chapter 69. Almost deceived after sending Qin away, Bai Luoluo snuggled into the sofa with a pillow, planning to find a movie to watch. Just then, her light brain displayed a new message. There was nothing in the message except for a photo. In the photo, Qin was tied up, with his eyes covered by a cloth strip. Bai Luoluo sat up in shock, but fortunately, she remained calm. Without saying a word, she dialed Chi-In's light brain, but there was no answer. "Who are you?" Bai Luoluo replied to the message, but she received no response. Unable to wait any longer, she decided to call back. However, the other party seemed to be deliberately making her anxious, not replying to messages or answering calls, which made Bai Luoluo walk back and forth in the room in frustration. Suddenly, she remembered that Chi-In had told her his office phone number. So she searched through her light brain and finally found the number she had never dialed before. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. At that moment, Bai Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, a strange voice came from the other end. "Hello, this is the Marshal's office. May I ask who you are?" Generally, only family members of the Marshal or high-ranking officials in the federal government would know this number, so Luli did not dare to treat it lightly. "Is Chi-In there?" Upon hearing that the caller was a female, Luli cleared his throat a couple of times, unconsciously softening his voice. "Dear female, may I ask who you are?" Bai Luoluo thought that anyone who could enter Chi-In's office should be one of his trusted aides, so she directly told him her name. "You said you are Bai Luoluo, the Marshal's wife?" It wasn't that Luli didn't believe her, but he had never heard the Marshal mention this matter before. However, the Marshal indeed submitted a marriage application earlier. "Yes," Bai Luoluo answered truthfully. "Is Chi-In there? I need to talk to him. I've been trying to reach his personal light brain, but no one is answering. Please hold on." Luli took out his light brain to try contacting Chi-In, but found that there was still no answer. He quickly went out to call for someone and asked about Chi-In's whereabouts. Upon learning that Chi-In had been called to Princess Tinglin's estate, Luli's first reaction was to keep this from Bai Luoluo. After all, he knew very well how the females of the star system were, each with a big temper and particularly jealous. If they found out the Marshal was meeting another female, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. "Hello, I just checked for you. The Marshal is dealing with some confidential matters, so he might not be able to answer the phone." "Oh, okay." Bai Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chi-In was okay. It seemed that the text message was just a prank. Luckily, she had saved Chi-In's office number. Otherwise, she might have really been deceived. "Thank you," Bai Luoluo said gratefully and hung up the phone. Luli held the phone for a long time without putting it down. Bai Luoluo actually thanked him. And such a noble female thanked him, her voice so gentle that it made Luli feel a bit dazed, as if it were not real. Knowing that Chi-In was fine, Bai Luoluo no longer cared about the text photo. However, she had lost her desire to watch a show, so she simply took Tun and went asleep in her room. When Bai Luoluo woke up, she realized it was already dark outside. The room was silent, with no lights on. This was the first time she felt very lonely since being with Chi-In. She got up to check the time and found it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Normally, Chi-In would have returned by this time. However, thinking about Chi-In's confidential mission today, she figured it would likely take some extra time, so she didn't pay much attention to it. She got up to cook herself a bowl of noodles. While boiling water, she casually opened a live stream, as she had promised everyone she would stream again in the evening, since she hadn't announced what time she would go live. Bai Luoluo thought not many people would join. To her surprise, as soon as she opened it, her old fans rushed in. Luoluo's cat has entered the live stream. Forever Alone has entered the live stream. Tomato scrambled eggs has entered the live stream. Ribcorn soup has entered the live stream. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Luoluo's live stream. Bai Luoluo set up her light brain and waved at the camera to greet everyone. Tomato scrambled eggs. The host can't possibly still not have eaten this late, right? Bai Luoluo shyly nodded. "Yeah. I accidentally fell asleep in the afternoon and just woke up." Don't Mess With Me has entered the live stream. Don't mess with me. What delicious food are you planning to make, host? Don't mess with me. Can you predict the future? Bai Luoluo looked at the camera in confusion and asked, "Don't mess with me. Every time I cook, you always show up. If you're not a fortune teller, then you're quite amazing. Forever Alone. That's a roundabout way of saying you're foodie. Don't mess with me. You're the one with a mouth." Luoluo's cat. "Are you going to cook noodles, host?" "Yes." Bai Luoluo nodded. "I'm so hungry. And cooking noodles is the fastest." As she spoke, the water in the pot boiled. Bai Luoluo took some of the vacuum-sealed wet noodles she had bought earlier, threw them into the pot to cook, and then opened the refrigerator beside her. She remembered she had bought some fish balls at the supermarket before. which would be perfect to throw into the noodles. As expected of the host, even cooking noodles is not done half-heartedly. Of course, Bai Luoluo smiled as she stirred the noodles in the pot with chopsticks to prevent them from sticking. Food, isn't, just to fill the stomach. Delicious and good-looking food can really lift one's spirits. The host seems to make a lot of sense. Isn't this the sense of ritual that females always talk about? Don't mess with me. I haven't eaten either. Bai Luoluo looked at the fishball noodles in the pot with a bit of difficulty. If she packed it up and sent it over, the taste wouldn't be as good. Don't mess with me. I didn't mean to steal your noodles. Ha ha. Bai Luoluo felt a bit embarrassed, especially since every time Don't Mess With Me seemed so eager to eat her cooking, making her involuntarily think too much. In the end, Bai Luoluo sprinkled some greens into the pot, stirred a few times, then turned off the heat and served the noodles. A steaming bowl of fragrant fishball vegetable noodles was successfully made. Bai Luoluo first placed the noodles on the coffee table in the living room. Then went to get her light brain, found a cup to lean against, and squatted in front of the coffee table to start eating. Is the host this casual? I thought she would at least use a small stool. The first person to squat and eat noodles while live streaming. Bai Luoluo felt a bit embarrassed from their comments and simply carried the noodles to the usual room she used for live streaming. Haha. Is the host embarrassed by our comments? Don't you think the host is really down to earth? Much better than those arrogant females. That's why the host has so many fans and so many big brothers protecting her. By the way, why isn't soy sauce here tonight? Chapter 70. Chi has disappeared. Life in solitude. Maybe she was captured by Princess Tinglan? Oh, right. Princess Tinglan has been shouting that the anchor stole her soy sauce. Looking at Zhu Gu's words, Bai Luoluo's eyes narrowed sharply. The photo she received today flashed in her mind, and she felt that something was off. So she hurriedly reopened the photo and examined it carefully. In the most inconspicuous corner of the photo, a small section of a skirt was revealed. Could it be that Tinglan really captured Qian? But after all, Qian is a marshal. Would Tinglan really dare to act recklessly? The anchor has finally returned. Life in solitude. The anchor looks unwell. What happened? It's nothing. I'm just thinking about what to do if the soy sauce really got kidnapped by Princess Tinglan. Bai Luoluo felt a surge of anxiety. She didn't understand why the person who answered the phone would deceive her. Could it be that there are already people from Princess Tinglan infiltrating Qian's side? Just as Bai Luoluo was lost in thought, an unexpected guest entered the live broadcast room. Princess Tinglan has entered the live broadcast room. Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. What is Princess Tinglan doing in the anchor's live broadcast room? Watching the show while eating sunflower seeds. Squatting to eat melons. Princess Tinglan. Oh, why don't I see the soy sauce today? The fans who originally planned to watch the show now felt that something was off. After all, Princess Tinglan's intentions were too obvious to ignore. What's going on? Could it be that the soy sauce really got taken away by Princess Tinglan? Your Highness the Princess. Hey, can anyone speak? What do you mean by taken away? The soy sauce originally belongs to our princess. What does Princess Tinglan mean by this? Bai Luoluo's face turned serious, and her beautiful brows unconsciously furrowed. Princess Tinglan, didn't you receive the photo I sent you? Bai Luoluo suddenly stood up. What do you want to do? Princess Tinglan, what are you talking about? I'm just joking with you. After all, I can't just let the blame fall on myself and pretend I don't see it. Scare me to death. It turns out the princess saw Zhu Gu's barrage. So just to clarify, I really thought. After all, she's the princess of the empire. She shouldn't do anything illegal. Princess Tinglan, yeah. Otherwise, do you think this princess would really do something illegal? When will interstellar law be able to restrain females? Yeah, interstellar law only works on males. But what exactly is the identity of soy sauce that makes Princess Tinglan so obsessed? Don't mess with me. As far as I know, he is a high-ranking official in the military. Wow, such an impressive identity. Tomato scrambled eggs. High-ranking military officials come to watch the anchor's live broadcast. Isn't that enough to prove the anchor is excellent? Bai Luoluo saw tomato, scrambled eggs barrage, and knew he was trying to shift the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it alone. Thank you for the compliment, Tomato. You are all excellent too. Life in solitude, don't mess with me. So impressive. Should I share my identity too? After saying this, the live broadcast screen was dominated by the gift effect of destined for 3 lives. Life in solitude. Maybe I am the next richest person. Don't mess with me. Princess Tinglan, I'm leaving. I just had a new pet today. It's not very friendly and needs more attention. After that, everyone noticed that Princess Tinglan had left the live broadcast room. However, Bai Luoluo always felt that the last sentence left by Princess Tinglan was somewhat pointed, so she hurriedly sent her a private message. Flowers fall. No longer connected. What did you mean by what you just said? After a long time, there was no reply from Tinglan, and Bai Luoluo became increasingly anxious. After finishing the live broadcast, Bai Luoluo paced back and forth in the living room and decided to call Qian's office again. The call was quickly connected, and from the voice, it seemed to be someone who wasn't there during the day. You are Bai Luoluo, right? Sumo's voice carried a hint of excitement. I'm Sumo. We've met before. Do you remember me? Hello, Sumo. I remember you. Hearing that the person on the other end was someone she knew, Bai Luoluo felt a bit more at ease. I've been unable to contact Qian today. Do you know if he will come back tonight? What? Sumo clearly didn't know about this, but the Marshal isn't at the military base. Sumo's words struck Bai Luoluo like a thunderbolt, exploding in her mind. She hurriedly asked, when did he leave? Do you know where he went? Please wait a moment. I'll check the schedule. As he spoke, the sound of paper rustling came from the other end of the phone. A moment later, Sumo's voice came through the receiver. The Marshal went to a royal banquet at noon, but logically, it should have ended a long time ago. Sumo had a vague suspicion in his heart, but he didn't dare to tell Bai Luoluo. If something happened to Bai Luoluo later, it wouldn't be something he could take responsibility for. Can you help me check his whereabouts? I'm a bit worried about him. Sure. Without a second thought, Sumo agreed. Don't worry, I'll personally check it out. After hanging up, Bai Luoluo's unease didn't ease at all. After all, Tinglan is a princess and a member of the royal family. Qian disappeared after going to the royal family, and she had a premonition that this matter must be related to Tinglan. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, startling Bai Luoluo. She walked to the door and looked through the peephole, seeing Qian standing outside. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door. Is something wrong? Bai Luoluo looked at Qian in confusion, not knowing how he got the news. I heard you pacing back and forth downstairs. It sounds like you're quite anxious. Kinke explained productivity. Bai Luoluo remembered that Qian had said during lunch that he would move downstairs, but she didn't expect him to move in so quickly. Just one afternoon. My partner is missing, and I'm a bit worried. Bai Luoluo was extremely anxious, but when she saw Qian, she felt inexplicably trusting. So she poured out everything that had happened today to him. From what you guys are saying, Princess Tinglan indeed has a motive. Qian stroked his chin. Hold on a moment. I'll make a call. As he spoke, Qian took out his light brain and walked aside to make a call. Bai Luoluo sat nervously on the sofa, silently praying that Qian would be okay. After a while, Qian hung up the phone and walked back to Bai Luoluo. Bai Luoluo hurriedly stood up. What happened? Qian's expression was serious. Although he didn't like Qian, and could even say he was jealous that Qian got Bai Luoluo first, he was now Bai Luoluo's partner and couldn't just sit back and do nothing. People have been found, Qian said. Chapter 71, clean up and deliver to my room in a manner. Tinglan smirked as she exited the live broadcast room. Just as she was about to turn off her light brain, she received a private message from below. Falling flowers? Don't part. What did you mean by what you just said? Tinglan could almost imagine how anxious below must be at this moment, but the more anxious she was, the happier Tinglan felt. Let's go down and take a look, Tinglan said as she stood up and walked toward the staircase. The two males who had been standing by to serve her exchanged glances and silently followed her. The former basement had long been transformed into a dungeon, with various torture instruments displayed on a nearby table. The entire dungeon was filled with a faint smell of blood. In a dark corner, a person was tied to a special rack, wearing a collar that suppressed male abilities. His hands were tightly bound behind him with chains. He was motionless, seemingly having passed out. Turn on the lights, Tinglan shouted coldly. The dark dungeon suddenly lit up. The person who had been unconscious on a rack seemed to be affected by the light, opening his eyes briefly before closing them again. Qian, I will ask you one more time. Do you want to come back to my side? Tinglan walked over and pinched Qian's chin, forcing him to lift his head. Princess, I already have a wife. Qian's voice was hoarse as he glanced at Tinglan. If you let me go now, I will consider today as events as if they never happened. Tinglan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, as if she had heard something amusing. What if I refuse? Tinglan knew that Qian had already been marked, but even if a male was marked, it could still be removed. However, the process would be extremely painful, and if not done carefully, their combat capabilities would suffer greatly. For this reason, most males remained loyal. Even if their wives were not ideal, they never considered removing the mark. As Tinglan spoke, she gestured to the two males behind her. The two exchanged glances, neither daring to step forward. What's wrong? Don't you want me to comfort you? Upon hearing that the princess was willing to comfort them, the two males' eyes lit up. Their current rage levels were already high, and without a female to calm them, they could lose control any day. However, they had been following the princess for some time, and she had never mentioned comforting them, so they were surprised that this opportunity had presented itself now. What does the princess want us to do? The two males were eager to try, and although they knew the person in front of them was the marshal of the military, they had no time to consider anything else. Naturally, I want him to know my methods, Tinglan said, her gaze falling on a whip nearby. This whip was special. When swung, countless small barbs would open up, and if used forcefully, it could even tear off large chunks of flesh. Understood. The two males stepped forward, each grabbing a whip and preparing to act, but Tinglan's voice came from behind them again. Remember, don't hold back anywhere but his face. If it weren't for the fact that Qian had a face that could attract all females, Tinglan wouldn't have had him bound here despite knowing he had already been marked. The two males exchanged glances. They were both from prestigious families, but their combat abilities were only at the S level, so they couldn't compete with Qian. Because of this, their elders often used Qian as a comparison to belittle them. Now that they finally had an opportunity, they would not let it go easily. Qian, this is a command from the princess. You can't blame us. The two muttered softly, then raised their whips and struck Qian. Before long, lines of blood appeared on Qian's body, and his complexion gradually paled. But even so, he gritted his teeth, showing no sign of relenting. Stop. Tinglan stood up and walked over to Qian. If you change your mind now, I will release you immediately. Qian opened his eyes to glance at Tinglan, but did not speak, closing his eyes again, refusing to drink the toast, and instead asking for punishment. Tinglan shouted angrily, stepping back a few paces. Continue. In the basement, the two males were panting as they swung their whips, the sound of the whips slicing through the air occasionally echoing. But gradually, the sound of the whips weakened. Yet the person on the rack remained silent. Useless. Tinglan walked over, pushed the two aside, and pulled out a syringe from her pocket. The silver syringe glimmered coldly in the light, sending chills down the spines of the two males standing nearby. Princess. The males were alarmed when they saw what Tinglan was holding. Your Highness, if the king and queen find out about this. Shut up. Tinglan glared fiercely at the two males. If you dare to let today as events leak out, I will not forgive you. The two males shrank back slightly, but ultimately held their tongues. Tinglan walked over to Qian with the syringe, quickly injecting into his neck and pushing the medication inside. The intense pain in his neck made Qian's eyes widen in disbelief. He looked at Tinglan, shocked that she was so bold. All right, clean him up and deliver him to my room. I'm going to take a shower first. Tinglan casually threw the empty syringe on the ground and said to the two males beside her, after knowing that Qinche had found Qian's location. Bai Luoluo immediately expressed her desire to go there. Qinche had no choice but to drive Bai Luoluo to Princess Tinglan's manor. Looking at the brightly lit manor, Qinche knew he hadn't gone to the wrong place. Who goes there? The guards at the manor raised their guns and blocked the road as they saw the approaching car. When they realized that a female was sitting in the car, they immediately ordered the others to put away their weapons. My name is Bai Luoluo, and I'm here to see Princess Tinglan. Bai Luoluo lowered the car window and spoke to the guards outside. Esteemed female, may I ask if you have an appointment? The leader of the guards glanced at Bai Luoluo and then at Qinche, feeling a vague sense that the male driving the car was not simple. He exuded a dangerous aura. Bai Luoluo had thought that at least they would report her presence, but to her surprise, they directly asked if she had an appointment. The guard leader noticed Bai Luoluo hesitating and realized she likely did not have an appointment. He then politely stated, I'm very sorry, but if you do not have an appointment, we cannot let you in. I hope you understand. After speaking, The guard leader pressed his lips together tightly, waiting for the female to become angry. I'm really sorry, Luo said somewhat awkwardly, but we are here to look for Marshal Qian. He's inside, right? Chapter 72, your partner? Hearing that, Bai Luoluo was looking for Marshal Qian. The expressions of the guards, including their leader, stiffened. Is he inside? Bai Luoluo asked with certainty, her tone rising noticeably due to her anxiety. I'm sorry, but we cannot disclose that, the guard leader said, steeling himself. Luoluo, don't waste time talking to them. I'll take you in. Qin Che glanced at the guards indifferently. The most formidable among them was probably the guard leader who was speaking to Bai Luoluo, but he was merely an S-class in Qin Che's eyes, which were of SSS class rank, making them hardly worth his concern. As for Bai Luoluo, Qin Che was not worried at all that they would dare to lay a hand on her. After all, in the interstellar society, laying a hand on a female would incur severe penalties from the interstellar court, with exile to a barren star being a light punishment. Sir, who are you? The guard leader raised his gun, aiming it at Qin Che. Me? Qin Kiznird. Qin Che, don't be anxious. Let me think if there is another way. Bai Luoluo said, eager to see Qian and not wanting to escalate the situation. If things turn violent, the overwhelming destructive power of males would likely attract the attention of the Alliance quickly. However, when those outside heard Bai Luoluo call out Qin Che's name, their expressions all changed. Bai Luoluo was puzzled as to why they suddenly became more alert, thinking they were concerned that Qin Che would indeed force his way in. So she smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, my friend was joking. The guard leader swallowed hard, watching Qin Che with suspicion. This was a character that both the Empire and the Alliance feared, and now he was casually appearing in front of them. How could they not be nervous? Perhaps you know Yi Jiuyu? Bai Luoluo recalled that when she was comforting Qian, she had heard Feng Yi mention that Yi Jiuyu was of royal lineage. His Highness the Crown Prince? The guard's face turned even worse, realizing that this female not only knew Marshal Qi, but also seemed to have a connection with the leader of the Night Owls, Qin Che. And now even their Crown Prince seemed to know her. Crown Prince? Bai Luoluo was somewhat surprised. Although she had sensed that Yi Jiuyu had an air of nobility, she had never imagined he was the interstellar Crown Prince. If you can invite the Crown Prince, we naturally wouldn't dare to stop him from entering, the guard said after some thought. Thank you. Bai Luoluo quickly expressed her gratitude, knowing that the guard leader was saying this intentionally, meaning that as long as she could find a way to summon Yi Jiuyu, they would not obstruct her. However, she had only met him briefly last time and had not exchanged contact information. What did you get to know Yi Jiuyu? Kinke asked Somevat displeased. That guy is proud and probably won't come easily. After saying this, Qin Che handed over his light brain, which prominently displayed Yi Jiuyu's contact number. Bai Luoluo hurriedly took out her light brain and dialed the number. When Yi Jiuyu learned that Bai Luoluo was currently outside the Tinglon Manor and had been stopped, he immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over. Bai Luoluo, we meet again. Yi Jiuyu looked at the female before him with a half smile. Since their last parting, he had dreamt countless nights of this face that haunted him. Your Highness, can you take us in? Bai Luoluo did not intend to reminisce with Yi Jiuyu, especially since she did not think there was much to discuss. You still haven't told me what you want to see Tinglon for? Yi Jiuyu said, glancing at Qin Che, who was sitting in the car, raising an eyebrow in surprise. During the call, Bai Luoluo had simply requested him to come to Tinglon Manor, saying there was something she needed help with. Yi Jiuyu assumed that Bai Luoluo was being troubled by Tinglon, as he was well aware of the previous incidents in a live broadcast. My partner, Qian, also known as the Marshal you speak of, is missing. Someone told me he was captured by Princess Tinglon and brought to this manor. Bai Luoluo was gambling that Yi Jiuyu would not side with Tinglon. Upon hearing Bai Luoluo say that Qian was her partner, Yi Jiuyu's brow furrowed slightly. He had clearly instructed someone to suppress Qian's marriage application. Why was Bai Luoluo still calling him her partner? Was she worried that saying he was her fiancé would make him unwilling to help? Your partner? Yi Jiuyu chuckled lightly. As far as I know, Bai Luoluo, the partner section on your profile card is still blank. I have already marked Qian, just haven't reported it yet, Bai Luoluo replied, not understanding why Yi Jiuyu wanted to discuss these matters with her. Whether Qian was her partner had little to do with him. What? Yi Jiuyu exclaimed, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. his demeanor suddenly becoming more serious. That guy, Chi-In, actually deceived Bai Luoluo into marking him. Not only that, he already has a wife, yet he is still entangled with Tinglan. Such a male should be expelled from the Central Star. Your Highness, can you take me in to find him now? Bai Luoluo was genuinely anxious. Chi-In had been missing for a day, and she was extremely worried. All right, Yi Jiuyu thought it would be good to take her in, allowing Bai Luoluo to see what kind of male Chi-In was. Perhaps she would get so angry that she would break up with him, giving him a chance. However, Yi Jiuyu's gaze fell on Qin-Che. He truly did not understand how such a dangerous person could be beside Bai Luoluo. I could take you in, but he can't. Yi Jiuyu painted Ati, Qin-Che, who had just gotten out of the car and was already by Bai Luoluo's side. But he is my friend and came with me, Bai Luoluo hurriedly explained. In any case, if you go in, he must stay outside. That's ridiculous. If King and Queen find out he brought such a dangerous person into Tinglan's manor. Even if he is the crown prince, he won't have a good outcome, Qin-Che interjected. But, Bai Luoluo hesitated. Luoluo, you go in. I'll wait for you here. Qin-Che understood Yi Jiuyu's concerns. He himself wasn't very keen on going in. If it weren't for worrying about Bai Luoluo's safety, he wouldn't even have come. Now that Yi Jiuyu was present, he believed he would protect Bai Luoluo well. Seeing that Qin-Che had said so, Bai Luoluo nodded in agreement with Yi Jiuyu's request. The two of them entered the manor smoothly. Tinglan's manor was beautiful. Even though it was already night, it was as bright as day inside. However, Bai Luoluo had no time to appreciate it. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Qin, and she just wanted to find him quickly. Your Highness? A male suddenly stepped forward, hurrying over upon seeing Yi Jiuyu. When did such a beautiful female appear beside the crown prince? And why does he feel that this female looks somewhat familiar, like, yes, the streamer that the princess watched today? Chapter 73. Get Lost, Where's Tinglan? As Yi Jiuyu spoke, he led Bai Luoluo up the steps, only to be stopped by the male. The princess is resting. I wonder what brings the crown prince to seek her. The male asked Yi Jiuyu with a forced calmness, even though the other party was the crown prince. He could not recklessly enter the princess's quarters. Step aside. Yi Jiuyu frowned, displeased. Bai Luoluo stepped forward, tugged at Yi Jiuyu's sleeve, signaling him to hold back his anger, and then politely asked the male, May I ask if Qin is here? The male understood the relationship between the female and the Marshal, but it had been so long now that it was probably too late. Qin is my partner. I just want to see the princess and ask her to release him. As Bai Luoluo spoke, her eyes unconsciously turned red. Bai Luoluo was already extremely beautiful, and now looking so pitiful made her even more endearing. However, the male hesitated and glanced at the second floor. Bai Luoluo suddenly thought of something, and her heart dropped to her throat. Quickly tell me, where's Qin? Bai Luoluo's voice suddenly rose as she pressed closer to the male. The male dared not touch Bai Luoluo. He retreated until he fell onto the steps. At that moment, a roar of a giant beast suddenly erupted from upstairs, and before Bai Luoluo could react, she felt a tremendous force push her backward rapidly. The next second, the 3-story small villa that had just been in front of her was instantly reduced to ruins. As the dust settled, Bai Luoluo finally saw a familiar beast form. A panda about 7 or 8 meters tall stood amidst the ruins, its eyes blood red, roaring in anger. Just then, something seemed to have flown to her feet. Looking down, it resembled a collar. Not good. The Marshal has lost control. The servants in the manor saw the situation and immediately panicked, scattering in all directions while shouting loudly. Bai Luoluo stared in terror at the giant beast towering over her, momentarily stunned. She had seen Qi-In's beast form before, but at that time, he was still small, about the size of a normal male. But this one was far too large, exceeding Bai Luoluo's imagination. What on earth is happening? Yi Jiuyu grabbed the male who had just managed to escape from the ruins. He remembered that this was the one Tinglan had recently appointed as her personal guard. The princess wanted to remove the marks from the Marshal, and it had seemed fine at first, but he didn't know why it suddenly went crazy. The male looked at the crown prince in fear, his legs giving way as he slumped to the ground. He had thought he was clinging to the princess's favor, but now he feared for his life. Remove the marks? Bai Luoluo knew that marks could be removed, but she was well aware that it required an enormous cost. Ting Lan actually harmed him just to obtain Qian. Luoluo. Qin Shi appeared behind Bai Luoluo without her noticing, placing his hands on her shoulders to steady her swaying body. When Qin Shi's gaze fell on the collar at Bai Luoluo's feet, his dangerous red eyes narrowed. He didn't know what that foolish princess had done to Qian. Provoking him to break free from the collar meant to suppress his abilities. Qian, reduced to a crazed beast, seemed to catch a familiar scent in the air, but his powers were in chaos, and his mental sea was a mess, preventing him from calming down. It's too dangerous here. I'll take you. No. Bai Luoluo tried to calm herself down. I can feel that Qian's mental sea is very chaotic. He needs me. No. Ye iu shao tutsiterni. Bai Luoluo. This situation is different from before. This time he has completely lost consciousness and will attack indiscriminately. Bai Luoluo clenched her fists, standing still as she gazed at Qian. No, I can do it. Bai Luoluo tightened her fists, just like when she had comforted those people at the military department, and extended her powerful spiritual energy toward Qi, and suddenly, Qian seemed to sense something and turned to look at Bai Luoluo. Just one glance made Bai Luoluo feel unprecedented fear. She saw killing intent in Qian's eyes. No, he is too dangerous right now. Qin Shi shielded Bai Luoluo behind him, ready to attack at any moment. Where's the princess? The head of the guards arrived with a group of bodyguards, and upon seeing the ruins of the house, his heart sank. If anything happened to the princess, everyone present would likely pay with their lives. Hurry and find her. The head of the guards shouted loudly. Several canine beastmen stepped out of the guard team, but with Qian currently standing on the ruins, rescue operations couldn't be carried out. Kinke, you protect Bai Luoluo. I'll lead Qian over there. Yi Jiu pointed to an open area not far away, which was less crowded and would not affect Bai Luoluo even if a fight broke out. In a flash, a golden lion appeared before Bai Luoluo, rapidly growing until it matched the panda's size. Seeing the golden lion that suddenly appeared before him, Qian seemed to feel threatened, roaring as he lunged at it. The golden lion hurriedly led him to the open area. Qian was finally diverted, and the guards rushed in to rescue people. Due to the sudden incident, many were trapped under the rubble. Soon, the golden lion and panda began to fight, while Bai Luoluo remained motionless, staring at Qian, controlling her spiritual energy to slowly reach out to him. Perhaps Qian's attention was drawn to the golden lion. Bai Luoluo's spiritual energy finally approached the panda, and, taking advantage of the moment before he could react, she entered his mental sea. In an instant, Qian's movements halted, and he turned to look at Bai Luoluo. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The golden lion no longer sensed the panda's killing intent, and it transformed back into human form, standing next to Bai Luoluo. As Bai Luoluo's spiritual energy continuously flowed in, Qian's panda form gradually shrank, eventually returning to his human form, collapsing to the ground. Qian. Bai Luoluo hurriedly approached and lifted Qian from the ground. Although he had returned to human form, he looked unwell, his breathing weak, and his brows slightly furrowed. Qin Shi, can you help me take him to the medical center? Qin Shi said nothing, bending down to carry him on his shoulder, intending to take Bai Luoluo away first. Stop. Ting Lan just emerged from the ruins, saw Bai Luoluo unexpectedly in her manner, trying to take Qian away, and was immediately infuriated, stepping forward to block her. So this is Bai Luoluo? She's even more beautiful than in the live stream. No wonder she has Qian so devoted to her. Get lost. Bai Luoluo stepped forward, raising her hand to slap Ting Lan to the ground. Chapter 74, 8 different repair shop you dare to hit me? Ting Lan covered her face in disbelief. Throughout her life, she had always been pampered, never having anyone speak harshly to her, let alone hit her. Yi Jiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Bai Luoluo looked delicate and weak, yet she didn't expect her to retaliate so fiercely. This made her like Bai Luoluo even more. What's going on? I'm going to kill you. Ting Lan screamed as she got up and lunged at Bai Luoluo. Fortunately, Bai Luoluo had already anticipated this and dodged swiftly. Ting Lan had used all her strength, thinking she could at least tackle Bai Luoluo down and give her a good beating. But she was caught off guard and ended up falling flat on her face. Bai Luoluo was astonished. She hadn't expected things to develop this way. Looking at Ting Lan's miserable state, she wanted to laugh but managed to hold it in. Bai Luoluo held back, but that didn't mean others could. Yi Jiuyu laughed without restraint, and even among the guards, several turned their backs, their bodies shaking, clearly trying to stifle their laughter. Ting Lan had never experienced such humiliation. She immediately shouted, "You bunch of useless people, are you just going to watch this princess get bullied?" The guard captain glanced at the team, and they quickly straightened up, focusing their attention forward. However, it was evident that their jaws were trembling, clearly struggling to contain their laughter. "Princess." The guard captain stepped forward to help Ting Lan up, but she rejected his offer with a slap. "Get away. Don't touch me with your dirty hands." The guard captain's hand froze in midair before he finally retracted it. Bai Luoluo was uninterested in watching this spoiled princess throw a tantrum, so she signaled Qin Shi to leave quickly. "Don't go." Instead, Ting Lan shouted, "Fi-Suli," blocking Bai Luoluo again. This time, she consciously kept a distance from Bai Luoluo, afraid of getting slapped again. Bai Luoluo smirked, raising her hand to stretch her wrist. Ting Lan mistook this as another impending strike and shrank back in fright. Once she realized she had been played, she was furious. "So, Princess Ting Lan," Bai Luoluo stared hard at her, "I'll remember this grudge, and I will definitely get back at you one day." After saying that, Bai Luoluo walked around Ting Lan and left with Qin Shi and Qian without looking back. Ting Lan stomped her feet in frustration, screaming in despair. Turning to see Jiuyu's smug expression, Ting Lan became even angrier. "Yi Jiuyu, I will definitely tell my mother, saying you helped outsiders bully me." Yi Jiuyu was unafraid. "Well, shouldn't you also tell your mother that you covet someone else's partner?" "You." Ting Lan was so furious she was speechless. Not wanting to deal with Yi Jiuyu anymore, she turned around only to find that his residence had turned into ruins. Suddenly remembering she had something to do, Yi Jiuyu left without looking back. With her residence gone, Ting Lan had no choice but to find a hotel. Meanwhile, Bai Luoluo thought Qin Shi would take Qi into the medical facility, but unexpectedly, the car drove deeper into unfamiliar territory, which made her start to worry. "Qin Shi, this doesn't seem like the way to the medical facility, does it?" Looking at Bai Luoluo's suspicious expression through the rearview mirror, Qin Shi couldn't help but smirk and teased, "I sent it a bit late to ask that now. I was only trusting you." Seeing Bai Luoluo puffed up with anger, Qin Shi, who had just been unhappy because she marked Qian, completely cheered up. In the starry world, females typically have 3 to 5 partners. With someone as good as Bai Luoluo, she might have even more partners in the future. "You really trust me that much?" Bai Luoluo nodded without hesitation. "We are friends, so I naturally trust you." Qin Shi didn't say anything further, just drove thoughtfully until the car stopped in front of a repair shop. "What's wrong? Is the car broken?" Bai Luoluo asked anxiously. Qin Shi got out of the car and opened the door, gesturing for Bai Luoluo to get out first. "You'll find out soon." Bai Luoluo hurriedly got out and followed Qin Shi as they knocked on the repair shop's door. Soon, the lights inside turned on, and the roll-up door was pulled open from the inside. When Shun Xingyu saw Qin Shi, he was clearly taken aback for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he noticed Bai Luoluo standing behind Qin Shi. "Why are you here so late?" Shun Xingyu stepped aside to let Qin Shi and Bai Luoluo in. "I need you to save someone." Kim Kisaid, nodding towards the car parked on the roadside. Shun Xingyu walked over suspiciously, leaning close to the car window to get a clear view of the person inside. His expression changed, and he hurried back to Qin Shi's side. "You want me to save him? The federal marshal?" Qin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Can you save him or not?" Shun Xingyu went back to the car, this time opening the door and carefully checking inside before returning. "The injuries are indeed severe. An ordinary person really can't save him, but why are you being so kind?" "See, I told you he could be saved," Qin Shi said, picking up a bottle of water from the side, opening it, and handing it to Bai Luoluo. "This esteemed female, may I ask your name? What is your relationship with Qin Shi?" This was the first time Shun Xingyu had seen Qin Shi so gentlemanly, even actively helping someone open a bottle cap. Moreover, When had Qin Shi ever been so gentle with anyone? Hurry and get him inside, Qin Shi said, leading Bai Luoluo as he walked in. I'm Bai Luoluo. The person in the car is my partner, Bai Luoluo said, glancing at Qin Shi, who had already entered the inner room. Qin Shi is my friend. Shun Xingyu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, since he asked your partner, then of course we have to save him, Shun Xingyu said as he walked to the car, swiftly dragging Qian out and easily hoisting him over his shoulder. Could you please close the door for me? Shun Xingyu said to Bai Luoluo, who was standing to the side, as he struggled to hold Qian. Bai Luoluo hurriedly went over to close the roll-up door and then followed Shun Xingyu into the inner room. Unexpectedly, just a door apart, the two sides felt like two different worlds. The outer area was messy with car repairs, filled with dark oil everywhere, while the inner room was spotless, even pristine. Shun Xingyu carried Qi into a table, turned the decorations on top, and then the adjacent wall slowly moved aside, revealing a secret room. Bai Luoluo's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected this small repair shop to have such a hidden world. The technologically advanced room had an entire wall of LCD screens, and various unfamiliar instruments were scattered throughout, along with something that resembled an escape pod. Shun Xingyu walked over, opened the pod door, placed Qian inside, closed the pod door, and began operating the control panel, leaving Bai Luoluo dazzled. She hadn't imagined that Qin Shi had such an impressive friend. This was simply like a sci-fi movie. However, at that moment, Bai Luoluo had no time to marvel. She was genuinely worried about Qian's condition. On the way here, she had even thought that if something happened to Qian, she would do whatever it took to make Tinglan pay for what she had done. Chapter 75. Qin Shi's Identity? Looking at the constantly jumping numbers on the LCD screen, Bai Luoluo couldn't understand anything and could only feel anxious beside them. After a long wait, when Shun Xingyu finally stopped, she hurriedly stepped forward. How is he? Shun Xingyu glanced at Qin Shi and then shifted his gaze back to Bai Luoluo. You just said he is your partner, right? Bai Luoluo nodded yes. Have you marked him? Shun Xingyu asked. Bai Luoluo was taken aback, recalling that someone had mentioned before at the manor that Tinglan wanted to wash away the mark on Qian. Could it be that she really succeeded? Seeing Bai Luoluo not answering, Shun Xingyu continued. I detected a residue of a drug in his body. That drug is generally used to wash away the pheromones left by females in the male's glands. Of course, this drug has another effect, which is to make the male lose their primary consciousness and be forced to enter their heat period earlier. Bai Luoluo's face turned pale instantly. She stared blankly in the direction of Qian, and through the transparent glass of the chamber, she saw Qian's pale face devoid of color. So, has my pheromone really been washed away from his glands? This still needs further examination. Shun Xingyu wasn't sure either. After all, the priority was to treat Qian's injuries first. Okay, thank you. Bai Luoluo slowly walked closer to the chamber, quietly watching Qian lying inside. Do you want revenge? Qin Shi had approached at some point and leaned closer to Bai Luoluo, whispering. Bai Luoluo looked at Qin Shi in surprise. From his various behaviors today, combined with the special aura he carried, she always felt that Qin Shi was not as simple as he appeared. Revenge is something I will seek, but I will do it myself. Bai Luoluo bit her lip, her eyes suddenly becoming firm. Qin Shi raised an eyebrow and nodded. If you need my help, just let me know. Bai Luoluo turned her gaze to Qin Shi, who was more than a head taller than her. Then, Mr. Qin, shouldn't you come clean about your identity first? Ha! Qin Shi laughed. He had long known that Bai Luoluo was very clever, so he didn't plan to keep it hidden for long. Do you know about the night owl? Night owl? Bai Luoluo felt she had heard that name before, but couldn't recall what it was. No way. Shun Xingyu, seeing Qin Shi voluntarily confess, hurriedly interjected. The night owl that makes the Federation tremble in fear. And you don't know about it? Bai Luoluo was somewhat uncertain and quickly took out her holographic device to check the star network. When she learned that the night owl was actually the largest gang organization in the galaxy, she was shocked. Now you know? Qin Shi was pleased with Bai Luoluo's reaction, but he was more curious about whether she would despise him like other females upon learning his identity, flee, or choose to continue being friends with him. So, you are the leader of the Night Owl? The Star Network only mentioned that the leader's surname was Qin without further elaboration. Are you scared? Qin took 2 steps back and sat down on a high stool next to the bar. Why should I be scared? Bai Luoluo couldn't help but retort. Since I met you, you have always been Qin to me. No matter what your identity is, it doesn't change that fact. Moreover, every time I encounter trouble, you have helped me. Qin wasn't surprised by Bai Luoluo's response, but Shen Xingyu couldn't sit still, squeezing over to Bai Luoluo's side and lowering his voice. Rumor has it that the Night Owl's leader kills without blinking. Aren't you afraid? Bai Luoluo smiled and looked at Qin. Don't worry, I'm not bad enough to harm females. Seeing that, Bai Luoluo's reaction was too calm. Shen Xingyu felt it was no fun and simply went back to fiddle with his instruments. Not good. Qin's mental sea has started to go berserk for some reason. Shen Xingyu suddenly shouted. Bai Luoluo hurriedly looked at Qi in the chamber and indeed found him restlessly twisting his body. At any moment, he might lose control again. Can you open the door? I want to try to calm him down. Bai Luoluo asked. Shen Xingyu quickly stepped forward to open the chamber door. Bai Luoluo sat down and firmly held Qin's hand. Continuous mental energy flowed through her hands into Qin's body, but for some reason, unlike before when Qin would quickly calm down, today he remained very restless even after receiving so much mental energy. What's going on? Bai Luoluo anxiously looked at Shen Xingyu. Shen Xingyu shook his head. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. He hurried back to the instruments to observe Qin's various data. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. What is it? Qin walked over, glanced at the panel, and pointed to one item. What is going on here? This represents the combat power value. Shen Xingyu's face turned somewhat ugly. Now I suspect that the residue in his body is precisely the drug used to wash away female marks, which is causing his combat power to plummet. Qin cried out in pain, suddenly opening his eyes and sitting up. Bai Luoluo was startled and fell to the ground, looking at Qin with concern. Qin's eyes were red, staring fiercely at Bai Luoluo, who was sitting on the ground. At that moment, Bai Luoluo admitted she was a bit flustered. She had never seen Qin look at her with such eyes. Qin. Bai Luoluo's voice trembled as she spoke. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin's gaze cleared for a moment. Luoluo. Bai Luoluo was delighted and was about to approach when Qin stopped her. Just as she was confused, she saw Qin's eyes turn red again, and he looked at her with a fierce expression as if he wanted to swallow her alive. Go. Shen Xingyu threw a syringe at Qin's chest like throwing a dart. Qin mechanically lowered his head, and then his eyes rolled back as he fainted. What did you inject him with? Bai Luoluo hurriedly bypassed Qin to check on Qin's condition, finding that he seemed to have just fainted, which relieved her somewhat. Just a sedative. Shen Xingyu pouted, clearly seeing that Bai Luoluo really cared about Qin, which inexplicably made him a bit envious. What's going on? I need to do a detailed examination of him now. You two should go back for now. Come back tomorrow afternoon. Shen Xingyu said as he began to shoo them away. Bai Luoluo looked worried, but it was Qin who told her that staying here was useless. So she reluctantly left, looking back 3 times. Rest well. I'll be downstairs. Contact me if you need anything, or just come knock on the door. Qin sent Bai Luoluo home, standing at the door without going inside. Okay. Bai Luoluo nodded, and just as she was about to let Qin close the door, she suddenly remembered she hadn't thanked him yet. Thank you. Qin paused for a moment, smiled, and didn't say anything. Chapter 76, Unexpected Joy After Closing the Door. Qin did not leave immediately, but leaned by the window in the corridor, lighting a cigarette. He squinted his eyes, unconsciously letting his gaze fall on the door of the next room. After a moment of thought, he shook his head and went downstairs. Feng Yi, who saw this scene through the crack of the door, was startled when Qin's gaze fell on him, almost stopping his breath. He thought the other party would come over, but fortunately, he went straight downstairs. Leaning against the door, Feng Yi tried to calm his breathing before returning to his room, transforming into a little black cat and leaping over to the opposite balcony. Bai Luoluo had just finished washing up and was preparing to sleep when she heard the sound of a cat pawing at the door. She got up to open the curtain and indeed saw Feng Yi's little black cat outside. Little guy, why are you back again? Bai Luoluo smiled helplessly, bending down to pick up the little black cat and lay back down on the bed. The little black cat meowed softly. seeming to sense that Bai Luoluo was not in a good mood, and licked her face with its tongue. "Good, go to sleep," Bai Luoluo said, raising her hand to turn off the room light. That night, Bai Luoluo slept well, but not really, as the shadow of Qi kept appearing in her dreams. Several times she dreamed that Qi was in trouble and woke up startled. Fortunately, she finally fell asleep again just before dawn. When she woke up, Bai Luoluo realized it was already noon. She had just gotten up and finished washing up when someone knocked on the door. Opening the door, she saw Qin standing outside, holding a food box. "Have you eaten yet?" Qin entered familiarly, opened the food box, and arranged the food neatly. "What are you dazed about? Come eat." Qin smiled and beckoned. "Once you're done eating, I'll take you to Shunxingyu." He said Qi has woken up. Upon hearing this news, Bai Luoluo's eyes brightened. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Qin. "Eat well now, or I want to take you over." With no choice, Bai Luoluo walked over, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat. Maybe it was because she was anxious to see Qi Bai Luoluo ate absent-mindedly. But at least she managed to finish half a bowl of rice before Qin finally let her off. On the way to Shunxingyu's repair shop, Bai Luoluo opened her light brain and found that the fan group was in an uproar. Dry-fried green beans. "The girl didn't T-stream today." Luoluo's cat. "Are you okay?" "I heard Qi seems to be in trouble. Do you want to find someone to help?" "Your prejudice. Where are you?" "Tomato and scrambled eggs." "Host. Are you okay? Don't mess with me. Are you still streaming today?" After reading all the private messages, Bai Luoluo decided to reply in the group to avoid everyone worrying too much. "Flower falls don't part. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. But I might not have time to stream for the next few days. Really sorry." As Bai Luoluo sent her message, the quiet group instantly felt like a bomb had been dropped. "Host, are you okay? Although I have no ability, if the host needs help, I will definitely come." Dry-fried green beans. "Girl, rest assured. Your prejudice. You don't reply to me, but you still have time to come to the group." Bai Luoluo helplessly opened the chat window with prejudice. "Flower falls don't part. What do you want from me?" "Your prejudice. Is Qi okay?" Bai Luoluo was taken aback, remembering their conversation in the live streaming room. So they must know each other. But how did prejudice know that Qi was in trouble? And why did he come to ask her? "Flower falls don't part. Who are you?" "Your prejudice. Guess." Bai Luoluo decisively closed her light brain. She hated people who weren't familiar, yet wanted to play guessing games with her. "What's wrong?" Qin keenly noticed Bai Luoluo's change in mood and asked. "Nothing, just a very boring person." If Yi Jiuyu knew that Bai Luoluo described him like this to Qin, he would probably be so angry he would spit blood. The car soon arrived at the repair shop. Bai Luoluo followed Qin out of the car, and the two walked in side by side. In the outer area of the repair shop, a mechanic was working on a car. He glanced at Qin and then lowered his head to continue working. Qin led Bai Luoluo into the secret room. "Qin." As soon as she entered, Bai Luoluo saw Qi sitting in a chair. But he was wearing a strange helmet-like device on his head, connected by many wires. "What happened to him?" Bai Luoluo asked helplessly, standing in front of Qin. "Nothing." Shunxingyu glanced up faintly, just checking him again. Nothing to worry about. Only then did Bai Luoluo breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that Qi's complexion was indeed much better than before, she walked to the side and sat down, her gaze never leaving Qin. About half an hour later, Shunxingyu finally stepped forward and removed everything from Qi's head. Qin opened his eyes at the right moment and saw Bai Luoluo's worried face. "Wife." Qin rasped. "Yes, I'm here." Bai Luoluo couldn't help but let tears fall. "Don't cry." Qin reached up to wipe away Bai Luoluo's tears. "Feeling sorry for her. It's all my fault, I'm sorry. Don't get so sentimental yet. I have a major discovery." Suddenly, Shunxingyu rushed over, his hair disheveled and his eyes bloodshot, clearly having not rested well. He held a paper report in his hand, looking excited, as if he had made a significant discovery. "Don't keep us in suspense," Qin said. Shunxingyu, who had been excited just a moment ago, instantly deflated. Qin always did this. Interrupting him before he could perform, it was really discouraging. When I checked him this morning, I found that his combat power was subtly on the verge of a breakthrough. So I conducted a detailed examination just now and discovered that his spiritual sea shows signs of widening. Qin Che's crimson eyes narrowed. He never expected things would develop this way. Did you find out the reason? Shun Xingyu shook his head, stating that this kind of situation had never been seen in the starry sky. The male spiritual sea is closely related to their combat power. The larger and wider the spiritual sea, the stronger the combat power. Now that Qi In's spiritual sea showed signs of widening, it meant that his combat power was very likely to increase. What do you mean? Bai Luoluo was confused. She couldn't understand what Qin Che and Shun Xingyu were saying. But Bai Luoluo didn't understand. Qin did. He straightened up suddenly, not expecting that this time's danger would bring unexpected joy. Really? Shen Xinju glanced at the Qinke, then nodded. Yes, but the reason is still uncertain. Qian coughed excitedly, and Bai Luoluo hurriedly reached out to help him breathe easier. Originally, this was nothing, but this intimate gesture was particularly glaring in Qin Che's eyes. Chapter 77. Intentional Seduction. Although Qi was seriously injured this time, with Shun Xingyu's treatment and the male's own strong self-healing ability, he no longer needed to stay in the repair shop. After tidying up a bit, Qi, wearing Shun Xingyu's slightly ill-fitting clothes, left the repair shop with Bai Luoluo. In the car on the way back, Bai Luoluo leaned against Qi In's shoulder and soon fell asleep. Qin Che, seeing Bai Luoluo asleep through the rearview mirror, slightly adjusted the air conditioning and reduced the speed of the car. Qin glanced at Qin Che and chuckled softly. Who would have thought that the dignified leader of the Night Owls would have such a gentle and considerate side, which was truly impressive. Qin Che looked at Qin, but said nothing. Qin clenched his fists secretly. From the first time he saw Qin Che next to Bai Luoluo, he knew that Bai Luoluo would definitely attract his attention. Mr. Qin, do you like Luoluo? As expected, Qin Che did not deny it, but straightforwardly admitted it. But don't forget, your identity could bring trouble and danger to Luoluo. Qin glanced at the sleeping Bai Luoluo and struggled to suppress his anger. While reminding me, shouldn't you think about yourself? Qin Che sneered, his tone full of coldness. Qin pursed his thin lips tightly. He knew what Qin Che was implying. Since Ting Lan had not succeeded, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't develop improper thoughts about Bai Luoluo in the future. After all, Bai Luoluo appeared to be an ordinary female in the eyes of others, while Ting Lan was a princess. I will definitely protect her, Qin chuckled lightly, and it was unclear whether his words were directed at Qi In or himself. The car quickly stopped downstairs, and Qin carefully carried Bai Luoluo out. Just as he was about to thank Qin Che, he saw that Qin Che had also gotten out of the car. It's fine to leave her here, Qin said coldly. However, Qin Che ignored him, entering the elevator and pressing the button for the 19th floor. Qin looked at Qin Che in surprise, suddenly guessing something, and quietly pressed the button for the 20th floor. The elevator ascended continuously and soon stopped at the 19th floor. Qin Che took a few steps forward but did not completely exit the elevator. I hope you can resolve the matter regarding Ting Lan as soon as possible and not let Luoluo be scared by such things again. Qin tightened his hold on Bai Luoluo. Luoluo is my wife, and you don't need to worry about our matters. Qin Che chuckled, but said nothing, stepping back out of the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, but Qin felt very uneasy because of Qin Che's last smile. Unlike the tense atmosphere between the two, Bai Luoluo seemed really tired, having slept the entire way without any sign of waking up. When Bai Luoluo finally woke up, it was already evening. She opened her eyes and saw Qi entering the room. Due to the heat, he was shirtless, wearing only loose work pants, with an apron loosely tied around him, making Bai Luoluo swallow involuntarily. Wife, are you hungry? Qin approached, wiped his hands, wrapped Bai Luoluo up, and walked to the dining room to sit down. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, Bai Luoluo was genuinely surprised. Did you make all this? Qin nodded, picking up a piece of braised pork and placing it in Bai Luoluo's bowl. The pork was perfectly cooked, with a good mix of fat and lean meat. Tender and not greasy at all. With just one bite, Bai Luoluo's eyes squinted happily. Qin, your cooking is amazing. Qin smiled faintly, not telling Bai Luoluo that he learned from a chef specifically because he knew she preferred ordinary food after watching her cooking live stream. If you like it, eat more. Bai Luoluo was enjoying her meal when suddenly she lifted her head. What time is it? Qian looked at his watch. Almost 7. I promised my fans I would live stream at 8 tonight. Bai Luoluo said, quickly shoveling a few mouthfuls of rice. I'm full, you eat slowly. I still need to change into dance clothes and do my makeup. Wait. Qian suddenly called out to Bai Luoluo. Seeing her puzzled expression, he reached out to her face. There's a grain of rice here. Bai Luoluo felt a bit embarrassed and wanted him to throw it away. But Qian directly ate the grain of rice in front of her. That's right. The rice that was originally at the corner of Bai Luoluo's mouth was just eaten by Qian right in front of her, turning her face bright red instantly. Did this man not realize how provocative his actions were? I need to go put on a face mask. Bai Luoluo fled back to her room, sitting in front of the makeup mirror, unable to calm down for a long time. Qian's actions were simply too enticing, almost making her lose control. If it weren't for the concern about delaying the evening's live stream, she really wanted to. When Bai Luoluo finished applying her mask and came out after doing her makeup, she found that Qian had already cleaned up the dining room. No wonder he came from the military. He worked so efficiently. Qian, can you help me see which outfit I should wear for the live stream tonight? Bai Luoluo held a short t-shirt and hot pants in her left hand and a fitted short skirt in her right hand. Do I have to choose? Both outfits were quite revealing, and Qian didn't want Bai Luoluo to wear either. Maybe this skirt, Bai Luoluo said, glancing at the short skirt in her right hand. It's a bit hot tonight. Wearing this shouldn't make me too warm. With that, Bai Luoluo planned to go back to her room to change. Wife, Qian had somehow followed her over. When Bai Luoluo was taking off her clothes to put on the skirt, he spoke leisurely, causing Bai Luoluo to jump in surprise and instinctively use the skirt to cover her chest. How'd you get in here? Although the two had already been frank with each other, it was still unavoidable to feel shy. I was worried that you might not be able to zip up the back of the skirt. Bai Luoluo chuckled. Then can you please turn around? Qian obediently turned his back. Bai Luoluo quickly slipped the skirt on and finally breathed a sigh of relief, letting Qian come over to help her zip it up. Qian's rough fingertips slowly glided across her back, sending a jolt of electricity through Bai Luoluo, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. All done. Qian leaned down close to Bai Luoluo's ear, his hot breath brushing against her ear, making her earlobes flush as if they were about to bleed. At this moment, Bai Luoluo was almost certain that Qian was intentionally seducing her. It's getting late. I want to go to the study to live stream. If you're fine, don't come in. Bai Luoluo felt that live streaming in front of others was something she couldn't quite do yet, especially considering that the person was not only the big brother of her live stream, but also her husband. Okay, Qian couldn't help but smile, nodding as he watched Bai Luoluo head to the study. Sitting at the desk, Bai Luoluo took a deep breath, then set up her light computer and opened the live stream to begin broadcasting. One Life Alone enters live stream. Don't hit. I'm Soy Sauce enters live stream. Luoluo's cat enters live stream. Stir-fried green beans enters live stream. Tomato scrambled eggs enters live stream. Your prejudice enters live stream. Don't mess with me enters live stream. Chapter 78. Unexpected appearance. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my live stream. If you like Luoluo, don't forget to follow. Bai Luoluo smiled and waved to everyone. Dry-fried green beans. The girl seems to be in a much better state now. Lifetime of loneliness. Has the issue been resolved? Luoluo's cat. I'm here. Wife. Don't hit me. I'm Soy Sauce. Can the person upstairs stop shouting randomly? The host is so beautiful. Outside the frame, phone, he was staring intently at the holographic screen. He naturally knew Soy Sauce's identity and was aware that he was currently at Bai Luoluo's home. In the past, he could have retorted a few times, but ever since that night, when he was caught eavesdropping by Qian, he felt he could never hold his head high in front of Qian again. Your prejudice? Seeing Qian's comment, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but blush, her eyes unconsciously glancing towards the door. Tomato scrambled eggs. Soy sauce seems a bit off today. Dry-fried green beans. Definitely off. Ooh, lose gut. Oh. Dry-fried green beans. The girl seems a bit off too. She just looked up. The host hasn't already gotten soy sauce, right? The person upstairs, you are onto something. Should the host respond? As the fans in the live stream became increasingly concerned about Qian, Bai Luoluo was just about to explain when Qian's comment popped up. Don't hit me. I'm Soy Sauce. I like the host. Can I compliment the host? Wow. Dry-fried green beans. This is a confession. Lifetime of loneliness. Is there anyone in the live stream who doesn't tea like the host? Tomato scrambled eggs? Of course. It's because we like the host that we stay here. Ha ha ha. Bai Luoluo chuckled. Thank you all for liking me. I will work hard on my live streams in the future. Lifetime of loneliness. Are we having a PK tonight? Bai Luoluo shook her head. She was just about to respond when Jun Lee's connection request popped up. After a moment of thought, since Jun Lee usually wouldn't connect with her, she wondered if he had something to say, so she accepted the call. Sister Luoluo, good evening. Jun Lee was dressed in a sharp uniform today, making him look especially spirited. Coupled with his good looks, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but want to compliment him. So handsome. Good evening. Bai Luoluo responded enthusiastically. Sister Luoluo, I noticed that the private message I sent you a few days ago is still unread, so I can't connect with you. Sorry. Bai Luoluo quickly apologized, explaining that she had encountered some issues these past few days and might have overlooked the private message. It's okay. I just wanted to tell you that the Guild League is about to start. Jun Lee looked visibly excited. As for streamers, regardless of winning or losing, they would definitely benefit. Guild League? Bai Luoluo was a bit confused. Do streamers have to compete too? Tomato, scrambled eggs. It's a joint competition among several major guilds. Based on past competition formats, the top 3 will receive substantial rewards. This made Bai Luoluo even more curious to know how substantial the rewards could be. Yes. Jun Lee smiled at Bai Luoluo. Sister Luoluo, you're on a roll lately. Maybe you can secure first place. Bai Luoluo shook her head. But I don't plan to participate. What? Such a good opportunity. And the host ISNT participating? Dry-fried green beans. Why ISNT the girl participating? Lifetime of loneliness? Lulu's got. When she started live streaming, it was just to make a living. Bai Luoluo smiled, saying that she was already very satisfied now and didn't want to participate in any competitions to add pressure on everyone. Dry-fried green beans. So it's because you're concerned about your husband's wallet. The host is too kind. Most streamers would be excited to compete, ready to go all out. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. No need to have any burdens. What's mine is yours. Dry-fried green beans. It's confirmed. Soy sauce and the girl must have some unknown secret. Lifetime of loneliness. Bai Luoluo frowned, feeling that soy sauce seemed to be trying to make everyone aware of something today. After all, he had never spoken so bluntly in the livestream before. Don't mess with me. If I help the host secure first place, can I eat the food made by the host? Is there anyone who doesn't know that the former richest person is a foodie? The former richest person has spoken. Host, feel free to participate. Lifetime of loneliness. I can also help the host get first place, but I have no demands. Luoluo's cat. Me too. Don't hit me. I'm soy sauce. One, don't mess with me. So I'm the only bad guy? Ha ha ha. I can feel the former richest person's helplessness. I'll think about the competition. Bai Luoluo actually felt that she was earning enough now, and there was really no need to participate in competitions. Besides, she was still trying to find a way to help Chi and vent his frustration, to thank everyone for their concern over the past 2 days. I prepared a surprise for tonight, so let us not talk about that for now, okay? Bai Luoluo said as she picked up the props she had prepared nearby. Dry-fried green beans. Is the girl going to dance? Excited, I'm going to record it and then loop it. Bai Luoluo smiled, explaining that she had intended to dance for everyone in the last live stream, but due to some unexpected events, it had been delayed. So today, she would dance for everyone to see. However, I must declare in advance, Bai Luoluo said as she leaned closer to the camera, if I dance poorly, you all can't laugh at me. Please, a girl dancing for us, who would laugh? Other girls in different live streams just stand up and sway a bit, and they aren't worried about being laughed at. The host is heart racing. Lifetime of loneliness. No one will laugh. Dry-fried green beans. The husband's fans will only be swooning. Bai Luoluo stood up, adjusting the camera, after seeing green beans comment. She couldn't help but ask, what does swooning mean? Of course, it means drooling. Immediately, a fan answered. Bai Luoluo was amused and really thought that green beans must be a very interesting girl. She was looking forward to meeting her and becoming friends. Bai Luoluo chose a very melodious background music, opening and closing the fan in sync with her dance moves, successfully passing by some new viewers who had just joined the group. Of course, it wasn't tea, just the newcomers. The old fans in the group were also excitedly showering gifts. Lifetime of Loneliness sent a bouquet. A wonderful performance from the host. 10 Diamonds Dry Fried Green Beans sent a bouquet. A wonderful performance from the host. 10 Diamonds. Don't hit me. I'm Soy Sauce sent a bouquet. A love that lasts through 3 lifetimes. 9 Diamonds seeing the sudden appearance of gift effects. Bai Luoluo stumbled and fell to the ground. Luoluo, standing outside the door. Qian didn't expect Bai Luoluo to suddenly fall. And without thinking about anything else, he rushed in and picked Bai Luoluo up from the ground. The camera, when Bai Luoluo wanted to remind him. It was already too late. The viewers in the live stream had already seen Qi and S face. Chapter 79. Thank you for complimenting my looks. Who is that? Where did this male come from? Doesn't he look familiar to everyone? Isn't this the Marshal of the Federation? Wow, it really seems to be him. So, the host not only has a partner, but that partner is also the Marshal of the Federation? Lifelong solo. Scheming bear. Your prejudice. Luoluo's cat. One Bai Luoluo didn't expect Qi and to act so quickly. Since everyone had already seen him, she decided not to hide it anymore. That's right, he's the Marshal Qi and you all talk about. And he's my partner, Bai Luoluo. Bai Luoluo said, reaching out to pull the calm-faced Qi and in front of the camera, say hello to everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Soy Sauce. By the time Bai Luoluo wanted to stop him, it was already too late. Oh my, Qian is actually Soy Sauce. Oh my, Soy Sauce is actually Qi and oh my. I remember that Marshal Qian's combat power is SSS level. Can the host calm him down? Curious about the host's psychic power level. I like my wife, and it has nothing to do with her psychic power level. I also hope everyone doesn't keep bringing this up in the live broadcast. Qian said somewhat unhappily. When he first met Bai Luoluo, he didn't know her psychic power level, but at that moment, his heart was racing, telling him that he was infatuated with the female wearing his shirt on his ship. After that, he even stayed in the live broadcast room every time to understand her better, never missing a single one. Luoluo's cat. Suddenly I don't want to call her wife anymore. It sounds better to call her my master, lifelong solo. Regretting, huh? Luoluo's cat. Is it too late for me to change my mind now? Bai Luoluo smiled and shook her head. Only he can call me my master right now. Saying this, she raised the hand that was tightly intertwined with Qian's. Dry fried green beans, caught off guard and fed a mouthful of dog food. Host, what are the requirements to become your partner? Upstairs. Don't even think about it. I'll answer for the host. You need to be rich, good-looking, and most importantly, have high combat power to protect her. Dry fried green beans. Many husband fans' hearts shattered quietly tonight. There is one thing I want to clarify. Bai Luoluo saw the comment from Green Beans and felt the need to clarify. The reason I chose Qi and is not because he is rich, good-looking, and has high combat power, but because he is him, Qian, dry fried green beans. This is definitely the most heartfelt confession from a female I've ever heard. Am I the only one who saw Qian's lips, almost unable to hold back a smile? Lifelong solo. If you want to laugh, just hold it in. It's kind of ugly. Bai Luoluo looked back in surprise. Just in time to meet Qi and smiling eyes. My master, I love you, he said, and then leaned down to give her a light kiss on the lips. Your jealous expression, I isn't any better. Qian raised an eyebrow at the camera and said proudly. Ha ha ha. As expected, the main wife, confident indeed. It's really hard to watch. I'm leaving. If I don't leave now, I'm going to be stuffed with dog food. Let's go. I can't watch anymore despite saying that. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room not only didn't decrease, but rather seemed to be on a rise. Dry fried green beans. Oh my. The female has made it to trending. Bai Luoluo was surprised and was about to ask what it meant when she saw Qi and handing her the light brain in his hand. The platform's main recommendation was indeed her live broadcast room, and the title was surprising. The popular host actually has a partner. Based on the previous incident where a big shot in the live room angrily spent a fortune, Bai Luoluo had become quite popular in the live broadcast circle. Now that everyone saw the platform's main recommendation was again her, along with the attractive theme, they all clicked in. Bai Luoluo hadn't intended to be so high profile, but it didn't seem appropriate to just exit the live broadcast now. So she simply pulled Qi and Sid in front of the camera together and answered fans' questions one by one. Host, when did you and Qi get together? Just a few days ago. Bai Luoluo replied with a smile. Marshal Qian, how did you win over the host? Share some tips. Qian looked at Bai Luoluo and, seeing her nod, smiled and replied, That's a secret between me and my master. Lifelong solo. Shameless. Luo's cat. Stinky shameless. Don't mess with me. Dead shameless. Your prejudice. I remember Princess Tinglan was adamant that you were hers before, as soon as the comment from Prejudice appeared. The fans in a live broadcast room seemed to recall that there was indeed such a thing. Plus, a few days ago, Princess Tinglan seemed to have deliberately come to provoke the host, making everyone curious about the juicy gossip between these three. Lifelong solo. I heard that, Marshal. You were taken away by Princess Tinglan for a whole day. Who knew you were still innocent? Luo's cat. That's right. Your prejudice, to my knowledge. Princess Tinglan is someone who holds grudges, so what? This time it was Bai Luoluo who spoke, not Qian. She looked determined. Princess Tinglan knew very well that I'd already marked Qian, yet she openly kidnapped him and even tried to erase his mark. This matter, even if she wants to gloss over it now, I will not agree. Dry fry green beans. The female is so imposing. Host, it's better to be careful, after all. The other party is a royal princess. Not only is she a princess, but she is also an SSS-level female. I don't know where the host gets her confidence to challenge Princess Tinglan. Exactly. She's just a pretty face. Every time she avoids questions about psychic power. Could it be that the host's psychic power is low? I even suspect the host might not have any psychic power at all. For some reason, the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly changed direction. And this change was so abrupt that even several moderators were trying their best to contain it. But it still couldn't stop the flood of new accounts appearing. Dry fry green beans. Oh my, did the other side buy a bunch of fake accounts? A beautiful female in the starry sky is useless. Waiting for the day when the Marshal regrets it, seeing the comments increasingly unfavorable to Bai Luoluo, those fans who stood by her side became anxious. Tomato fried eggs. Host, why don't you in the broadcast first? Lifelong solo. Be good in the broadcast. I'll handle it. Luo's cat. Host, don't worry. We won't let you get bullied. Qian also worriedly tightened his grip on Bai Luoluo's hand. But before he could speak, Bai Luoluo held his hand back and shook her head at him. They were already being bullied at her doorstep. There was no reason not to fight back. First of all, thank you for complimenting my looks. The comments suddenly went blank for a moment. Even the old fans were stunned. Was their host confused by anger? How could she say such a thing at a time like this? Chapter 80. Wife Master comes to bully me just when everyone was unsure about what Bai Luoluo was going to do. She spoke again. Secondly, I admit that I do look quite good, at least better than someone. As Bai Luoluo said this, she cupped Qian's face and gave him a kiss. Moreover, I am gentle, kind, can cook, and respect males. So, isn't it only natural that she chooses me over some spoiled little princess? Wow, I almost thought the host was confused with anger. The host is so domineering. The gentlest words spoken with the harshest tone. This must be the legendary gentle knife. Yes, wife master, you are right. Qian looked at Bai Luoluo, his eyes filled with deep affection that seemed about to overflow. Honestly, female beings in the galaxy do have pretty bad tempers. The host is indeed much better than them. Exactly, especially a certain princess. I heard her estate collapsed yesterday for some reason, and many people found a lot of exciting things in the ruins. Although that princess has no partner to this day, who knows if it's because no one dares to marry her. I had the fortune to see that princess from afar, and I must say, she's really not as good-looking as the host. Perhaps because the rhythm of the live broadcast couldn't carry on those IDs that had been more rampant before all exited the room, leaving only a few stubborn ones who were quickly dealt with by the moderators. All right, the little episode just now made everyone unhappy. So let me sing a song to cheer everyone up. Bai Luoluo said with a smile. The host is really gentle. No wonder the Marshal doesn't want the princess and want her instead. If any female being treated me this gently, even if she had no mental power, I would accept it. From now on, I'm living in this live broadcast room. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. Wife master, I love you. Seeing the bullet comments, Bai Luoluo looked surprised at Qi and sitting next to her, and the two exchanged smiles. My life is full of loneliness. I really can't bear to watch anymore. My life is full of loneliness rewards flower fall. Don't be apart. Fantasy Castle 19999 diamonds. My life is full of loneliness. Please, host, keep unrelated people off the screen. Just as Bai Luoluo was about to start singing, she suddenly got choked by the bullet comments. She then looked at Chi in beside her, who didn't seem to care, and stood up. However, before leaving, he casually threw out a line. You all are just jealous of me. Bai Luoluo was both amused and helpless. She didn't expect Chi and to be like this, which was really funny. Don't hit me, I'm just a bystander rewards flowerfall. Don't be a part. Destiny of 3 lifetimes. 99999 diamonds. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander. Wife master, I love you. In the next moment, don't hit me. I'm just a bystander was muted by the moderator for 10 minutes. Don't hit me. I'm just a bystander was kicked out of the live broadcast room by the moderator, Falling Cat. Don't mess with me. Well done. Your prejudice. Should have done this earlier. Stir-fry green beans. The husband fans are breaking down. In fact, Bai Luoluo felt quite touched. After all, she really thought that once her relationship with Chi and was exposed, the fans in the live broadcast room would definitely leave in anger. She didn't expect they not only stayed but also supported her greatly. However, when she looked up and saw Chi An's pitiful expression with drooping ears, she felt inexplicably amused. After finally finishing a song, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached a climax. Watching the continuous gift effects appearing on the screen, Bai Luoluo felt truly moved. These people had never met her but supported her so much, which made her genuinely happy. Wife master, it's getting late. I've prepared your bath. Chi suddenly spoke up. Bai Luoluo was taken aback, looking at Chi and standing at the door, thinking that he had suddenly gotten up to go out for something. But turned out to be this? My life is full of loneliness. My 40-meter-long knife is itching to move. Your prejudice. Don't hesitate, go ahead. Catafalling. For the first time, I feel like hitting someone. Stir-fry green beans. The legitimate husband of a female goose is really good at provoking hatred. Ha! Bai Luoluo felt helpless, but checked the time. It was indeed getting late, so she waved at the camera. It's indeed getting late. Everyone should go to bed early, Bai Luoluo said before ending the broadcast. Seeing Bai Luoluo finish the broadcast, Chi hurriedly stepped forward and picked her up. Bai Luoluo struggled a couple of times, saying, I can walk by myself, but I want to carry wife master. Chi's voice was really nice, and paired with his handsome face, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but obediently stop struggling, allowing him to carry her into the bathroom. Once they entered the bathroom, Bai Luoluo noticed that the bathtub was not only filled with water, but also had a thick layer of colorful flower petals. Wife master, can I stay and help you scrub your back? Chi said in a husky voice. Looking at the beast ears popping up on Chi-En's head, Bai Luoluo knew what he was thinking. Oh dear, as expected, he is a man who has lost his restraint. He's really clingy. Before Bai Luoluo could respond, Chi stripped himself completely. Bai Luoluo quickly covered her face and turned away. The males in this interstellar beast world were too open, and she really couldn't accept it at the moment. Wife master is shy. Chi-En's voice rang in her ear. What are you doing taking off your clothes? Just afraid of getting my clothes wet. Chi said grandly, but the smile in his eyes betrayed him. Bai Luoluo huffed angrily, turned around, and walked towards the bathroom exit. Wife master, where are you going? Not going to take a bath? Bai Luoluo felt a hand on her waist, and the owner of the hand gently pulled her in, bringing her into his embrace. We've already been so intimate. Why is wife master still so shy? Saying this, Chi lowered his head and licked Bai Luoluo's ear, which was already red enough to drip blood. Bai Luoluo felt as if an electric current had passed through her. Her legs went weak, and Chi immediately carried her, stepping into the double bathtub. But my clothes are still on. Bai Luoluo looked at her clothes, which were now wet and clinging to her skin, feeling a bit helpless. I'll help wife master. Not sure if it was intentional, but when Chi pulled down the zipper on her back, the motion was very slow, and the rough pads of his fingers glided over her back, making Bai Luoluo involuntarily shiver slightly. After finally taking off her wet dress, Bai Luoluo submerged her body completely underwater, leaving only her head above the surface. Is wife master angry? Looking at Bai Luoluo, who was puffing up her cheeks and fuming, Chi couldn't help but laugh. His wife master was just too cute. Even when angry, she was so adorable. You just know how to bully me. Bai Luoluo turned her head angrily, pretending not to want to pay attention to Qian. Then, Qian grabbed Bai Luoluo's hand and placed it on his beast ear. Then this time, how about wife master comes to bully me? Okay? Chapter 81. Shouldn't you call me? As soon as she looked up, she was met with Qian's lust-filled gaze. And Bai Luoluo felt her heart tremble violently. Do male beings like you have beast ears that pop out when you get aroused? Bai Luoluo couldn't help but ask. Her hands not stopping because, after all, what female wouldn't like something soft and fluffy? No, that's not. The tingling sensation in his ears made Qian respond in a daze, his body tensing up from Bai Luoluo's touch, and a light pink hue spread across his honey-colored skin. Then why do your beast ears always pop out whenever we get close? Bai Luoluo was puzzled and moved her hand away from his ears. Because Qian's gaze gradually cleared up, but the ripples in his eyes had yet to dissipate. It's because the first time I met my wife, I fell deeply in love with her. Bai Luoluo felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her chest, and when she looked into Qian's eyes, she discovered they were filled with such deep affection. Did he really fall for her at first sight? But she hadn't felt anything. Wife. Qian had just raised his hand when Bai Luoluo pressed it back down. You promised to let me bully you today. Qian chuckled lightly, resigning himself to lean back in the bathtub, his hands pressed against his head, looking at Bai Luoluo with an expression that invited her to take her pick. In truth, Bai Luoluo had no experience. She had been single in her previous life until she crossed over. So Qian was the first man she had ever encountered in 2 lifetimes. Although she had watched plenty of short videos in her past life, the screens always went black at the crucial moments, so she didn't know. How did the actresses on TV flirt? A cool kiss first landed on his lips, and when Qian tilted his head to deepen the kiss, Bai Luoluo's kiss moved downward, gently nibbling at his Adam's apple. The moment her lips touched his Adam's apple, Qian couldn't help but swallow, his throat bobbing as he let out a muffled groan, involuntarily raising his hand to hold Bai Luoluo's slender waist. Wife. Qian's breathing became heavy as he freed one hand to grasp Bai Luoluo's wrist, guiding her hand gradually downward. His eyes were filled with moisture, looking at Bai Luoluo with a pitiful expression, like a little dog wanting its owner's affection, making it impossible to refuse him. The space in the bathroom was already small, and their intertwined breaths gradually grew heavier. Even so, Qian still allowed Bai Luoluo to take the lead, even though he almost lost control several times, until the floor of the bathroom was covered with petals and water. The sound of water gradually ceased. Bai Luoluo lay limp against Qian's chest. No one told her that bullying someone could be so exhausting. Looking at Bai Luoluo, her face flushed and curled up in his embrace, appearing utterly worn out, Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Wife, shouldn't it be my turn now? Before Bai Luoluo could react, Qian picked her up and carried her out of the bathtub, then casually grabbed a towel to wrap around her as he strode toward the bedroom. Bai Luoluo was gently placed on the bed, and Qian leaned over her. Wife, I'm still not full. Bai Luoluo regretted it. If she had known, she wouldn't have teased him. In her hazy consciousness, she felt like a small boat drifting on the sea, finally losing awareness. When she woke up in the morning, there was no one beside her, and she could faintly hear the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Bai Luoluo glanced at the time. It was already past 7. She couldn't remember when she had fallen asleep last night, but now she felt clean and refreshed, probably because Qian had helped her wash up. Wife, you're awake. Qian walked out of the bathroom, wrapped only in a towel, his solid chest and well-defined abs exposed to the air. His black and white hair was still dripping, running down his chest to his abs and disappearing into the towel. Damn! Bai Luoluo hurriedly pulled the blanket over her face. This guy was already seducing her early in the morning. Qian observed Bai Luoluo's amusing reactions, walking over to gently pull the blanket from her hands, smiling as he met her gaze. Is my wife shy? No, Bai Luoluo hurriedly explained, her voice rising significantly. Scientific research shows that when people lie, they unconsciously raise their volume, and their response speed is faster than usual. Stop talking. Bai Luoluo quickly sat up and covered Qian's mouth with her hand. Qian chuckled, gently holding her hand and moving it away, leaning close to her ear and whispering, Qian really likes this kind of wife. I'm not talking to you. Bai Luoluo realized that and was deliberately teasing her, and angrily pushed him away and rushed into the bathroom. The bathroom was already tidied up by Qian, clean and neat. Even the petals from last night's bath had been cleared away. After dawdling in the bathroom for a while, Bai Luoluo finally came out and found that Qian was no longer in the room, which relieved her. She got dressed and then headed to the living room. As she walked into the living room, she saw Qian busy in the kitchen. Bai Luoluo unconsciously walked over, leaning against the kitchen door. In the kitchen, Qian was wearing her cute apron, radiating husband vibes. Wife, just a little longer and you can eat. The soy milk machine was already grinding the soy milk, and Bai Luoluo suspected that Qian had set it up late at night. In the pot, 2 heart-shaped fried eggs were also ready to be served. Did they look good? Sitting at the dining table, Qian couldn't help but ask when he noticed Bai Luoluo looking at him for the nth time. They look good. As soon as Bai Luoluo realized what she had said, her face visibly turned red, but she still forced herself to look calmly into Qian's eyes. Wife, I'm going to the military department today. While eating, Qian suddenly spoke up. As a federal marshal, he hadn't returned to the military department for several days. Although it wasn't chaotic, he still worried that something might happen without him there. Bai Luoluo quickly stood up and headed toward the bedroom. Wait for me, I'm going too. Qian was taken aback, wanted to say something, but hesitating. However, he understood that Bai Luoluo wanted to go with him for a reason. Once Bai Luoluo quickly put on a light makeup and grabbed her bag before coming out of the room. Qian had already tidied up the dining table and was sitting on the sofa waiting for her. Let's go. Bai Luoluo walked over, linking her arm with Qian's and smiling as she looked up at him. The car quickly arrived at the base of the federal building, but Qian didn't get out immediately. Instead, he looked at Bai Luoluo with some concern. Wife, are you really sure about this? Bai Luoluo smiled slightly, reaching out her hand to Qian, who hurriedly took it in his palm. Yes, I'm sure. Chapter 82 Duel. Due to Qian's identity, they smoothly entered the federal building. The elevator slowly ascended, and as they watched the people outside through the transparent glass grow smaller until they looked like ants, the elevator finally came to a stop. We're here. Qian reached out to block the elevator door, allowing Bai Luoluo to exit first. The two walked down a long corridor and finally stopped in front of a large door, which Qian pushed open. Inside, several high-ranking federal officials were in a meeting. When the door opened, they instinctively turned their attention towards them. Upon seeing Qian, they frowned slightly, displeased. They were already aware of the situation involving Qian and Princess Tinglan. However, they did not think Princess Tinglan was at fault. After all, being noticed by her was a great honor. Yet, Qian, who lacked tact, had chosen to be with an unknown outsider female and even bonded with her. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to Bai Luoluo, who walked out from behind Qian. This female was stunning, with long, jet-black hair casually draped over her shoulders, large eyes, and a petite nose and mouth. Her brows and eyes were particularly soft, completely devoid of the arrogance expected of interstellar females. You must be Bai Luoluo? A male towering around 2 meters tall approached them. Unlike Qian and Qinche, this person had exaggerated muscles. Zhongqi, you scared her. Qian stepped forward, shielding Bai Luoluo behind him. Zhongqi chuckled lightly. Qian, I never expected you to choose such a frail female. Bai Luoluo, who had disliked Zhongqi the moment she laid eyes on him due to his lack of manners, felt no need to hold back since he seemed to have a conflict with Qian. Zhongqi, right? You clearly don't have a mate, or you wouldn't say such things. Zhongqi was over 50 years old, which was still quite young in the Interstellar Beast World, where the average lifespan reached 300 years. However, being a high-ranking official in the Federation, the fact that no female was willing to mark him was indeed a sensitive topic for him. Despite this, some people couldn't help but laugh. Like Qian, Zhongqi was one of the only 2 males with SSS-level combat power among the high-ranking officials. However, while Qian was favored by many females, Zhongqi continuously failed to win any female's affection. This did not mean that any female could insult him. You. Zhongqi stepped forward aggressively. What? Are you going to make a move on a female? Qian calmly blocked his path. Zhongqi glanced at the people around and then at Bai Luoluo. He knew he couldn't make a move on a female, but he could challenge Qian. Bai Luoluo wanted to step forward to stop them, but received a reassuring look from Qian. Remembering her purpose for coming, she chose to remain silent. Upon hearing that Qian was going to fight Zhongqi, the people in the conference room stood up, eager to go outside and watch. After all, this was a duel between two SSS-level combat males, a rare opportunity to witness such an event. The news of Qian and Zhongqi's duel quickly reached the royal family. Yi Jiuyu raised an eyebrow in surprise and immediately decided to head to the military training ground to witness the duel himself. Additionally, the Federation decided to broadcast the duel live. Bai Luoluo quietly sat beside the training ground, watching Qian, who was already standing in the center of the arena. Qian turned back, smiled at her, and signaled her not to worry. Zhongqi sneered. The great Marshal has now become a fool who must consider a female's feelings in everything. How pathetic. Qian didn't care. He knew Zhongqi didn't understand, which was why he made such remarks. By the time Yi Jiuyu arrived, Qian and Zhongqi had already transformed into their beast forms and were ready to begin. His gaze fell on Bai Luoluo, who sat quietly to the side, her face showing no signs of worry. Aren't you worried? Bai Luoluo turned to see it was Yi Jiuyu and shook her head. He won't lose. Nearby, a flying vehicle hovered above the arena. Bai Luoluo knew this was the latest model of a live broadcasting device, smart enough to adjust its position according to the movements of the people on camera. With this device, the audience felt as if they were present at the duel. Wow, Marshal Qian is really going to fight Marshal Zhongqi? I heard it's for Bai Luoluo. Could Marshal Zhongqi have feelings for Bai Luoluo? Are you out of your mind? Marshal Zhongqi hates females the most, but I heard he likes Princess Tinglan. Can you all be quiet so we can properly watch the duel between these SSS-level males? The barrage of comments quieted down considerably, as everyone anticipated this once-in-a-lifetime battle. Zhongqi's beast form resembled a black bear. He stood on two legs, let out a roar, and charged at Qian. Logically speaking, pandas weren't very agile animals, but Qian managed to dodge him with a swift movement. The two fought fiercely in the arena, and Yi Jiuyu felt his blood boiling. Meanwhile, Bai Luoluo remained calm. Do you trust Qian that much? Because he is my partner. Yi Jiuyu fell silent. But Bai Luoluo's words echoed in his mind. Because he is my partner. In the Interstellar Beast World, females could have many partners, and, for them, males were merely their servants. They were entitled to enjoy the care and protection of males, yet very few females could fully devote themselves to a male. Yet Bai Luoluo trusted Qian so completely. Her calm demeanor felt genuine. In the center of the arena, roars echoed as the two bears initially used their abilities to fight, but eventually resorted to close combat. Bai Luoluo couldn't understand the details, but she sensed that Qian had the upper hand. Just when Bai Luoluo thought the duel would last a long time, Qian suddenly launched a fierce attack, sending Zhongqi flying. Zhongqi crashed into the wall and fell heavily to the ground, reverting to his humanoid form. In that instant, almost everyone stood up, including the viewers in the live broadcast. With just one strike, Qian had knocked an SSS-level male out of his beast form. What kind of combat power was that? Qian won. He didn't even glance at Zhongqi and walked straight toward Bai Luoluo. Just then, he noticed Yi Jiuyu sitting next to Bai Luoluo, staring intently at his partner, prompting him to quickly end the duel. Partner. Qian approached and pulled Bai Luoluo into his embrace, casting a slightly hostile gaze at Yi Jiuyu. Chapter 83, do you want to step down and let someone else take over? Wow, is that female the Marshal's wife? That female is so beautiful. I know her. She's a streamer on Platform X, with tens of millions of fans. Yi Jiuyu smiled slightly, leaning back at her chair, not overly concerned about Qian's hostility. Are you hurt? Bai Luoluo asked anxiously as she struggled out of Qian's embrace. Qian chuckled lightly. Just a small injury. I'll recover on my own. No need for you to worry, my wife. Bai Luoluo, still worried, asked Qian to turn around in place, confirming that he had only sustained a minor injury before finally feeling relieved. Qian, you seem stronger than before. An old man walked over, and the calculating look in his eyes made Bai Luoluo very uncomfortable. Qian seemed to respect this old man, nodding slightly. Although I haven't measured it, I believe I've improved. Female, Bai Luoluo. May I ask what level your mental power is? The old man suddenly turned to Bai Luoluo asking coldly. The old man's abrupt change caught Bai Luoluo off guard, and Qian was also taken aback. He was about to speak up in defense, but Bai Luoluo stopped him. May I ask what you mean by that? Bai Luoluo remembered that when they had entered the conference room earlier, this old man was sitting right in the middle, so he must be one of the highest leaders of the Federation. As you can see, Qian's combat power level is likely above SSS. If his rage value gets too high, it will require a female with high mental power to calm him down. Bai Luoluo chuckled lightly. So, are you suggesting that if my mental power level is insufficient, I should step down and let someone else take over? The 3 consecutive questions put the old man in a difficult position. But after all, Qian is a treasure of the Empire, and he couldn't just watch such a top-tier warrior be ruined by a female. Ahem. Yi Jiuyu suddenly cleared his throat twice and then looked up at the live streaming device that was still broadcasting. The old man seemed to remember that the live stream was still on, his expression changing as he raised his hand, signaling for the people below to turn off the live stream. This is so shameless. Is this how the Federation treats females, by forcing them like this? The Federation's laws clearly state that females cannot be harmed for any reason, yet they act this way. Although I don't think much of this weak female, the Federation has indeed gone too far this time. Soon, under the old man's orders, the live stream was turned off. When the fans saw the black screen, they began to angrily curse, but they were powerless to do anything, as no one could go against the government. Now please remove the mark on Qian and let Princess Tinglan mark him instead. With no more reservations, the old man's true nature was revealed, and a sense of pressure from an upper-class individual pressed down on Bai Luoluo. If it weren't for Bai Luoluo stopping him, Qian would have lost his temper long ago. Now hearing the old man say this, he couldn't care less about Bai Luoluo's objection and directly stepped forward to shout angrily, "Teacher Qianyi, I respect you as a teacher, which is why I have tolerated your unreasonable behavior toward my wife, but you have gone too far." Qianyi did not expect that the child he had raised would publicly defy him, all for such a weak female. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. She knew that in the galaxy, there was a way to remove a mark without harming the male, which was for the female to actively dissolve the relationship. However, after removing the mark, the female's physical condition would sharply decline, and her mental power would also be affected. In severe cases, it could even pose a life-threatening risk. This was precisely why Qian had been so angry just now. "Wife," Qianyi sneered, "a female without any mental power. What gives you the right to be his wife?" "Oh," Bai Luoluo asked curiously, "who told you I have no mental power?" Qianyi raised an eyebrow. "We did not sense any mental power fluctuations from you. Isn't that obvious?" Bai Luoluo laughed in anger, turning to the leisurely watching Yi Jiuyu and asked, "How's my mental power? Isn't the prince the clearest about it?" Yi Jiuyu, who had been watching the show, suddenly stiffened, then forced a smile and stood up. "Prince?" Qianyi frowned. "What is going on?" "Oh dear." Yi Jiuyu sighed heavily. "I say, Qianyi, you all are too hasty, not even bothering to measure Bai Luoluo's mental power before jumping to conclusions." "What do you mean?" Qianyi vaguely felt something was off, but he still trusted his instincts. "Do you remember the last time Qian lost control?" Yi Jiuyu gestured toward Bai Luoluo. It was Bai Luoluo who calmed him down. Everyone present showed expressions of disbelief. After all, they all knew that Qian's rage value had exceeded 75 last time. How could a seemingly weak female like Bai Luoluo possibly calm him down? It was feared that even normally, she wouldn't be able to withstand Qian's strength, right? Not only that, but her simple touch had brought Qian back to his senses. Yi Jiuyu threw out another bombshell. "Impossible." Yi shook his head without thinking, expressing disbelief. Even Princess Tinglan couldn't possibly calm an SSS-level male just by contact. What if Bai Luoluo's mental power is more than just S-level? More than? Everyone seemed to recall the mysterious SSS-level female on the Star Network, who also seemed to be named Bai Luoluo. However, they remembered that when the Star Network announced mental power, it also stated fertility levels, and that female had an SSS-level fertility, which indicated that her body was in good condition, suggesting she should be relatively strong, at least not like the current Bai Luoluo. Therefore, when they heard the name, no one thought along those lines. "May I ask, do I still need to remove the mark from Qian now?" Bai Luoluo had to admit. She knew how to hit where it hurts. Qianyi glanced at Yi Jiuyu, knowing he likely hadn't lied, and immediately regretted his impulsiveness today. After all these thousands of years in the Interstellar Beast World, there had never been an SSS-level female, and he didn't expect that when one finally appeared, he would offend her. Was there still time for him to apologize and admit his mistake? In a hurry, he thought. Of course not. A slightly younger male squeezed over, looking obsequious as he spoke to Bai Luoluo. Noble Bai Luoluo, how about we go to the conference room and talk? Bai Luoluo looked around. There were indeed too many people here. So she nodded and took Qi and with her towards the conference room. The others hurried to follow, not forgetting to instruct someone to quickly prepare some fresh fruit, as most females love to eat. When Bai Luoluo sat down in the conference room, the fruit was just delivered, but she didn't want to accept this favor. What she wanted today was a stance from the Federation. Noble female, may I ask what your request is for coming here today? Chapter 84. Make her apologize. Although Bai Luoluo knew that the person opposite was pretending to be naive on purpose, she didn't mind saying a few more words. I want to know, can females in the star realm arbitrarily snatch away others' partners? The smile on that person's face instantly froze. The incident of Tinglan forcibly taking away Qizhan had already spread internally. If Bai Luoluo were just an ordinary female, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Bai Luoluo was an SSS-level female, and she didn't seem to intend to let Tinglan off the hook. So what do you want us to do? As expected of a high-ranking official in the Federation, their words were careful and measured. It was obvious they didn't want to offend either side and were deliberately letting Bai Luoluo speak for herself. So the Federation doesn't have any protective regulations regarding this matter? Bai Luoluo said, picking up the water in front of her and taking a sip. The person choked slightly, their expression somewhat unpleasant. But they still forced a smile and said, "You are a rare female. Who would dare to covet your partner?" Seeing that the person refused to engage, Bai Luoluo felt a bit irritated and straightforwardly said, "All right, then let me ask you, what kind of explanation does the Federation and the Empire plan to give me regarding Princess Tinglan's actions of kidnapping Qizhan and trying to wash away his mark?" The person glanced at Bai Luoluo, then at the silent prince sitting nearby, and couldn't help but give the prince a meaningful look. "What kind of explanation do you want?" Yi Jiuyu's expression was indifferent, but the corners of his lips slightly curled up, indicating he probably wasn't angry. So Bai Luoluo boldly said, "I want Tinglan to publicly apologize to Qizhan and promise that she won't have any thoughts about him in the future." Yi Jiuyu's expression stiffened. He could agree to other things, but this was different. After all, the Empire had never had an SSS-level female. He intended to win over Bai Luoluo, and he wouldn't refuse her if she asked him for something. However, Bai Luoluo wanted Tinglan to apologize, and a public apology at that. Not to mention that Tinglan's temperament would never agree, but the queen and the king likely wouldn't approve either, considering Tinglan represented the royal family. Yet, this was indeed Tinglan's fault. "I will not agree." Tinglan's sharp voice came from outside, and Bai Luoluo turned to see her pushing the door open and entering. "Who do you think you are? You stole Qizhan from me and still want me to apologize?" Tinglan was wearing high heels, making a clicking sound on the floor. She stopped in front of Bai Luoluo, looking down at her. "I heard you tested as an SSS-level psychic. So what? I wanted to know Qizhan. You suddenly appeared and stole him away. But as far as I know, Qizhan never agreed to be your partner," Bai Luoluo said, crossing her arms calmly, leaning back in her chair. Although she was sitting, her aura was not inferior to the standing Tinglan. "Exactly." Qizhan spoke up. "I thought I made it clear to the princess before, but it seems she still didn't understand. So today, in front of so many people, I will declare again. Qizhan, only have Bai Luoluo in my heart, and that will never change." Tinglan didn't expect Qizhan to embarrass her like this. She immediately stepped forward and slapped him hard. "Qizhan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You say you don't like me. Then why did you send gifts in my live stream and help me win the PK? That was because you sent me a message asking for help." Qizhan was speechless. He did occasionally watch some live streams, but had never sent gifts. However, that time Tinglan suddenly messaged him, asking for help, and since she was a princess, he thought she would feel embarrassed if she lost, and he didn't lack money, so he helped her out. But he never expected that helping once would lead to many more requests, and later he found it increasingly inappropriate. So he used the excuse of going to fight a war to ask her not to contact him anymore. After that, he led troops to fend off the insect race and hadn't opened the Livestream app for a long time. The time he paid attention to Luoluo was when he had just won a battle and, out of boredom, accidentally clicked into the platform, stumbling into Bai Luoluo's Livestream. Just one glance, and he was captivated by her appearance. Bai Luoluo realized that this was all just Tinglin's self-indulgence, and it had nothing to do with Qijan. You. Enough. You time it intergested. He had always thought that the queen and others spoiled Tinglan too much, leading her to develop a spoiled personality. But now it seemed this female was not only spoiled but also quite foolish. Yi Jiu, what right do you have to yell at me? Tinglan felt wronged, and now even Yi Jiu dared to yell at her, making her feel even more grieved. With red-rimmed eyes, she took the whip from her waist and swung it at Yi Jiu. Bai Luoluo was shocked and wanted to step forward to stop her, but it was already too late. Fortunately, Yi Jiu did not intend to indulge Tinglan. He raised his hand, grabbed the whip, and with a gentle tug, it slipped from Tinglin's hand into his grasp. This matter is indeed Tinglin's fault. As her brother, I apologize on her behalf. Please do not take it to heart. The usually high and mighty prince lowered his noble head and apologized humbly. This was something Bai Luoluo did not expect. After all, she just wanted to vent her anger today and make everyone know that she, Bai Luoluo, was not someone to be bullied. Now that her goal had been achieved, she no longer cared if Tinglan apologized. After all, Tinglan had lost face today. This matter has nothing to do with you. You need not apologize for others. Bai Luoluo said as she took Qijan's hand and walked toward the conference room door. Let's just let this go. If something like this happens again in the future, I absolutely will not let it slide. After walking a considerable distance from the Federation building, Bai Luoluo finally glanced back secretly and found no one, letting out a sigh of relief. Are you very nervous, my wife? If it weren't for feeling Bai Luoluo's palm was already sweaty, Qijan would have truly thought that she was fearless. Of course I'm scared. Bai Luoluo clutched her chest. My heart is about to jump out. My wife is the most esteemed SSS-level female in the Star Realm. If you wish, you could become the most esteemed female in the entire Star Realm. Qijan's meaning was clear to Bai Luoluo, but she knew very well that once her identity was revealed, she could no longer live freely as she did now. Who knows? At that time, various forces would want to send people to her. Just thinking about it made her head ache. It would be better to continue living simply like this. Chapter 85. Serious injury. By the time they came out, it was almost 12 o'clock. Qian simply took Bai Luoluo to a nearby restaurant. But as soon as they walked in, he regretted it. Inside the restaurant, besides Feng Yi, there were also several young males, each exceptionally good-looking, and most importantly, they had all appeared in Luoluo's live streams before. However, apart from Feng Yi, the others were quite low-key. Luoluo and Feng Yi were both surprised to see each other, and he quickly got up and ran over to her. Feng Yi, what are you doing here? Bai Luoluo asked, a bit surprised. I came to eat with a few friends, Feng Yi said, pointing to a nearby table. Bai Luoluo then noticed that he had 3 males with him. It must be said that the saying handsome guys have handsome friends was absolutely true. All 3 of Feng Yi's friends were equally attractive. As Feng Yi introduced them, the others looked over at Bai Luoluo. 2 of them, appearing to be about the same age as Feng Yi, excitedly stood up, grinning like flowers, their hands almost leaving after images. In contrast, the other one, dressed in a suit with meticulously styled short black hair, looked much more mature. He slightly turned his head, nodding at Bai Luoluo as a form of greeting. Today, Luoluo is here to have dinner with me. Since your friends are here, we won't disturb you, Qian said bluntly. Feng Yi glanced at Qian, and the words Qian had said that night immediately flashed in his mind, causing his expression to stiffen. Then we'll head over first, you continue. Bai Luoluo smiled and waved at the group, following Qi into an empty table in the corner. After they found a seat and sat down, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but ask, Qian, do you have a grudge against Feng Yi? Qian casually flipped through the menu and replied indifferently, no. Bai Luoluo frowned. She always felt that there must have been something she didn't know about between the two. Otherwise, Qian wouldn't be so cold toward someone. Moreover, Feng Yi's reaction was also strange, as if he was somewhat wary of Qian. Although Qian was a marshal, Feng Yi wasn't in the military, so there was no reason to be wary of him. However, since Qian was unwilling to say more, she didn't feel the need to pry. Qian quickly ordered a table full of dishes that Bai Luoluo loved. After ordering, Bai Luoluo told Qi and she was going to the bathroom and got up. When Bai Luoluo came out of the bathroom, she found an unexpected male waiting at the door. "Hello, Bai Luoluo, streamer." Bai Luoluo recognized him as Feng Yi's friend. "You know me?" Bai Luoluo wasn't too surprised. After all, Feng Yi spent all day in her live stream, so it was reasonable for his friends to recognize her. "Yeah, I'm also a fan of the streamer," the male said with a smile, continuously staring at Bai Luoluo. "I usually lurk, so the streamer probably doesn't remember me." Since he was also a fan, Bai Luoluo smiled and greeted him again. "Hello, thank you for following me. Seeing the streamer today made me change my mind suddenly." Bai Luoluo was surprised and was about to ask what he meant when Feng Yi's voice came from outside, followed by his appearance in front of them. "Song Yuan, you're not done yet." Feng Yi's voice abruptly stopped as he stared in shock at Bai Luoluo, standing next to Song Yuan, then quickly walked over joyfully. "Luoluo, what are you doing here? You guys chat, I'll leave first." Song Yuan nodded and then left. "Feng Yi, is he also a fan of my live stream?" Bai Luoluo asked curiously. For some reason, she was very concerned about Song Yuan's earlier statement. What did he mean by changing his mind? Was he planning to do something? "Are you talking about Song Yuan?" Feng Yi looked in the direction Song Yuan had left and nodded. "Yeah, back when you first started streaming, you didn't have many fans. So I had my friend follow you. He should have followed you too." "What's wrong?" Feng Yi felt that Bai Luoluo's reaction was a bit off. Why was she suddenly so concerned about Song Yuan? "It's nothing." Bai Luoluo shook her head. "Qian is still waiting for me. I'll head back." As she said this, she walked towards the exit, but was suddenly grabbed by Feng Yi by the wrist. "Luoluo, do you really like Qian?" Feng Yi lowered his head, his hair covering his brows, making it hard to see his expression. "Huh?" Bai Luoluo looked at Feng Yi in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly asked her this. "It's nothing, you go ahead." Feng Yi suddenly raised his head and forced a smile, as if the gloomy expression from before was not his at all. Bai Luoluo shrugged helplessly and turned back to the restaurant. When she returned, the dishes had already been served. As soon as she appeared around the corner, Qian's gaze was directed toward her. "Sorry for making you wait." Bai Luoluo hurried over and sat down. "It's fine, eat up," Qian said, serving some dishes into Bai Luoluo's bowl. When the two finished and left the restaurant, Feng Yi's table had already left. When they got home, Bai Luoluo collapsed on the sofa, feeling inexplicably tired. "Do you want to take a nap?" Seeing that Bai Luoluo looked very tired, Qian asked with concern. "Yeah." Bai Luoluo nodded, allowing Qian to carry her into the bedroom. She ended up sleeping the whole afternoon, and when she opened her eyes, it was already dark outside. The room was pitch black, with no sounds at all. "Qian?" Bai Luoluo called out several times without getting a response, so she got up and walked outside. When she opened the door, she saw Tun waiting outside. The living room was also dark, making it seem like no one was home. Did they go out? Bai Luoluo turned to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water, only to see a note from Qi and on the refrigerator, saying that he would be home late tonight, and that there was food he had prepared for her in the fridge, which she could heat up and eat. Bai Luoluo opened the fridge and indeed found several plates of food, so she took them out and simply heated them up. Just as she was about to sit down to eat, she heard strange noises coming from outside. Bai Luoluo hesitated for a moment, but still got up to walk toward the door. However, she didn't open it right away. Instead, she leaned over to the peephole to see what was happening outside. But there was nothing outside. Bai Luoluo suspiciously walked back, but after taking just a couple of steps, she heard a loud thud outside, as if something had fallen to the ground. On this floor, only she and Feng Yi lived here, and usually, no one else would come by. Could it be that something happened to Feng Yi? After thinking for a moment, Bai Luoluo decided to open the door to take a look. The hallway was dark, and she vaguely saw what appeared to be a person lying not far away. The air was faintly filled with the smell of blood, so she quickly shouted and walked toward that person. The motion sensor light above suddenly turned on, and Bai Luoluo then clearly saw that the person lying there was not Feng Yi at all. A head of silver-gray short hair covered his brows, and his shirt was now stained with blood, obscuring its original color. He lay there, and if it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Bai Luoluo would have suspected he was already dead. Chapter 86, taking care of the severely injured Qin Che. Bai Luoluo called out cautiously and then stepped forward to try to lift him up, but unfortunately, Qin was too heavy for her to move at all. Just then, the door next door opened. Luoluo? Feng Yi poked his head out and, seeing a bloodied person lying on the ground, immediately walked over to Bai Luoluo and pulled her up from the ground. Do you know this person? Feng Yi stared at the person on the ground, feeling like he had seen it before. Yes, he's my friend, Bai Luoluo said, reaching out to pull Qin, and seeing this, Feng Yi hurriedly helped lift him, supporting him on his shoulder. He seems to be seriously injured. Shouldn't we take him to the medical center? Bai Luoluo said worriedly. No need. Feng Yi had already recognized Qin's identity, but he never expected that Luoluo had known Qin for a long time and seemed to have a good relationship with him. Males generally have strong self-healing abilities. Don't be fooled by how seriously he looks injured. He'll be fine after a couple of days of rest. Feng Yi didn't actively mention Qin's identity, worried that Bai Luoluo might not know. If he said out loud, it might scare her. His home is downstairs, so let's take it back first, Bai Luoluo said, heading toward the elevator. Feng Yi followed without a word, but his mind kept feeling like something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint it. When they arrived at Qin's doorstep, Bai Luoluo frowned at the electronic lock. I don't know the password. Qinke. Bai Luoluo said helplessly. Tried to see if she could wake him up to ask for the password. Feng Yi, seeing how gently Bai Luoluo was calling out Qin's name, felt inexplicably unhappy. Luoluo, you won't be able to wake him like that, Feng Yi said, freeing one hand to press down on Qin's severely injured abdomen. There was indeed a deep wound on his abdomen, and with that press, bright red blood seeped out. Qin groaned softly, slowly opening his eyes. Qinke, what's your home password? Bai Luoluo asked. Although she thought Feng Yi's actions were inappropriate, the effect was immediate, so she didn't say anything further. Qin pushed away Feng Yi, staggering forward to enter the password. 0818? What a coincidence. That's my birthday. I'm fine, you guys can go back. Qinke said coldly, then walked straight into the house. Good intentions met with bad results. Feng Yi said angrily. Luoluo, let's go back. Bai Luoluo was pulled back home by Feng Yi, but she couldn't shake off her worries and ultimately couldn't resist going downstairs to check on Qin. After ringing the doorbell for a long time without anyone answering, and seeing how seriously injured Qin looked, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but worry, fearing he might have collapsed again. Remembering she had seen Qin enter the password, Bai Luoluo decided to input it herself and walked in. The house was dark and very quiet, with only faint sounds of breathing. Bai Luoluo turned on the light and saw Qin leaning against the sofa. He must have taken a shower. His hair was still damp, and he was only wrapped in a towel around his waist. His face looked horrifyingly pale. It seemed he had heard her voice. Slightly opened his eyes to glance at her, then closed them again. How could Bai Luoluo come back? It seemed he was really losing too much blood, even starting to hallucinate. Qin curled up the corners of his lips, giving a self-deprecating smile, and fell back into a deep sleep. Qin, are you all right? Seeing that Qin didn't respond, Bai Luoluo approached and noticed something was off. She reached out to touch him and realized his skin was terrifyingly hot. Earlier, when Qin was dressed, Bai Luoluo hadn't noticed how severely he was injured. Now, she saw a long wound on his abdomen, over 10 centimeters long. Although it had stopped bleeding, the edges of the wound were slightly pale from being washed, and the flesh was protruding, looking really horrific. Bai Luoluo found a first aid kit and simply treated Qin's wound, finally wrapping it with gauze. As she was leaning over him to pass the gauze around his back, she was almost pressed against him. A faint scent of cedar filled her nostrils. A very pleasant smell, and Bai Luoluo couldn't help but take a deep breath. After finally finishing the bandaging, she went to the bedroom to find a blanket and covered Qin with it before turning to the kitchen. Sick people need to eat some liquid food. Fortunately, there were plenty of ingredients in Qin's fridge. Bai Luoluo picked out some useful ones and found a clay pot, planning to make some porridge for Qin. While cooking the porridge, Bai Luoluo worried that Qin would come back and not find her. So she sent him a message saying she was downstairs at Qin's place, and if he came back and couldn't find her, not to worry. As a result, while dealing with military affairs, Qin received this message and couldn't care less about work anymore. He sped his hover car to 200 miles an hour, rushing to Qin Shei's doorstep. Standing at the door, Qian took a few deep breaths to calm himself down before ringing the doorbell. Bai Luoluo heard the doorbell and nervously glanced at Qin Shi, seeing that he hadn't been disturbed. She quickly ran over to open the door. Qian? Bai Luoluo was very surprised. Didn't you say you'd be back later? Bai Luoluo held up her light brain, showing that it was a message from Qi 10 minutes ago. It had only been 10 minutes. How could he be back already? Luoluo. Qin Shi's voice came from behind, and Bai Luoluo didn't have time to pay attention to Qian anymore. She hurriedly ran over. You're awake. Are you feeling better? Are you hungry? I made you some porridge. Seeing the genuine concern in Bai Luoluo's eyes, Qin Shi's lips curled into a smile, and his gaze toward Qi was full of provocation. With you taking care of me, I feel much better, Qin Shi said, adjusting his sitting position. The blanket covering him slipped down with his movement, revealing his bare torso, especially at the position over his heart. There was a mark that matched the shade of lipstick on Bai Luoluo's lips. It was only a small spot, but he still noticed it at a glance. Qian was stunned, feeling an indescribable panic in his heart. Rationally, he knew Bai Luoluo was kind-hearted and wouldn't ignore Qin Shi when he was injured. As for the lipstick on his chest, it must have been smeared on when she was bandaging him. But when he met Qin Shi's provocative gaze, he felt completely unable to rationally face the situation. Since you're awake, I'll take Luoluo back now. Qian stepped forward, grabbing Bai Luoluo's wrist with great force. Bai Luoluo winced in pain and struggled to get him to let go, but Qian acted as if he hadn't heard her, forcibly dragging her toward the door. Chapter 87 Online Seeking Advice Back Home. Qian slammed the door shut. The loud noise startled Bai Luoluo. Seeing Qian's face, as dark as a pot bottom, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Jealous? Qian was already angry, and hearing Bai Luoluo laugh so carelessly only made him feel more grieved. He had been thinking about her while working outside, but she was taking care of someone else. Qian, I'm so hungry I haven't eaten yet. Only then did Qian realize that the food on the table hadn't been touched. The clock on the wall showed it was already 9 o'clock. He couldn't even take care of himself and was worried about other males, which made Qian even angrier. But even so, Qian rolled up his sleeves and went back to the kitchen with the dishes. Bai Luoluo sat at the dining table, smiling and resting her chin on her hand, watching Qian busy in the kitchen. She knew he was jealous and angry, but looking at him like this made her feel he was so cute that she suddenly didn't want to explain. When Qian came out of the kitchen, Bai Luoluo had set up a live streaming platform without him noticing, and the camera was perfectly aimed at the dining table. Good evening, everyone. Bai Luoluo greeted her fans in the live stream with a smile. Welcome to Luoluo's live stream. If you like Luoluo, please give her a follow. Knowing he was angry, she didn't bother to comfort him and went live instead. Qian angrily set the dishes down and started eating without paying attention to Bai Luoluo. Stir-fried green beans. Why is the girl eating so late? Well, I encountered something today, so I ate a bit late. Have you all eaten? Bai Luoluo smiled and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Stir-fried green beans. Eating. Late-night snack. The stream schedule has been so chaotic lately. Even though I set special reminders, I'm still afraid of missing it. Same here. How many times do I need to check the light brain in a day? Haha, Bai Luoluo smiled a little shyly. The streamer indeed had some issues recently, but now everything had been resolved, and, starting tomorrow, she should be back to streaming at 10 o'clock every day. It seems like I see other chopsticks. Is the streamer eating with the Marshal? Isn't that obvious? The whole star system knows the streamer is the Marshal's wife. If they're not eating together, does she need to eat with you? Speaking of which, did you watch the Marshal's duel with the Grand Marshal during the day? I did. It was super exciting. Both are SSS level. How did the Marshal defeat the Grand Marshal in one blow? There are rumors that the Marshal is no longer just SSS level. Looking at the barrage, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but look up at Qian, who was sitting across from her, still with his head down, silent. So you all watched that live stream? Bai Luoluo said with a smile. Streamer, to be honest. Was it more exciting to watch live? Exciting? I don't know, it was okay. After all, I knew Qian would definitely win, so I wasn't too excited. Hearing Bai Luoluo actually talking about him in the live stream, Qian suddenly looked up. Out of spite, he hadn't gone to Bai Luoluo's live stream today. And since the screen was facing him, he couldn't see it. If he took out his light brain to watch the live stream now, wouldn't that be too deliberate? Just as Chian was struggling with this thought, he suddenly heard Bai Luoluo speak again. Today, I want to ask everyone, if you accidentally make your partner angry, how do you comfort them? What? The streamer actually wants to comfort the Marshal? Is a Marshal that proud? Isn't he afraid his wife will run away? Stir-fried green beans. I have a very practical method. Do you want to know? Luoluo's cat. Why comfort him? Just spoil him. Stir-fried green beans. Looks like whoever marries the cat will have it easy. They won't even need to comfort her. Luoluo's cat. That is not what I meant. Ha ha. The cat shot herself in the foot. Baby green beans. What was that method you just mentioned? Bai Luoluo looked eager for knowledge, staring at the screen and asking. Across from her, Chian felt anxious and uncomfortable. He really wanted to know how the fans were answering Bai Luoluo's question. He thought about how those guys usually vied for Bai Luoluo's attention and might be taking this chance to sow discord and make Bai Luoluo change partners. Thinking of this, Chian couldn't hold back anymore. He got up and poured a glass of juice, handing it to Bai Luoluo. Wife, have some juice. Bai Luoluo nodded and took a sip of the juice. Stir-fried green beans. Are you sure you want me to say this in the live stream? One life only. Is there something we husband fans shouldn't know? Stir-fried green beans. Just one life. Don't regret it later. Bai Luoluo was confused until she saw the last barrage from stir-fried green beans, which made her ears turn red instantly. Stir-fried green beans. Kiss him. If one kiss isn't enough, give him two. Kiss until he calms down. One life only. Don't mislead others. Luoluo's cat. Wife, I'm also angry. I need comforting. I feel like I need it too. Should the streamer comfort us? I'm sick. I need the streamer to comfort me to get better. Bai Luoluo looked up at Chian across from her and found he had taken out his light brain, seemingly ready to click into her live stream. She didn't know what she was thinking and suddenly got up to snatch the light brain from his hand. What is wrong? Chian looked at Bai Luoluo in confusion, not understanding why she wouldn't let him enter the live stream. In nothing. Bai Luoluo flusteredly pointed at the food on the table. Hurry and eat. It will get cold soon. The streamer is visibly flustered. Is the streamer that afraid of the Marshal finding out? Stir-fried green beans. Girl, don't be cowardly. Chian stared intensely at the screen in front of Bai Luoluo, wishing he could see through it. He could even imagine that Feng, Yi, and Qin would definitely seize this opportunity to try and break him and Luoluo apart. After thinking for a moment, Chian walked over to Bai Luoluo, kneeling on one knee. Wife, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been angry. Chian tightly grasped Bai Luoluo's hand. Don't believe them. I didn't want you to comfort me. So, the Marshal is like this privately? One life only. He's getting anxious. Luoluo's cat. Serves him right. Who told him to act all high and mighty? Bai Luoluo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and hurriedly pulled him up, then let him sit next to her, pointing at the screen to show him. Did you misunderstand something? Qin reached out to scroll up the barrage and finally stopped at the one from stir-fried green beans, and his face visibly turned red. It's obvious the Marshal is very expectant now. Stir-fried green beans. Girl, hurry up. No, I don't want to eat dog food. Don't worry, I won't show you. Bai Luoluo chuckled and said to the camera, and then the live stream went dark. Chapter 88. Beautiful female turns into a rough man? Just as Chian looked at Bai Luoluo with anticipation, Bai Luoluo lightly kissed his lips like a dragonfly touching water, and then pulled away. Is that it? But didn't the green beans say? Bai Luoluo moved her hand away from the camera and smiled happily. Wow, that was quick to make up. The Marshal is too easy to please, but why do I see that the Marshal doesn't look happy? The streamer should hurry up and kiss him until he has convinced everyone. Be a little gentler. Be careful that the admin sees and bans me. Bai Luoluo clasped her hands together and pleaded. Chian stared at Bai Luoluo's red lips, which opened and closed and couldn't help but swallow. But he also knew that it wasn't the best time, so he got up and sat back down across from her. However, on the way back, he casually took the light brain with him. Dry-fried green beans. Why didn't the big brothers come today? Luoluo's cat. When did you become blind upstairs, dry-fried green beans? You don't count, you're a dog. A licking dog, Luoluo's cat. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. A yuan entered the live room. A yuan followed the streamer. A yuan rewarded falling flowers. Never parting 99999 diamonds. Luoluo's cat a yuan. What do you mean, a yuan? Didn't you ask me to support the streamer more? Luoluo's cat. That was ages ago. Bai Luoluo came back to her senses and smiled at the camera, saying thank you to a yuan for sending falling flowers, never parting, thank you, a yuan baby. Dry fried green beans. Oh, a new husband fan has arrived. Looks promising, wow. Why are there more and more big brothers? How can the little transparent survive? Luoluo's cat rewarded falling flowers. Never parting 2,99999 diamonds. Thank you to the cat baby for rewarding falling flowers. Never parting. Thank you. Cat baby, you're the coolest. A yuan? I'm not cool. Bai Luoluo's smile instantly froze. She really just said it casually. After all, she had praised most of the people in the live room. She had only met Song Yuan today, and he looked so serious, so she didn't. A yuan baby is naturally cool too. A yuan. Not sincere enough? Quite hard to please. Dry fried green beans. Girl, hurry up and seize the opportunity to PK. Let them prove they're the coolest. A yuan. Do I look like a sucker? Luoluo's cat. Just asking if you dare. A yuan. Let's fight. This was the first time Bai Luoluo had been forced by fans to connect for a PK in her time as a streamer, but she was quite curious. Aren't Song Yuan and Feng good friends? Why are they suddenly fighting in the live room? Thinking of what Song Yuan had said before, Bai Luoluo vaguely guessed something. Maybe it's better too. Forget it. Just as Bai Luoluo was halfway through her sentence, a connection popped up. Just in time, someone wanted to connect with me. A yuan. Accept it. Luoluo's cat. Accept it. Bai Luoluo helplessly clicked to connect. Hello. On the other side, a beautiful female was sitting in front of the camera, wearing a lovely Lolita dress, her skin very fair, looking very cute, and her voice sweet, which should be appealing to many males. But strangely, it seemed that the live room had no reaction to this suddenly appearing female. Still discussing who would win between Song Yuan and Feng Yi. Hello. Bai Luoluo glanced at the other's ID, which was Blossom in Half Summer. Can I call you Luoluo directly? Blossom in Half Summer's big eyes blinked at the camera, making it impossible to refuse her request. You can also call me Half Summer. Sure, Half Summer. Bai Luoluo smiled and replied. Luoluo's cat. Streamer. Don't be fooled by the one on the other side. Bai Luoluo was puzzled and was about to ask when the other side spoke again. What game do you want to play, Sister Luoluo? Half Summer smiled sweetly at the camera, looking harmless. Then let's play the simplest game, the overall ranking. Limited to 3 minutes. Bai Luoluo didn't want to set the time too long, otherwise. She was really afraid that Song Yuan and Feng Yi would come up with some shocking moves. Okay. Blossom and Half Summer quickly reset the time and then muted the connection sounds from both live rooms. Almost got rewarded fighting flawless. Never parting dream, Castle 5,19999 diamonds, a yuan rewarded falling flowers, never parting, 99999 diamonds. Bai Luoluo spoke somewhat helplessly. Could you two go easy on the fighting? I see that the other side doesn't have many fans. Exactly. Otherwise, others will say, we Luoluo bully small streamers. Two big brothers. Save your strength for the guild competition. By the way, will the streamer participate in the guild competition? Actually, I haven't thought it through yet. Bai Luoluo said honestly, the significance of the competition isn't very big to me. I prefer this freestyle way of streaming. That's a pity, dry fried green beans. Are you not participating, girl? I was hoping to help during the competition. Bai Luoluo was amused and said, I will think about it. As she spoke, her gaze was drawn to the other live room. She didn't know what Blossom in Half Summer was singing, but she was so excited that she stood up with one foot on the stool, looking quite manly. Suddenly, Bai Luoluo stopped talking, staring at the screen, probably guessing something. Luoluo's cat. Wife, don't look. The one on the other side is not a female. Bai Luoluo's eyes widened. The one on the other side isn't a female? Ha ha. I knew the streamer misunderstood. The one on the other side is a genuine male. So, the streamer really doesn't know? The other side doesn't even have a blue V certification. Bai Luoluo then noticed that the ID on the other side indeed didn't have the official certification set for females. This means that the cute girl on the other side might really not be a female. This is too shocking. How can a male look so cute? So did the other side use star appearance optimization? Bai Luoluo couldn't help but ask. Luoluo's cat. It looks like they just put on makeup. Bai Luoluo's eyes widened again. What kind of amazing makeup skill is needed to make someone look so androgynous? Dry fried green beans. I just want to check the other side. And it really is a male. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but glance at Qian, who immediately understood and clicked into the other live room. As soon as he entered, a deep male voice came through. "Haha, thank you, my babies, for the rewards." Bai Luoluo shivered, and Qian hurriedly exited Blossom in Half Summer's live room. How could it suddenly turn from a delicate, cute girl into a rough man? Bai Luoluo found it hard to accept. Qian looked at Bai Luoluo, who seemed deeply affected and couldn't help but smile. "Don't hit, I'm soy sauce. Deceiving my wife's feelings. Watch me make him look for his teeth everywhere. Don't hit. I'm soy sauce rewarded falling flowers. Never parting 1, 2, 5 to 99,999 diamonds. Chapter 89. Singing very beautifully. Wow. As expected of the Marshal. Wrong. It should be said as expected of the husband. So classy. When the husband makes a move, others better step aside. Luo's cat. A yuan. Thank you to my family S. Marshal Qian, Mwamwa. Bai Luoluo was throwing heart emojis at the camera. But everyone knew she was sending them to Qian across from her. Don't hit. I'm just a bystander. Love you, dry-fried green beans. Can you have some sympathy for us single dogs? Tomato and egg. No showing off love. Luo's cat, dry-fried green beans. Please give me some advice. I want to chase the streamer, dry-fried green beans. Haven't you been chasing all along? Luo's cat. Even sadder now, don't hit. I'm just a bystander. You have no chance, huh? The husband has spoken. Poor cat. Luo's cat. Crying JPG. A lifetime of solitude enters the live broadcast room. Luo's cat. Solitude big shot. They're bullying me. A lifetime of solitude? Ha! The big shot looks confused. Welcome a lifetime of solitude. Are you busy today? In the past, as soon as the broadcast started, solitude would arrive. But this is a rare instance of being late. A lifetime of solitude. Handled some matters. Came late. Your prejudice. You weren't being chased and had to escape, were you? For some reason, Bai Luoluo suddenly thought of Qian downstairs. Solitude shouldn't be Qian, right? Would the leader of the Night Owls really watch live broadcasts? Her gaze fell on Qian, who was typing furiously on his light brain nearby. If a federal marshal could watch live broadcasts, wouldn't the Night Owl leader also do so? The seed of doubt was planted. A lifetime of solitude. Could it be that you sent someone to chase me? Your prejudice. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Dying of laughter. Dry-fried green beans. Next, please enjoy the bickering performance by the two big brothers, Solitude and Prejudice. Green beans. You are a qualified announcer, a lifetime of solitude. Your prejudice. Oh dear, Sister Luoluo. This is the first time I've lost so badly. Huakai Banxia said with a wronged expression. Initially, both sides were about the same, as long as they ensured they wouldn't be stolen from. But unexpectedly, Qian suddenly pulled out 3 lifetimes of love, which naturally pushed the opponent down significantly. They were right. Now Sister Luoluo's big brother is the most powerful big brother on the platform. If I didn't know the other party was male, Bai Luoluo might feel sorry for him. But now looking at his delicate demeanor, she felt goosebumps all over. Don't hit. I'm just a bystander. Grossing out my wife, putting other things aside. I really want to learn the other party's makeup skills. Dry-fried green beans. What are you males learning makeup for? So effeminate. Bai Luoluo nodded in agreement. But speaking while looking at the opposite side was quite awkward. Our big brothers suddenly started to compare. How about this? I'll give you a bit more for the medical expenses later. A lifetime of solitude. I'll take care of the medical expenses soon. A sweet voice came from the opposite side. Thank you to Sister Luoluo's big brother, a lifetime of solitude for the medical expenses. Thank you, big brother Mwamwa. Listening to the nauseating voice, Bai Luoluo felt a chill down her spine. Seeing Bai Luoluo's expression, Qian across couldn't help but laugh. And the fans in the live broadcast room were also laughing uncontrollably. It's obvious the streamer really can't accept this, dry-fried green beans, but I think the other side must be a very handsome guy without makeup. Sister Luoluo, your big brother is really generous. Thank you. Huakai Banxia said with a smile. In fact, whether winning or losing in a PK, streamers didn't care much. After all, whether they win or lose, they could profit. Just the amount of profit would be different. You're welcome. Bai Luoluo also smiled symbolically. She carefully examined the other party's face and found that it was indeed as Green Bean said. If the complex makeup were removed, You should belong to the very good-looking type. Unexpectedly, Green Beans had a keen eye for beauty. Since the opposite side lost, can we punish him to remove his makeup? I really want to know what the opposite side looks like without makeup. Definitely ugly. Otherwise, why would he wear such thick makeup? I hate males pretending to be females the most. I knew he was just pretending to deceive. Bai Luoluo was indeed not very happy about being deceived. But thinking about the fact that the other party didn't hide his male identity in her live broadcast room, but seemed to deliberately use this contrast to attract viewers. Sister Luoluo, what punishment do you want me to do? Huakai Ban Xia raised his hand to smooth his exquisitely braided wig and asked Bai Luoluo, do you have any talents? Bai Luoluo had never watched the other party's live broadcast, so she didn't know what route he was taking. So she wanted to give him a chance. I usually sing for everyone, Huakai Ban Xia said, as if he thought of something, smiling a bit lewdly. How about I sing a song for Sister Luoluo? Bai Luoluo could already guess what he wanted to do, but it was just a game, harmless. So she agreed. The music started. It was a very sweet song. Huakai Ban Xia was already very sweet-looking, and whether he used a voice changer or not, his voice was also very sweet, matching perfectly with the song. Bai Luoluo watched the screen as if she were watching a show, guessing whether the other party would give everyone a surprise at the climax. Wife, why do you seem to be looking forward to it? Qian walked over and leaned close to her, whispering. Because the voice was very low, everyone could only see their Marshal suddenly leaning close to Bai Luoluo's ear in a very ambiguous manner, but couldn't hear what the Marshal said. As the rhythm of the music grew stronger, the song quickly reached its climax. You'll know soon, Bai Luoluo said, just as the trumpet emitted a pleasant male voice. The man's voice was clean and pure, much more pleasant to the ears than the sweet female voice from earlier. Holy crap, is this the other party's original voice? As expected, a disgusting male. Why does his voice feel somewhat nice? Dry-fried green beans. I'm a voice control. Could it be that he used a voice changer? In fact, Bai Luoluo was also a bit surprised after all. The rough male voice she heard earlier from Qian's account made her uncertain which one was Huakai Ban Xia's original voice. After waiting for the song to finish, Huakai Ban Xia didn't speak, just stared at Bai Luoluo, waiting for her reaction. After all, no matter if it was a male or female he had connected with before, their expressions would become quite interesting upon realizing he was not female, singing very beautifully. After a long pause, Bai Luoluo gave a very fair evaluation. Chapter 90, I only like streamers. Huakai Ban Xia couldn't help but laugh. Her smile bright and heartfelt, but she quickly stopped laughing when she heard Bai Luoluo speak again. You are more suited to being a talent streamer than a beauty streamer. Your singing is just too good, especially when your voice suddenly changes. It's truly amazing. Bai Luoluo initially thought the other person was using a voice changer, but recalling how he had sung just now, it didn't seem like it. The way he sang effortlessly made him seem like a natural-born singer. This reminded her of a singer she knew before her time travel. He was also a man, claiming to have a voice kissed by angels. He could sing soft, feminine tones as well as powerful male notes, and even switch between various voices within a single song. Streamer, don't be fooled by him. He is definitely using a voice changer. There is not a single good male who pretends to be female. The streamer is really too naive. Do you know that there is such a thing as a voice changer? Huakai Ban Xia asked with a smile. Bai Luoluo nodded, I know. In that instant, the smile on Huakai Ban Xia's face froze for a moment. Then she smiled even more wildly. But I think you didn't use a voice changer. Bai Luoluo said confidently. What does the streamer mean? No way. That is not a voice a person can produce. But I've heard that some people really can produce different voices. I just feel like the streamer has been deceived. If the other party really has such skills, they wouldn't need to take the talent route. After all, the entire galaxy knows that males pretending to be female are not welcomed at all. You. Huakai Ban Xia's face showed a moment of emotion, but quickly disappeared. She didn't expect Luoluo to be so easily deceived, truly believing that was a voice she could produce. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Bai Luoluo asked seriously, staring at the camera. Huakai Ban Xia's smile immediately stiffened, her eyes uncontrollably reddening. But soon, someone seemed to have arrived beside her, and she quickly forced a smile again. Luo, I have a task to do later. Let's follow each other. We can play together when we have time. At this point, Bai Luoluo didn't he want to say more, just replied, okay. After following each other, the connection was cut off. The streamer wouldn't he really have fallen for that streamer, would she? The other party admitted it. Streamer, don't overthink it. Gone bien CG Do. But I think the streamer didn't he misjudge. Oh no, CG Do has fallen for it too. It's all that damn fake female. No, I was just thinking, should I get a voice changer next time to scare you guys? Bai Luoluo said, laughing. Huakai Banxia's previous state was very strange. Although the people beside her didn't appear on camera. Bai Luoluo could tell that someone had clearly gone over to say something to her, which made her anxious to cut off the connection. However, this matter was not suitable for discussion in the live broadcast room. After all, everyone has their own choices. Question: if the streamer one day turns into a duck voice, would you still like her? Haha, imagining the streamer's face, it feels a bit horrifying. Streamer, better not. My heart might not be able to take it. Don't hit, I'm just soy sauce. Wife, are you serious? Ishang Zhugu, I do know of a voice changer. Just stick at the sound source. I'll send you one later to scare our Marshal. Luoluo's cat. This could work. Imagine, while being intimate, the streamer suddenly lets out a loud sound. Would that scare the Marshal off the bed? Strongly request Zhugu to post the voice changer link in the fan group. Gone bien CG Do, I want one too. Don't hit. I'm just soy sauce. I advise you to be kind. Haha, Bai Luoluo was laughing so hard, suddenly feeling that Zhugu's suggestion was quite good. Just thinking about how those around her would be scared by her excited her. Zhugu baby, remember to send me the link later. Haha, the streamer really wants to try it out. The streamer is just too cute. Turns out the streamer is so mischievous. Gone bien CG Do, where's the link? What should I do? I suddenly want to try it too. Link please. Link please. In an instant, the live broadcast room was filled with requests for Zhugu to provide the link. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. The boss selling the voice changers might want to send Zhugu a red envelope to thank him, as this spike in sales could probably surpass a year's worth. Ishang Zhugu. There's no link. It was made by a friend of mine out of boredom. Why can't it be made available to everyone? Zhugu, can't you get your friend to mass produce it? Ishang Zhugu. Probably not. He doesn't lack money. Bai Luoluo found it amusing and thought that Zhugu must be a very interesting person in real life. For some reason, she thought of Qin again. She also didn't know if Qin's injury was okay. He had left in such a hurry that he seemed to have forgotten to remind her not to let the wound touch water. Thinking of this, Bai Luoluo picked up her light brain and sent a message to Qin. Bai Luoluo, Qin, is your injury feeling better? Make sure not to let it touch water until it heals. Qin got it. After receiving the message, Bai Luoluo switched back to the live broadcast room. What was the streamer doing just now? Don't tell me she really went to search for a voice changer. Streamer, don't. Haha, just now everyone thought it was fun, and now the attitude has completely changed? Luoluo's cat. I can't imagine what strange sounds a streamer would make with that face. Ishang Zhugu. It must be very interesting. Your prejudice, Ishang Zhugu. You really have a heavy taste. Don't hit. I'm just soy sauce. As long as the wife doesn't scare me, it's fine. Isn't the fan's life important? Prejudice boss only said 2 sentences tonight, and each time he mentioned Zhugu baby. Bai Luoluo said, rolling her eyes. You just said you didn't know each other. I see you two are quite close. Your prejudice. Ishang Zhugu. Maybe he wants to get to know me. Your prejudice. I can see it. That was pretty vulgar. Bai Luoluo nodded her chin in agreement. Ha. Indeed vulgar. It's all been harmonized. As if I can see prejudice boss cursing angrily. Boss has broken down. Ishang Zhugu, stay calm. Your prejudice. Haha. Bai Luoluo laughed unabashedly. Gone bien CG Do. Am I the only one who thinks they have a good CP vibe? Ishang Zhugu. Shipping anything will just harm you. Your prejudice. When did your eyes go blind? Ishang Zhugu. I only like females like the streamer. Your prejudice. I only like the streamer too. After saying that, Yi Jiu was stunned himself. How did he just say that so directly? Chapter 91. The vinegar jar has been overturned. Is there anyone in the live stream who doesn't like the host? Exactly. If you don't like the host, why come a live stream? Of course, it's because we like the host. Ha. Thank you all for your love. Bai Luoluo smiled at the camera, raising her hands above her head to form a big heart. On the opposite side, Qian looked at Bai Luoluo's happy smile, his gaze darkening. What should I do if my wife is too popular? Wife, it's getting late. Let's take a break. Qian said generously as he walked into the camera frame. Squatting beside Bai Luoluo and gently looking up at her, Bai Luoluo looked up and realized it was already past 11. Wife, please stay with us a bit longer. Host, don't go. Can we chat a little longer? Sorry, babies. It is indeed a bit late today, Bai Luoluo said while cupping her face. If I sleep too late, I'll grow old and then ugly, and then you definitely won't like me anymore. That day will never come. 19999 diamonds. It's okay to go to a beauty salon for skincare. 99999 diamonds. Thank you for the gifts. Zhugu baby. Bai Luoluo smiled and said, I didn't think this through. I originally thought my wife's skin was so good that she wouldn't have any concerns about this. Qian said, rubbing his head against Bai Luoluo's palm. Tomorrow, I'll go to the biggest beauty salon in Central Star to get a yearly membership for my wife. Okay? Qian's hair was very soft, and with him intentionally acting cute, Bai Luoluo couldn't resist. Does the federal government know that their Marshal behaves like this in private? Who has the recording? I want to send it to the federal government so they can see what kind of person their Marshal is. Could you all still maintain a stern face and scold subordinates in front of my wife? Qian stared at the camera, coldly asking. But when he turned to look at Bai Luoluo, his expression softened. Luoluo is the wife of this Marshal. Should I act cute with her or with the insect race? Wow, this expression management is amazing. Instantly changing expressions. Question, why does soy sauce have a wife? Answer, because he knows how to act cute. Taste it, you all savor it. Acting cute, JP. No wonder you can't pursue the host. Ha! Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Just as she was about to say something, Qian raised his hand and directly turned off the live stream. Looking at the darkened live stream room, the fans were furious. The Marshal is too despicable. Where's my 40-meter-long knife? Sound of sharpening a knife. Of course, Bai Luoluo couldn't see any of this. She was picked up by Qian with one hand. So high. Bai Luoluo tightly hugged Qian's head, looking worried that she might fall. Wife, could you stay with me for a while? Without waiting for Bai Luoluo to respond, Qian single-handedly carried her towards the bathroom. Bai Luoluo helplessly clung to Qian's head, not daring to move. It wasn't until they entered the bathroom that Qian set Bai Luoluo down. Are you jealous of the fans in the live stream? Bai Luoluo didn't expect Qian to be so jealous. Just because she took care of Qian for a while before, he had already been jealous. Now, he was even jealous of the fans in the live stream. The rest of her words were blocked by Qian's kiss. Bai Luoluo never found the opportunity to say them. Unlike before, this kiss was fierce and passionate. Bai Luoluo felt she was almost unable to breathe. She pushed Qian hard, but he was as immovable as a mountain. Helplessly, Bai Luoluo bit him. Hiss! Qian released Bai Luoluo in pain, raising his hand to gently wipe his lips and looking at the bright red blood on his fingertip in disbelief. Bai Luoluo also didn't expect to bite him so hard that it drew blood, feeling a bit guilty for a moment. I didn't mean to. Seeing Bai Luoluo's panicked expression, Qian's heart trembled. Wife, I'm sorry. Qian stepped forward. This time his movements were gentle, wrapping Bai Luoluo in his arms. Qian rested his chin on Bai Luoluo's head, his voice low. I just don't want more people to take away my wife's attention. Clearly. I am your partner. Bai Luoluo's head leaned against Qian's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Suddenly, she realized something. It seemed Qian always thought he was with her out of responsibility, which was why he felt so insecure. Live streaming is my job, just like your work in the Federation. They're just my fans, and you are my legitimate partner. Bai Luoluo said, pinching Qian's chin. Besides, I've already marked you. Why are you jealous of a bunch of people I don't even know? But wife you. Qian, has anyone ever told you that you are really good looking? Bai Luoluo interrupted Qian's words, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. You look just right in my heart. So, does the wife like herself? Qian looked at Bai Luoluo, uncertainly asking, then do you like me? Bai Luoluo chuckled, pushing Qian to sit on the edge of the bathtub, then wrapping her arms around his neck and sitting on his lap. What do you think? Then she closed her eyes and kissed him. Qian didn't continue to ask, because he already knew the answer. The two played around in the bathroom for a while, and then Bai Luoluo was carried back to the bedroom. Feeling all soft, and limp in Qian's arms. Wife, could you help me have a child? Originally drowsy, Bai Luoluo suddenly opened her eyes wide at these words. In her last life, she was a single mother. Now that she finally had someone she liked, and after only a few days of being in their world together, he was asking her to have a child? Seeing Bai Luoluo's silence, the light in Qian's eyes dimmed significantly. Bai Luoluo knew that in this interstellar beast world, it was very difficult for females to get pregnant, so males had a strong desire for offspring. Although she wasn't ready yet, seeing Qian like this, Bai Luoluo suddenly felt it hard to refuse. All right, Bai Luoluo said, turning around to straddle Qian's waist. Since you want a child, you have to work hard. Qian looked at Bai Luoluo in confusion until he saw the smile in her eyes, suddenly understanding something. He supported Bai Luoluo and pressed her down, then pulled the blanket over the two of them. Before long, the sounds of Bai Luoluo's whimpering and begging could be heard in the room. Chapter 92, Please Don't Reject Me. The next morning, as soon as Qian opened his eyes, he received a call from the Federation, saying that they had detected movements from the insect race and required him to set off immediately to resist them. My wife. Qian looked at Bai Luoluo, who was still asleep. Although he wanted to wake her up and say goodbye, he couldn't bear to disturb her. So, he kissed her forehead and got up to dress, leaving the room. When Bai Luoluo woke up, Qian was already gone. She touched the bed, finding it cold, which meant he must have gotten up very early. Looking at the mark on her body and recalling the craziness of last night, Bai Luoluo's face turned red. If she had known that agreeing to have a child would make the male so crazy, she would never have agreed. After getting out of the room, she found that Qian was not at home. However, Bai Luoluo was already used to it. After all, her husband was a marshal. On the coffee table in the living room, she saw a note that Qian had left for her. Wife, I have to go on a business trip for a few days. You rest well at home. If you need anything, you can find Feng Yi next door for help. I've already talked to him. Looking at the message, Bai Luoluo felt it was strange. Clearly, he had been so jealous yesterday. Yet today, he was actively asking her to find another male for help. She really couldn't figure out Qian's thoughts. Luoluo, are you up? Feng Yi's voice came from the doorway. Bai Luoluo went over to open the door and saw Feng Yi carrying some ingredients. Qian said he would be gone for a few days and asked me to come over to take care of you. Feng Yi smiled, lifting the ingredients slightly. I just heard some noise and guess you must be up. Have you eaten yet? What do you want for breakfast? Feng Yi asked while coming in and organizing the ingredients in the fridge. How long will Qian be gone? Bai Luoluo inquired. Feng Yi paused for a moment, then looked at Bai Luoluo with a smile. I don't know exactly how long, but don't worry. I'll be responsible for taking care of you these days. How about scrambled eggs and milk for breakfast? Feng Yi suggested, taking out a box of eggs and a carton of fresh milk from a shopping bag. I can do it myself, Bai Luoluo said as she walked into the kitchen. It's Qian's request for me to take care of you, so you don't need to feel any burden, Feng Yi said, pushing Bai Luoluo out of the kitchen. Bai Luoluo frowned. Qian's note clearly said she could ask Feng Yi for help, but it didn't say he would come to take care of her. Watching Feng Yi busy in the kitchen, Bai Luoluo felt that something was off. Soon enough, 2 scrambled eggs and a cup of hot milk were brought to her. Do you have any plans today? Feng Yi asked. Bai Luoluo shook her head. I heard the azaleas in Nanshan are blooming. Do you want to go see them? Bai Luoluo shook her head again, feeling that it wouldn't be appropriate to go out alone with another male. So she found an excuse and said, I'm planning to do a live stream this morning. Okay. Feng Yi didn't show any signs of disappointment and simply responded affirmatively, sitting quietly across from Bai Luoluo and watching her. Being stared at so intently made Bai Luoluo suddenly feel that the milk in her hand didn't taste good anymore. Feng Yi, I don't really need your help with anything right now. Why don't you go do something else? Feng Yi shook his head. I'm just a jobless wanderer with nothing to do. You don't need to worry about me. Bai Luoluo helplessly rubbed her forehead. She didn't want to worry about him, but Feng Yi's constant gaze made her feel very uncomfortable. After finally finishing breakfast, Bai Luoluo went back to her bedroom to change clothes, preparing to put on light makeup and start her live stream. Just as she finished her makeup, she heard some noise at the door. When she walked out to check, she found Feng Yi bringing in a large box. What is this? Bai Luoluo asked in surprise. I felt that your live stream monitor was too small and uncomfortable to look at, so I ordered a larger monitor for you, which comes with a built-in camera. It's perfect for your live streaming. This is not okay. Bai Luoluo hurriedly waved her hands to refuse. Although she was a bit dissatisfied with her current streaming equipment and was planning to upgrade, Feng Yi was just her friend. How could she let him spend his money? Since I've already bought it, you shouldn't refuse, Luoluo, Feng Yi said, looking at her with a pitiful expression while holding the big cardboard box. Fine. How many star coins is it? I'll transfer it to you, Bai Luoluo said helplessly. Feng Yi's smile, which had just lifted, instantly froze on his face. He didn't answer, merely moved the items to the study and set them up. When Bai Luoluo was about to ask about the price again, Feng Yi turned and met her gaze. Luoluo, I don't believe you can't see that I'm pursuing you. In the morning, when Feng Yi opened the door and saw Qian, he was completely stunned, instinctively doubting whether he had been caught eavesdropping last night. However, Qian didn't mention what happened last night. He just asked if Feng Yi wanted to be with Luoluo openly. Isn't that a given? Of course I want, if Feng Yi thought. I would rather be you. These were Qian's exact words. Although Feng Yi didn't know who Qian was referring to, he only knew that Qian had relented, which meant he accepted Feng Yi's pursuit of Bai Luoluo. But now, hearing Bai Luoluo's words, it seemed she wanted to keep her distance, and Feng Yi couldn't help but speak up. Huh? Bai Luoluo was stunned and somewhat at a loss. Luoluo, I like you. I don't expect you to give me an answer right now, but please don't reject my goodwill towards you, okay? Feng Yi took Bai Luoluo's hand and, under her gaze, gently placed a kiss on her hand, very sincerely. Bai Luoluo's heart began to race uncontrollably. She naturally knew Feng Yi's feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent her those videos in the first place. But knowing was one thing, and being confessed to in person was another. Bai Luoluo admitted that she felt a bit like a bad girl for doing this, but she really wasn't good at handling such relationships. Luoluo, don't worry that Qian will be unhappy when he comes back. Since he chose to let me come over, it means I have already received his approval. Bai Luoluo was very surprised. After all, in her view, Qian had a strong possessiveness over her. She didn't expect Feng Yi to gain Qian's approval. Well, okay then. Bai Luoluo pulled her hand back from Feng Yi's grasp and quickly ran to sit at her desk. You should go out first. I need to start my live stream. Seeing that Bai Luoluo no longer mentioned transferring money to him, Feng Yi's mood instantly brightened. He happily agreed and went out, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Once the door was shut, Bai Luoluo finally sighed in relief. After adjusting herself, she opened the live stream. Chapter 93, Light Bulb. The cat from Luoluo enters the live broadcast room. One life. One loneliness enters the live broadcast room. Your prejudice enters the live broadcast room. Dry fried green beans enters the live broadcast room. Tomato and scrambled eggs enters the live broadcast room. Seeing the familiar faces one by one, Bai Luoluo smiled and began to greet everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's been a few days since I last streamed in the morning. Welcome to Luoluo's live broadcast room. If you like Luoluo, please give a little follow. From the cat of Lo, red packet, Bai Luoluo stared blankly at the big red packet that suddenly appeared on the screen, a bit dazed. By the time she came to her senses and clicked on it, she found that the red packet had already been claimed. Green beans. Yo, cat. Did you encounter some good fortune today? Cat is really generous. One life, one loneliness. Looks like you're making a fortune, the cat of Luoluo, today. This cat is very happy. So I hope everyone shares in this joy. Hope the big shot is happy every day. Then we can get red packets every day. Looking at the barrage, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. Then I wish cat can be happy every day. The cat of Luoluo wife. You know how to make me happy. Bai Luoluo's heart suddenly tightened, and she instinctively looked up at the closed door. She didn't know if Feng Yi was doing it on purpose, but this was clearly intended to lead everyone to guess something. Wow, I smell gossip. This counts as a naked confession, right? One life, one loneliness. Cat, you shouldn't be that old, right? Loneliness suddenly asked, leaving Feng Yi stunned for a moment, while Bai Luoluo was also confused, not knowing what he meant. The cat of Luoluo, I'm already an adult. One life, one loneliness. As expected, Don't Touch Me enters the live broadcast room. Your prejudice. It means I can tell from your speech that you are very immature. Don't touch me. Who's immature? The cat of Luoluo. Crazy JPG. Welcome, don't touch me into the live broadcast room. Bai Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly welcomed him loudly upon seeing the special effect of his entrance. Don't touch me. The host is suddenly so enthusiastic, making me panic. Dry-fried green beans. Huh, you're killing me. The host is too enthusiastic, scaring the big shot. Bai Luoluo smiled awkwardly. She couldn't help it. She was genuinely worried that loneliness was provoking phony. He might really barge in, and it would be hard to explain then. Ding! The next second, a message popped up on her light brain, and Bai Luoluo looked down, feeling helpless. Phone, Luoluo, they are bullying me. Ha ha, it's my fault. All my fault, scaring our don't touch me baby. Bai Luoluo joked with a smile. Now let's do the connection task first. And if there's still time, I'll dance for everyone, okay? Dance, wow, wow, wow. Dry-fried green beans. The female goose has learned a new dance. Forget the connection. Let us just dance, one life, one loneliness. Hurry up with the task. Bai Luoluo smiled and opened a random connection, and soon matched with a male streamer. Hello. Bai Luoluo smiled and waved to the male streamer across the screen. I can't believe I just connected with the hottest female streamer right now. The male streamer exclaimed excitedly. Bai Luoluo felt a bit embarrassed. Had her recent fame really grown so much? How come anyone she randomly connected with recognized her? Luolu. The male streamer tried hard to calm himself down, smiling as he raised his hand to greet Bai Luoluo. His ID was Lightbulb, and Bai Luoluo was very curious about how he came up with such an interesting name. Lightbulb? Bai Luoluo asked curiously, her eyes wide open. Was there an interesting story behind this unusual name? The smile on Lightbulb's face instantly froze. He used to think this name was quite fun, but now he truly hated it. Ha ha ha, I know this. I think a friend of mine mentioned this streamer. Because all my friends have found their partners, and I'm still single, while they always want me to join them. Lightbulb's voice sounded quite helpless, and his face fell. Bai Luoluo had never thought it would be for this reason. She wanted to laugh, but managed to hold it in. The host needs to manage their expressions well. Seeing the host's mouth twitching, haha, too funny, although the other side is sad, is indeed funny. It seems like you have a good social life. Bai Luoluo finally managed to squeeze out such a sentence after a long pause, easing the awkward atmosphere. Luoluo, you don't need to comfort me. I'm used to it. Lightbulb forced out a somewhat awkward smile. Why don't we change the topic and start playing games? Bai Luoluo was eager to change the subject otherwise. She really worried the other side would feel worse the more they thought about it. Okay. As soon as games were mentioned, Lightbulb instantly perked up. What does Luoluo want to play? Lightbulb said confidently, I can play games. Can you play PUBG? Lightbulb asked, raising the light brain in his hand. My friends really like this game. Do you want to give it a try? Upon hearing this, Bai Luoluo realized that the other side had misunderstood. But since he was so happy, she didn't mind giving a shot. Haha, the other side is so funny. He actually wants to let Luoluo play PUBG. The host is confused. Is it possible that the host just wants to eat chicken? Haha, you went upstairs? Okay. But you might have to wait for me a bit. I need to download it first. Bai Luoluo picked up the light brain to start downloading and registering an account. Before long, the game added Lightbulb as a friend, and they started playing. The live broadcast room screen switched to the game screen, with Bai Luoluo's perspective becoming only a small part of the picture. Watching Lightbulb, who seemed a bit silly, unexpectedly played the game so well. After Bai Luoluo had fallen down for the nth time, he actually mocked her mercilessly. Ha ha ha, you are so bad. As soon as he said that, Lightbulb seemed to remember they were live and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Bai Luoluo was speechless. Wasn't this her first time playing a game in this life? Finally understand why the other side as friends are all married while he is still single. And finally understand why friends like to bring him along. After all, his skills are really strong. Strong skills, but emotional intelligence is too low. Marshal, your wife is being mocked. Why aren't you coming out to protect her? The Marshal isn't here today. It seems like the Marshal hasn't been seen. Could it be that he was drained by the host and can't get up? 3 words was kicked out of the live broadcast room by the administrator, the cat of Luoluo. He is tasked these days, so he is not around. Bai Luoluo nodded in response. She naturally saw the barrage from Sanyan. Luckily, before she could act. Phone, he had already taken care of it. Qin Shi suddenly sat up, but he clearly heard male footsteps upstairs. Since Chi wasn't home, who was the person upstairs now? Thinking about what Feng Yi had just said about being very happy, Qin instantly understood why. He didn't expect Chi and to be so wary of him, even going so far as to provoke Feng Yi's cat back just to prevent him from having a chance. But was Qian overestimating that silly cat? Chapter 94. The memorial of departure, perhaps afraid of saying something wrong again. The light bulb behind them hardly spoke until the game interface displayed the large gray words failure. He let out a sigh of relief. Luoluo, how about we call a day? The light bulb tentatively asked. Bai Luoluo had actually wanted to stop playing long ago. She was not good at this game and had just gritted her teeth to endure until the end. Let's stop here for now. The light bulb visibly brightened up. Then I'll log off first. We can play together again when we have time. After saying that, he hung up the call. It gives a feeling of being too impatient. The other side runs so fast. I can feel his helplessness. It's not just the other side in pain. You can tell the streamer doesn't like this game at all. Life of solitude. Look at the streamer's expression of despair. Don't bother me. It's rare to see a streamer not good at something. It's pretty good. Dry fried green beans. Don't bother. Big shot, you can talk. Bai Luoluo felt embarrassed by the comments in the bullet screen. This type of game is indeed my weak point. I originally wanted to give it a try, but it seems I shouldn't easily attempt things I'm not good at. Luoluo's cat. That's not it. Dear, it's your first time playing, and you've done well. If you're willing, I can guide you next time. Bai Luoluo's eyes lit up. Cat, are you good at games? Feng Yi's mouth curled up. Of course, he was skilled. After all, he was a carefree, rich second generation who excelled at gaming. However, he dare not mention this to Bai Luoluo, or she might think he was being unproductive. Luoluo's cat. I will definitely carry you. Ha ha ha. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh, and the shadow of their earlier game failure was instantly lifted. All right, then I'll leave it to you for now. Luoluo's cat. No problem. Life of solitude. Look up quickly. Bai Luoluo looked confused but obediently raised her head, then asked in puzzlement. What is up with looking up? There was nothing but the empty ceiling. Dry fried green beans. The girl is too cute. Don't bother me. Didn't the streamer see the cow flying in the sky? Only then did Bai Luoluo react and burst into laughter. Luoluo's cat. Humph. You don't believe I can take you on one-on-one. Life of solitude. I would play with childish things. Luoluo's cat. Crazy JPG. Bai Luoluo laughed until her stomach hurt. And just as she was about to say a few words of encouragement, a connection popped up. It was Junli, Sister Luoluo. You didn't sign up for the Guild League? As soon as the call connected, Junli couldn't wait to ask. Generally speaking, streamers wouldn't miss this opportunity, even if they knew they had no chance of winning. After all, it was a great chance to earn money. But Bai Luoluo actually gave up, which puzzled Junli. Life of solitude. The streamer didn't sign up? Luoluo's cat. Why didn't you sign up? Don't bother me. Don't believe in our strength? Dry fried green beans. Could be that the streamer is concerned about your wallets? This one sentence silenced the live stream. After all, every time the audience donated generously, Bai Luoluo would encourage them to be rational, so it really could be this reason. Bai Luoluo bit her lip in embarrassment, not explaining. But everyone could tell that green beans was right. Sister Luoluo? Seeing that Bai Luoluo hadn't answered his question, Junli couldn't help but call her again. Bai Luoluo smiled at the camera and said, when I first started streaming, it was just to make a living. Now I stream because I really enjoy my fans. So competitions don't really matter to me. What a pity, Junli said disappointedly. The first prize this time is a house. A house? Bai Luoluo couldn't believe it. A guild league actually offer a house as a reward? She was more curious about who the boss behind this competition was, as they seemed quite powerful. Because Bai Luoluo didn't sign up for the competition, Junli chatted with her briefly, expressing his feelings before disconnecting. Life of solitude. After hearing such a generous reward, does the streamer regret it? Don't bother me. I feel like the streamer might regret a bit. Bai Luoluo's eyes flickered, and she didn't answer their questions. After all, it was a house. How could she not be tempted? But at this point, it was useless to regret. So when she saw a connection pop up, she clicked to agree without any hesitation. When the connection was made, a young, handsome male appeared on the other side, dressed in a clean white shirt. Sitting upright in front of the camera with a pair of black-rimmed glasses on his face, looking cultured. in a world where strength was paramount. Bai Luoluo was momentarily taken aback at the sight of such a male. Hello, Bai Luoluo, I'm Qingming. Qingming smiled slightly, revealing two shallow dimples. He was indeed a shy male. Hello, Qingming. Bai Luoluo greeted him with a smile. I've heard about the streamer for a long time, but I didn't expect to be so lucky today to connect with you first. Qingming said with a gentle smile. Bai Luoluo was taken aback. You've heard of me? Yes. Qingming nodded. They all say that now the most feared thing is connecting with you, because whoever faces you will definitely lose. The other side is just saying the truth. Looks like the platform knows that the big brother at Luoluo's house is the strongest. Life of solitude. Quite self-aware. Don't bother me. The reputation is completely established now. Luoluo's cat. Let him see our strength today. Seeing her fans more excited than herself, Bai Luoluo wanted to say, is this really okay? What if no one dares to connect with me later? Then who am I supposed to find for my connection tasks? There are no absolutes in this world. Bai Luoluo said calmly. In fact, Bai Luoluo knew very well that Qingming was not exaggerating. After all, since she started streaming, her fans had rarely let her lose. In fact, she could say that they made her opponents lose quite miserably each time. Actually, I quite want to connect with you, Qingming said with a smile. After all, a strong opponent means I can earn a bit more. Bai Luoluo was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere instantly relaxed. Then today we'll go for the overall ranking, and the loser, Qingming hesitated for a moment, will recite the Memorial of Departure. The Memorial of Departure? Bai Luoluo was stunned. Was it the one she was thinking of? What is the Memorial of Departure? Is it a new internet slang? I haven't heard of it. Can someone explain? Don't bother me. The late emperor started his business, but died halfway. Chapter 95. The wealthy child by Luoluo was stunned. She never expected that moving to another planet would lead to encountering a memorial of departure. But did the Interstellar Beast World even have something like that? Just as the thought crossed her mind, she saw MOAI had already typed out the first line. Well, it really does exist. Are you going to accept it? Qingming said with a sly smile as he pushed up his glasses. You have a week to memorize it, and then just shoot a video and post it on your homepage. With such words spoken, what else could Bai Luoluo say? She steeled herself and agreed. Great. Qingming's smile grew wider upon her agreement. The PK began, and the time was reset. Babies, I'm begging you, please let me win today. Bai Luoluo said with her hands clasped together, her expression pitiful as she addressed the fans in the live stream. Bai Luoluo's voice was already soft and sweet, and combined with her pitiful little expression, it instantly melted the hearts of the fans in the live stream. The streamer has never wanted to win so badly before. It's rare for the streamer to speak to everyone. Let's go. 1-1 rewards Hualuo Mo Xiangli heart. 52 diamonds Loyer rewards Hualuo Mo Xiangli. 1,000 paper cranes. 99 diamonds. Love rewards Hualuo Mo Xiangli. Kisses 15 Diamonds Yisheng Zugurevats Valuo Montag Xiangli Angelwings. 4.999 Diamonds Montag egal Lauzi Revats Valuo Montag Xiangli Warship. 66 diamonds. Your bias. Actually, it's okay to lose occasionally, no? Bai Luoluo hurriedly leaned in front of the camera, blinking her big eyes. Bias baby, can you really bear to watch me lose? Wow, the streamer is actually starting to act cute to win. Streamer acting cute. I did give my life for you. Luoluo's cat rewards Hualuo Mo Xiangli. Dream Castle. 199.99 diamonds. Luoluo's cat. Just recharged. Your bias rewards Hualuo Mo Xiangli. Dream Castle. 19,999 diamonds. Your bias. Well said. Say a bit more. Haha. Bias boss loves compliments. Streamer say a bit more. Bias baby, please, I beg you. You're the coolest and the best. You definitely don't want Luoluo to lose, right? Bai Luoluo squeezed her throat and managed to finish, almost making herself feel sick. Your bias. Your bias rewards Hualuo Mo Xiangli. Love destined for 3 lifetimes. 99999 diamonds. This is too powerful. Streamer. Maybe stop acting cute. The boss is speechless, huh? The boss has never been this speechless in his life. Dry fried green beans. Girl. This tactic of yours harms the enemy 1,000. Self-harms 800. Hee. Bai Luoluo laughed shyly. She indeed had the intention of deliberately annoying the bias. But she didn't expect to push too hard and almost hurt herself. Ishang Zhugu rewards Hualuo, Mo, Xiangli, skyscraper. 9,999 diamonds. Ishang Zhugu. I don't need the streamer to act cute. Mo, AI lousy rewards Hualuo, Mo, Xiangli, dream castle. 19,999 diamonds. Mo, AI lousy. I also don't need the streamer to act cute. Your bias. Only you are so noble. As expected, the big brother is arguing. Though late, but here soon, the PK entered its final stage. Almost without needing Bai Luoluo's reminder, Zhugu, bias, Mo, AI, and Cat all seemed to have coordinated perfectly, throwing out a love destined for 3 lifetimes. Indeed, too strong. Qingming's face fell, completely different from his earlier demeanor when facing Bai Luoluo. Luoluo, where can I find a big brother like yours? Bai Luoluo was taken aback for a moment. Upon realizing what Qingming meant, she couldn't help but laugh. I'm sorry. I'll definitely cover the medical expenses. Ishang Zhugu. The medical expenses have already been covered. Sure enough, the other side recalled Qingming's excited voice. Thank you. Luoluo's big brother for the medical expenses. Thank you, big brother. Dry fried green beans. I'm curious how much Zhugu gave. Why is the other side so excited? I'm curious too. Bai Luoluo widened her round eyes, looking as if she was eager for the answer. Ishang Zhugu, not much. Just a plain ticket. Big brother, you know how to flaunt your wealth? Big brother, do you know that you're not much as half a month's living expenses for us ordinary people? No, it's my monthly expenses. Woo, don't say anymore, I'm gonna cry. Looking down at the paycheck just received. I just want to say damn, Ishang Zhugu send a red envelope. Suddenly, an eye-catching notification appeared, and almost everyone hurried to grab it. Bai Luoluo also joined in and grabbed one, only to find out the red envelope was far beyond her expectations. I would like to call Zhugu Big Brother the wealthy child. Big Brother is really generous. Your bias, strong JPG, Mo, AI lousy. The richest let you be? Ishang Zhugu, why not? Oh mo I laozi. Huh. Mo, AI wakes up in the middle of the night and asks, why say so much? Oh my Luoluo, your big brother is too powerful. Qingming lost all expression management upon hearing what was happening in Bai Luoluo's live stream from the fans. Really? Can you share where to find such a big brother? Bai Luoluo thought for a moment. Maybe you have to be a female to have a big brother. Qingming was stunned for a moment and started crying even harder. Ha ha, you're killing me, streamer. You're just adding fuel to the fire. A you. Strong JPG. In the end, Qingming held back his laughter and ended the live stream. Ishang Zhugu. Is today as connection task over? Yeah, Bai Luoluo replied. Is Zhugu baby busy with something? Ishang Zhugu. MHM, since you're busy. Hurry up and get to it. Don't delay important matters, Bai Luoluo urged. Ishang Zhugu. Goodbye, streamer. Bai Luoluo wave at the camera. Goodbye, Zhugu baby. At the end of today's live stream, I'll sing a song for everyone. Bai Luoluo checked the time and realized it was almost lunchtime. So she thought to use a song as a conclusion. Wait, I need to record the screen. Dry fried green beans. Girl, you're too bad, huh? Bai Luoluo had just found the music when she saw the comment from Green Beans, feeling a bit confused. Green Beans baby, what did I do that was bad? Dry fried green beans. If Zhugu Big Brother knew you started singing right after he left, he would definitely regret it. What should I do? Bai Luoluo seemed to have never considered this question. If she had known, she would have asked Zhugu if he was in a hurry. If not, she would have waited for him to finish singing a song. Luoluo's cat. It's fine. Just let the recorder send a copy to the fan group later. Then I'll trouble the recording baby to remember to send a copy to the fan group later. And tag Zhugu baby, okay? After saying that, the prelude music ended, and Bai Luoluo cleared her throat and began to sing. As usual, when Bai Luoluo sang, the live stream was very quiet, with hardly any comments. Everyone seemed to be seriously listening to her sing, which Bai Luoluo really liked. Unexpectedly, after Bai Luoluo finished singing, a gift suddenly popped up in the live stream. Ishang Zhugu rewards Hualuo, Mo, Xiangli, golden voice. 666 diamonds, chapter 96 reunion again. Warm reminder. The previous chapter has been deleted and rewritten. Bai Luoluo was stunned. So Zhugu didn't actually leave the live broadcast room at all. Zhu Gu has left, but hasn't completely left. The host is confused. Who wouldn't be confused? The big shot has resurrected. The big shot probably heard the host say she was going to sing, "Thank you for the gift, Zhu Gu baby." Bai Luoluo smiled sweetly at the camera and said, "Today's live broadcast ends here. Everyone should hurry to rest and then go have lunch." After saying that, Bai Luoluo waved goodbye to the camera and closed the live stream. "Luoluo, I just found out that a new restaurant opened nearby. I heard it quite good. Do you want to try it?" Feng, he asked as he pushed the door in with his light brain. Bai Luoluo originally planned to just grab a bite at home, but since Feng Yi was here, it wouldn't be appropriate to be too casual, so she nodded in agreement. "Okay, wait for me to change my clothes. Then we'll go out to eat." Feng Yi looked at Bai Luoluo, then at himself, and asked, "What kind of clothes are you planning to change into?" Bai Luoluo thought for a moment and replied, "I recently bought a light gray spaghetti strap dress. I'll wear that." "Great." Feng Yi responded and dashed off without a trace. Bai Luoluo shook her head with a smile, went back to her room to change her clothes. And just as she came out, she found Feng Yi waiting at the door. The moment she saw Feng Yi, Bai Luoluo finally understood why he had just asked her what kind of clothes she would wear. "Let's go." Feng Yi naturally took the bag from Bai Luoluo's hand and walked towards the elevator. The restaurant wasn't far from where they lived, and it only took about 10 minutes by car, but it seemed they had arrived a bit late. The restaurant was packed with people, and it was impossible to squeeze in. But didn't they say that people from the Interstellar Beast World don't like ordinary food? "Luoluo, wait here for a moment." Feng Yi went over to talk briefly with the waiter before returning. "What's going on?" Feng Yi rolled his eyes helplessly. "Princess Tinglan is inside." Tinglan? It had been a while since she heard that name, and she didn't expect to run into her so coincidentally. She revealed her itinerary before coming, which is why so many people showed up. Feng Yi was almost furious. He had finally managed to have a date alone with Bai Luoluo, but unexpectedly, it was ruined by Tinglan. "Then let us change places. It's just for a meal anyway. It doesn't have to be this one." "I'm sorry. I should have made a reservation earlier." Feng Yi apologized with a bitter face. "It's okay. This place is crowded. We could just go to another one." Bai Luoluo instead comforted Feng Yi. Feng Yi quickly pulled out his light brain, searched for a bit, and decided to go to another restaurant not far from there. But unexpectedly, Tinglan somehow spotted Bai Luoluo and walked out from inside. "Oh, isn't this Bai Luoluo?" Tinglan's arrogant voice sounded from behind, and Bai Luoluo unconsciously frowned. Feng Yi glanced at Tinglan, knowing that the newcomer was not friendly, so he wanted to pull Bai Luoluo away first. But unexpectedly, Tinglan didn't plan to let them go and gestured to her bodyguards, who immediately came up to block their way. "Feng Yi, why are you running away from this princess?" Bai Luoluo looked at Feng Yi, surprised that he knew Tinglan. "Not running away." Feng Yi turned around, forcing a smile. "We just thought there were too many people here, so we were thinking of changing to another place." Tinglan looked around and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect so many people to come. How about this, if you don't mind? You can come and sit at my table." Offering kindness without a cause is either a thief or a rogue. Bai Luoluo decisively shook her head. "No thanks. We already have a reservation at another restaurant." Feng Yi quickly nodded, "Yes, maybe next time." "Princess Tinglan, who is this?" A strange male walked out from behind Tinglan. He was very tall, with deep features, resembling a mixed blood type. From a moment he walked out, his gaze had not left Bai Luoluo. Su Jin did not expect to see such a beautiful female on Central Star, so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off her. She was wearing an ordinary spaghetti strap dress and hadn't put on any makeup, yet she was still stunningly beautiful. Hearing Su Jin's voice, Tinglan smiled knowingly and turned to link her arm with Su Jin's, but unexpectedly found that Su Jin was still staring at Bai Luoluo, not even giving her a glance. "A friend I know." Tinglan smiled slightly and hooked Su Jin's arm. "We're heading to another place for dinner, so we want to disturb you." Su Jin discreetly pulled his arm away from Tinglan's grasp and walked in front of Bai Luoluo, bowing very gentlemanly, esteemed female. "I am Su Jin from Class Star. Very pleased to meet you." "Hello, my name is Bai Luoluo." Bai Luoluo frowned, not understanding why this Su Jin wanted to greet her specifically. Considering Tinglan's demeanor, she seemed eager to tear her apart. "Since we're going to eat anyway, why not join us?" Su Jin smiled and asked, "Since we just met, let's be friends." "Sufing." Tinglan's face changed drastically. instinctively wanting to step forward to stop it. I'm really sorry. Our reserved restaurant time is about to be up, Bai Luoluo said with a smile. Let us go. Feng, Bai Luoluo said, linking her arm with Feng E's beside her and preparing to leave. Feng E was momentarily stunned, but immediately understood Bai Luoluo's intention. So he smiled at Princess Tinglan and said, I'm really sorry, we have to leave now. You all go ahead. Princess Tinglan hurriedly said, then stepped forward to link her arm with Su Jin S. Su Jin, didn't you say you'd accompany me for dinner today? I'm almost starving. Let us go in. Bai Luoluo and Feng E smiled and nodded at Su Jin, then got into the car and left without looking back. Phew. Feng E glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed that the one called Su Jin was still staring at their car, wishing they hadn't come here. Seeing Feng E like this, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Luoluo, didn't you notice? Feng E said somewhat unhappily. The guy named Su Jin kept staring at you, and Tinglan was almost about to explode with anger. Bai Luoluo nodded with a smile. I guess that Tinglan initially invited us in to show off that she had Su Jin accompanying her for dinner. But unexpectedly Su Jin was attracted to you and couldn't wait to let us go. I have to say, Feng Yi's analysis was spot on. Bai Luoluo felt the same way. But who exactly is this Su Jin, and why would someone as arrogant as Tinglan pretend to be so gentle around him? Chapter 97. It's a cat. A little kitten 2 days later, Bai Luoluo was live streaming as usual when a forced PK popped up. It was Princess Tinglan. Bai Luoluo. Princess Tinglan gritted her teeth and shouted, You shameless person, not only did you steal Qian from me, but you even want to steal Su Jin. This is too much. Bai Luoluo was confused. When did she steal Su Jin? They had only met once in front of a restaurant, and they hadn't even exchanged more than a couple of words. How did that turn into stealing? Life is a lonely note. Your prejudice. Su Jin? Don't mess with me. What is going on? Bai Luoluo's cat. What the hell? Why aren't you speaking? Feeling guilty? Princess Tinglan yelled angrily. First of all, Qian rejected you from the very beginning. After meeting me, he chose me, so I didn't steal your person. If we're talking about stealing, it's you who knew I had already marked Qi in and still let someone take him away. That's stealing. Bai Luoluo calmly replied. Tinglan didn't expect Bai Luoluo to bring up the fact that she had someone take Qi in the live stream. Her face turned pale and flushed. What about Su Jin? Thinking of Su Jin made Tinglan even angrier. Su Jin had previously indicated that he wanted to form an alliance with her, but after seeing Bai Luoluo that day, he went back and said he wanted to pursue her instead. He said he wouldn't marry me after meeting you, even though we had made plans. No way. The streamer really stole Princess Tinglan's marriage partner. Stir-fried green beans. Hey, having a brain is a good thing. Too bad you don't have one. It's obvious that Su Jin was attracted to Bai Luoluo's beauty after seeing her. Bai Luoluo's cat. Stir-fried green beans is right. Life is a lonely note. The truth. Why aren't you speaking? Did I guess right? Tinglan was almost furious to death. Originally, she was happy that Su Jin suddenly took the initiative to ask her out today, but it turned out he was asking about Bai Luoluo. Although she managed to gloss over it, she could tell that Su Jin was definitely infatuated with Bai Luoluo. You shameless person, relying on your good looks to seduce everyone around. This is too much. Hee hee. Bai Luoluo laughed in anger. First of all, I have no interest in that Su Jin you mentioned. Second, I've only met him that once, and it was right in front of you. So now that Su Jin doesn't want you anymore, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Stir-fried green beans. Good comeback. Life is a lonely note, still a bit too gentle. Bai Luoluo's cat. With Tinglan's personality, anyone who knows her wouldn't want her. You. Tinglan was so angry that her hands were shaking, and she eventually rolled her eyes and fainted. When Bai Luoluo heard a loud thud from the other side, she was stunned. When did Tinglan's combat power become this low? This was just the beginning. How could she faint from anger? Other fans in the live stream were also bewildered. They had seen Tinglan's combat power before. She shouldn't be this weak. Bai Luoluo's cat. Is she pretending? Life is a lonely note. Doesn't he look like it? Does anyone know where Princess Tinglan lives? Should we call an ambulance for her? Bai Luoluo panicked. After all, Tinglan was a noble female in the starry sky. She shouldn't really be angered to that extent. Life is a lonely note. Don't worry, she is a princess. There are always people around to attend to her. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, a group of males appeared on camera, hurriedly carrying Tinglan away. It wasn't until the chaos on the other side calmed down that Bai Luoluo helplessly closed the connection. What on earth is happening? Sujin, could it be the Sujin I know? Hey, elaborate on that. I heard that Prince Sujin from Class Star has been visiting Central Star recently and seems to be interested in forming an alliance with Central Star. En alliance? So he is here for Princess Tinglan? But now it seems Prince Sujin has his eyes on our streamer. Bai Luoluo also didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this. But that day, it was clearly Tinglan who provoked her first. If she hadn't approached, Sujin wouldn't have met her. Life is a lonely note. Streamer, don't take everything upon yourself. Feeling her thoughts exposed, Bai Luoluo smiled a bit shyly. I'm not taking it upon myself. I'm just thinking about how to resolve this. Life is a lonely note. This is something Tinglan should be considering. You just need to focus on yourself. Bai Luoluo's cat. What happened that day was all Tinglan's fault. Don't worry about her. Let her figure it out herself. Stir-fried green beans. Is there gossip? How does the cat know what happened that day? Could it be that the cat was also on site? Oh wow. Is the cat going to become official? Bai Luoluo's cat. Wife, why didn't he say anything? Bai Luoluo forced a smile and looked up at Feng Yi, who had already opened the study door. He looked at her pitifully and mouthed to her. I didn't mean to. Well, whether it was intentional or not, the fact that she knew the cat privately couldn't be hidden. No way, no way. Why does it feel like the two of them are already together? Who was the streamer just looking at? The cat? Streamer, don't. What about the Marshal? If the Marshal knows, will he fight the cat? I do know the cat privately, Bai Luoluo said with a wry smile. As for Qian, he also knew the cat. Oh wow, what a coincidence. Rich people are all in the same circle. So now the Marshal has accepted the cat? Stir-fried green beans. The girl has quickly found a side partner. No, Bai Luoluo was speechless. I'm just friends with the cat right now. It's not what you all think. Stir-fried green beans. I get it. Starting from friends means it could lead to being a side partner in the future. Bai Luoluo's cat. I really haven't been accepted by my wife yet. It's so unfair, JPG. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but glare at Feng Yi. This guy was making things worse, adding fuel to the fire. Stir-fried green beans. What I want to know now is, does the cat look good? Is he as good-looking as the Marshal? Bai Luoluo looked up at Feng Yi's head peeking through the door and compared him to Qian. They weren't the same style. Qian was more mature and stable, while the cat was more lively and a bit childish. Stir-fried green beans. So he has a little puppy. Girl, you're doing pretty well. Bai Luoluo's face turned red from stir-fried green beans' bold statement. But upon thinking carefully, she had to admit it was true. Feng, he did resemble a little puppy. Bai Luoluo's cat. He has a cat, a little kitten. Chapter 98, let's do it again the next day. Just after Bai Luoluo got up, she heard the doorbell ring. Feng Yi, why are you here so early today? When she opened the door, Bai Luoluo was stunned. Standing outside was not Feng Yi, but Yi Jiuyu. Yi Jiuyu was dressed in military uniform, his golden hair meticulously styled, and he wore a faint smile as he leisurely stared at her. Bai Luoluo was not surprised that Yi Jiuyu knew her address. After all, he was the prince of the empire, and finding someone's residence would be a piece of cake for him. What puzzled her was why Yi Jiuyu had come to look for her so early in the morning. Was it about what happened yesterday? Are you not going to invite me in? Yi Jiuyu raised an eyebrow and asked lightly. Bai Luoluo stepped aside to make way, and Yi Jiuyu walked in without any courtesy. Yi Jiuyu did not expect that such a noble female like Bai Luoluo would be willing to live in such a small place. Moreover, there wasn't even a servant around to take care of her. He wondered how Qian was looking after her. Is there something you need to discuss with me? Your Highness? Bai Luoluo poured a cup of water and placed it in front of Yi Jiuyu, asking. Naturally, it's about Tinglan, Yi Jiuyu replied, his gaze fixed on Bai Luoluo's face. Although Tinglan claimed that Bai Luoluo had seduced Sujin, which caused him to suddenly back out of the royal engagement, Yi Jiuyu felt that Bai Luoluo was not that kind of person. Regardless, the marriage alliance with Crystar was very important, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. So the prince also thinks that I seduced Prince Sujin? Bai Luoluo sat down on the sofa beside her, wanting to see what attitude the prince had regarding this matter. I didn't say that. Yi Jiuyu raised an eyebrow. He was merely here to gauge Bai Luoluo's stance, wanting to know how she felt about Su Jin liking her. From the looks of it, Bai Luoluo didn't seem to have a good impression of Su Jin. This reassured him. Then what does your highness want to say by coming to find me? Bai Luoluo felt a bit perplexed about Yi Jiuyu's intentions. Initially, she thought he was here to cause trouble regarding Ting Lan, but now it seemed he might not be on the opposing side. Moreover, she had clearly sensed that Yi Jiuyu had relaxed after hearing her counter-question. You must know about Su Jin's identity, and you know he came to Central Star for the Mermaid Alliance. At this point, Yi Jiuyu appeared somewhat helpless. But what outsiders didn't know was that it was not Crystar seeking protection from Central Star, but Central Star wanting to obtain minerals from Crystar. Isn't this a secret? Can we just talk about it openly? Bai Luoluo felt a bit dazed. Was the prince trying to set her up? Seeing that Bai Luoluo didn't respond, Yi Jiuyu continued. Now Prince Su Jin insists on seeing you. He is the most favored prince of Crystar, and we have no way to refuse. Oh, so you need something from me? Luoluo, Luoluo. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Feng Yi's voice came through. Bai Luoluo went over and opened the door. The moment Feng Yi saw Yi Jiuyu, his expression changed. What is the prince doing here? Once Bai Luoluo opened the door, Yi Jiuyu returned to his usual aloof demeanor, giving Feng Yi a faint glance without speaking. Luoluo, he didn't bully you, did he? Feng Yi asked nervously. No matter what, Yi Jiuyu is still a prince. Having received a good education since childhood, he shouldn't be bullying a female. Feng Yi was just worried for nothing. You should have called me over immediately. Feng Yi said warily, looking at Yi Jiuyu. If I remember correctly, there is currently only Qian listed as Bai Luoluo's female partner. Yi Jiuyu couldn't hold back any longer and said, So I'm curious what identity you have appearing here? Feng Yi's face turned pale. Although Bai Luoluo allowed him to stay by her side, she had not promised him any identity. Your Highness. Bai Luoluo frowned. Feng Yi is my friend. Yi Jiuyu chuckled lightly, so it's just a friend. Feng Yi's face turned even whiter. I hope you think carefully about today's matter. I will come back in 3 days. I hope by then you can give me the answer I want. Yi Jiuyu said as he stood up. After Yi Jiuyu left, Bai Luoluo closed the door and let out a heavy sigh. Feng Yi, are you okay? Seeing Feng Yi's pale face, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but ask with concern. To you, am I just a friend? Feng Yi murmured. What? Bai Luoluo didn't hear clearly. So she walked closer to Feng Yi. Luoluo, I don't want to just be your friend. I like you, and I want to be your side husband. Is that okay? Feng Yi suddenly looked up, gripping Bai Luoluo's shoulders tightly, and asked with determination in his eyes. Although she had long known Feng Yi's feelings for her, she did not expect him to confess in such a situation. If you're worried that Qian will oppose it, you can rest assured. Since he let me take care of you, it shows he has already accepted me. Feng Yi explained when he saw Bai Luoluo hesitating. So, as long as you are willing to accept me, there won't be any problems. So, Luoluo. Feng Yi suddenly leaned closer to Bai Luoluo, asking, will you accept me? Facing Feng Yi's fervent gaze, Bai Luoluo instinctively wanted to shy away. But she was held tightly by Feng Yi and couldn't escape. Luoluo, please don't avoid me. Feng Yi's voice carried a plea. He had originally thought that as long as he gave Bai Luoluo enough time, she would accept him. But now he couldn't wait any longer. When he heard that he and Bai Luoluo were just friends, it felt like he was dying from the pain. Feng Yi, you're hurting me. Feng Yi was startled and quickly let go of Bai Luoluo, only to meet her smiling eyes. Luoluo. Bai Luoluo smiled at Feng Yi. In fact, she had already gotten used to having Feng Yi by her side over the past few days. Close your eyes. Although she didn't explain what she was doing, Feng Yi obediently closed his eyes. The warm sensation on his lips made Feng Yi suddenly open his eyes wide. What met his gaze was Bai Luoluo's face magnified countless times, so close that he could see her eyelashes clearly. Bai Luoluo actually kissed him proactively. Although it was a fleeting moment, he truly felt it. Now, do you know the answer? Bai Luoluo smiled and asked. Feng Yi fronet, seemingly unschler. Could we do it again? Before Bai Luoluo could react, he pulled her into his embrace and lowered his head to kiss her. Chapter 99. Intense visual impact when leaving. Feng Yi was visibly happy, but Bai Luoluo, following behind him, was not as cheerful. She put on a mask, fuming as she trailed behind Feng Yi. mumbling something under her breath. Although Feng Yi couldn't hear clearly, he knew she was probably cursing at him. Luoluo, wait for me a moment. I'll go get the car, Feng Yi said with a smile when they reached downstairs, then hurried off to drive. Luoluo? Just as Feng Yi walked away, a voice came from behind them. It was Qin Shi. Bai Luoluo turned around and saw Qin Shi coming out from inside. The last time she had seen him was when he was taking care of his injuries. It had been a while since then. Today, she noticed his complexion was rosy, suggesting that he had healed long ago. Are you sick? Qin Shi pointed at the mask on by Luoluo's face, asking with concern. How could that stupid cat take care of someone and let her get sick? No. Bai Luoluo awkwardly adjusted her mask, afraid Qin Shi would notice something. She had accidentally developed a pimple, so she wore the mask to cover it. Qin Shi looked at Bai Luoluo with suspicion. Although he felt something was off, he didn't press further. Are you going out? Do you want me to drive you? Qin Shi asked, walking over to her. No need. Just then, Feng Yi drove up smoothly in front of Bai Luoluo. Wife, get in the car. Wife. Qin Shi's dark red eyes narrowed slightly. Bai Luoluo hadn't expected Feng Yi to call her that suddenly. She glanced at Qin Shi in a panic and then apologized. Qin Shi, we have something to do. We're leaving. She waved at Qin Shi and quickly got into the car. Then we're off, Mr. Qin. Feng Yi leaned casually against the window, waving at Qin Shi, and then stepped on the gas, speeding away. Wife, can you keep a bit of distance from Qin Shi in the future? Feng Yi glanced at Qin Shi through the rearview mirror and said to Bai Luoluo. Why? Bai Luoluo asked in confusion. You know his identity. He is very dangerous. Feng Yi said, unusually serious. The most important thing was that Feng Yi knew Qin Shi liked Luoluo too. Of course, he wouldn't tell Luoluo that. So it was about Qin Shi's identity as the Night Owl leader? But Bai Luoluo felt that after spending so much time with Qin Shi, he didn't seem like a villain at all. On the contrary, she thought Qin Shi was a good person. If he hadn't saved her back then, she would have definitely gotten hurt. When they got out of the car, Bai Luoluo prepared to put her mask back on. She had felt stuffy in the car, which was why she had taken off temporarily. Soda. Seeing Bai Luoluo's slightly swollen lips, Feng Yi couldn't help but apologize. But he really couldn't be blamed. It was his first time, and he had lost control for a moment, which resulted in hurting Bai Luoluo. If you do that again next time, I want to let you kiss me. Bai Luoluo angrily put her mask back on and glared at Feng Yi. Okay, Feng Yi replied cheerfully. I promise I won't hurt you next time. The two went to the supermarket and shopped around. When they came out, Feng Yi was carrying several large bags, but still looked relaxed. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but feel grateful. Having a male companion was great. If she had to carry these things herself, she would have been exhausted. After putting the groceries in the car, they returned and took the elevator directly to the shopping mall on the ground floor. The reason was simple. Bai Luoluo wanted to buy some clothes. It had been a while since she had gone out shopping, since she had been there before. Bai Luoluo headed straight to the third floor and started browsing from store to store. After buying several dresses, she stopped at the entrance of a lingerie store and said to Feng, Hey, why don't you wait for me here? I'll go in and buy something. Feng Yi initially wanted to go in with her, but after seeing what the store sold, he decisively stopped. Behind the glass window was a plastic mannequin wearing a revealing black lace nightgown, which was quite provocative. Feng Yi couldn't help but imagine how it would look on Bai Luoluo. So when Bai Luoluo finished buying her lingerie and came out, she found Feng Yi staring blankly at the display case. What are you thinking about? Bai Luoluo walked over and tapped Feng Yi to bring him back to reality. And nothing. Feng Yi stammered, his ears secretly turning red when Bai Luoluo wasn't looking. After an hour of shopping, Bai Luoluo felt her feet starting to ache. Just as she was about to tell Feng it was time to go back, she spotted a milk tea shop. Feng Yi, I want milk tea. Without a second thought, Feng Yi took Bai Luoluo into the milk tea shop, set their things down, and went to order the milk tea she wanted. Wife, sit here for a bit while I step out, Feng Yi said. Bai Luoluo nodded and obediently sat in the milk tea shop waiting for Feng Yi to return. When the milk tea was ready and brought over, Feng Yi still hadn't returned. Bai Luoluo felt a bit helpless and had to sip her tea while waiting for him. When Feng Yi finally returned, he looked out of breath, which made Bai Luoluo suspicious. Feng Yi, didn't you go to the restroom? Why did it take so long? Feng, he hesitated, saying he had a stomach ache, which was why it took longer. But Bai Luoluo felt there was definitely more to it. However, since Feng, didn't T1 say more. She wouldn't press him. When they got home, it was already past 10. Bai Luoluo hurriedly opened her live stream. Feng, he took the new clothes to the bedroom, taking them out one by one to hang in the wardrobe. When he opened another bag, his face turned red instantly. But thinking about how Bai Luoluo was now his wife, he felt there was nothing to be shy about, so he took it to the bathroom. The small piece of fabric in Feng's large hands was a shocking visual impact, yet he seemed completely unaware, washing it with great seriousness. When Bai Luoluo came out of the study with water, she happened to see this provocative scene. Bai Luoluo stood at the bathroom door, her expression a mix of colors. Wife. Feng, he hadn't expected Bai Luoluo to catch him and felt his ears turn red. I can wash these myself. You're my wife now. It's my duty to wash these for you. Feng, he took a deep breath and smiled. Aren't you still live streaming? Hurry up and get back. Don't keep your fans waiting. Bai Luoluo hesitated, but ultimately went back to the study with her water cup. But once she sat down, her mind was filled with the image of Feng washing her lingerie, and her face uncontrollably turned red. Chapter 100. Bai Luoluo is very simple. You are not suitable for him. The anchor didn't go out to get water. Why is her face red when she comes back? What did the anchor see dry-fried green beans? Could it be that she saw a little puppy upstairs? You definitely hit the nail on the head. Ahem, Bai Luoluo naturally saw the discussions in the bullet comments. She coughed lightly twice, then took a sip of water to recover. Recently, I learned a new dance. How about I show it to everyone today? I haven't learned it for long, so please go easy on me. Luoluo's cat enters the live broadcast room. Ooh, the little puppy is here. Dry-fried green beans. Little puppy, tell us. What did you do just now that made the girl's face so red? Luoluo's cat, it's under a JPG. I want to tell you, Luoluo's cat rewarded 99,999 diamonds. Luoluo's cat. Wife, I'm here. Oh, the wife is called too. The anchor is really having a good time now. Bai Luoluo's face turned even redder. What's worse is that at this moment, Feng, he pushed the door and came in. He seemed to have the intention of deliberately teasing her and even changed into a white, slightly sheer shirt with the buttons not fully fastened, exposing his delicate collarbone right in front of Bai Luoluo, and the hem vaguely showed his abs. He still wanted to see his wife dance in person. Feng, he casually sat down opposite Bai Luoluo, smiling broadly. I heard the little puppy's voice. Wow, just like that, he barged in when the Marshal comes back. The find the house was robbed. Don't hit me, I'm just here for the show. Wow, the Marshal is actually here too. Qian. Bai Luoluo didn't expect Qi to sneak into the live broadcast room, and her face instantly became a bit awkward. Qian, when did you come back? Don't hit me. I'm just here for the show. I thought the wife had forgotten about me. Bai Luoluo was anxious to explain that she hadn't marked Feng yet, but thinking that this was a live broadcast, she forced herself to hold it back. You are my legal husband, the most important person to me. Don't hit me. I'm just here for the show, rewarded 99,999 diamonds. Don't hit me, I'm just here for the show. Wow, Marshal, don't love her too much. Who is jealous? I won't say wife. Feng, he looked at Bai Luoluo with a pitiful expression. Then am I not important to you? Feng, he was already quite cute, and now with his deliberate pitiful act, how could Bai Luoluo resist? She quickly nodded, of course. You are also very important. Luoluo's cat. Did you hear that? I'm also very important. Sundara, JPG. The cat is so childish, a life of solitude. Indeed childish. Seeing Qin Che's bullet comments, Feng's expression stiffened. He knew Qin Che was referring to the incident from this morning when he had deliberately called Bai Luoluo's wife in front of him to let him know he had no chance. Luoluo's cat. What's wrong with being childish? Anyway, my wife likes it. Outside the screen, Qin Che's eyes turned crimson. He hadn't taken that stupid cat seriously. But today, it had actually provoked him face to face, which made him unable to endure it any longer. Now, it was flaunting itself in the live broadcast room, which was simply too much. It seemed he could no longer sit idly by. Hiccup. I've had enough dog food, dry-fried green beans. No showing off love, Luoluo's cat. Now that I'm full, I won't need to eat later. Just save a meal. The cat is pulling hate, dry-fried green beans. Someone, drag this cat out. The next second, a prompt appeared in the live broadcast room. Luoluo's cat was kicked out of the live broadcast room by the administrator. Don't hit me. I'm just here for the show. That is satisfying. It got quiet, sitting opposite Bai Luoluo. Phone, he was momentarily stunned, then looked up with a pitiful expression. His watery eyes met Bai Luoluo's gaze, causing her heart to inevitably race again. This is unfair. It's really too unfair. Your prejudice. Anchor, just dance. Bai Luoluo then remembered that she had said she would dance. So she quickly nodded, found some music, adjusted the camera, and started dancing to the rhythm. Seeing Bai Luoluo dance, Phone, he couldn't care about performing anymore. Resting his chin on his hands, watching with great interest. Those people are just jealous of me. It must be said that Bai Luoluo had quite a talent for dance. Her movements and flexibility were impressive. For a moment, gifts flooded the live broadcast room. After finishing the dance, Bai Luoluo's nose had a slight sheen of sweat, her face slightly flushed, looking exceptionally alluring. But surprisingly, Bai Luoluo was still unaware. Bending down to the camera, slightly out of breath, asking, "Does everyone like Luoluo's dance?" Yijiu watched Bai Luoluo as she leaned towards the camera, feeling a tightness in his throat, instinctively holding his breath. Thinking back to when he saw Bai Luoluo this morning, she seemed to have just woken up, casually wearing an oversized nightgown that was loose and almost revealing her shoulders, her hair loosely falling, unexpectedly exuding a lazy and carefree beauty. If it weren't for Feng Yi suddenly appearing, he would have asked Bai Luoluo if she needed his help. Such a beauty, and with a high mental power level. Why shouldn't she belong to him, the prince of this empire? When he came back to his senses, Yi Jiu was shocked by his bold thoughts. But at the same time, he secretly felt that there was nothing wrong with it. After the live broadcast ended, Bai Luoluo smiled and said goodbye to the fans in the room before clicking to end it. Just as she was about to get up, Feng Yi came in front of her, his long arms propping up on either side of her chair, trapping her in place. What's wrong? Bai Luoluo looked up, her gaze unconsciously falling on Feng Yi's slightly open collar. Breathing in the faint scent of grass from Feng Yi, Bai Luoluo felt her face rapidly heat up. Wife. Before Feng Yi could finish speaking, the doorbell rang outside, causing him to curse under his breath and then stomp heavily to the door. He wanted to see who the hell was ruining his good time. He was definitely going to make them regret it. But when he opened the door, Feng Yi's anger instantly dissipated. Outside, Qinche stood at the door holding several items. Although he looked similar to this morning, he was clearly more meticulously dressed. However, Feng Yi didn't seem inclined to let him in, blocking the door and looking at Qinche with slight hostility. What are you doing here? Qinche smirked. Naturally, I'm here to find Luoluo. Qinche, don't think I don't know your feelings for Luoluo. Feng Yi glanced into the room, noticing that Bai Luoluo had gone to the bathroom and hadn't come out yet, so he lowered his voice and said fiercely, Luoluo is very simple. You're not suitable for her. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Luoluo's voice came from behind. Qinche, why are you here? Bai Luoluo came out just in time to see Qinche standing outside. So she hurriedly said to Feng Yi, why are you blocking the door? Let him in. Only then did Feng Yi reluctantly step aside. Chapter 101 All Belongings. Why did you suddenly come over? It was only when Qinche entered that Bai Luoluo noticed he was carrying quite a few things. What is this? Last time. Thank you for saving me and taking care of me. I specifically came to thank you. Qinche said as he set down the items he was carrying and then sat down on the sofa nearby. TCH really not polite. Thank you muteret kuyuthi. And although he tried to lower his voice, the other two in the room still heard him. Feng Bai Luoluo glared at him, and he angrily walked over to sit beside her. After sitting down, he seemed unsatisfied and deliberately shifted until he was pressed against Bai Luoluo. Actually, you don't need to thank me specifically. After all, you've helped me a lot before, Bai Luoluo said with a smile, subtly shifting her position to increase the distance between her and Feng Yi. Qinche chuckled, a life-saving grace still needs to be thanked. Bai Luoluo was speechless. Seeing that Feng Yi was already showing signs of anger, she recalled what he had told her about staying away from Qinche. If that's the case, accepting the gift could be considered settling the score, and Feng Yi probably wouldn't dwell on it anymore. Mr. Qin's life is only worth this much? Feng Yi kicked the items Qin Shi had brought. Then how do you think I should thank you? Qin Shi said, but his gaze never left Bai Luoluo. How about I offer myself? He initially only intended to take this opportunity to invite Bai Luoluo out for a meal to strengthen their relationship. But he didn't expect Feng Yi, this foolish cat, to come and help him. So Qin Shi naturally wouldn't miss this chance to test Bai Luoluo's feelings. Bai Luoluo was stunned for a moment, too flustered to meet Qin Shi's gaze, until she heard him chuckle. I'm joking. Luoluo doesn't need to be so panicked. You. Feng Yi realized he had misspoken and was annoyed that he had been used by Qin Shi. He angrily crossed his arms and stopped talking. Actually, Qin Shi spoke again, instantly attracting Bai Luoluo and Feng Yi's attention. Maybe I should invite you for another meal. What do you think, Luoluo? Bai Luoluo wanted to refuse. But since it was already lunchtime and Qin Shi had come all this way, she didn't want to let him go back on an empty stomach. Then I'll treat. Of course, Bai Luoluo didn't say this aloud because she was worried that Qin Shi would want to fight her for it. All right, Bai Luoluo agreed. When Feng Yi followed Qin Shi and Bai Luoluo out the door, Qin Shi suddenly stopped. Where are you going? To eat. Feng Yi replied without thinking. I'm treating Luoluo to a meal. What are you going for? I'm going. Feng Yi exploded, pointing at Qin Shi and shouting. I was the one who saved you with Luoluo back then. You ungrateful thing. At that time, Qin Shi was injured and had passed out. So he didn't know about this. Hearing Feng Yi say this, he could only turn to Bai Luoluo for confirmation. When he saw Bai Luoluo nod, his handsome brows couldn't help but furrow. Let's go. Feng Yi angrily bumped Qin Shi's shoulder and then stormed off. Don't mind him. Feng Yi just has a bit of a childish temperament, Bai Luoluo said somewhat apologetically. Qin Shi smiled slightly. Let's go. When they got downstairs, Qin Shi brought the car over, and Feng Yi pulled Bai Luoluo to the back seat. However, Bai Luoluo felt that wasn't right and insisted on sitting in the front passenger seat. In the end, Feng Yi, gritting his teeth, climbed into the front seat himself. Bai Luoluo felt a bit helpless, but didn't want to criticize Feng Yi in front of Qin Shi, so she kept quiet. After getting out of the car, Bai Luoluo looked at the luxurious hotel in front of her, feeling a bit dazed. She thought they were just going out for a simple meal. But why did Qin Shi bring her to such a high-end place? Let's go. Qin Shi handed the car keys to the doorman, and then said to Bai Luoluo. Feng Yi was also a bit shocked. As a young master of the Feng family, he naturally knew where this was. This was the Royal Court Hotel, which even the wealthy might not be able to enter. It was said that just a bowl of noodles inside could cost over 10,000, let alone a meal, which would conservatively estimate to be in the millions. Yet Qin Shi walked in so confidently, and not only that, the hotel staff were exceptionally polite, referring to him as Mr. Qin, as if he were a regular here. Feng Yi. After Bai Luoluo followed Qin Shi inside, she realized Feng Yi was still standing at the entrance, so she gently called out to him. Feng Yi came to his senses and hurriedly ran over to Bai Luoluo. The three of them followed the manager into the elevator, heading straight to the top floor. Bai Luoluo usually didn't pay attention to these things, so she naturally didn't know why Feng Yi seemed off after getting out of the car. She thought about it and figured that although the hotel looked very high-end, it didn't matter. She had earned quite a bit from her recent live streams, and treating Qin Shi to a meal should still be affordable. Once they exited the elevator, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful!" Bai Luoluo never expected that the hotel's top floor would have a semi-spherical, transparent ceiling. Although the sun was shining brightly outside, it didn't feel hot at all inside. Surrounding them were many plants and landscaping that looked very expensive, and at a glance, it was stunningly beautiful. Let us order first. After Bai Luoluo took a look around, Qin Shi said with a doting expression. Only then did Bai Luoluo realize that her earlier reaction made her seem inexperienced, so she shrank her neck and walked over to sit at Qin Shi's table. See what you'd like to eat, Qin Shi said as he handed the menu to Bai Luoluo. Just one glance made Bai Luoluo's eyes widen in shock. What kind of steak costs 1.08 million star coins? What is this red wine? The cheapest one is 280 million. What is the difference between this and robbery? Qin Shi seemed to notice Bai Luoluo's embarrassment, so he smiled and took the menu back. How about I recommend some for you? Bai Luoluo nodded. Then you order. As she spoke, Bai Luoluo secretly opened her light brain to check her balance, feeling that after this meal, she might as well be back to square one. Qin Shi pointed at the menu and ordered a bunch of items, then looked at Bai Luoluo. Do you drink? Bai Luoluo instinctively nodded, but then thought about the insane prices and decided it was better not to drink. It's okay if you drink. Just have a little, Qin Shi said, pointing at the most expensive bottle of red wine on the menu, telling the waiter beside him, and this one too. What dessert do you want? Is ice cream okay? Qin Shi looked up at Bai Luoluo and asked. Sure, Bai Luoluo replied with difficulty. She had just seen the price of the bottle of wine Qin Shi ordered. It was already beyond what she could afford. So she had to take advantage of Qin Shi's inattention to secretly send a message from her light brain. Qin Shi didn't pay much attention, and after finishing the order, he handed the menu back to the waiter. Ding! Bai Luo's light brain chimed, and she looked down, instantly frozen. Did this late transfer all her belongings over? Chapter 102. Turning danger into safety after finally finishing the meal. Bai Luoluo felt that it was the most torturous meal she had ever had in her life. However, it must be said that the steak was indeed delicious, super tender. And the red wine. Bai Luoluo had never thought red wine could taste so good. Looking back, she wondered what on earth she had been drinking before. Nevertheless, she still felt that no matter how good it wasn't worth that price. When the waiter brought the bill, Bai Luoluo stood up suddenly, too excited, nearly knocking over the chair behind her. Qin Shi, this meal is on me, she said, grabbing the bill to pay. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she was still taken aback by the number on the bill. Luckily, there was Qian, where she would have embarrassed herself today. However, the waiter smiled and informed her that Mr. Qin had already settled the bill. Bai Luoluo was stunned. Clearly, Qin Shi had never left his seat. How can that be? How can I let you treat me? She exclaimed, opening the chat interface with Qin Shi, ready to transfer money to him. Luoluo. Qin Shi's face turned serious, looking quite displeased, prompting the waiter to discreetly leave. Qin, seeing that Qin Shi seemed a bit unhappy, he hurriedly spoke up, worried he might scare Bai Luoluo. Qin Shi also realized he had been too serious just now, took a deep breath, and softened his tone, saying, I said I would treat you. How can I let you pay? But Bai Luoluo still felt it was inappropriate. Although she did save Qin Shi, he had already come to thank her with a gift. Logically, she should have treated Qin Shi to a meal, and that would have settled the matter. Yet, Qin Shi had paid the bill himself, leaving her unsure of what to do. Madam, if he is willing to pay, let him pay. You are the female. If others find out he dined with a female and let her pay, he will be laughed at. He naturally knew that today's meal was quite expensive, and if Qin Shi really made Bai Luoluo pay, he would look down on him. Bai Luoluo really hadn't considered this. No wonder Qin Shi reacted so strongly earlier. I'm sorry. Bai Luoluo apologized reluctantly. I didn't think it through. Qin Shi's expression softened instantly. Luoluo, although I don't know how you lived before in Central Star, females are the most esteemed. No need to apologize. No need for any worries. Just be happy. Okay. Bai Luoluo admitted that although she had been in the Interstellar Beast World for quite some time, the ingrained concepts in her bones were hard to change completely. Then next time you come to my house, I'll cook for you. Bai Luoluo remembered that Qin Shi seemed to enjoy her cooking. So since he was unwilling to dine out, they could eat at home. Qin Shi realized that Bai Luoluo was trying to repay him, which was why she insisted on treating him to a meal. He wanted to clarify things with Bai Luoluo, but with that silly cat present, some things weren't suitable to say in front of him. As they went downstairs, the doorman had already brought Qin Shi's car over. Since Qin Shi had drunk, the hotel had prepared a designated driver for him. However, he was unaware. To avoid Bai Luoluo sitting in the passenger seat, he opened the car door and got in. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, he noticed Qin Shi had opened the back door. Is it too late to say something now? Thus, Qin Shi and Bai Luoluo sat in the back seat, while he sat in the passenger seat with a bitter expression. The designated driver drove steadily, not saying a word, diligently focusing on driving until Qin Shi and he suddenly spoke up. This doesn't seem like the way home, does it? Qin Shi had been pretending to doze off in the car, and only opened his eyes when he heard Feng Yi's words, his expression turning serious. Because the navigation shows that the nearest route is congested. I happen to know another small road we can take. The designated driver immediately explained politely. Even Bai Luoluo sensed something was off. Normally, a designated driver would at least ask the car owner first before unilaterally changing routes, especially to an unfamiliar road with few people. Stop the car. Qin Che's tone was icy as he stared straight at the designated driver. Mr. Qin, the designated driver showed no intention of stopping, even attempting to explain, until Qin Che pulled out a gun from somewhere and pressed it against his head. Bai Luoluo knew Qin Che's identity, but she was still startled when he casually drew his gun. The car came to a halt, and the designated driver raised his hands above his head in surrender. Feng Yi, take Luoluo and leave first. Qin Kisaid, reaching for the lock on the driver's door. This was Qin Che's car, and with his identity, Feng Yi knew these people were after Qin Che. He quickly pulled Bai Luoluo out of the car. No, is it really okay to just leave Qin Che like this? After running a distance, Bai Luoluo finally realized that Qin Che was in a very dangerous situation. He's so strong, he won't get hurt. As soon as Feng Yi finished speaking, a violent explosion sounded from behind. Bai Luoluo turned around in shock to see Qin Che's car erupting in flames. Flames surged out of the car windows like a raging dragon, illuminating everything around. Bai Luoluo was stunned, and Feng Yi was also somewhat dazed. Qin Che was still in the car. When Bai Luoluo snapped back to her senses, she instinctively rushed towards the burning car, but was pulled back by Feng Yi. The car could explode again at any moment. How could Feng Yi let Bai Luoluo go to such a dangerous place? Wait. After all, Feng Yi was male and quickly calmed down. Qin Che was an SSS male. It was impossible for him to be easily harmed. Huh. A light laugh came from the shadows, and Bai Luoluo felt the voice was somewhat familiar. Following the sound, she saw a tall figure emerging from the darkness. Didn't he expect you to trust me so much? It was Qin Che's voice. When did he come out? Bai Luoluo broke free from Feng Yi and rushed over, finding that Qin Che had only some scratches and no serious injuries. Are you very worried about me? Qin Che smiled, seemingly satisfied with Bai Luoluo's reaction. Bai Luoluo realized that her reaction might have indeed been too exaggerated and couldn't help but blush. Standing not far away, Feng Yi looked at his empty hands, feeling somewhat dazed. Did Luoluo just push him aside to rush towards Qin Che? So in Luoluo's heart, Qin Che was important? Since when did Qin Che enter Luoluo's heart? Was it because of the last time he was hurt? A series of questions left Feng Yi feeling confused. He looked up to see Qin Che smiling at Bai Luoluo, and when Bai Luoluo shyly lowered her gaze, Feng Yi could no longer control himself and clench his fists. Rushing forward, Chapter 103, it's all just a lie out of the corner of his eye. Qin Che saw Feng Yi approaching with an aggressive demeanor. He smirked, raising his hand to smooth the stray hairs on Bai Luoluo's forehead to provoke Feng Yi even more. I'm fine, did I scare you? Qin Che's sudden affectionate gesture made Bai Luoluo feel a bit uncomfortable. Just as she was about to create some distance, she saw a figure rush past her. Qin Ke, how dare you touch Luoluo? Feng Yi's fist landed squarely on Qin Che's face, the immense force causing him to stagger back a few steps before he managed to steady himself. Huh. Qin Che raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tongue poking at his cheek. Feng Yi's sudden aggression startled Bai Luoluo. By the time she came to her senses, the two were already fighting. You guys! Bai Luoluo wanted to intervene, but she saw Qin Che transform into a majestic silver wolf, while Feng Yi turned into a completely black cat. This cat looked very familiar. The nearby hovering vehicle was still burning, though the flames had lessened somewhat. However, the light was enough for Bai Luoluo to see the current situation clearly. When the cat turned to look at her, she immediately recognized it as the little black cat that had always appeared at her home. So, Feng Yi was that little black cat? Thinking about how she had once cuddled with the little black cat while sleeping, Bai Luoluo exclaimed, Feng Yi. Her shout made Feng Yi suddenly remember all the things he had done, and he hurriedly stopped, wanting to explain things to Bai Luoluo properly. Qin Che seemed to have not anticipated Feng Yi would suddenly pull back. He couldn't stop his momentum, and Bai Luoluo watched helplessly as Feng Yi was sent flying. Feng Yi. Bai Luoluo rushed over and saw that Feng Yi had transformed back into his beastman form and was getting up from the ground. However, he looked much more disheveled than when he had first gone out. Luoluo, Feng Yi wanted to explain, but he saw Bai Luoluo rush over and slap him. However, Bai Luoluo's strength was too weak. The slap felt light, almost like a tickle. Luoluo, listen to me. I really didn't mean to deceive you. Feng Yi was a bit flustered. He didn't want to see Luoluo angry, especially since they weren't married yet. What if she got mad and didn't want him anymore? When Bai Luoluo first found out, she was indeed very angry, but after slapping him, she regretted it. She shouldn't have acted impulsively. So you still haven't confessed to Luoluo? Qin chuckled lightly. You deserve it. Feng Yi was furious. Anyone could criticize him, but what right did Qin have? I admit I hid it from Luoluo, but did you confess? Feng Yi laughed angrily. Painting ati kinke. Qin suddenly thought of something and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Feng Yi blurted out, your lifelong solitude is something Luoluo probably doesn't know about, right? Qin is a lifelong solitude. Bai Luoluo was stunned and wanted to confirm with Qin, but seeing his panicked expression, she realized Feng Yi wasn't lying. So they both knew each other's identities, but chose to keep her in the dark. In the end, she was the only fool. Bai Luoluo initially thought she would yell and scream in anger, but unexpectedly, she just glanced at him and turned to leave. Qin panicked and hurriedly stepped in front of Bai Luoluo, but she simply walked around him without looking back. Qin was completely flustered. Grabbing Bai Luoluo's slender arm, Luoluo, are you having fun playing with me? Bai Luoluo asked quietly, her head down. What? Qin didn't immediately understand Bai Luoluo's meaning. I'm asking you, is it fun to play with me? Bai Luoluo suddenly looked up and shouted. Her eyes were red, but the tears stubbornly refused to fall. Back then, Qin was the same. He had been in her live stream since her first broadcast, and there were so many opportunities to confess, yet he never did. Feng Yi had previously mentioned he was a cat, but he had concealed his identity and pretended to be a little cat, allowing her to touch him and even sleep with him without ever telling her the truth. A lifelong solitude, the man who repeatedly defended himself in the live stream. Bai Luoluo had imagined more than once what it would be like to meet him. In her impression, a lifelong solitude was a mature, steady man with a paternal aura. But unexpectedly, the person she looked forward to meeting the most had also deceived her. Seeing Bai Luoluo like this, Qin felt as if his heart was suddenly grasped by something, making it painful to breathe. Luoluo, I wanted to confess to you. Feng Yi cautiously reached out to Bai Luoluo, but she dodged away. But you didn't. There were so many opportunities, yet you never said anything. Luoluo. Qin struggled to speak. And you? Bai Luoluo looked at Qin. You recognized me the first time we met in the supermarket, didn't you? Qin nodded. Actually, I wanted to confess to you then. Bai Luoluo let out a self-deprecating laugh, her voice filled with endless sorrow. So you knew my identity all along, yet you still interacted with me under two identities. Qin, aren't you tired? You have to come to my live stream as a lifelong solitude and also get close to me as Qin, while being the boss of Night Owl. Do you really think you're a master of time management? When she first crossed over, she had no expectations for this strange world, only wanted to earn some money and live well. But during her first live stream, she found several brothers willing to protect her, and she was genuinely happy. Later, when she met Qin, seeing him get hurt while saving her and sending her home, she really thought that there were still many good people in this strange world. Then she met Feng, a sunny boy who had just moved next door. At that time, she thought how handsome he was and how polite he was, worrying that his move might disturb her and even bringing her snacks. He was someone who was very thoughtful. She thought these were all good encounters, but in the end, they were all a plot. And then there was Qin, her first fan and the first person to treat her well in this world. But he also hid the truth from her for a long time, only confessing when he had no choice. Now Bai Luoluo even suspected that all the people she knew around her had their own ulterior motives from the start. So how much of their feelings were real? And how much was fake? Or was it all just a lie? Chapter 10, for I want to find Chi and on a pitch-black and unfamiliar road. Bai Luoluo walked aimlessly in front, while Qin Che and Feng Yi followed closely behind, and no one spoke. It was hard to tell how long they had walked, but Bai Luoluo felt a faint pain in her feet, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. As the pain intensified with every step, she suddenly felt herself being lifted off the ground, the strong sensation of weightlessness causing her to instinctively wrap her arms around the neck of the person carrying her. Kinke. Upon realizing who it was, Bai Luoluo hurriedly pushed him away, wanting to get down from Qin Che. "Let me down. Luoluo, are your feet injured?" Qin Che asked with concern. "I know you're very angry, but please don't torture yourself, okay?" Feng Yi also chimed in at the right moment. "Let's go back first. Once we're back, you can vent however you want, all right? My wife, I'm begging you." Bai Luoluo stopped struggling. It was indeed not a good time to throw a tantrum. Seeing that Bai Luoluo had ceased her resistance, Qin Che let out a sigh of relief and immediately took out his holographic device to contact Yi, asking him to send a car over. Yi was quick, and soon a van stopped in front of Qin Che. Until the car reached the bottom of Bai Luoluo's building, no one spoke. The oppressive atmosphere in the car made Yi and Air, who were usually chatty, hold their tongues. "Wife." Just as Bai Luoluo was about to close the door, Feng Yi finally couldn't help but speak up. He blocked the door with his hand, biting his lip, looking like he had something to say. Bai Luoluo looked up, her eyes filled with a distance and coldness that neither of them had ever seen before. "Wife, I can explain." Feng Yi panicked, feeling that if this door closed, his chance with Bai Luoluo would be completely lost. Bai Luoluo remained silent, waiting for Feng Yi to explain. "Do you remember when you first saw me in my beast form?" Feng Yi cautiously guided the conversation. Bai Luoluo vaguely recalled the first time she saw the little black cat one night when a group of people seemed to be chasing him, and he was severely injured. "At that time, I accidentally fell into a female's trap. She drugged me, so I couldn't maintain my human form. When I had nowhere to go, you came out to check the situation, allowing me to hide in your home. The care you gave me that night made me feel an unprecedented warmth. I intended to tell you my identity, but I greedily wanted to hold on to that warmth just a little longer. Then why, after I accepted you, did you still not plan to come clean with me?" This was what Bai Luoluo cared about the most and what made her angriest. There had been so many opportunities afterward, yet he chose to remain silent and conceal the truth. "I'm afraid." Feng Yi's voice was very soft, but Bai Luoluo still heard him clearly. "I'm afraid that my greed will make you hate me." Bai Luoluo fell silent. She indeed might get angry after Feng Yi's confession, but she also knew that she probably wouldn't stay angry for long, considering she had things she had concealed from him as well. "What about you?" Bai Luoluo looked at Qin Che beside her. Qin Che smiled slightly. "I never intended for you to know this in my lifetime." "Why?" Bai Luoluo had not expected Qin Che to give such an answer. Logically, shouldn't he be apologizing and explaining to her properly? "At first, I did think about coming clean with you," Qin Che said with a wry smile. "But later, when you learn about my identity, bound by that identity, I couldn't act recklessly like a person living in isolation." After a pause, Qin Che continued, "Rather than saying I'm deceiving you, it's more like I'm deceiving myself." He let out a long breath. For a long time, whenever people mentioned the Night Owl leader, they looked fearful. No one would ever talk to him as easily as they did in a live stream. He longed to have such an identity, one where he could say whatever he wanted without restraint. Bai Luoluo remained silent. She didn't know how Qin Che had been pushed into that position, but it seemed he didn't enjoy sitting there. That night, Bai Luoluo still did not let them in because she wanted to clarify her feelings and see if she could truly forgive them because of this. She kept her eyes open until dawn before getting up and walking out of her room. Looking at her pale face in the mirror, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why had she ever been this disheveled? After a simple wash, Bai Luoluo made herself a fried egg and heated a cup of milk, quietly sitting at the table to eat. While eating, she scrolled through her holographic device, and suddenly, a piece of news popped up. Shock. Central Star Federation Marshal missing. Federation Marshal? Bai Luoluo sat up straight, carefully reading through the news. It reported that Qian had gone missing during a battle with the insect race, according to the memories of those who fought alongside her. There seemed to be traces of space pirates. Bai Luoluo knew about space pirates. There were rumors of a very powerful band of thieves in the galaxy, who seemed to have some unknown means, with nearly everyone possessing exceptionally high combat strength. But generally speaking, they wouldn't easily oppose the Central Star. If Qian had truly fallen into the hands of space pirates, as a Marshal of the Federation for many years, Bai Luoluo couldn't imagine what Qian would suffer. Just as Bai Luoluo was at a loss, repeatedly calling Qian only to get a busy signal, a knock on the door suddenly rang out. Without thinking, Bai Luoluo rushed to open the door. Wife. Feng Yi looked anxious, and seeing Bai Luoluo like this, his heart inevitably ached. Luoluo, you must have seen the news. Compared to Feng Yi, Qin Shi appeared particularly calm. Yes. Bai Luoluo's eyes were red. Qin will be fine, right? The person who transferred all his assets to me last night. He won't be in trouble. I've already sent people out to search. I believe news will come back soon. Qin Shi said as he pulled Bai Luoluo into his arms. The capabilities of the Night Owls were not inferior to those of the Federation, and Bai Luoluo was sure of that. With Qin Shi's help, she believed they would find Qian soon. On the sofa in the living room, Bai Luoluo kept scrolling through the day's news, hoping to find information about Qin. Qin Shi sat beside her, knowing that Bai Luoluo's feelings for Qian were extraordinary. Although he wanted to reassure her, he also understood that Bai Luoluo would not be able to stop worrying. Feng Yi went to the kitchen. A day had passed, and Bai Luoluo refused to eat anything, which made him extremely worried. Bai Luoluo hadn't slept the night before, and after staying up all day, her eyes were already filled with red veins. Qin Shi and Feng Yi looked at her like this, feeling extremely distressed. Luoluo, you should go rest. I'll wake you up as soon as there's news, Qin Shi suggested. But Bai Luoluo stood up directly, staring at Qin Shi word by word. She said, I want to find Qian. Chapter 105 Old Friends until the aircraft left the Central Star and entered space. Feng Yi was still complaining, feeling that Qin Shi shouldn't have agreed to take Luoluo to search for Qi. Qin Shi glanced at Bai Luoluo, who had already slumped over in her chair and fallen asleep. He switched to autopilot mode, then went over and picked Bai Luoluo up, placing her on the small bed in the adjacent room. After laying her down, Qin Shi didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat quietly on the edge of the bed, watching her. In just a single day, he felt that Bai Luoluo had become much thinner. Did she really like Qian that much? Actually, Qin Shi had thought about monopolizing Bai Luoluo before, so at that time, he planned to find a way to get rid of Qian. But now it seemed that Bai Luoluo truly cared for Qian. So for her sake, he decided he wouldn't harbor any more thoughts about Qian. If others saw you like this, they would definitely suspect you're being impersonated. Feng Yi leaned against the door, smiling as he spoke. The formidable leader of the Night Owls, looking so tender and affectionate, would be hard for anyone to believe. Kinki nodded Feng Yi, gently tucking Bai Luoluo in before getting up and heading toward the control room. He had just received a message from within the Night Owls indicating that they had found traces of the space pirates. To confirm whether Qian had indeed fallen into the hands of the space pirates, he decided to investigate himself. From now on, Luoluo will be in your care. Feng Yi looked at Qin Shi in confusion. What do you mean? According to the current flight path of the aircraft, they were essentially circling around the Central Star, meaning they were still within its protective range. Every planet typically set up checkpoints within their area, and only beyond those checkpoints would there be danger. Initially, he thought Qin Shi was just trying to pacify Luoluo by taking her on a trip through outer space, claiming they couldn't find any traces and then returning. This way, even if Luoluo was unwilling, she wouldn't blame them. But now it seemed that Qin Shi was genuinely planning to search for Qian. Although he was grateful that Qian had chosen him and offered him the chance to get close to Bai Luoluo, that was one matter, and this was another. He absolutely wouldn't let Bai Luoluo do something so dangerous because of Qian. My people have already found traces of the space pirates, so I plan to infiltrate and look for Qian. Feng Yi stared at Qin Shi in shock, and, after a moment, reached out to feel Qin Shi's forehead. What are you doing? Qin Shi frowned in displeasure. No. Qin Shi, are you sick? Are you really going to the space pirate den to find Qian? Feng Yi thought Qin Shi might be crazy. Space pirates, after all, were notorious interstellar thieves that struck fear into the hearts of the Interstellar Federation. They were brutal and reckless, a group of extremely vicious criminals. If discovered, one might not even survive. Since Luoluo cares so much, I naturally have to give it a try, Qin said, glancing in the direction of Luoluo's room. Feng Yi was speechless. Do whatever you want. Feng Yi angrily sat in the control chair. I will only wait for you for 3 days. If you don't return in 3 days, I will take Luoluo back. All right. After sending Qin off, Feng Yi sat dazedly in front of the control panel. He hadn't expected Qin to go this far for Luoluo. Although he also liked Luoluo, he had to ask himself if he could do such things. After leaving the aircraft whereby Luoluo was, Qin piloted a small spacecraft towards the location sent by the night owls. To avoid detection, he activated stealth mode and found a deserted corner to land on this unknown small planet. After hiding the spacecraft, Qin began to search cautiously. However, he didn't realize that from the moment he approached this planet, every move he made was already under the watchful eyes of the space pirates. Before long, he was surrounded, and those people injected something into him, causing his entire body to go limp and weak, making it difficult for him to even stand. Oh, isn't this Qin? Hearing a familiar voice, Qin suddenly looked up and indeed saw an old friend. However, Wei Yi still had the same arrogant demeanor, making him hard to like. Wei Yi's beast form was also that of a silver wolf, but he had a deep scar running from his eyebrow to his cheekbone, making him look quite fierce. You've joined the space pirates? Qin asked. He and Wei Yi had had an unpleasant falling out in the past, and later Wei Yi had disappeared. He thought he was hiding somewhere to live a good life, but unexpectedly, he had joined the notorious space pirates. Wei Yi chuckled lightly, not intending to answer Qin question. He signaled to his subordinates, and they all rushed forward to subdue Qin. He was forcibly brought to a dilapidated house, where Qin smelled a strong scent of blood in the air, and he could vaguely hear the wails of male beast men. What's wrong? Are you scared? Seeing Qin stop in his tracks, Wei Yi couldn't help but ask, Wei Yi, is Qi in your hands? Qin asked with an indifferent expression. Aside from being a bit pale from the drug injection, he showed no signs of being a captive. This irritated Wei Yi, who stepped forward and kicked Qin in the abdomen. Who do you think you are to expect me to answer your questions? The subordinates nearby couldn't help but gasp. They had never seen their boss so angry and didn't know how this person named Qin had offended him. However, they had heard that their boss was from the Central Star before joining the space pirates, so perhaps he had a grudge against this person. It should be so. After all, when the leader picked him up, he was in such a miserable state. Now it seemed that his previous appearance was likely related to the person in front of him. Qin bit his lip to avoid making a sound, but he was unclear about why Wei Yi harbored such hostility towards him. Hurry up and take him inside, Wei Yi shouted angrily, and his subordinates immediately shrank their necks and dragged Qin towards the house. Upon entering the house, the decayed atmosphere made Qin frown in discomfort. Besides the heavy scent of blood in the air, there was also a musty smell, which made him feel nauseous due to his mild obsessive-compulsive disorder. This will do. Wei Yi pointed at the iron door in front of him and said, throw him in. Qin was caught off guard and thrown inside. Because of a drug, he fell directly to the ground. This should be a cell. The floor was wet and slippery, and the musty smell in the air was even stronger, making it hard for Qin to endure. Wei Yi, I don't know why you harbor such hostility towards me, but I just want to ask you now, is Qi in your hands? This was the second time Wei Yi heard Qin mention Qian, but he clearly remembered that Qian was a Marshal of the Federation, standing on the opposite side of the Night Owls. Why was Qin so concerned about his opponent? What does it matter to you whether he is in my hands? Wei Yi intentionally wanted to see Qin panic, deliberately withholding a clear answer. Chapter 106. Has he escaped? Deep in the dark and cold prison cell, Qian lay quietly, his clothes tattered, as if he were a broken statue sculpted by years of hardship and suffering. His body remained motionless, only a faint breath rising and falling in the silence of the space, maintaining a trace of life. His limbs were tightly bound by cold and heavy iron chains. Unable to move, After a long while, the person on the ground blinked and slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was still that familiar prison cell, the dim light barely outlining the contours of the walls, and the air was filled with a sense of heaviness and stagnation. He didn't know how long he had been imprisoned. He hadn't had a drop of water, and his lips were parched and cracked. Suddenly, familiar footsteps sounded from outside, and Chien even doubted whether he had misheard. After all, that person was not supposed to be here. However, males naturally have sharper hearing, and the presence of that person in the air grew stronger. Creak! The rusty prison door was slowly pushed open and then quickly shut again. In the dim light of the cell, Chien saw who had come. "You are indeed here." Chien Che smirked, swaggering over to Chi and TSK. This is really miserable. After years of fighting against the Federation, it was the first time he had seen Chi and so disheveled. He had to appreciate it properly. "You collaborated with the Star Pirates?" Chien was somewhat puzzled as to why Chien Che would appear here. Could it be that the Night Owls were able to contend with the Federation because of the secret help from the Star Pirates? "In your eyes? Is my Chien Che that kind of person?" Chien Che teased as he stepped forward and ripped off the iron chains binding Chien with his bare hands. "Let's go. Someone is still waiting for you." Chien said nothing. He knew who Chien Che was referring to and understood that Chien Che was taking the risk to save him for that person. Once out of the cell, the two quietly slipped into the nearby dense forest. Before landing, Chien Che had deliberately hidden a spaceship deep in the forest, a ship that had cost him quite a bit of star coins. "We just escape like this?" Looking at Chi An's incredulous expression, Chien Che seemed much more relaxed. "What else?" Chien looked at Chien Che suspiciously. If the Star Pirates' lair really allowed people to come and go freely, they would have been wiped out long ago. "How did you do it?" Excluding the possibility that Chien Che was an accomplice, the only other possibility was that he had used some trick. Chien Che smirked. Of course, he had used some small tricks. As the leader of the Night Owls, he had the strength to contend with the Federation for so many years, which naturally meant he had means. Otherwise, the Night Owls would have long ceased to exist. When he decided to infiltrate the Star Pirates' lair alone, Chien Che had made all necessary preparations. Although Wei Yi was an accident, it wouldn't affect his plan. After all, his initial plan was to be discovered and then taken in for confinement. It was just that the person who discovered him was Wei Yi. As the two were talking, a deafening alarm rang out, echoing through the air. Chien Che frowned, knowing they would be discovered. But he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. "How's it going? Can you still run?" Chi An's injuries were serious, and he was very weak. "No problem." Seeing Chi An respond like this, Chien Che didn't say much and immediately led him to sprint through the dense forest. They had to board the spaceship before the Star Pirates found them. Otherwise, there would be no chance of escape. Under the moonlight, a silver wolf and a panda were running wildly. Unfortunately, Chien Che ultimately underestimated the capabilities of the Star Pirates. Looking at Wei Yi blocking their way, Chien Che was not surprised at all. "Chien Che, as the leader of the Night Owls, why would you risk saving a Federation Marshal?" Wei Yi really couldn't understand. Weren't they supposed to be enemies? Why would Chien Che take the risk to save someone? "This is my business. It has nothing to do with you." Chien Che wasn't as flustered as Wei Yi thought. He appeared calm and composed. However, what Wei Yi hated most was Chien Che's ever-calculating demeanor. Clearly, he was about to become his captive, yet he still maintained an air of superiority. "I really want to see you bow your proud head. Ginke, why not let me see if you have improved over the years?" Wei Yi said, signaling to his subordinates, who immediately backed away with their weapons. "Let me say that instead," Chien Che said, transforming into a towering and magnificent silver wolf, standing tall at 7 or 8 meters. His body covered in a silvery sheen that glimmered in the cold moonlight, each hair seeming to tell of ancient and mysterious power. Via coldissimidet, also transforming into a silver wolf like Chien Che, except the scar over his eye made him appear particularly ferocious. Under the moonlight, their fur radiated a cold light, resembling ancient war gods silently standing there. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Even the gentle breeze seemed to stop at that moment. Chien, because of the recent running, had already reopened his wounds, leaning against a sturdy tree trunk with a pale face. He stared intently at Chien Che, calculating Chien Che's chances of winning. As far as he knew, Qin was at the same SSS combat level as he was. The person opposite seemed no weaker, but if the two really fought, it was unclear who would win. In Wei Ye's deep eyes, there was both calm judgment and a thirst for victory. He slightly lifted his front paw, the sharp claws glimmering coldly in the night, as if ready to launch a fatal strike at any moment. In contrast, Qin appeared much more indifferent. He stood there with a calm demeanor, his dark red eyes showing no signs of urgency, as if the person before him was simply unworthy of being his opponent. Finally, the two silver wolves lunged at each other. Before long, both silver wolves were injured. Qin lowered his head to lick the wound on his paw, which had been bitten through by Wei Yi, now bleeding profusely. Qin, it seems you have really slacked off these years. Wei Yi, although also injured, was stubborn. Clearly, his hind legs could barely stand, yet he still gritted his teeth to tease Qin. Qin replied lightly, and then, at an angle where Wei Yi couldn't see, gave Qi a signal. Qin followed Qin's gaze and nodded. Finally, the silver wolf's body leaned back as if preparing for a fatal strike, and Wei Yi had to become serious, staring intently at Qin to prevent him from gaining the upper hand. Just as Qin leaped toward Wei Yi, time seemed to freeze, and everyone widened their eyes, eager to witness which side would claim victory in the end. But unexpectedly, a giant panda suddenly appeared in their line of sight, intercepting Qin with lightning speed, and the two dashed into the left side of the forest. Wei Yi was stunned, staring blankly at the direction Qin and the panda had left, before asking after a while, has he escaped? Chapter 107. Successful escape. As they fled to the ship, Qin threw Qin to the ground, quickly turned around to close the door, and rushed into the cockpit to start the ship, heading towards the central star. All his actions were seamless, and only after the ship took off smoothly did Qin let out a sigh of relief, collapsing into the chair. Cough, cough. Qin staggered up from the ground. Is this how you treat your savior? Qin glanced at Qin without speaking. He was severely injured. While in the prison, he had faced brutal retaliation from the space pirates and suffered serious injuries. The recent sprint had exhausted all his strength. Qin slowly sat down in the chair next to Qin and then activated the ship's protective shield. Was it Luoluo who sent you? After a moment of silence, Qin suddenly spoke, as this was the only possibility he could think of. Yes and no. Qin got up to find a first aid kit. His forearm had been bitten through by Wei Yi and was still bleeding. Coupled with the fact that he had been drugged earlier, he had to forcefully suppress the effects of the drug to rescue Qin. And now he was at the end of his rope. Let me help you. Qin took the first aid kit and found the hemostatic powder, roughly sprinkling it on Qin's wound. I see you don't want to help me. You want to murder me? Qin said, but his expression didn't change much. Qin said nothing, skillfully bandaging his wound, then closed his eyes and fell silent. Qin wasn't one to seek trouble. Like Qin, he leaned back in his chair, wanting to recover his strength as soon as possible. Is Luoluo okay? Qin suddenly spoke, opening his eyes to look at Qin. It was probably the day before yesterday when Luoluo suddenly asked me for money. Do you know what happened? The day before yesterday? Qin recalled. That day, it seemed he had invited Bai Luoluo to dinner, and he insisted on going along. And then Luoluo even said she would treat. So, Luoluo was worried that she wouldn't have enough money to treat. So, she asked Qin for money to avoid putting herself in a difficult position. At that time, he was so focused on letting Luoluo eat what he thought was delicious that he didn't consider so much. He didn't expect that he had unknowingly put pressure on her. No wonder Luoluo seemed very nervous later. It turned out to be because of this. If it were someone else, they would definitely think that Bai Luoluo was trying to save face by treating when she didn't have money. But in Qin's view, Bai Luoluo would rather bear the pressure herself than let him know. So, was Luoluo's heart really leaning more towards Qin? What's wrong? Seeing that Qin didn't answer, Qin turned to look at him. It's nothing. Qin continued to stare at the ceiling. Maybe she had something urgent to attend to. Seeing that Qin seemed unaware, Qin didn't ask further, and the two continued to rest with their eyes closed. Time passed, and suddenly the ship was hit violently, causing both Qin and Qin to open their eyes simultaneously. Qin quickly walked to the control panel, and after a few simple operations, he saw that the ship was surrounded by space pirates. Huh, they really are persistent, Qin said, his long fingers dancing over the differently colored buttons. In no time, the ship entered combat mode. Having experienced many wars himself, Qin remained calm, even when facing a group of space pirates that everyone in the galaxy feared. It must be said that the ship Qin had prepared was really impressive. The space pirates bombarded it for a long time and only caused minor damage. For this, Wei was almost furious. When did the Central Star produce such a powerful ship? Wei slammed the cup in his hand against the ground, shattering it instantly. His subordinates were also confused. Clearly, the spies from the Central Star hadn't mentioned anything about this. Take out that cannon we stole from Li Xing last time. It's just right to test its power. Wei Ye's eyes narrowed. This time, no matter what, he had to ensure Qin death. One of his subordinates hesitated. The leader had clearly said that those things shouldn't be used lightly. Wei slapped the subordinate away. Fool! The leader said not to use them lightly, but if Qi and Qin escape, given their identities, if they seek revenge in the future, do you think the leader would want to see such a situation? When they captured Qi, Wei Yi had volunteered to take on the responsibility of guarding him. So when they captured Qin later, he was overjoyed. After all, he could resolve the two people the leader cared about from the Central Star all at once. He could surely impress the leader and perhaps even take control of the pirates in the future. But now everything was over. Once Qin and Qi successfully escaped, the location of the pirates would soon be wiped out by the Central Star, and the leader would definitely vent all his anger on him. Just thinking about this made Wei Yi grit his teeth. He should have incapacitated Qin when he captured him, which would have prevented everything that followed. But regretting now was useless. He could only try to salvage the situation. Before long, a subordinate reported that everything was ready, just waiting for an order to blow up the ship in front of them to smithereens. Wei Yi ordered the bombing without a moment's hesitation. Watching the ship in front explode into dust, Wei Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. But what he didn't know was that just as the cannonball was headed towards the ship, Qin had noticed and immediately took Qi into the escape pod to flee. What they had destroyed was merely a ship. The escape pod was made of transparent glass material, and the moment it was ejected from beneath the ship exploded, shattering the glass cover of the escape pod. Fortunately, they were lucky. After falling for quite a while, they landed directly in the sea, preventing them from being killed on impact. What is the difference between this and dying from a fall? Looking at the boundless ocean, Qin said. Qin raised an eyebrow, about to argue, but then he saw merfolk surrounding them. Who are you? The leader of the merfolk looked at the two unexpected guests with suspicion. Their planet was mostly water, so they rarely encountered visitors from other planets. Upon sensing the unfamiliar presence, they rushed over as quickly as possible. Qin glanced at Tikian. His identity couldn't be revealed, or these people outside might not only refuse to help, but might even deal them a final blow. Central Star, Qin said. Qin? The leader of the merfolk clearly had heard of Qin's name, but seemed unaware of his appearance. Do you have any proof? Qin felt somewhat awkward. Everything that could prove his identity had been taken by the space pirates, and currently, he truly couldn't provide proof. You want to search the Star Network? This guy's photo can be found with a simple search. Kinke Said El Plisli. Chapter 108. Finally, back, have you escaped from the Star Pirates? The leading merman asked in surprise after reading the news. He had just checked and saw that the Star Network said that Qin had been captured by the Star Pirates. And now Qin indeed had many injuries on him. So the only possibility was that he had escaped from the Star Pirates. Everyone in the galaxy knew how powerful the Star Pirates were. No one had survived after falling into their hands before. It was unexpected that Qin was standing here, safe and sound now. Qin nodded. Thus, the merman politely welcomed Qin and Qin into the city and sent a message to the Central Star, asking the Federation to send someone to take Qin back. Once inside the city, the merman brought several flavors of nutrient solution to Qin. After politely thanking him, Qin casually opened one and bit into it. The complex flavor exploded in his mouth, making him frown involuntarily, as it had been a long time since he had tasted such a flavor. It seemed that his appetite had been spoiled by Luoluo. as he found even the nutrient solution he used to drink every day hard to swallow now. In contrast, Qin drank the nutrient solution without changing his expression. With his energy replenished, his wounds began to heal at a visible speed, but the injury on his arm was too severe and took a long time to heal. I heard that you are Bai Luoluo's legitimate husband? Su Yu, who was Su Jin's older brother, rushed over as soon as he learned that Qian was here. Who are you? Qian quickly searched his mind for this person and confirmed he didn't know him, so he hesitated to ask. I am Su Yu, Su Jin's older brother. Su Jin's older brother? Remembering that Feng Yi had mentioned something about Su Jin before, Qian frowned slightly, his voice carrying a hint of displeasure. Is there a problem? No. Suidus Maïd. He naturally knew about Qian's capabilities at a young age. He had become a well-known marshal in the Federation and had commanded many battles, almost undefeated. Most importantly, Su Jin had clearly told him that she had to marry Bai Luoluo. Since Qian was Bai Luoluo's legitimate husband, he needed Qian's approval to marry her successfully. Qin squinted his eyes. He had just found Su Yu quite likable, but now he felt uncomfortable no matter how he looked at him. Qian, you wait for the Federation people here. I'll leave first. Qin stood up as he spoke. The escape pod had a locator, so as soon as something happened on his side, Yi Xiao would immediately receive the information and send someone over for support. Therefore, Yi Xiao's people should be arriving soon. Aren't you coming with me? Qian also stood up. He was not good at socializing, especially with a clever merman. Are you sure you want me to come with you? Qin retorted. The news about Qi and escaping from the Star Pirates would soon spread throughout the galaxy. There might even be journalists among the people arriving. If they captured a photo of the Marshal with the leader of Yi Xiao together, it could cause a stir. As soon as Qin mentioned it, Qian immediately understood the implication of his words. All right, we'll talk when we return to the Central Star. After watching Qin leave, Su Yu finally asked, Who was that just now? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Qian coldly replied, and then closed his eyes to rest. Su Yu's expression stiffened. He wanted to explode, but held back, thinking that Su Jin would have to work under this person in the future. Meanwhile, not long after Qin left the city, his steps became unsteady, and he staggered. From the moment he boarded the ship, he vaguely felt something was off. The violent shadow within him was extremely restless. Even though he was doing his best to suppress it, it continued to boil. Boss, you're injured. As soon as Yi landed, he hurriedly approached to check Qin's injuries. Qin's vision darkened, and he fainted, sensing the violent factors wreaking havoc in Qin's body. Yi thought to himself that it was bad, quickly lifting Qin onto a flying vehicle and heading back to a base of Yi Xiao in the Central Star as fast as possible. When Bai Luoluo saw the news and learned that Qian had returned to the Central Star, she hurriedly urged Feng Yi to take her back. Feng Yi frowned. He had also seen the news just now. The footage only showed Qian, without any sign of Qin. So where was Qin? After a quick return flight, Bai Luoluo didn't go home, but headed straight for the Federation building. The people in the building had seen Bai Luoluo before, so she went upstairs smoothly. However, Feng Yi's identity did not allow him to enter. He could only watch Bai Luoluo go in while he was stopped outside. Feng Yi, you should go back first. I'll return as soon as I see Qi, and Bai Luoluo said to Feng Yi apologetically, looking at him being blocked. Feng Yi knew that Bai Luoluo definitely didn't want to go back with him, so he forced a smile. It's fine. You go up quickly. I'll make something delicious at home and wait for you. Bai Luoluo nodded vigorously and then ran towards the elevator. Bai Luoluo, are you here to see Marshal Qian? Luli happened to be coming down to get something and saw Bai Luoluo, so he hurriedly approached and asked respectfully. Bai Luoluo nodded. Where is Marshal now? The Marshal is currently undergoing a full-body examination and may take a while. You can wait for him in his office for now, Luli said, leading Bai Luoluo to Qian's office. Qian's office was large and tidy, with everything neatly arranged. Besides a large display screen on the desk, there were no extra decorations. Bai Luoluo sat in the leather executive chair, and the large chair made her look especially small. Sorry, there's only coffee here. If you don't mind, you can have some. Luli knocked on the door from outside, holding freshly brewed coffee. Thank you. Bai Luoluo quickly stood up and gave Luli a polite smile. So, This is the Marshal's wife? So gentle and beautiful. No wonder she could win over the ice mountain of a Marshal. When the Marshal firmly rejected Princess Tinglan before, he thought the Marshal would be lonely for life. It turns out it wasn't that he wasn't interested in females, but that his standards were too high. May I ask how long it will take for Qian to finish? Luli felt a bit troubled because he truly couldn't say for sure. I can go tell the Marshal that you are waiting for him here. Once he finishes, he will come to see you immediately. Bai Luoluo nodded, guessing that Qian might need some more time. Thank you. After Luli exited, he hurried to find Qian, but Qian was isolated in a glass chamber undergoing the most detailed examination in the galaxy. The medical staff said it would take at least half an hour to finish. Luli had no choice but to wait outside. Bai Luoluo waited in the office for quite a while without seeing Qian return and unknowingly dozed off in the executive chair. Chapter 109, Did You Not Come Back Together? When Qian learned that Bai Luoluo was waiting for him in the office and rushed back at high speed, he happened to see this scene. The slender female, wearing a white lace shirt and light blue jeans, was curled up sleeping in his large office chair. It seemed that his wife had lost weight after a few days apart. It appeared that he had not taken good care of her. Otherwise, how could she have lost so much weight? Qian tiptoed carefully to squat down in front of Bai Luoluo. His tall stature allowed him to meet her gaze even while squatting. Qian? Bai Luoluo murmured in her sleep, her beautiful features scrunching up, and her hands restlessly waving as if she were having a bad dream. I'm here. Qian hurriedly grasped her flailing little hand, his large hand enveloping her cool one. And soon she quieted down. Qian. Bai Luoluo slowly opened her eyes to see the face she had missed for days. Qian, you finally came back. Seeing her eyes getting redder and tears threatening to fall, Qian felt his heart breaking. Wife. As soon as he spoke, he realized his voice was hoarse. Woo. Hearing the long-missed voice, Bai Luoluo could no longer control her tears and began to cry loudly. Ever since she learned that Qian was in trouble, she had been afraid to sleep because each time she did, she dreamt of Qian appearing before her covered in blood. Bai Luoluo never wanted to live through such fearful days again. She threw herself into Qian's arms and cried for a long time. Listening to Bai Luoluo's cries and feeling his chest getting slowly damp, Qian felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped. Males are meant to protect females, yet he had let his wife live in fear for him. He felt like a complete failure. Didn't he know how long they cried? But when Bai Luoluo finally emerged from his embrace, her eyes were swollen like walnuts, and her vision was a bit blurry. Wife, wait a moment. I'll get some ice to help you. Qian helped Bai Luoluo to sit on the nearby sofa, then went to the fridge to find ice. After wrapping it in a towel, he gently placed it on her eyes. Bai Luoluo lay there obediently, allowing Qian to help her with the cold compress. Perhaps it was because Qian was beside her, she felt very safe, or maybe she was just too exhausted from crying, but she unknowingly fell asleep again. Qian helped Bai Luoluo with the cold compress for 20 minutes, then carried the sleeping Bai Luoluo out of the federal building. When they got home, he entered the password and discovered that he was also there. Hearing the noise, He stood up, only to see the little female he had been thinking about nestled in Qian's arms, sleeping soundly. Yi's expression darkened, and he said nothing. Qian nodded at him, then took Bai Luoluo back to the bedroom before coming out. How did you escape? Yi asked Qian, who was sitting on the sofa. He actually wanted to ask if Qian had encountered Qian, because ever since Qian said he was going to find Qian, he had gone missing and had not been heard from since. Qian seemed surprised that Yi would ask this. Nothing. Let Qian go missing. That way I can have one less opponent. Yi silently told himself. It's late. You should go back. Qian said faintly. Yi paused, wanting to question how he could abandon him after using him, but then thought that if he wanted to stay close to Bai Luoluo, he needed to get along well with Qian, so he silently got up and left. Bai Luoluo slept until the next afternoon. If Qian hadn't been worried that her long sleep would affect her health, she could have slept longer. Luoluo, are you okay? Qian, with a worried expression, sat by the bed, tightly holding Bai Luoluo's hand. Bai Luoluo had just woken up and was a bit confused, not hearing what Qian said clearly. It's already 3 in the afternoon. Qian held out his wrist, to show her his watch. Bai Luoluo suddenly woke up. She had seen Chi in the previous evening, at most around 8 o'clock, which meant she had slept for nearly 20 hours. Are you hungry? Qian asked worriedly. Females normally needed to eat 3 meals a day, and Bai Luoluo had not eaten for too long, so her body would surely feel unwell. Reminded by Qian, Bai Luoluo realized that she was not just hungry, she was starving. Yeah, Bai Luoluo nodded. Qian, I'm so hungry. Qian smiled helplessly, picked up Bai Luoluo, and headed to the dining room. No, I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face. Bai Luoluo patted Qi and shoulder. Knowing that Bai Luoluo liked to be clean, Qian turned around and took her to the bathroom. Standing in front of the sink, Qian thought for a moment, grabbed a towel to cushion her, and then placed Bai Luoluo on it. Bai Luoluo was a bit speechless. She had just slept a little longer, not become paralyzed. It was one thing for him to carry her out, but now he was making her sit on the sink. Watching Qian fill her mouthwash cup with water and squeeze toothpaste, she almost swallowed her words back. After washing up, just as they sat down at the dining table, the doorbell rang. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment and said, "It should be Feng Yi. I'll go open the door." Just as she was about to get up, Qian pressed her shoulder down, saying, "I'll go. You eat first." Bai Luoluo nodded and sat back down to eat, while Qian went to answer the door. "Luoluo, are you awake?" Feng Yi had already come once in the morning, and when he learned that Bai Luoluo was still sleeping, he didn't disturb her. But just now, hearing her speak, he rang the doorbell. Kulmin, Qian turned to walk in, with Feng Yi following closely and closing the door behind him. "Feng Yi, you're here," Bai Luoluo said, her mouth full as she spoke vaguely to him. "Luoluo, how do you feel now?" Feng Yi was a bit worried. He had heard that females only slept for extended periods when they were sick, but now seeing Bai Luoluo, she seemed to be in good spirits, and didn't he look sick at all? "I'm fine." Bai Luoluo smiled, and then raised her empty bowl, playfully saying to Qian, "I want another bowl." Qian hurriedly went to serve her more food, and sat beside her, watching her eat. After already finishing one bowl, Bai Luoluo was no longer as eager when eating the second bowl. She ate slowly and then suddenly looked up at Qian. "Didn't Qin Shay go to find you? Didn't you come back together?" Logically speaking, even if they hadn't come back together, Qian had been back for so long. He should still be silent now, right? Chapter 110. Something might have happened hearing his wife ask about Qin Shay. Qian was momentarily stunned. He had thought that Qin Shay would contact Bai Luoluo immediately after being taken away by the Night Owl's people. But it was clear that he had not. Could it be? Just as Qian was considering how to respond to Bai Luoluo, her holographic device suddenly rang, and it was a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello." Bai Luoluo hesitated before answering, and a strange male voice came from the other end. "Is this Bai Luoluo, the female?" He tried hard to keep his voice calm. The boss had mentioned before that females tend to be timid and that he mustn't scare her. If it weren't for the boss, he would never dare to contact Bai Luoluo privately. "Yes, who are you?" Bai Luoluo suspected it might be a fan from her livestream. After all, in Central Star, her little privacy was hardly a secret for anyone with a bit of power. "Please come over." Before the other party could finish speaking, a wolf howl echoed through the air, accompanied by loud banging sounds, and one could vaguely hear the clinking of chains. "What's going on?" Seeing that something was off with Bai Luoluo, Qian took her holographic device and put it on speaker, only to hear the familiar wolf howl, followed by a series of chaotic sounds. "Our boss." "Boss, what happened?" Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly cut off, leaving Bai Luoluo confused and unsure of what the call meant. "Wife, Qin Shay might be in trouble," Qian said anxiously. Bai Luoluo might not have been able to discern what happened on the other end, but as a male, Qian could easily tell, and Feng Yi, who was beside them, also looked uneasy. "What do you mean?" Bai Luoluo recalled the wolf howl from the call, remembering that when she checked the Star Network for information about the Night Owl, she had seen that the beast form of the Night Owl leader was a silver wolf. Was that just now? King? Yes. Qian's expression was very serious, judging from the contents of the call. It seemed that Qin Shay had encountered something shortly after parting from him and had now gone berserk. "Where is he now?" As soon as Bai Luoluo finished speaking, her holographic device received a text message from an unfamiliar number. When she opened it, it was an address. Qian immediately took a look. "Are you sure you want to go save Qin Shay? His situation might be worse than mine was back then." Although Qi had a high level of berserk value, he still retained some rationality, while from what he had just heard, Qin's situation was far more serious. Of course we have to save him, Bai Luoluo replied without hesitation. Seeing Bai Luoluo's worried expression, Qi pursed his lips and headed towards the front door. Then let us go right now. Bai Luoluo nodded and was about to follow, but suddenly someone grabbed her wrist. She turned around in surprise, meeting Feng Yi's gaze. Feng Yi, stay at home. I'll go with Qi and be back soon. Bai Luoluo didn't have time to guess what Feng Yi's gaze meant. She was more worried about Qin's condition. Watching Bai Luoluo break free from his grasp and hurriedly leave with Qi, Feng Yi looked at his empty palm, feeling quite uncomfortable. Qi drove quickly to the address in the text. It was a large private estate, one he had noticed before, but no matter how he investigated, he couldn't find out who owned it. It now seemed that the owner of this estate was indeed Qin. The car stopped at the entrance, and as Qi rolled down the window to explain their purpose to the guard, upon seeing him, opened the gate without a word and even kindly pointed the way. The entrance of the estate was still quite far from the villa inside, and Qi wanted to remind Bai Luoluo first to prepare her mentally. Wife, Qin's condition might not be good. You need to be mentally prepared. To Bai Luoluo, this sounded like Qin might not make it, and she needed to brace herself. The car quickly stopped in front of the villa, and Qi jumped out to open the door for Bai Luoluo. Sitting in the car, Bai Luoluo looked up at the house before her, which resembled a royal castle from America. If it were any other time, she would have laughed and marveled at how Qin could live in such a nice place, but chose to stay in the small space below her. Bai Luoluo, you finally came. After sending the message to Bai Luoluo, he had informed the guard that once he saw Qi or Bai Luoluo, he should let them in immediately and notify him. Although he wasn't sure if Bai Luoluo would actually come, he wanted to try, and even if she didn't, he could go find her himself. The boss always said Bai Luoluo had a soft heart. As long as he begged her on his knees, she would surely agree to save the boss. But the medical staff had concluded that the boss was beyond saving. Would Bai Luoluo really have a way? With this doubt in mind, he received the guard's message that Bai Luoluo and Qi had arrived, so he hurriedly stood at the door waiting. Where is he? Compared to Bai Luoluo, Qi was much calmer. He held Bai Luoluo's hand, the warmth from his palm surprisingly comforting her a lot. He glanced at the delicate Bai Luoluo. This was his first official meeting with her. She looked even more fragile than in the videos. Could she really calm the boss down? What if something happened to Bai Luoluo? The boss would definitely chop him up and feed him to wild dogs. Just a moment ago, he had been desperate to seek Bai Luoluo's help, but now that she was really here, he felt a bit scared. Just as he hesitated, a loud crashing sound came from upstairs. Qi frowned and instinctively turned to observe Bai Luoluo's reaction. Fortunately, Bai Luoluo appeared to be much stronger and calmer than he had imagined. Let's go up and take a look. Qi pulled Bai Luoluo and slowly ascended the stairs. Throughout the ascent, the crashing sound from the second-floor room did not stop, and it seemed to be getting even more intense. Each loud crash made Bai Luoluo feel as though her heart was being lifted. Upon reaching the second floor, the person who had been following them had somehow arrived before them and immediately approached them upon seeing them. Bai Luoluo felt momentarily confused. She clearly remembered that person had been behind her. When she turned around, that person was still behind her. We're twins. I'm Ini, and this is my younger brother, he explained awkwardly. Bai Luoluo nodded. As they got closer to the room, the crashing sounds grew louder. Just as they were about to reach the door, suddenly blocked Bai Luoluo. Bai Luoluo looked at him in confusion. I hope you're mentally prepared, the boss. His condition is not good. The implication was that she must not dislike the boss, as he had become like this to save her true partner. Chapter 111. Will you behave? Don't worry, since I've chosen to come here. I've already prepared myself mentally. Hearing Bai Luoluo say this, hesitated and stepped aside, allowing Bai Luoluo to move forward. Even though Bai Luoluo was mentally prepared, she was still shocked by the scene before her. What appeared to be an ordinary room from the outside was actually a cage made of iron rods as thick as a wrist, and these rods were stained with varying amounts of blood. Some were even slightly bent, indicating the immense force the beastman inside had used to slam against the cage. As if sensing the presence of a female in the air, a silver wolf slowly approached them. Despite its injuries, it walked with a steady and graceful stride. Careful! Qian quickly shielded Bai Luoluo and stepped back. Before Bai Luoluo could react, the silver wolf in the cage suddenly lunged towards her, crashing against the bars with a loud bang. The deafening noise made Bai Luoluo's heart skip a beat. She seemed to have underestimated Qian Shei's condition. He was now in a much worse state than she had been at that time. "Are you okay?" Een and Een Air hurriedly asked. Bai Luoluo shook her head, but her face was pale. She had indeed been frightened. How did he become like this? Bai Luoluo pointed at the silver wolf in the cage and asked. "When we found the boss on Crystar, he was already unconscious. Fortunately, we had medical personnel with us. Upon examination, we discovered that an unknown drug had been injected into his body. This drug causes males to go into a frenzy. And in the end, what did the medical team say?" Qian's face was serious. Qian Shei's eyes were devoid of any rationality. He was now a complete beast, and a bloodthirsty one at that. This was why he was so agitated in the cage. Right now, the boss's mental sea is in chaos. If we can't calm him down quickly, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand it much longer. He said this while cautiously glancing at Bai Luoluo. He remembered that Bai Luoluo was a rare SSS-level female with exceptional mental power. If she was willing to try, there might be a slim chance for the boss. But it was evident to everyone that the boss was in danger. Would Bai Luoluo really be willing to take the risk? But he has no awareness right now. I can't get close. This meant that if there was a way to calm Qian Shei down, she could go in and soothe him. "Go get the sedative," Qian commanded. Een Air hesitated, but Een was more decisive and immediately sent someone to fetch the sedative. The silver wolf in the cage seemed to sense what the people outside were planning to do and instinctively began to retreat. Just when Bai Luoluo thought it was genuinely afraid, it suddenly charged forward and slammed against the cage with such force that it made the ground tremble. "Give it to me." Qian took the sedative gun from Een Yi's hand and aimed at the silver wolf in the cage. The silver wolf's gaze was sharp as a blade, locking onto him with an undeniable sense of alertness. Qian, true to his reputation as a federal marshal, acted decisively. The sedative shot directly into the silver wolf's neck, and soon it collapsed, its body going limp. "Wait." When Bai Luoluo tried to step forward, Qian hurriedly blocked her. "I'll go in and check first. You wait outside." What if the silver wolf was cunning and was just pretending to be down? Een quickly opened a small gap in the iron cage, and after Qian stepped inside, he immediately locked the cage back up. Bai Luoluo. Qian cautiously approached the silver wolf, which lay on the ground, breathing heavily and occasionally whimpering, as if warning Qian not to come closer. "Qian, be careful." Bai Luoluo held her breath, worried that the silver wolf might suddenly leap and pounce on Qian. But everything progressed smoothly. Qian checked and confirmed that the silver wolf had indeed lost its capacity to attack, then nodded to signal. Bai Luoluo squatted in front of the silver wolf and looked up at the upright Qi and beside her. She tried to speak several times, but held back. However, Qian seemed to understand her intention. After pursing his lips, he exited the cage and closed the wooden door outside. Although Bai Luoluo could soothe him with a touch, only a few people within the Federation knew about this. Een and Een Air might not be trustworthy, so for safety's sake, he absolutely couldn't let them see how Bai Luoluo soothed Qian Shei. "You all go prepare some food. I will stay here." Qian stood with his back to the door, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an intimidating aura. "That won't do." Een Air had just started to speak when Een covered his mouth, then nodded apologetically at Qi and before dragging him downstairs. In the room, Bai Luoluo placed her hand on the silver wolf's head to feel its mental sea. Sure enough, as the medical staff had said, it was in turmoil. She closed her eyes and tried to inject her mental power into it, but for some reason, it felt like her mental power sank into the ocean without creating any ripples. But when she soothed Qian last time, she had done it this way. Could it be because Qian Shei was under the influence of the drug? Helpless, Bai Luoluo tried again, but for some reason, even when she poured almost all her mental power into it, there were still no ripples. At this point, Bai Luoluo was a bit confused. Just as she hesitated about whether to call Qian in to ask for advice, the silver wolf suddenly opened its eyes. Before she could react, it pounced on her. With blood-red eyes and a gaping maw, Bai Luoluo was so frightened that she even forgot to breathe, let alone call for help. Just when she thought she would meet her end in the wolf's jaws, the silver wolf lowered its head and sniffed her, then moved its paws off her shoulders. Kinke. Seeing that the silver wolf did not attack her, Bai Luoluo tried to call out. The silver wolf tilted its head, seemingly not understanding what she was saying. Qin, I need to calm you down quickly. Will you behave? Seeing that the silver wolf seemed to be more docile, Bai Luoluo gained some courage and reached out to pat the silver wolf's head. Although the silver wolf's fur was somewhat coarse and not very pleasant to the touch, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but admire its appearance. Qin, in beast form, was already handsome, and the silver wolf's true form was even more impressive. Bai Luoluo even began to fantasize about riding this silver wolf through the streets one day. It would surely be a magnificent sight. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Luoluo's hands roamed over the silver wolf, waiting for it to relax before she tried to inject her mental power again. But as she touched, the texture beneath her fingers changed. The coarse, hard wolf fur vanished, replaced by honey-colored skin tinged with pink, and those dark red eyes filled with desire. Chapter 112. Luo. Can you mark me? Qin looked very unwell, his neck veins bulging, as if he was trying hard to endure something. Luo. As soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was hoarse. Kinke, yureawake. Bai Luoluo was very surprised. She thought that, given his condition, it would take a lot more effort to wake him up, but unexpectedly, he transformed back into human form directly. Qin raised his hand to grasp Bai Luoluo's delicate wrist. The movement of his Adam's apple sliding up and down due to swallowing made him look incredibly desire-filled. Bai Luoluo naturally noticed this and looked at Qin with some concern. Are you okay? Just as she was about to speak, Qin painfully hugged his head and then fell to the ground, curling up. Kinke. Bai Luoluo called out anxiously, but the person on the ground continued to roll back and forth, clutching his head in agony, his face even turning red. I'll go find Qian. Wait for me, Bai Luoluo said as she stood up and walked towards the door, but after taking 2 steps, a pair of hands reached out from either side of her waist and pulled her back before she could react. Bai Luoluo was startled and wanted to scream, but as soon as she opened her mouth, her lips were blocked. A domineering and fierce kiss fell upon her unexpectedly, giving her no chance to resist. Bai Luoluo desperately tried to push him away, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. She wanted to call for help, but as soon as she relaxed her jaw, his tongue slipped in, wantonly seizing her already scarce air. It wasn't until her legs felt weak and she was on the verge of suffocating that Qin finally released Bai Luoluo. Luoluo, can I? Qin asked hoarsely. Bai Luoluo naturally knew what Qin was asking, and she was somewhat worried, as Qin seemed a bit abnormal at the moment, which made her very concerned. Qin, how do you feel now? Bai Luoluo asked cautiously. My sea of consciousness is very chaotic. I need your comfort, Luoluo. Qin said, gently biting her earlobe. Luoluo, can you mark me? His scorching breath sprayed against her neck, causing a shiver. You, don't refuse me. Luoluo. Qin unconsciously rubbed against Bai Luoluo, every cell in his body screaming for the comfort of the female in front of him. Recalling the bits and pieces after meeting Qin, Bai Luoluo nodded. Okay. Qin was taken aback for a moment, uncertainly asking, really? Bai Luoluo chuckled. Was it a bit late to ask such a question now? After all, Bai Luoluo's gaze dropped, landing on his body that was bare of any fabric. He had reacted so strongly. What would happen if she really refused? Noticing Bai Luoluo's gaze, Qin smiled, using gentle strength to wrap around her, then leaned down to kiss her. The kiss was delicate and lingering, no longer as domineering as before, making Bai Luoluo even feel a bit of enjoyment. So Qin kissing skills are this good? Wife. Qin paused, looking affectionately at Bai Luoluo, who was pinned beneath him. Can I call you that from now on? Bai Luoluo frowned. Was this the time to talk? Qin se astonished gaze. Bai Luoluo hooked her arms around his neck and pulled him in, then captured that troublesome mouth. The smile in Qin Che's eyes deepened. Since his wife was so proactive, he had nothing to hesitate about. Hearing familiar gasps from inside the room, Qian, who was guarding the door, was first stunned. Then his face turned pale with a bitter smile. Although he had long anticipated that such a day might come, he didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. He sighed gently, then slowly went downstairs. In the living room, E and Air stood up when they saw Qi and coming down. "Why did you come down?" Air asked in panic. "Is it that the boss?" As he spoke, Air dashed upstairs, but was stopped by Qi as he passed him. He was clever, listening carefully to the sounds from upstairs. Although it was far, he could still hear some noises. "Let go of me, you." Air's mouth was covered again by E. "If you want to die, then go up." Air stopped struggling in confusion, but his mouth was covered, so he couldn't speak. His eyes seemed to ask why. E was speechless. How did he have such a brainless younger brother? Thankfully, the boss didn't mind him, or he would have been thrown out long ago. 5 hours passed, and the noises in the room still hadn't stopped. At this moment, Qian's face was very dark. Through the door, he heard Bai Luoluo's intermittent sobs, and several times he wanted to rush in and punch Qin away. Didn't he hear that his wife was crying like that? How could he bear to continue? It was unclear how much time had passed. For Qian, who was waiting outside, it was truly unbearable. Until Qin came out from inside, still holding Bai Luoluo, who had already fallen asleep with tears still in the corners of her eyes. Qi immediately stepped forward to take her from Qin arms, then prepared to go downstairs. "We could go to the top floor room," Qin said lightly. Qi looked down at the person in his arms, took a deep breath, then turned to the side elevator, heading straight to the top floor. The layout of the top floor was completely different from below. It was an open-plan space, and as soon as the elevator opened, it led to a recreational area separated only by a screen and the elevator. Qin quickly found the bathroom, took Bai Luoluo in to wash her, and then placed her on the soft big bed at the farthest end. Looking at the countless marks on Bai Luoluo's body, Qin clenched his fists. He was always so careful. Why did Qin come in and hurt her so wantonly? But he had been guarding outside and hadn't heard his wife refuse him. Otherwise, he would have rushed in immediately. So it turned out that his wife liked him so much. Even when he was so rough, she didn't say a word of refusal. When the elevator door opened on the top floor, Qin did not look up. He knew who it was. He gently tucked Bai Luoluo's blanket, then stood up. As the two brushed past each other, Qin stopped and looked deeply at Qin. Just when Qin thought he was going to say something, Qin turned and walked into the elevator without looking back. Bai Luoluo slept very soundly, waking up slowly until noon the next day. As soon as she opened her eyes, she met a pair of dark red eyes. Bai Luoluo instinctively jumped in surprise, then thought of something and relaxed. All of Bai Luoluo's movements were seen by Qin, and he slightly frowned. Was Luoluo afraid of him just now? Did he scare her last night? Chapter 113. A headache noticing the hurt in Qin eyes, Bai Luoluo realized she had overreacted moments ago. So she forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry. I just wasn't used to it at the moment." After a pause, she continued, "How are you feeling now?" Qin stood up and began to get dressed, his long fingers buttoning his shirt one by one. "Much better," he replied. "So cold?" Bai Luoluo frowned. She had already explained herself, so why was he still so distant? Just as she was about to ask, the sound of the elevator opening caught her attention. She looked over and saw a familiar figure approaching her. "Madam, breakfast is ready. Would you like me to serve it?" Qin came over, seemingly unbothered, and helped Bai Luoluo put on the clothes he had brought back early in the morning. Although he tried to ignore the marks on her body, he couldn't help but notice them. Feeling a bit awkward, Bai Luoluo turned to the side to button up her shirt and glanced at Qin, who seemed unwilling to speak to her, making her feel a bit wronged. "I want to go home," she said, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance she didn't even realize she had. This made Qian's heart ache. He glared at Qin and picked Bai Luoluo up, heading straight for the elevator. "Madam," Qin finally couldn't hold back anymore. He knew Bai Luoluo was only trying to comfort him to save him, and that she had agreed to mark him out of gratitude. But seeing her so eager to leave without a second thought made his heart ache uncontrollably. Qin paused, looking down at the person in his arms. As long as Luoluo was unwilling, he would immediately take her away. Bai Luoluo felt her heart was in turmoil. She couldn't understand why Qin Shi had been so cold to her earlier, nor did she know what it meant when he called her back. Breakfast is ready downstairs. Let us eat first, Qin Shi said gently, having somehow made his way in front of Bai Luoluo. Qian hesitated as well. It was a bit far from where they were staying, and it was getting late. Luoluo had been tired last night, so she should eat as soon as possible. Madam, let's go eat something first. Seeing that Qian said so, Bai Luoluo nodded. Qian turned and led her to the bathroom to wash up, while Qin Shi went downstairs to wait. Once he confirmed that Qin Shi had gone downstairs, Qian couldn't help but ask, Madam, what happened between you and Qin Shi? At this, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but tear up. She bit down on her toothbrush and didn't speak, only shaking her head gently. To Qian, this scene looked like Qin Shi had bullied Bai Luoluo, making her feel wronged. When Bai Luoluo finished washing up and went downstairs, Qin Shi was already sitting at the dining table waiting. When he saw her come down, he stood up and only sat back down after she took her seat. On the table, there was a mix of Chinese and Western breakfast. Knowing Bai Luoluo liked Chinese breakfast, Qian served her a bowl of lean meat porridge and some youtiao, fried dough sticks. Madam, I have something I want to discuss with him. Can you eat first? Bai Luoluo didn't lift her head. She didn't won't look at Qin Shi, so she nodded gloomily. Qian looked at Qin Shi and said coldly, come out with me. Qin Shi pursed his lips and glanced deeply at Bai Luoluo before turning to follow Qian outside. Only after Qin Shi left did Bai Luoluo relax a bit. In truth, she had no appetite. She had only been drinking porridge because she didn't know how to face Qin Shi. Once they were far enough away, Qian stopped and, seeing that Qin Shi was behind him and about to speak, he swung his fist at him. As an SSS-level male, Qin Shi could have dodged it, but his body had just recovered, and he was confused about why Qian suddenly attacked him. So he took the hit. Why didn't you dodge? After venting his frustration with a punch to Qin Shi, Qian felt much better and looked at the man who had just gotten up from the ground. Did I upset the madam? Qin Shi could sense something was off about Bai Luoluo's reaction. When he opened his eyes and saw her, she seemed startled. Although he had explained, the reason felt too flimsy. He knew he shouldn't pressure Bai Luoluo to accept him so quickly, so he chose not to put any pressure on her. What exactly happened between you and the madam? Why does she feel so wronged? Qian asked angrily. I know you care about her, but you can't take advantage of her kindness to bully her. Bully her? Qin Shi was baffled. When did he ever bully Bai Luoluo? Did she tell you? Qin asked Bidyeth. The madam didn't say anything. Qian was even angrier. She wasn't the type to complain. Then how can you assume I bullied her? Qin Shi was also getting annoyed. He already felt suffocated, and now Qian was bothering him over baseless accusations. He wasn't someone to be pushed around. Can't you see how wrong she is? Qian was almost laughing in anger. Also, your attitude is very strange. Strange? Qin Shi was confused. What was so strange about his attitude? He just thought the events from last night were too sudden, and that Luoluo might feel awkward in the morning. So he tried to act as usual. You don't seem like the madam's side husband at all. Qian couldn't tell if Qin Shi was genuinely clueless or pretending to be. How could the leader of the Night Owl feel so foolish at this moment? Qin Shi was anxious upon hearing this. Qian, don't think just because you're the madam's main husband, you can talk to me like this. Whether I'm a side husband or not isn't for you to decide. You. Qian was about to explode. Seeing that Qin Shi wouldn't listen, he felt like transforming into his beast form and pouncing on him. Qin Shi wasn't weak either. He immediately transformed into a silver wolf, and the two started fighting. Meanwhile, Bai Luoluo sat in the dining room. The porridge in front of her was almost finished, but she hadn't seen Qin Shi or Qian return for a while, and felt it was a bit strange. Oh no, mister. Qin and Marshal are fighting. Someone shouted. Bai Luoluo immediately got up and ran toward the door. As she ran outside, she indeed saw a silver wolf and a giant panda confronting each other not far away. Because of the pressure from their SSS level strength, the others in the manor didn't dare to approach easily. What is going on? Bai Luoluo grabbed someone nearby and asked. We don't know either. A male nearby held a large pair of pruning shears. He had been trimming branches when Mr. Qin and the Marshal suddenly transformed and started fighting, which was why he shouted. Seeing the silver wolf and panda begin to attack each other again, Bai Luoluo felt overwhelmed. You two stop it. Chapter 114 in my eyes. You deserve all the best. Looking at the two people in front of her who had already stopped fighting, both had varying degrees of bruises on their faces and bodies. Bai Luoluo angrily turned and walked away. What is this all about? Just because she was away for a little while, they started fighting. She really didn't understand how the women in the Interstellar Beast World balanced their relationships with their partners. Qian immediately chased after her, and Qin Shi quickly followed suit. Wife, please don't be angry, Qian blocked Bai Luoluo's path, not knowing how to explain himself, as there was no substantial evidence for what had happened. Wife, did I bully you? Qian, who said that he bullied Bai Luoluo and made her feel wronged. He even said that he wasn't worthy of being her secondary husband. If you don't want to be my secondary husband, then I also haven't marked you. Bai Luoluo's voice became softer, but Qin Shi and heard her very clearly. Last night, Bai Luoluo had fainted from exhaustion, so she didn't bite the gland on the back of Qin Shi's neck, meaning there was no marking. In reality, they only had a physical relationship. Bai Luoluo, what do you mean? Qin Shi was angry. Was that what she meant? Wife's meaning is that she hasn't marked you. Qian was also surprised that after everything that happened last night, Bai Luoluo still hadn't marked Qin Shi. Moreover, he felt a bit pleased that there was no marking. Although Qin Shi had saved him, he didn't like Qin Shi at all. Bai Luoluo, I want your answer. Qin Shi sounded very angry, and given his imposing aura, Bai Luoluo didn't dare to look up. Qian was also angry. He protected Bai Luoluo in his arms. You scared her. Seeing Bai Luoluo in Qian's embrace, Qin Shi realized that he had indeed been a bit too fierce just now. He took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and then spoke in a gentler tone. Luoluo, do you really not want to mark me? Bai Luoluo looked up at Qin Shi, confused about what he meant. He had been so indifferent in the morning, and now he was asking if she didn't want to mark him. If you don't want to, Bai Luoluo said softly. Why would I want to? Qin Shi was really amused and confused by Bai Luoluo's thought process. Did she think that males could just casually sleep with females? But you were so indifferent this morning. Indifferent? Qin Shi recalled the morning's events and felt a headache coming. He bent down to look into Bai Luoluo's eyes and said seriously, I wasn't indifferent. I just thought you seemed scared when you saw me in the morning. I was worried you didn't like me, and that you were only thinking of comforting me because I saved Qian. Bai Luoluo was stunned. She hadn't expected that she had misunderstood Qin Shi. I am sorry, you misunderstood. Since it was a misunderstanding, she naturally needed to apologize. Qin Shi couldn't help but laugh. In the entire galaxy, only Bai Luoluo would be so polite with a male and even apologize. If it were anyone else, they would probably be angry and throw a fit. This isn't your fault. It's my bad for not understanding you, Qin Shi said while smiling, then reached out to ruffle Bai Luoluo's hair. So can I still call you wife? Bai Luoluo nodded hurriedly, of course. I've always been your wife. But you haven't marked me, Qin Shi said, turning his back to her and squatting down, exposing his gland. How about we go inside first, okay? There are so many people outside, it's a bit embarrassing. Qin Shi frowned in displeasure and glanced around. In an instant, everyone disappeared. The speed was so fast that Bai Luoluo didn't even have time to react. Now there's no one. Qin Shi turned back and smiled slightly, his eyes full of anticipation. Bai Luoluo looked at Qian. Although his expression wasn't great, he knew that Bai Luoluo marking Qin Shi was just a matter of time, so he stepped away. Now, truly, there was no one left except the two of them. Wife. Bai Luoluo helplessly took a step forward and then lowered her head to bite down on Qin Shi's gland. Her sharp teeth quickly pierced through the gland, and Bai Luoluo hurriedly infused her spiritual power into it. Now that Bai Luoluo had two partners, plus the unmarked phone that made 3 in total. The original house was a 2-bedroom apartment, which had been fine before, but now it felt a bit small. Let us just live in my manor, Qin Shi said with a smile. Ever since the marking, he hadn't stopped smiling. The security here is even better than the Federation, absolutely safe. Although Qian was reluctant to admit it, what Qin Shi said was indeed true. Seeing that Qian had no objections, Bai Luoluo immediately made the decision to move. Actually, there's nothing much to move. Everything I need is here. Anything I don't have, I can just buy some. Qin raised an eyebrow and said. Soon, Bai Luoluo understood why Qin had said that. Qin took her back to the top floor. The morning had been so rushed that Bai Luoluo hadn't had the chance to carefully examine the layout of the top floor. After coming up, she realized that it was much larger than she had imagined. The entire top floor, aside from the bedroom and bathroom, also had a media room, gym, swimming pool. Almost every entertainment facility that a female would like was included here. Not only that, on the other side, there were also some smaller rooms prepared for the beast husbands. This is the dressing room. Qin brought Bai Luoluo to an independent compartment and said. Bai Luoluo peeked in and was stunned after just one glance. Is this really just a dressing room? This looked like they had moved the entire store's clothes over for her. Various colors, styles, spring, summer, autumn, winter, almost everything was included. Bai Luoluo casually picked up a dress to look at and found that it fit her perfectly. Then she checked a few more, and they were all her size. These are prepared for you when I realized I wanted you to be my wife, Qin said. Bai Luoluo was stunned. With so many things. It was clear that Qin had this idea for a long time. Isn't this a bit too wasteful? Bai Luoluo thought that even if she changed every day, it would take her a year to repeat an outfit, which was truly extravagant. It's not wasteful. Qin took Bai Luoluo's hand and sincerely kissed the back of her hand. In my eyes, you deserve all the best. Chapter 115. Restarting the live stream, just like that, Bai Luoluo moved into Qin's estate with Qian and Feng. Standing in front of the top floor window and looking at the beautiful scenery outside, Bai Luoluo felt an indescribable joy in her heart. She never expected that after working so hard last time without achieving such a standard of living, she could now enjoy a laid-back life just by finding a beast husband. Luoluo, are you going to stream again in the future? Qin asked, looking at Bai Luoluo standing by the window. It was only then that Bai Luoluo remembered she hadn't streamed in several days, and her fans in a live stream must be anxious. Once she logged into the platform on her light brain, she indeed received many private messages. Since there were too many messages to reply to, she decided to start a live stream to explain the situation and reassure everyone. I still want to live stream. Bai Luoluo turned around and said to Qin, then follow me. Qin mysteriously led Bai Luoluo into a small room in the corner. This room was different from the other open spaces. It actually had a door. Push it open and take a look, Qin said with a smile. Bai Luoluo hesitantly pushed the door open and was stunned when she saw what was inside. Do you like it? Qin put Bai Luoluo inside. In the small room, there were advanced live streaming equipment and super comfortable gaming chairs. So Bai Luoluo wouldn't feel uncomfortable even if she streamed for long hours. Most importantly, the floor was covered with a thick cashmere blanket, allowing her to walk barefoot on it. The walls were painted a pleasing pastel green, which looked very comfortable. Sit down and try it. Qin pulled out a gaming chair and gestured for Bai Luoluo to sit down and experience it. Bai Luoluo hurried over and sat down. When she looked up, she saw a painting on the wall opposite her. Is this when we first met? In the painting, a female figure in a white dress was struggling to push a large shopping cart and accidentally fell over, while a silver-haired, red-eyed male protected her from behind. It was indeed the moment when Bai Luoluo and Qin first met. In fact, I was waiting for you at the supermarket that day on purpose. Qin said with a smile from a distance, I made up my mind to have you as my wife. Bai Luoluo recalled that she had indeed mentioned wanting to go to the supermarket in her live stream. But how did he know she would go to that specific supermarket? Actually, I found you through your location when you first streamed. I was afraid that suddenly appearing would scare you, so I wanted to find a suitable opportunity to meet you. So you had it all planned out? Bai Luoluo pouted, pretending to be angry. Bai Luoluo didn't expect Qin to admit it so readily, and suddenly felt at a loss for words. Didn't you say you wanted to stream? Qin said as he pressed a switch on the table. Bai Luoluo quickly logged into her account and opened the live streaming room. The two people downstairs heard the familiar prompt sound from the light brain, paused for a moment, and then quickly took out their light brains to enter the live streaming room. Don't hit me. I'm just here for the show. Bai Luoluo's cat has entered the live stream. Dry-fried green beans has entered the live stream. Tomato scrambled eggs has entered the live stream. It seemed everyone was waiting for Bai Luoluo to start streaming, as they all rushed in as soon as it opened. Dry-fried green beans. The female streamer finally started. Who's next to her? The person next to the streamer looks familiar, silver-haired, red-eyed. No way upstairs. What do you mean, no way? Haven't you heard? The mysterious night owl leader is silver-haired and red-eyed. That shouldn't be true. Seeing everyone discussing Qin Che's identity, Bai Luoluo glanced at him and, seeing him nod, cleared her throat to greet everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Luoluo's live stream. Bai Luoluo smiled at the camera. I haven't streamed for several days, and I was worried everyone might forget me, but I didn't expect you all to come. Dry-fried green beans. Female streamer. Is the person next to you your new side husband? Tomato scrambled eggs. Why did the streamer suddenly stop streaming for so many days? Bai Luoluo nodded. This is my side husband, Qin Che. The reason I haven't streamed recently is because of Qi's matter. Now that he is back, I was worried you all would be anxious about me, so I thought I'd come on and let you know. So it really is a new side husband. The night owl leader seems to be called Qin Che. What is going on? Looks like everyone knows me. Qin Che looked at Bai Luoluo with a tender expression. That's right. I'm a night owl leader you all talk about. Streamer, are you crazy? Why would you choose such a dangerous person as a beast husband? Shouldn't we say the streamer is brave? Isn't this helping the federal government? With the streamer's constraint, will the night owl be? Dry-fried green beans. Does the Marshal know? Don't hit me. I'm just here for the show. He knows. What? The Marshal is here too. Bai Luoluo's cat. Not only him, I'm here too. In fact, Qin Che being my side husband has little to do with him being the night owl leader, right? Bai Luoluo felt somewhat helpless, knowing that most people might not accept Qin Che's identity, so she didn't plan to force it. Don't come near me, enter the live stream. Don't come near me. What the hell? No ghosts here, just me. Qin Che replied calmly. Don't come near me. The streamer really has no scruples. Even he can be included. Do you know Gubei? Bai Luoluo whispered to Qin Che. There are some past grievances. He is a good person. Please don't speak about him like that in the future, Bai Luoluo said firmly. Don't come near me. So you're defending him now? Don't hit me. I'm just here for the show. Why defend him and not you? Bai Luoluo's cat. Exactly. Don't come near me. Why aren't you two showing up on camera? Don't you like it? Qian and Feng exchanged glances. Yes, what were they doing now? They should hurry upstairs. Before long, Bai Luoluo heard footsteps outside, followed by the sound of a door opening. Wow, the streamer is living well. All three beast husbands look great. Why did you all come up? The live stream room wasn't small, but with so many people squeezed together, Bai Luoluo felt a bit uncomfortable. After ensuring the people in the live stream room saw them, Qian and Feng left without looking back. This move left Bai Luoluo a bit confused, while Qin Che seemed to understand what they meant. Don't come near me. Dry-fried green beans. Haha, this is hilarious. Chapter 116, I Want to Eat Too. The conversation was lively when a strange video call popped up. Bai Luoluo opened the profile of the caller. Apart from a named prince of the Merman clan, there was no useful information. Let's connect. Seeing that Qin Che had already said so, Bai Luoluo clicked to answer. When she saw the person on the other side, Qin Che raised his eyebrows in surprise. Bai Luoluo had never seen the other person, so she greeted him normally. Hello. Bai Luoluo smiled and waved. Hello. Before the other party could speak, he was pushed out of the frame, and then a familiar face appeared on the screen. Sujin. Luoluo. Do you remember me? Who is that on the other side? Prince of the Merman clan. This is hilarious. Who is he? Why should the host remember him? Bai Luoluo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Sujin. That's right. I didn't expect you to remember me. Bai Luoluo, which made Sujin very happy, his smile brightening significantly. However, when he saw a male figure sitting next to Bai Luoluo, his smile visibly froze. Luoluo, is that your side husband next to you? Yeah. Bai Luoluo nodded. I'm Qin Che. Your elder brother has met me, Qin Che said coldly. The male who had just been pushed out of the frame reappeared and nodded towards Qin Che. I didn't expect you to become Bai Luoluo's side husband so quickly. I remember seeing you just a few days ago, and you weren't yet. Bai Luoluo frowned. Although what was said was a fact, it sounded so strange to her. What does the other side mean? Don't mess with me. Watching the drama JPG, Don't hit me. I'm just soy sauce. Looks like the visitor ISNT kind. Luoluo's cat. I have a feeling they're coming for the host. Stir-fried green beans. What a battlefield this is. Yes. Che smiled, showing no signs of displeasure on his face. Bai Luoluo forcibly suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and asked, "You suddenly connected with me. Is there something going on?" "It's like this." Before Su Jin's elder brother could finish speaking, he was pushed aside by Su Jin. "Luoluo, I want to marry you." Su Jin's bold statement stunned Bai Luoluo, and it was only when Che spoke that she came back to her senses. Wanted to marry doesn't mean the host has to accept it. Although Che still looked indifferent, anyone could sense the aura he carried. "Oh, so this is the aura of the Night Owl leader. What are you trying to take the host for? Isn't that the Su Jin mentioned by Princess Tinglan before? Let us fight. Let us fight." Stir-fried green beans. How can we fight if we aren't together? Bai Luoluo secretly clenched her fists. She had enough with Che, Qian, and Feng Yi, and didn't want any relationship with the obviously spoiled Su Jin. Che, although you are Luoluo's side husband, this matter is not up to you to decide. Su Jin said with hands on his hips, angrily. "Oh." Che let out a cold laugh. "I remember you were still on Central Star, right?" Su Jin didn't quite understand why Che suddenly said this, and nodded somewhat nervously. "Yes, what is wrong?" Che smiled lightly. "Nothing, just that the security on Central Star ISNT very good. Remember to close your windows at night." This is an outright threat, right? Su Jin really doesn't know how high the sky is, actually offending the Night Owl leader. I guess Su Jin doesn't know Che's identity. "Don't mess with me." As expected of you. As expected, Su Jin looked up and asked in confusion, "The security ISNT good? But I haven't heard of any incidents since I came to Central Star." Haha, this is hilarious. Is the other side really that naive? Honestly, I don't know whether to praise his innocence or call him foolish. The male next to Su Jin had already changed color, evidently. He knew Che's identity and understood the implications of Che's words. "Bai Luoluo, I'm the eldest prince of Crystar, Suyu. Suyu smiled slightly, stopping Su Jin, who was about to retort. Regarding the matter of marriage, you should already know that the royal family of Central Star has agreed to this union on your behalf." "Agreed on my behalf?" Bai Luoluo's frown deepened. She clearly remembered that she hadn't replied to Yi Jiuyu yet. How did the royal family agree to this marriage on her behalf? "Don't hit me. I'm just soy sauce. I'll go check." "Don't hit me. I'm just soy sauce." No matter what, they have no right to agree to anything on behalf of the host. "Don't hit me. I'm just soy sauce." I will definitely make them give a reasonable explanation. "Who agreed?" "You go find whoever agreed. Don't come to us." Che said as he raised his hand to disconnect the call. After hanging up, Che turned to Bai Luoluo. "Host, you shouldn't be interested in that fool, right?" Bai Luoluo shook her head vigorously, afraid of being misunderstood if she was a moment late. This is hilarious. The host's head is about to shake off its shadow. Stir-fried green beans. He doesn't deserve the female goose. Luoluo's cat. If I see him again, I'll beat him up. "Don't mess with me. Are you sure you dare to act?" "Luoluo's cat, absolutely." "Don't mess with me. Then I'll wait and see." "Gubei, has your anorexia been cured?" Kinke Sujin li spoke. Bai Luoluo was puzzled. Why was he suddenly bringing up Gubei? And he had anorexia? But hadn't he just said his cooking was delicious and that he wanted to eat again? If he had anorexia, shouldn't he not be able to eat anything? "Don't mess with me. You don't need to worry about me." Wow, the boss is anorexia. Remember, the boss wanted to see the host cook every day. Could it be that the host's cooking makes the boss have an appetite? Regarding this, I also want to know, Che said, curiously staring at the camera. "Don't mess with me." Kinke. Bai Luoluo shot Che an annoyed glare. Regardless of the situation, revealing someone else's illness in a public place like a live stream was wrong. Kinke instantly surrendered. It was his fault for starting it first. For some reason, Bai Luoluo sensed a hint of grievance in Che's tone. But no matter what, exposing others' shortcomings is wrong. "I'm sorry, don't mess with me. I apologize on behalf of Che." "Don't mess with me. Do you really want to apologize?" Bai Luoluo nodded, as sincere as a pearl. Luoluo's cat. Don't mess with me. Then how about treating me to a meal?" Luoluo's cat. As expected, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh. "Is that it? Are you sure?" Don't mess with me, sure. All right. Bai Luoluo readily agreed. Since Gu Bei and Qin Che knew each other privately, meeting for a meal was a big deal. Especially since Don't Mess With Me had helped her in the live stream more than once. It was just a way to thank him for his support all along. Stir-fried green beans. I want to eat too. Baby green beans. You came to Central Star? Bai Luoluo asked curiously. Stir-fried green beans. Yes, surprise or not. Really? Bai Luoluo had always wanted to meet green beans, and she didn't expect her to really come to Central Star. I'll give you the address in a bit. Just come over directly. Chapter 117. It's not that easy to smooth things over after ending the live stream. Bai Luoluo hummed a little tune as she came down from upstairs. So happy? Qin Che asked with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Of course. Bai Luoluo didn't notice the difference in Qin Che's tone. Her mind filled with fantasies about what the dry-fried green beans would look like when she saw them later. What ingredients do they have at home? Should she go out and buy some more? As she spoke, Bai Luoluo lifted her foot and headed toward the kitchen. Qin Che usually didn't pay attention to these things, so he couldn't answer and had to follow her into the kitchen. Inside the fridge, there were all kinds of fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as pork, beef, and lamb. But why were there so many? Did they usually have so many people eating at the manor? The manor has someone deliver fresh vegetables and fruits every day. These must have just been delivered that morning. Qin Che explained when he saw the confusion in Bai Luoluo's eyes. Oh, Bai Luoluo could guess it was probably because she had moved in. Otherwise, a male like Qin Che wouldn't live so delicately. Then today, watch me show off my skills. Bai Luoluo was quite confident in her cooking. All right. Qin Che nodded indulgently. I can help out. And me. Feng Yi suddenly emerged from somewhere, looking disheveled, and it was unclear what he had just been doing. Feng Yi, what were you up to? Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh, then waved him over. While Feng Yi tidied his clothes, he walked over to Bai Luoluo. I just went for a walk around the manor, didn't do anything. But looking at Feng Yi's appearance, it didn't seem like he had done nothing. Ahem. Qin Che walked behind Bai Luoluo and leaned down to whisper at her ear. I have a few big wolves in my manor. Feng Yi's beast form was a cat, and since cats and dogs were half enemies, did Feng Yi encounter those big wolves in the manor? Moreover, it seemed that he didn't gain any benefits from it. Feng Yi was furious and wanted to say something. But when he met Qin Che's gaze, he swallowed it back. Qin Che was a wolf, and he was also afraid. Bai Luoluo looked at Feng Yi's aggrieved expression and laughed even more, then glanced at Qin Che's big wolves. They should be locked up in the future. Okay. Qin Che naturally wouldn't refuse Bai Luoluo's request. Wife is the best. Feng Yi said as he wanted to hug Bai Luoluo, but she dodged away. You should wash up first. Bai Luoluo pointed at the dirty stains on Feng Yi's clothes. Feng Yi looked down at himself and hurriedly ran toward the elevator. Once he entered the elevator and saw his reflection in the mirrored wall, he was stunned. Is that messy-haired, dirty person really me? Did I just stand in front of my wife like this and wanted to hug her? Feng Yi felt he really had no face to meet anyone. It was too embarrassing. What did my wife see in that stupid cat? Qin Che blocked Bai Luoluo's gaze as she followed Feng Yi. Stupid cat. Bai Luoluo realized Qin Che was talking about him and felt a little unhappy. Don't say that about Feng Yi in the future. Thinking about the things Feng Yi had done, Bai Luoluo's confidence waned a bit. Although he wasn't very smart, he was very cute. And besides, cats are soft. So comfortable. Wife really likes cats. Qin Che's tone suddenly turned cold. Huh? Bai Luoluo sensed something was off and hurriedly shook Qin Che's hand. I also like silver wolves. So majestic. Really cool. Really? In just a second, Qin Che's face softened again. Of course. Bai Luoluo smiled and said later tonight, show me your beast form. Okay? All right. All right. Who said silver wolves are hard to please? Look, it's all smoothed over just like that. Bai Luoluo took out all the ingredients she needed. Originally, she wanted to handle them herself, but Qin Che wouldn't allow it. So she had to stand by and direct while Qin Che took over. Processing vegetables and fruits was simple, just wash them clean. The main work was with the meat. Bai Luoluo wanted to make braised lion's head, which required chopping the meat into minced meat. Braised lion's head? Qin Che looked at Bai Luoluo with some surprise. Not a real lion's head. Bai Luoluo explained with a suppressed smile. It's a dish made from minced meat formed into balls that resemble a lion's head. hence the name. Oh, Qin Shi nodded and then picked a piece of meat with a good balance of fat and leaned to start chopping. In the past, Bai Luoluo hated chopping meat the most. It was just too tiring. But with the kitchen knife in Qin Shi's hands, it seemed weightless and looked so easy. Is this level okay? Qin Shi brought a pile of what could be called meat paste in front of Bai Luoluo and asked. Yes. Bai Luoluo twitched her mouth. Do males work that fast? She just zoned out for a moment, and it turned into meat paste? Did I chop it too finely? Qin Shi thought that the minced meat should have some granularity, but what was in front of him clearly did not. It's fine. Bai Luoluo took the meat paste, saying that this texture should be finer and wouldn't tea affected. Even though Bai Luoluo said so, not long after. Qin Shi brought over a bowl of freshly chopped minced meat and placed it in front of her. They had arranged to meet Gu Beiwei at 5 o'clock, but he and his companions arrived before 4. Hearing that the guests had arrived, Bai Luoluo hurriedly dashed out of the kitchen. In front of her was a tall, slender male, but his features were delicate. It was easy to imagine how handsome he would be if he gained some weight. As Bai Luoluo sized him up, he was also sizing her up. She looked much better than on the live stream. No wonder even Qin Shi couldn't escape. Hello, Gu Bei. Gu Bei smiled as he stepped forward and shook hands with Bai Luoluo. Hello. Bai Luoluo smiled back. Please have a seat. It will take a little while for the kitchen to be ready. Bai Luoluo invited Gu Bei to sit in the living room. Qin Shi came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. When he saw Gu Bei, his face showed little emotion. He merely walked up to Bai Luoluo and said, Wife, I can't quite remember the steps you just mentioned. Can you teach me again? Okay. Bai Luoluo nodded, then turned to Gu Bei and said, Sorry. Please rest for a moment. I'll go help in the kitchen. Gu Bei politely nodded. Watching Bai Luoluo follow Qin Shi back in the kitchen. Gu Bei is ice nahot. If someone like Qin Shi could be Bai Luoluo's side husband, why couldn't he? I wonder what kind of interesting expression Bai Luoluo would have if I confess my feelings to her. Chapter 118. The Lan family, once everything was ready. Bai Luoluo stood on tiptoe at the door, peering outside. The wife was waiting for dry-fried green beans. Feng Yi looked jealous, gazing pitifully at Bai Luoluo. Qin Xian said she would definitely arrive before 5 o'clock, but it was already 5:30. Bai Luoluo was genuinely worried, but if she went out to find her, she wouldn't know where to start. The wife must have her contact information. It would be good to just call and ask. Kinki Said, handing Bai Luoluo her light brain. Bai Luoluo slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten about this, and quickly took the light brain to make the call. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Luoluo, I'm sorry, I might be a bit late. On the other end of the light brain, Lin Qianqian's voice sounded a bit weak, as if she had encountered some trouble. Did something happen? Bai Luoluo asked anxiously. Lin Qianqian responded. I accidentally bumped into someone on the way. Did you hit someone while driving? Bai Luoluo's heart jumped to her throat. Is it serious? Lin Qianqian looked down at the male holding her leg, making her take responsibility. It's not serious, but what? Bai Luoluo pressed, feeling anxious. Miss Lin, you hit me, so naturally you have to take responsibility for me. A strange male voice came from the light brain, and the other party didn't lower his voice intentionally. So Bai Luoluo heard it clearly. Is Qianqian being extorted? Where are you now? I'll come right over. Bai Luoluo hurriedly said, her mind automatically picturing the situation with Lin Qianqian, a girl standing on the roadside being blocked by a male, who was saying she had to take responsibility while looking at her with eyes that were almost indecent, as if he wanted to do something to her at any moment. Feng Yi, stay here with Gu Bei. Qin Shi and I will be back soon. Bai Luoluo pulled Qin Shi and got into the hover car parked at the door, driving toward the address provided by Lin Qianqian. Feng Yi also wanted to go, but leaving Gu Bei alone here was indeed not appropriate. So he had to resign himself to going back inside. In the living room, Gu Bei was lazily leaning on the sofa, and when he saw Feng Yi come in, he frowned. Where's Bai Luoluo? That Lin Qianqian, the one from the live stream dry-fried green beans, ran into a bit of trouble. So the wife and Qin Shi went to help deal with it. Feng Yi said, sitting down on the other end of the sofa, looking dejected. Gu Bei didn't mind much and continued fiddling with his light brain. The living room was quiet. When Bai Luoluo and Qin Shi arrived at the place Lin Qianqian mentioned, Bai Luoluo was shocked by the scene in front of her. A female in a pink dress was standing by the roadside, while her leg was being held by a male. The male looked a bit disheveled, but he didn't have many injuries on him, likely due to his self-healing ability, reducing the wounds significantly. Luoluo, you finally made it. Lin Xianxian saw Bai Luoluo and forcefully pried the male off her leg, rushing toward Bai Luoluo. What happened? Bai Luoluo looked at the male sitting on the ground, then at Lin Xianxian. The scene she had imagined of a strong-armed robbery didn't occur. Instead, the male seemed to be the weaker party. I was confessing to a female by the roadside, and just when it looked like she would agree, this female suddenly drove into me. The male explained, getting up from the ground, saying that the female I was confessing to thought I was too weak and just turned to leave. Since she caused me to lose my wife, she naturally has to make it up to me. The male spoke as if it were a matter of course, but Bai Luoluo felt speechless. Although hitting someone while driving was indeed Lin Xianxian's problem, what did that have to do with the other party losing their wife? She even suspected that it was intentional. Bai Luoluo glanced at Qin Shi, but he had his arms crossed and remained silent. Qin Shi, what do you think? Wife, this is a matter between the two of them. As outsiders, we shouldn't interfere. Qin Shi said in a flat tone, not revealing much emotion. Bai Luoluo felt a bit helpless, but Qin Shi did have a point. How about we go back and sit down and talk it over? After all, standing by the roadside isn't a solution, and there are guests at home. I have no objections. The male clapped the dust off his clothes and replied cheerfully. For some reason, Bai Luoluo always felt that this person was being intentional. Then let's go. Bai Luoluo pulled Lin Xianxian into her car, and the two sat in the back seat. Qin Shi drove, leaving the other male to sit in the passenger seat. What's your name? In the car, Bai Luoluo held Lin Xianxian's hand and asked the male in the passenger seat. My name is Lan Feng. After getting in the car, Lan Feng sat quietly, completely different from the impression he gave Bai Luoluo earlier, and judging by his attire, he didn't seem like a person from an ordinary family. You have the surname Lan? Qin Shi suddenly spoke, seeming to realize something. Qin Shi, do you know? Bai Luoluo's eyes lit up. If Qin Shi knew, perhaps today's issues could be resolved. I think I've heard of it. Qin Shi glanced at the person sitting next to Bai Luoluo through the rearview mirror. If it were just an ordinary female, how could it attract the attention of the Lan family? Luoluo, you're much prettier in person than the live stream. Lin Xianxian, now completely recovered, said joyfully while holding Bai Luoluo's hand. You're pretty too. Bai Luoluo smiled, not just saying it for politeness. Lin Xianxian was indeed quite beautiful, with her light-colored long hair, big eyes and small mouth, the standard beauty. Thank you. Lin Xianxian shyly thanked her. Soon, the car returned to the manor. Luoluo, you live here? Lin Xianxian's mouth dropped open, as if she could fit an egg in it. This was too extravagant. You finally made it back. Hearing the sound of the car outside, Feng Yi hurriedly ran out. Seeing the young female standing next to Bai Luoluo, he was momentarily stunned. Yuri dry-fried green beans? Hello. Lin Xianxian smiled slightly, surprised to see that the cat was so handsome. Just one sentence made Feng Yi blush uncontrollably. Wife. Qian returned behind Qin Shi's car, dressed in a crisp military uniform, and with his serious demeanor. He gave off an aura that seemed to say no entry. No wonder he's a marshal. That aura is really something ordinary people can't handle. Lin Xianxian quietly murmured. And although she tried to keep it low, everyone present still heard her. Qian's gaze fell on Lin Xianxian, but he merely nodded slightly without speaking. The group entered through the door, and as soon as they stepped inside, they saw Gu Bei resting on the sofa with his head tilted. Perhaps he was too bored, and he had actually fallen asleep on the sofa. Chapter 119. It's all preconceived. The already slender man appeared even more gaunt and tranquil as he sank into slumber, prompting everyone to unconsciously lighten their footsteps. Luoluo, who is that? Lin Xianxian pointed at the sleeping Gu Bei and asked. Gu Bei. Bai Luoluo replied in a low voice. Lin Xianxian was taken aback and whispered, Don't disturb him. Bai Luoluo nodded, and seeing Lin Xianxian's expression, she could roughly guess what she was thinking. With such an arrogant online name, they had assumed the former richest man would be a rebellious male figure, but they hadn't expected him to look like this in reality. Previously, from what Qin Shi hinted, Gu Bei seemed to have lost his appetite for food, and Bai Luoluo speculated it might be anorexia. Qin squinted his eyes slightly. He did not believe that Gu Bei would fall asleep while visiting someone else's home. Moreover, the angle at which he was resting perfectly highlighted his jawline. And he remembered Gu Bei had previously mentioned that his left side looked better. Right now, he was indeed facing them with his left side. Did he fall asleep so quickly? He found it hard to believe, as Gu Bei was still awake when he had just stepped out. Feng Yi's reaction further confirmed Qin's suspicion. It seemed that Gu Bei was genuinely interested in his wife, and had even resorted to this method to attract her attention. Since he is asleep, let us eat first, Qin said indifferently, leading everyone toward the dining room. Gu Bei slowly woke up, opening his eyes to find many people in the living room, which startled him. Sorry, I seem to have accidentally fallen asleep. Gu Bei quickly got up and walked over to Bai Luoluo. Has the matter been resolved? Bai Luoluo nodded apologetically. I'm really sorry. I invited you over. It made you wait so long. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you would have been eating long ago, Lin Qianqian said, casting a resentful glance at Lan Feng. Lan Feng naturally knew she was referring to him, but he continued to feign ignorance. He would never admit that he had already had someone investigate and knew that Lin Qianqian was here to see Bai Luoluo, which was why he had deliberately bumped into her. It's getting late. Let us sit down and chat while we eat. Bai Luoluo quickly urged everyone to take a seat, as she sensed the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Once everyone was seated, the butler finally signaled for the staff to bring out the dishes that had been prepared early in the morning. Bai Luoluo had prepared a lot of dishes, and although some were not cooked by her, but were rather completed by her directing Qin and Feng Yi, it could still be considered her preparation. Everyone, don't be polite, dig in. Wait. Just as everyone was about to start eating, Lin Qianqian suddenly stood up, halting everyone's movements. Can I take a photo? Lin Qianqian pulled out her light brain and shook it. Everyone understood her intentions, so no one objected. Lin Qianqian happily took a photo and sent it to her fan group, writing, finally eating the meals prepared by Luoluo, don't be too envious. Except for Lan Feng. Everyone present was familiar from the live broadcast, and soon, the notification sound from the group messages rang out one after another. Bai Luoluo took out her light brain to check the group, unable to hold back her laughter. Will you be staying on Central Star from now on? Lin Qianqian nodded. That's great. You can come over to play with me often then. Bai Luoluo was genuinely delighted. Sure. Lin Qianqian also liked Bai Luoluo very much. She had enjoyed watching her live streams, and now seeing her in person, she liked her even more. As they spoke, Bai Luoluo's gaze fell on Gu Bei, who was eating seriously at the side. He was leisurely stuffing food into his mouth, a perfectly normal action, yet for some reason, it appeared exceptionally graceful. Don't disturb. Baby, is the food to your taste? The words slipped out, and Bai Luoluo was stunned. She had intended to ask Gu Bei if the food was good, but somehow, it came out as don't disturb, baby. Although she had called him don't disturb, baby countless times in a live stream, saying it face to face still felt very embarrassing. Gu Bei put down his chopsticks and nodded emphatically. It's very delicious. Thank you. It seemed Gu Bei hadn't noticed anything unusual, and Bai Luoluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. After eating, Bai Luoluo led Lin Qianqian to stroll around the house, saying she was showing Lin Qianqian around. But in fact, it was also Bai Luoluo's first time exploring. Luoluo, is Qin really the leader of the night owls mentioned in rumors? Lin Qianqian asked in a lowered voice when she saw no one around. Bai Luoluo didn't he feel anything wrong and nodded. Why? Lin Qianqian pursed her lips. But the rumors say he kills without blinking, a notorious villain. How did you get to know him? Bai Luoluo chuckled lightly. Didn't you notice that someone was missing during the live broadcast today? Lin Qianqian thought carefully and suddenly seemed to realize something, quickly looking at Bai Luoluo for confirmation. Seeing Bai Luoluo nod, Lin Qianqian revealed an I see expression. So your several beast husbands had it all planned from the beginning. Lin Qianqian teased with a smile. Bai Luoluo was somewhat at a loss. It does seem to be the case. By the way, the two happened to arrive at the terrace on the 5th floor, which was beautifully decorated with lights. From their elevated position, they could see the males sitting in the garden on the 1st floor, seemingly discussing something. That Gu Bei, is he also interested in you? Bai Luoluo was taken aback. Why do you think that? During dinner, I noticed he was staring at you several times. Lin Xianxian said excitedly, as if she had discovered some earth-shattering secret. Really? Bai Luoluo still looked skeptical. He was sitting directly across from me. It would be coincidental for him to look up and see me. Seeing Bai Luoluo's expression, Lin Xianxian found it amusing. Luoluo, how did you end up with those 3 beast husbands? You seem quite oblivious about relationship matters. Oblivious? Bai Luoluo shook her head. She had actually sensed that Qi had feelings for her quite early on, which was why she took the initiative. As for Gu Bei, after Lin Xianxian's remarks, she also started to feel that something was off. After all, she had never thought in that direction before, so she assumed Gu Bei was only interested in food. And what about you? That Lan Feng. Bai Luoluo nodded toward Lan Feng on the first floor. Do you really believe it was just a coincidence that you bumped into him? Lan Feng's eyes revealed shrewdness. He clearly did not appear as simple as he seemed on the surface. Bai Luoluo found it impossible to believe that he had no ulterior motives regarding Lin Xianxian. Chapter 120. The awkward little side husband. When she came down from the building, the sky outside was already completely dark. Bai Luoluo initially wanted to keep Lin Xianxian at her house for the night, but Lin Xianxian kept refusing, so she didn't insist further. After sending Lin Xian and Lan Feng off, Bai Luoluo felt a bit tired as she curled up on the sofa. She had been busy preparing meals and picking Lin Xian up in the afternoon, which was quite exhausting. Wife, let me carry you upstairs to rest. Xian came over, squatting beside the sofa, his fluffy head rubbing against Bai Luoluo's palm. Okay. Bai Luoluo nodded and reached out her hand, allowing Qi to carry her into the elevator. Qin Shi, who had just returned from outside, happened to see this scene. He didn't show much expression. After all, he was now Bai Luoluo's side husband, while Qi was the rightful husband. Feng Yi, who came in with Qin Shi, felt less at ease. He had thought that he had gained Qi An's recognition and would definitely be Bai Luoluo's second beast husband. But unexpectedly, Qin Shi had taken advantage of the situation. Logically speaking, since he had already marked Qin Shi last night, it should have been his turn today. But it seemed that Bai Luoluo didn't think of that at all. This made him quite unhappy, but he didn't dare to bring it up easily. Fearing it would upset Bai Luoluo, Qin carried Bai Luoluo to the top floor, and after a comfortable bath, he wrapped her in a towel and tucked her into bed. Wife, Qin bent down and placed a kiss on Bai Luoluo's forehead. Help me dry my hair. Okay. Bai Luoluo's eyes were almost closing, but she knew it wouldn't be good to sleep with wet hair. So she shifted her body and rested her head on the edge of the bed. Qin brought over a hairdryer, using warm air to dry her hair bit by bit. The sound of the hairdryer was truly hypnotic. If it weren't for Bai Luoluo forcing herself to stay awake, she would have likely fallen asleep long ago. If you're really tired, just sleep. Seeing Bai Luoluo struggling to stay awake, Qin said with concern. Bai Luoluo obediently nodded and soon fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Bai Luoluo asleep, Qin then went downstairs and saw Qin Shi sitting at the dining table handling some work. A computer was in front of him, and his fingers were constantly tapping on the keyboard, looking very busy. Is there something? Qin Shi paused his actions and asked Qi, and Qi nodded and walked over, sitting down opposite Qin Shi. It's about Feng Yi, right? Just a moment ago, Feng Yi was sitting on the living room sofa, but now he seemed to have run off somewhere. Both of them could tell that Feng Yi had something on his mind. You're the rightful husband. You can make the decision, Qin Shi said, then continued to type on the keyboard. Qi looked surprised. He could feel Qin Shi's affection for Bai Luoluo. He had thought that, as a leader, Qin Shi would have a certain possessiveness over Bai Luoluo, which was why he wanted to discuss with him about having Bai Luoluo mark Feng Yi. But unexpectedly, he showed no interest at all. Could it be that he doesn't really like Bai Luoluo? He only wanted her to mark him because he found out she was a rare SSS-level psychic female. Seeing that Qi didn't leave, Qin Shi stopped his actions again. Don't doubt my intentions towards Bai Luoluo. My feelings for her are no less than any of yours. Qin Shi glanced at Qi, continuing his work. Since I chose Bai Luoluo, I naturally have to consider everything for her. I'm not that narrow-minded. I was being petty. I'm sorry. It's my fault, I should admit it. Qi found Feng Yi in a corner of the garden, lying on the grass, staring blankly at the starry sky. Who? Hearing footsteps, Feng Yi quickly sat up. When he saw it was Qian, he was a bit surprised since he had just seen Qi and carrying Bai Luoluo upstairs. Logically, he should be by Bai Luoluo's side right now. I have to go out for a bit later. Qin Che is busy too, so you'll accompany Bai Luoluo tonight. Feng Yi was taken aback, then quickly stood up, taking 2 steps to reach Qi, and really? If you ask again, it'll be a lie, Qian said flatly. Thank you. Feng Yi dashed into the house like a gust of wind, not even taking the elevator, and rushed up the stairs to the top floor. As soon as he pushed open the door to the top floor, Feng Yi instinctively quieted his steps. He confirmed that Bai Luoluo was already asleep, hurriedly took a shower, ensuring he smelled of fragrant shower gel, and then tiptoed back to Bai Luoluo's side. He cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket and lay down, curling up. Initially, the two were lying quite far apart, but slowly, Feng Yi couldn't help but move closer to Bai Luoluo. Don't move, I'm so sleepy. Bai Luoluo, thinking it was Qian, drowsily turned over and hugged him, mumbling in a slightly spoiled tone. Huh, the feeling wasn't quite right. The fragrance was also off. Qian always had a faint bamboo scent, but now the blanket was filled with the rose shower gel scent he had just changed into. Feng Yi? Bai Luoluo slowly opened her eyes and met Feng Yi's infatuated gaze. When he realized he had been discovered, he seemed startled, looking a bit comical. Luo, wife. Feng Yi stammered, making Bai Luoluo unable to help but laugh. She roughly guessed why Feng Yi was here. Am I some kind of monster? Are you that afraid of me? Bai Luoluo asked with a smile. Perhaps seeing Bai Luoluo smile made Feng Yi relax. No, wife is the kindest and gentlest female. Seeing Feng Yi's serious expression, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Feng Yi, why are you so cute? Feng Yi's face turned red, and he murmured, That's because you're in front of me. The two lay facing each other for a while, and suddenly, Feng Yi seemed to have made a decision. He flipped over, placing his hands on either side of Bai Luoluo, gazing directly into her eyes. Wife, I want to be your legitimate side husband, okay? It was a simple sentence, yet it felt like he had exhausted all his strength. Feng Yi held his breath, his gaze fixed on Bai Luoluo's red lips, trying to read her answer in an instant. Okay. Bai Luoluo reached up, hooking her arm around Feng Yi's neck, gently pulling him closer, and then closed her eyes to kiss him. Compared to Qin She's dominance and Qian's gentleness, Feng Yi's kiss felt very awkward, completely different from how he had flirted with her before. There were even a few times when their teeth clashed, causing Bai Luoluo to gasp in pain. I'm sorry. Feng Yi panicked and tried to get up, but Bai Luoluo held him back. It's okay. Bai Luoluo was now somewhat experienced in romance. Since her side husband was too awkward, she would just have to train him well. Chapter 121. The Reckless Young Man, 10 minutes later. Feng Yi was gasping for breath, his disheveled clothes revealing a patch of pale skin that glowed with a faint blush, rising and falling with each breath. Wife. Feng Yi gasped as he grabbed Bai Luoluo's mischievous hand on him, his eyes filled with mist, clearly showing he had been bullied. Bai Luoluo, sitting on his waist, was laughing so hard she shook, not expecting that the bold Feng Yi, who had previously dared to dance provocatively, was actually just a boy who could only talk big. Just a simple touch from her made him react so strongly. Please, wife, pity me. Feng Yi's voice was hoarse, his gaze towards Bai Luoluo filled with desire, making it hard for anyone to withstand. Bai Luoluo froze, her heart racing involuntarily, and before she could react, she had already leaned in to kiss him. With the experience from the last time, Feng Yi was much steadier this time. After a short while of kissing, he turned the tables and pressed Bai Luoluo beneath him. Wife. The Adam's apple in his throat moved, indicating he was having a hard time holding back, yet he still wanted to ask Bai Luoluo for her feelings. Call me sister. Bai Luoluo raised her hand and lightly slapped his face, a bit angry as she spoke. At this point, what was he still holding back for? Sister. Bai Luoluo felt a string in her mind snap suddenly, wanting nothing more than to sink into the sea that Feng Yi provided. She didn't know how long she had been floating in that sea, but in a daze, she heard Feng Yi whispering hotly in her ear, saying he wanted to do it again. The next day, when she woke up, it was almost noon. Bai Luoluo rubbed her sore waist, sitting on the bed feeling a bit dazed. After a while, she remembered what had happened last night and couldn't help but smile wryly. That guy Feng, he had begged her again and again, and in the end, she didn't even know when it ended. But the refreshing feeling on her body reminded her that Feng, he must have cleaned her up. Wife. Feng, he walked towards Bai Luoluo, looking refreshed, his mouth almost reaching his ears. Oof. Thinking about how he had been so uncontrolled last night, Bai Luoluo turned her head angrily, not wanting to pay attention to him. Feng, he was taken aback, hurriedly reaching out to grab Bai Luoluo's hand. Wife, are you mad at me? Bai Luoluo shot him a look. Wasn't it obvious? Who else could have annoyed her last night besides him? Why are you angry? Feng, he was a bit confused. Did I not perform well last night? Bai Luoluo almost laughed out of anger. It wasn't that he performed poorly, it was that he performed too well. How could her little body withstand that? After learning the reason for her anger, Feng, he scratched his head in confusion. But didn't the internet say that when a female says no, she actually means yes? Bai Luoluo was shocked, her mouth agape, unsure how to explain. It seemed she needed to let Qi-in and Qin-Che teach this reckless young man a lesson. Or else she would be the one suffering in the future. After washing up, Bai Luoluo went downstairs for breakfast. Feng, he wanted to hug her, but she pushed him away. As soon as they exited the elevator, Qi-in and Qin-Che's gazes fell on them, and soon they noticed Bai Luoluo's strange walking posture, their expressions turning ugly. Feeling the sharp gazes on him, Feng, he shrank his neck, completely unclear about what he had done wrong. It wasn't until Bai Luoluo sat down and everyone had their food ready that Qin-Che and Qi-in exchanged glances, both standing up simultaneously. Wife? We have something to discuss with Feng Yi. Bai Luoluo knew what they wanted to say, so she nodded and didn't stop them. Feng Yi, looking bewildered, was dragged away by Qi-in and Qin-Che to her room, then roughly thrown to the ground. What are you doing? Feng Yi asked in panic. 10 minutes later, Feng Yi came in trembling, following Qi-in and Qin-Che, and seeing his cautious demeanor, Bai Luoluo guessed he must have been taught a lesson by them. The reckless young man, being taught a lesson, was actually quite good. Wife, Yejia you called last night, wanted to meet you this afternoon. I set it for 2 o'clock. Is that okay? After finishing breakfast, Qin-Che looked at Bai Luoluo and asked. Bai Luoluo guessed Yejia you probably wanted something from her, so she nodded sure. What does he want with you, wife? Feng Yi asked unhappily, remembering how Yejia you had looked at Bai Luoluo last time. It wasn't exactly innocent. Qi-in and Qin-Che looked at Feng Yi in confusion. They weren't aware of the previous visit from Yejia Yu and hadn't heard anyone mention it. He came to find me once before. Feng Yi said angrily. Qi-in and Qin-Che immediately turned their attention to Bai Luoluo, who didn't think it was a big deal and generously nodded. Yes, he came to ask me to marry Su-jin, although she didn't say it outright. That was clearly what he meant. Qin-Che and Qi-in exchanged glances, both seeing as expected in each other's eyes. What did you say when you went to the royal family to get an explanation? What did they say? Qin-Che asked Qi, and Qi-in shook his head. That day I went, I didn't see the king or queen, not even the prince. So you spent half a day yesterday, just waiting outside? King que frowned in displeasure, not expecting Qi-in to be so unreliable, and he hadn't even mentioned it upon returning, making him think everything was settled. I was supposed to clarify things with Bai Luoluo when I got back, but when I returned, Lin Xian and the others were there, so I didn't say anything. Later on, Bai Luoluo looked so tired that I couldn't bring myself to say it. Then, facing Qin-Che and Qi-in, Feng Yi looked a bit pitiful, cautiously asking, should we still let Yejia Yu come later? Let him come. Qin-Che sneered. Since he wants to come, how can we not meet him? For some reason, seeing Qin-Che like this, Bai Luoluo felt he wasn't hiding anything good. That's right. Qi-in nodded in agreement. It's just right to ask about Su-jin face to face. But what if Su-jin is telling the truth? Feng Yi asked naively. Qi-in's face darkened. But Qin-Che looked like he was enjoying the show, wanted to see how Qi-in would react when he realized the royal family's true nature. Then we'll see if they can handle the wrath of Night Owl's boss. As expected of a Marshal, his mind worked faster than others. And now it was Qin-Che's turn to have a dark expression. If he dares to mention it, I don't mind letting the central star change its king. Seeing Qin-Che's nonchalant demeanor, Bai Luoluo really didn't understand how he could casually say such harsh words. Chapter 122. The Useless Royal Family when Yejia Yu arrived. Bai Luoluo was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching a drama, while Qinche was fiddling with a small metal lighter. The tiny lighter dancing on his fingertips. "Boss, the crown prince is here." Ini entered, followed by Yi Jiuyu, who was dressed in a fitted suit and wearing gold-framed glasses, giving him a somewhat abstinent CEO vibe. He came. So what is the big deal? Qinche frowned in displeasure, not even giving Yi Jiuyu a glance. He shrank his neck and wisely retreated. Although Bai Luoluo was also somewhat unhappy with the royal family's actions, she still wasn't clear whether this was the king's intention or Yi Jiuyu's. If it was the former, she couldn't be too harsh on Yi Jiuyu. "Have a seat." "Do what?" He suddenly jumped up, looking at Bai Luoluo in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. Bai Luoluo didn't understand why he was reacting so strongly, and looked at him in confusion, as if wanting to ask what was wrong. "Fengyi." Qian, realizing that he must have misunderstood, coldly called out. Only then did he sit back down properly, although he moved closer to Bai Luoluo. Several times Bai Luoluo wanted to push him away, but he still clung to her, leaving Bai Luoluo no choice but to give Yi Jiuyu an apologetic smile. "Did the Marshal come to see me earlier?" Yi Jiuyu asked Qian. "I'm really sorry. I happened to be out yesterday." Qian looked at Yi Jiuyu. As a crown prince, he usually had nothing to do, so it was clear he simply didn't want to meet. "Crown Prince, I agreed to meet you today because I have something to ask." Bai Luoluo wanted to skip the roundabout talk and got straight to the point. "You say?" Yi Jiuyu's tone was very humble, showing no displeasure at Bai Luoluo's bluntness. "I heard that the royal family agreed to my marriage with Su Jin, and I hope the royal family can give me a reasonable explanation for this matter." As for this matter, Yi Jiuyu is actually quite innocent. He only learned about the royal family's decision later, and even went to see the king and queen about it. But the king's stance was that since they had already agreed to Su Jin, there was no possibility of backing out. Not only that, but they also tasked Yi Jiuyu with persuading Bai Luoluo to accept Su Jin. "I remember I clearly expressed my thoughts to you before." Yi Jiuyu heard Bai Luoluo was very angry and hurriedly explained, "The royal family can't help it, Suddenly, Qinche laughed from the side. "Is the current royal family really this useless?" Yi Jiuyu's face instantly turned ugly. He couldn't let it be said like that. Then how should it be said? This time, it was Qian who spoke up, unable to understand. If the rise and fall of a planet relied on the marriage of a female, then wasn't he the king of that planet rather useless? Qian. Yi Jiuyu didn't expect Qian to speak, but after all, he was the crown prince, while Qian was just a marshal. He had no right to say such things. "Remember your identity." "What identity does he have?" Bai Luoluo was protective and absolutely would not allow Qian to be bullied. "Qian is my legitimate husband, since we're discussing my matters now." "Why can't he speak?" Yi Jiuyu's face paled. He seemed to not have expected Bai Luoluo to defend Qian so fiercely. Yet for some reason, he felt a vague sense of envy. "That's not what I meant," Yi Jiuyu explained weakly. "Today, I'll make it clear that I will never accept Su Jin," Bai Luoluo said straightforwardly. "Okay." Yi Jiuyu stood up, his voice filled with frustration. "I understand." Watching Yi Jiuyu's departing figure, Bai Luoluo felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart, but she really couldn't marry someone she had no feelings for, especially since this person was originally the fiancé of Princess Tingluan. A male who changed his affections simply because of her outstanding appearance was something she, Bai Luoluo, could never accept. "I didn't expect the little kitty to show her claws today," Qinche said with a smile. Bai Luoluo shot him an annoyed glance, warning him with her eyes that if he kept talking nonsense, he wouldn't be allowed in bed. Qinche sulked and fell silent. Seeing that Night Owl was at a disadvantage, he couldn't help but feel a bit gloating. "Oh, look at you today." Qinche immediately glared at Feng, his eyes seeming to hide knives, scaring Feng into shrinking his neck and hiding behind Bai Luoluo. "Wife master, look at him." Bai Luoluo helplessly rubbed her forehead. "All right, I'm a bit tired." Qian immediately stepped forward and picked Bai Luoluo up. "I'll take wife master upstairs to rest." "You too." He cast a final glance at Feng. "Behave yourself." Feng pouted, wondering why only he was being told to behave. It was obviously Qinche. "Back upstairs." Qian gently set Bai Luoluo down and was about to get a stool to sit beside her when he was stopped by Bai Luoluo. Qian, stay with me. Qian obediently climbed into bed and wrapped his arms around Bai Luoluo. Qian, do you think Yi Jiuyu can handle this matter well? Bai Luoluo's delicate hand rested on Qian's waist as she asked with some concern. Wife master, Qian was somewhat unhappy. Can you not mention other males' names while on the bed? I really will. Get jealous. Bai Luoluo immediately understood and kissed the corner of Qian's mouth. Got it. Perhaps it was because Feng Yi had tormented her too much last night, and being in Qian's arms made her feel exceptionally safe. Bai Luoluo soon fell asleep. Watching Bai Luoluo sleep peacefully, Qian sighed softly. In truth, Bai Luoluo's worries were not unfounded. Although Yi Jiuyu was the crown prince, he did not possess much real power. The king and queen had 6 sons, and Yi Jiuyu was the crown prince merely because they liked him more, not because they cared about who was the crown prince. He had heard that the queen of Crystar favored handsome men. If Bai Luoluo was unwilling to marry Su Jin, it was very possible that Yi Jiuyu would be sent to Crystar to marry into their family. But Qian didn't dare to tell Bai Luoluo this. For once said, Bai Luoluo's character would likely soften, and perhaps there would be more than just Su Jin to deal with. Even Yi Jiuyu could very likely join them, though he had long known that Bai Luoluo would not only have them 3 by her side. He still wanted to occupy her time a little longer, just a little longer. Chapter 123. Luoluo, save me a few days pass like this. And Bai Luoluo would still do live streams when she had free time, but not as frequently as before. After all, she now had 3 beast husbands to please. One morning, Feng Yi came bustling over with a light brain, grinning from ear to ear. Haha, it's truly retribution. Bai Luoluo didn't take it seriously, thinking that Feng Yi must have seen some news again. After all, he had shared quite a few bizarre news stories with her lately. So she just gave it a cursory glance without paying much attention. Wife, do you want to go out for a stroll today? Qin brought some fruit to Bai Luoluo, squatting down and using a fork to offer her a piece. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment. It was already summer, and although the house was always air-conditioned and comfortable, she inexplicably thought of the sea. In her previous life, she always looked forward to summer because various people would post beautiful photos by the seaside on social media. Is there a sea on Central Star? Qin dark red eyes narrowed slightly, instinctively thinking that Bai Luoluo must have seen the morning news, which made her want to see the sea. Wife, there's no sea on Central Star. Feng Yi interrupted, but added, if you want to see the sea, we can go to Crystar. About 80% of it is ocean. Is that the place where many mermaids live? Bai Luoluo was curious. She had never seen a mermaid in either life. Yes. Feng Yi quickly replied, but then felt something was off when he saw Bai Luoluo's longing expression, thinking it was bad news. Wife, do you like mermaids? Bai Luoluo didn't catch the unusual tone and nodded. She had heard that mermaids were very beautiful and had enchanting voices. At this point, it was almost as if she was hinting that she wanted to find a mermaid husband. Feng Yi hung his head in resignation, wishing he could slap himself. How could he be so reckless? Now, with 3 partners, he only got to rotate once a week. If there was one more, he might not even get 2 turns in a month. Actually, there's also a sea on our neighboring Neptune, and it's south quite close. Feng Yi said, not willing to give up, but I want to see what mermaids look like. Bai Luoluo said, pulling Qin hand. Okay, can we go to Crystar to see the sea? Okay, Qin said indulgently, but from Bai Luoluo's angle, he shot a warning glare at Feng Yi. Feng Yi suppressed his trembling legs and fled without looking back. When Qian returned from the Federation building, he learned that Bai Luoluo wanted to go to Crystar. Just as he was about to ask if it was because of Yi Jiuyu, he noticed Qin shaking his head subtly. It seemed that the wife still didn't know. That was good. Once they got there, they just had to be careful to avoid any issues. The 3 quickly packed their luggage. Bai Luoluo wanted to do it herself, but they insisted on doing it for her, leaving her no choice but to relax. Qin had the most advanced spacecraft on Central Star, and they arrived at Crystar in less than half a day. Looking at the endless blue ocean before her, Bai Luoluo couldn't help but shout in delight. Qian and Qin were both surprised. They had never seen Bai Luoluo so carefree and happy. Meanwhile, Feng Yi had already taken Bai Luoluo aside to play in the water. Her fair little feet splashed in the water, causing Feng Yi's throat to tighten. Wife. Feng Yi struggled to speak. Bai Luoluo was busy taking photos with her light brain. Hearing Feng Yi call her, she turned to look and noticed he seemed a bit off. What's wrong? The next moment, a wet, warm kiss landed on her lips. Bai Luoluo was taken aback for a moment, but then couldn't help but laugh. Over these days, Bai Luoluo had gotten used to her partners being affectionate with her at any time and place. Although she felt shy at first, she gradually found it quite nice. At least in their eyes, there was only her, a feeling she had never dared to imagine in her previous life. After the kiss, Bai Luoluo leaned against Feng Yi, breathing heavily. Feng Yi chuckled. Even after all this time, wife still hasn't learned to breathe properly. Every time, she ends up turning her little face red from holding her breath. They had booked a room at the largest hotel on Star. Qian and Feng Yi took the luggage to the room, while Qin She accompanied by Luoluo to explore. Wife, should we go back to eat something first and come out later? It was almost noon. Qin She looked at Bai Luoluo's slender figure, wondering how, since they got married. The three of them had been taking turns to feed her, yet she still hadn't gained any weight and remained so thin. Being this thin, if she gets pregnant, will she be able to handle it? Bai Luoluo was unaware of Qin She's thoughts. She was filled with curiosity about Star and mermaids. Just wanted to find a mermaid quickly to see if they were as beautiful as the legends described. Why haven't I seen any mermaids around here? After walking around, she realized that not only were there no mermaids, but she hadn't even seen a single person. Just as Qin She was about to respond, he noticed someone stumbling towards them. With a male's keen eyesight, he immediately recognized the person as Yi Jiuyu. Yi Jiuyu didn't expect to see Bai Luoluo on Star. He had prepared himself for the worst, but now he wanted to fight for his chance. Luoluo, Yi Jiuyu shouted, collapsing in front of Bai Luoluo. Qin She frowned. He had initially planned to take Bai Luoluo back to the hotel to avoid Yi Jiuyu. But unexpectedly, this guy had suddenly sprinted in front of them. Prince? Qin She glanced at the disheveled Yi Jiuyu with a cold smile. You're not a prince anymore. The once distinguished Prince Yi Jiuyu is now in tatters, his white shirt torn, with several buttons popped off. His meticulously styled short hair was now sticking to his face, looking utterly disheveled. Luoluo, save me. Yi Jiuyu struggled to stand. But the effects of the drug he had taken earlier intensified due to his reckless use of power, forcing him to grip his palm to avoid embarrassing himself too much. How could you? Before Bai Luoluo could finish, a group of muscular males with their upper bodies exposed appeared behind them. There, the leading male immediately spotted Yi Jiuyu and rushed over, but when he saw a beautiful female in front of Yi Jiuyu, he slowed down. Esteemed female, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your enjoyment. The leading male respectfully bowed to Bai Luoluo, having sensed that she had at least 3 beast husbands, all of whom were powerful. A female who could attract such strong partners must be extraordinary. Chapter 124. Infiltrating the wedding scene. Who are you? Why are you trying to capture him? After all, he's someone she knows. Bai Luoluo couldn't just stand by and watch Yi Jiuyu being taken away. The male leader glanced at Yi Jiuyu. He was sent by the Central Star to marry our mermaid princess. There was just a misunderstanding, and he ran out. We were about to invite him back properly. Invite? Looking at Yi Jiuyu's state and the stance of the people opposite, it didn't seem like they were going to invite him back properly. Besides, what was this marriage arrangement about? Bai Luoluo glanced at Qin She beside her. Qin She knew he couldn't brush it off, so he leaned in to explain the situation in her ear. So because I rejected Su Jin, the king and queen of the Central Star had no choice but to send Yi Jiuyu to Star? This was so dramatic. Just as Bai Luoluo was considering whether to save Yi Jiuyu, he suddenly collapsed, kneeling before her. Luoluo, I'm biased. Please help me. Biased? You're biased? Bai Luoluo felt her hair stand on end. How did another big shot come into the picture? Remembering that biased seemed to know Qin She, she looked at him. Qin She was startled and quickly distanced himself, saying, I do know he is the bias from the live stream, but since he is unwilling to explain, I shouldn't speak on his behalf. So he really was biased. Your Highness, our princess is still waiting for us to bring the king consort back. The male leader sensed something was off. If they didn't hurry to take him back, something bad might happen. After saying this, he waved his hand, and the males behind him quickly dragged Yi Jiuyu away, then bowed to Bai Luoluo before leaving. Wait. At a critical moment, Bai Luoluo spoke up. There may be a misunderstanding. He promised to marry me long ago. How could he be marrying your princess? Qinche looked at Bai Luoluo in surprise. He knew she might soften, but how could she say she had an engagement with Yi Jiuyu? This female, he was personally sent by the Central Star. There must be no mistake. The male's attitude became firm. We apologize, but if you have any objections, you can contact the royal family of the Central Star. They will explain. After saying this, they quickly left with Yi Jiuyu. Bai Luoluo frowned, watching Yi Jiuyu being dragged away like a dead dog. Feeling sorry for him, he must have been drugged, which is why he couldn't resist. Qinche explained that Yi Jiuyu was also a rare SSS-level warrior from the Central Star, and it was indeed quite regrettable for him to end up like this. So he was that impressive? Wife, you just said Yi Jiuyu's already made a lifelong commitment to you. Qinche looked at Bai Luoluo, testing her. It couldn't be true, right? Bai Luoluo sighed. It was only because she wanted to save him. Wife. Qi and Feng Yi rushed over, both glancing at the direction Yi Jiuyu was taken. What just happened? Wife already knows about Yi Jiuyu. King Said lightly. Qi and Feng Yi exchanged glances. Feng Yi clenched his fists, wanting to persuade Bai Luoluo not to get involved, but before he could speak, Qi suddenly knelt on one knee before Bai Luoluo. Wife, I hope you can save Yi Jiuyu. Bai Luoluo was very surprised. She didn't expect Qi and to want to help Yi Jiuyu. Why? Bai Luoluo asked, confused. Qi sighed helplessly and then shared the story about Yi Jiuyu. It turned out that Yi Jiuyu was merely a seemingly illustrious prince. He was far inferior to Princess Tinglan in terms of status within the royal family, because he was just a male. Everything he had was something he had to work hard to earn. Qi had seen Yi Jiuyu fight on the battlefield countless times, and it was precisely because he worked so hard to achieve merit that he could become a prince. But unexpectedly, even after becoming a prince, he was still someone who could be discarded at any moment. Thinking about the look in Yi Jiuyu's eyes when he was taken away, Bai Luoluo felt a sharp pain in her heart. But I'm just an ordinary female. How can I save him? Wife, do you really want to save him? Feng Yi couldn't understand why even Qian was on Yi Jiuyu's side. There might be a feasible way. Qian pursed his lips tightly. Although he didn't want to do this, it seemed there was no other way. You mean, let the wife agree to go to Sujin? Qinche's voice remained calm, seemingly indifferent to Qi and suggestion. But, in the blink of an eye, Qinche's tone turned icy. Qian, have you thought about it? The wife has said she doesn't like Sujin. Qian's face turned pale instantly. He naturally knew that. If possible, he wouldn't want the wife to suffer. Let's not worry about that. Let's find Yi Jiuyu first. Bai Luoluo felt that if she chose to stand by and do nothing, she would probably have nightmares for countless nights in the future, all filled with Yi Jiuyu's desperate eyes as he was taken away. Qinke, worthy of being the Night Owl leader, was still exceptionally skilled even after arriving at Crystar. With a wedding invitation he had somehow acquired, Bai Luoluo led the three of them to the mermaid princess's wedding banquet. At the wedding, a chubby female in a shimmering gown stood in the center of the crowd, wearing a crown made of pearls that looked very luxurious. However, this princess was rather unattractive. As the wedding reached its climax, the mermaid princess clapped her hands, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then they saw someone dragging a male to the front. That person was covered in blood. If it weren't for the outfit resembling Yi Jiuyu's, Bai Luoluo might not have recognized him. How could they have beaten him like this? Bai Luoluo was so agitated that she wanted to stand up, but Qinche held her down. Isn't that the groom tonight? How could he end up like this? You haven't heard? The person looked around, lowered his voice, and continued. Our princess took a fancy to him at first sight and wanted to consummate the marriage before the wedding, but he refused. Even after being drugged, he still wouldn't agree, and in the end, he escaped when no one was paying attention. What's there not to want about marrying the princess? She's the most fertile among our mermaid race. Marrying her could lead to offspring. What's not to want? Hearing their whispers, Bai Luoluo's mouth twitched. Did these males really think that as long as they could reproduce, they could overlook how ugly the other party was? Chapter 125, Conditions for Saving While Deep in Thought. Bai Luoluo suddenly heard the mermaid princess on stage commanding someone to bring over a chair. Then, she sat down with a thud, looking down at Yi Jiuyu, who was lying on the ground. Crawl over. The mermaid princess raised her chin and spoke in a commanding tone. Bai Luoluo was taken aback. She did not expect the mermaid princess to be so domineering, and it was incredibly insulting. However, Qin Che and the others nearby appeared calm, as if they were already used to such behavior. Hurry up, the mermaid beside her urged impatiently. Yi Jiuyu slowly raised his head, and in an instant, he saw Bai Luoluo in the corner, but he quickly lowered his head again. He didn't want Bai Luoluo to see him in such a state. Hurry up. The mermaid princess suddenly raised her hand, shaking it, and the bells on her wrist jingled. The next moment, Yi Jiuyu felt as though his body was only half under his control. Even though he tried his best to resist this feeling, he couldn't help but kneel as commanded by the mermaid princess and slowly crawled toward her. It seems the mermaid princess has used some method to control Yi Jiuyu's consciousness, Qinche said in a low voice. The merfolk have always had a secret technique that allows them to manipulate other beastmen at will, but this certainly comes with conditions. And only the merfolk know what those conditions are. Qinche, can we save him? Although she didn't particularly like Yi Jiuyu, seeing someone she once knew being humiliated in front of so many people made it impossible for her to stand by and do nothing. You want to save him? Qinche frowned slightly. Yes. Bai Luoluo nodded, her gaze toward Yi Jiuyu unconsciously filled with pity. Once such a high and mighty person, he was now being humiliated here. How painful must it be for him? Qinche said nothing, just stared intently at Yi Jiuyu on stage. As Yi Jiuyu crawled to the mermaid princess, she lifted her sturdy leg and stepped directly on his shoulder, sneering. What Central Star Prince? Here. You're nothing but a dog, the mermaid princess said, glancing at the front row. Stop it. Bai Luoluo couldn't hold back anymore and shouted as she rushed forward. While everyone had ignored her when she was sitting in the corner, they couldn't help but look when a female rushed onto the stage. When they recognized Bai Luoluo's face, the males present were all stunned. There was actually a female more beautiful than the merfolk. Who are you? The mermaid princess looked at Bai Luoluo with displeasure. Before Bai Luoluo could respond, a familiar voice came over. Luoluo. Su Jin did not expect to see Bai Luoluo on Chris Star. Could it be that she regretted it and agreed to marry him? The mermaid princess raised an eyebrow. So you are Bai Luoluo? You are indeed quite good-looking. No wonder you have captivated my royal brother. Luoluo, how did you end up here? Su Jin rapidly approached Bai Luoluo, reaching out to take her hand, but then restrained himself and pulled back. He is the prince of Central Star. How can you humiliate him like this? Bai Luoluo ignored Su Jin and fixed her fierce gaze on the mermaid princess. Prince? The mermaid princess laughed as if she had heard a joke. All I know is that he is a gift sent from Central Star to apologize. Luoluo, Yi Jiuyu weakly tried to stand up, but his body swayed and he fell back to the ground. Luoluo, you should go. Yi Jiuyu couldn't face Bai Luoluo now. She had seen him in such an embarrassing state, and he felt he had lost all face. Ye, Iuyu, I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to leave with me? Bai Luoluo was a bit anxious because if Yi Jiuyu did not want to leave with her, there was nothing she could do to take him away. Hey! The mermaid princess was furious. Do you think this princess is dead? My people, you can't just take them away. After saying that, a group of guards rushed in and surrounded Bai Luoluo. You're asking for death. Qinche, Qian, and Feng stepped forward, collectively exerting pressure on the surrounding people. With 3 SSS-level males applying pressure, almost all the males present couldn't help but kneel down. Some of the lower-ranked ones even spat out blood and fainted. Who are you? The mermaid princess, seeing the surrounding males fall down, was not at all flustered. Instead, her eyes revealed excitement. Such strong males should belong to her as a princess. But she forgot that Yi Jiuyu was also a rare SSS-level male. If he hadn't been drugged before being sent here, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Mistress, are you okay? Qian stepped forward, asking nervously. The mermaid princess's eyes flashed with jealousy. She did not expect that the 3 high-quality males before her were all Bai Luoluo's beast husbands. How is this fair? So, you are the mermaid princess? Bai Luoluo took a deep breath, trying to appear less angry. I want to take him away today. Feel free to state your conditions. The mermaid princess glanced at Yi Jiuyu, who was sprawled on the ground. She wasn't particularly interested in this male. She just found it amusing. Besides, Taking him was merely the king and queen's intention. She wouldn't care about a male like Yi Jiu. As she thought, her gaze fell on Su Jin, who was biting his lip in frustration. She suddenly smiled. If you want him, fine. Just choose a male partner from my merfolk tribe, and I will immediately give him as a dowry. As soon as Su Jin heard this, his eyes lit up. He knew that his sister must be considering him. Su Jin looked at Bai Luoluo with anticipation, but Bai Luoluo didn't even spare him a glance. Bai Luoluo lowered her head, seemingly in thought. After a long while, she looked up at the mermaid princess and asked, "What if I don't agree?" As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Shi, Qian, and Feng Yi all assumed a battle-ready stance, as if they would rush out at Bai Luoluo's command. Although we can't do anything to you and your 3 beast husbands, I can guarantee you that you absolutely cannot take Yi Jiu away. Perhaps the mermaid princess spoke too confidently, making Bai Luoluo doubt whether they had done something to Yi Jiu, as it was impossible for someone to say such things without any reason. Luoluo, you can stay here first. When you've made up your mind, it won't be too late to give an answer. Perhaps worried that Bai Luoluo would refuse, Su Jin hurriedly spoke up, then looked at his royal sister with pleading eyes, hoping she wouldn't push too hard. The mermaid princess looked at her younger brother, whom she had spoiled since childhood, with disdain. Bai Luoluo hadn't even agreed yet, and he was already acting as if he was considering others. If he married her like this, he probably wouldn't have a good life. Chapter 126. Do you want to take him as a side husband? Yi Jiu was too weak and needed medical treatment as soon as possible. Bai Luoluo had no choice but to agree to the mermaid princess's conditions and then took Yi Jiu away. Su Jin chased out of the venue and blocked Bai Luoluo's path. In his view, Bai Luoluo's agreement to the princess's request was equivalent to agreeing to marry him. However, he forgot that Bai Luoluo had only agreed to marry a male from the mermaid tribe and did not specifically say she would marry him, Su Jin. Luoluo, he is seriously injured and needs a witch doctor for treatment. Su Jin glanced at the unconscious Yi Jiu, who was being carried on Feng Yi's shoulder. Bai Luoluo naturally knew this. She had powerful mental strength and could only try to soothe Yi Jiu's chaotic mental sea, but couldn't help him heal. Let us go to my palace. I have the best witch doctor from the mermaid tribe there. No need. Qin Shi shot a glance at Su Jin and then whispered to Bai Luoluo, I bought a house nearby. We can move in directly. As for the witch doctor, I will find a way. Qin Shi's words were quite credible, and Bai Luoluo immediately agreed to his proposal. No need, Your Highness Su Jin. Thank you for your kindness. After saying that, she followed Qin Shi out of the banquet. In a short while, they arrived at the house Qin Shi mentioned. It was a small manor that was not inferior to the royal palace. The manor had 5 rooms, one for Bai Luoluo and one for each of the 4 males. Bai Luoluo asked Feng Yi to lay Yi Jiu on the bed and then used clean water to simply wash his wounds. How about I do it? Qian looked at Yi Jiu's exposed chest and couldn't help but squint. Although he didn't want to take care of Yi Jiu, he didn't want his wife to take care of him either. Bai Luoluo shook her head. The male's hands were too heavy. If they didn't help Yi Jiu, they might make his injuries worse. Seeing Bai Luoluo insist, Qian had no choice but to quietly stand by and watch. After a while, Qin Shi returned with some healing medicine. Sorry, it seems the palace wants to force us to go find them, so all the witch doctors have been summoned away. Qin Shi was quite angry when he mentioned this. This is the medicine I prepared on the ship. It should work. Before Qin Shi could stop her, Bai Luoluo had already quickly sprinkled the hemostatic medicine on Yi Jiu's wounds. Ugh! Yi Jiu seemed to be in great pain, his body shaking violently. Qin Shi immediately stepped forward to hold him down. What's going on? Bai Luoluo was confused, watching Yi Jiu struggle violently, appearing very distressed. The effect of this medicine is very good, but the process will be very painful, Qin Shi said as he tore a cloth strip to tie Yi Jiu's hands to the headboard, then turned to tie his legs. Seeing Yi Jiu in such a state, Bai Luoluo focused her mental strength, trying to soothe him as much as possible. Fortunately, with Bai Luoluo's comfort, Yi Jiu soon calmed down. What should we do about the medicine? After the previous struggle, the wounds that had just been treated were already oozing blood. If we combine these 2 medicines, the pain will be less, Qin Shi said, taking out a bottle of pain relief powder. After finally applying the medicine, Bai Luoluo was covered in tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. "Why don't you go back and rest first? I'll keep an eye on him tonight. I'm afraid he might have a fever." Based on experience, it was very likely that someone with such serious injuries would have a high fever at night. After all, Qin Che was male, and he wasn't as attentive and caring for someone. "Dear wife, why don't I stay here with you?" Qin Che glanced at the unconscious Yi Jiuyu. Although he was unconscious, he still didn't want Bai Luoluo to be alone with him. "No need." Bai Luoluo smiled and said, "You go rest first and think about how we should deal with the mermaid tribe tomorrow." Hearing Bai Luoluo say this, Qin Che roughly understood her meaning. It seemed she didn't want to marry Su Jin. However, they currently had only 3 males plus 1 female. If Yi Jiuyu hadn't been injured, he would have been confident in leading them to escape, but with Yi Jiuyu in this condition, they couldn't escape at all. All right then, Qin Che couldn't argue and had to agree with Bai Luoluo. After Qin Che returned, Bai Luoluo tidied up a bit and then leaned against the bed to take a nap. In the middle of the night, drowsy Bai Luoluo seemed to hear moaning and suddenly woke up. She found Yi Jiuyu lying on the bed with a flushed face, mumbling something unclear. Bai Luoluo hurriedly got warm water and helped wipe Yi Jiuyu's body. She wiped his palms and soles, as well as his face and neck. But the effect didn't seem very noticeable. Helpless, Bai Luoluo had to unbutton his shirt to wipe him down. Sure enough, after a while, his temperature seemed to improve a bit, but he still had a high fever. Bai Luoluo remembered that in her previous life, it was said that wiping the legs could also help lower the temperature faster. After much thought, Bai Luoluo decided to take off Yi Jiuyu's long pants. But she didn't expect that just as her hand reached the waistband of his pants, the door was opened from the outside. Qian stood there in shock, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. "No, it's not." Bai Luoluo panicked and withdrew her hand, trying to explain, but the more anxious she became, the less clear her explanation was. Qian was stunned for a moment before he stepped inside and walked over to Bai Luoluo, saying calmly, "I'll do it." Bai Luoluo quickly nodded and stepped aside, turning her back. Qian deftly helped Yi Jiuyu take off his shirt and pants, then quickly wiped him down with a wet towel, making sure his temperature had come down before covering him with a light blanket. "Done." Hearing Qian speak, Bai Luoluo slowly turned back. "Dear wife, do you want to take Yi Jiuyu as a side husband?" Everyone now knew that you had taken the groom away at the mermaid princess's wedding, and it was assumed that you wanted to take Yi Jiuyu as a side husband. "Why do you ask that?" Bai Luoluo simply wanted to save Yi Jiuyu and hadn't thought too much about it. Now everyone knows you took the groom away at the mermaid princess's wedding, and it's generally accepted that you want to take Yi Jiuyu as a side husband, Qian said lightly. Bai Luoluo then remembered that in the Interstellar Beast World, males were very focused on chastity, much like women in ancient times. However, she hadn't thought about it much at the time, and now it seemed that she had indeed acted a bit impulsively. In fact, Yi Jiuyu is quite good-looking, strong in combat, and having him join this family would only benefit us, Qian said, letting out a slight sigh. However, agreeing to the mermaid princess to marry Su Jin, both Qin Che and I feel it's inappropriate. Although Su Jin looks decent, his strength is too weak to protect you. I only said I would marry a male from the mermaid tribe. I never said I would marry Su Jin, Bai Luoluo said with a sly expression. Qian was stunned for a moment before realizing, and he couldn't help but laugh. His wife was indeed cunning, even he hadn't realized it. So the mermaid tribe must have never anticipated it. Chapter 127. Would you be my side husband? Early the next morning, Qin Che came to knock on the door, waking Bai Luoluo from her sleep. "What's wrong?" Bai Luoluo stretched lazily on the soft bed. Last night, Qian insisted on having her return to her room to rest. She thought that since Yi Jiuyu's fever had subsided, it shouldn't be a problem, so she simply went back to sleep. "Su Jin is here." Qin Che sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to tuck Bai Luoluo's hair behind her ear. "If you don't want to see him, I can have someone send him away." Bai Luoluo couldn't help but laugh, holding Qin Che's large hand and gently rubbing his thumb. "I won't marry him." Qin Che was taken aback, but seeing the determination in Bai Luoluo's eyes, he relaxed. "Good. Do you want to sleep a little more?" Seeing the red bloodshot veins in Bai Luoluo's eyes, Qin Shi asked with some concern. Bai Luoluo obediently nodded and then turned to wrap her arms around Qin Shi's waist. Can you stay and keep me company? Originally, Bai Luoluo just wanted to catch up on sleep, but unexpectedly, upon hearing her request, Qin Shi directly took action. Before she fell into a deep slumber, Bai Luoluo thought to herself that she must not tease him so casually in the future. When Qin Shi came down from upstairs and saw Su Jin still sitting in the living room, he couldn't help but frown. Why hasn't the little prince left yet? Qin Shi asked bluntly. Su Jin looked at Qin Shi with a hint of hostility. He had heard the commotion from upstairs very clearly. Therefore, seeing Qin Shi now only intensified the hostility in his eyes. Little prince, your wife does not want to see you, so please leave. Qin Shi was completely unfazed by Su Jin's hostile gaze. To him, such behavior was merely a display of incompetence. Moreover, Bai Luoluo had already told him her intentions, so he had even less reason to regard Su Jin highly. This manor is not yours. I can stay as long as I want, Su Jin said angrily. Huh? Qin Shi sneered. Although Qin Shi hadn't done anything, Su Jin inexplicably felt a terrifying force that made him lose his confidence in speaking. Isn't it? Qin Shi raised an eyebrow and strode toward Su Jin. His imposing aura frightened Su Jin, making him think Qin Shi was about to make a move. What are you going to do? Su Jin looked at the Kinke Wiridi. Little prince, perhaps you don't know. Kinke said, pulling out a contract from his coat pocket. This little manor is now mine. Seeing the contents of the contract, Su Jin was stunned. Although this manor was not large, its excellent location made it quite expensive. Even as a prince of Crystar, he wouldn't dare to casually talk about buying it. To his surprise, in just one night, the ownership of the manor had changed. Can I ask the little prince to leave now? Qin Shi unceremoniously issued an eviction order. You. Su Jin's face turned red as he got up and angrily walked outside. Just as he reached the door, Su Jin seemed to suddenly remember something, stopped, and turned to look at Qin Shi. Qin Shi, don't forget, Bai Luoluo promised the empress to marry me. Qin Shi initially wanted to retort, but then he felt that wouldn't be satisfying enough, so he changed his wording. Luoluo indeed agreed to marry a male from the Mare folk, but hasn't she not married yet? Does our little prince really want to get married so badly? His words were filled with humiliation, angering Su Jin to the point where he left without looking back. As soon as Su Jin left, Feng Yi popped up from who knows where. Qin Shi, what did you mean just now? Does that mean the wife does not intend to marry him? See, even Feng Yi caught on, while poor Su Jin had no idea. So the wife really doesn't plan to marry Su Jin? Feng Yi was practically overjoyed. He had worried all night, knowing that the wife would surely have other beast husbands in the future, but he really couldn't accept that Su Jin, seemingly having learned Bai Luoluo's intentions. Feng Yi was in a good mood all day and even specially learned to cook a few seafood dishes that evening. Wife, try this. Feng Yi placed several plates of seafood in front of Bai Luoluo, saying, I learned to make this from the Crystar people. I don't know if it suits your taste. Looking at the delicious seafood feast in front of her, Bai Luoluo tasted each dish and found them quite good. Yi's cooking has improved. Bai Luoluo couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. Feng Yi chuckled and took a while to respond. What did you just call me? Yi. Bai Luoluo thought for a moment. She couldn't keep addressing them by their full names. Between a husband and wife, there should be some affectionate nicknames. What about me? Qin Shi picked up a piece of food and placed it in Bai Luoluo's bowl, asking somewhat possessively. Ake, Bai Luoluo's my ati kinke. Only then did Qin Shi nod in satisfaction. And finally, it was Qian's turn, who was also looking at Bai Luoluo expectantly. Aki. Bai Luoluo never intended to play favorites, so she naturally wouldn't leave Qian out. The four of them were happily enjoying their meal when suddenly another voice came from behind them. Ahem! The four quickly looked up and saw Yi Jiuyu standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor. They didn't even notice how long he had been standing there. Or perhaps the three males had already noticed, but were pretending not to. Why are you up? Bai Luoluo quickly stood up, originally wanting to help Yi Jiuyu down, but after taking a couple of steps, she realized it wasn't quite appropriate. So she said to Feng Yi beside her, Yi, go help him down. Originally, Feng Yi and the others felt a bit jealous, thinking Bai Luoluo cared too much for Yi Jiuyu, but unexpectedly, she suddenly stopped and changed her mind, which made them quite happy. Feng Yi ran up the stairs in a few steps, helping Yi Jiuyu down and sitting him at the farthest seat from Bai Luoluo. Aki, where's the porridge I asked you to make earlier? Qian immediately stood up and brought the prepared porridge to Yi Jiuyu. You just recovered, so eat something light. It will help your wound heal faster, Bai Luoluo explained. Thank you. Yi Jiuyu sincerely thanked her and then quietly began to drink the porridge. After the meal, Feng Yi, Qian, and Qin Che all found reasons to leave the dining table. Once they saw that they had all left, Yi Jiuyu finally put down his spoon and looked at Bai Luoluo. Luoluo you. Yi Jiuyu wanted to ask Bai Luoluo why she saved him, but he was also worried that he wouldn't get the answer he wanted. Bai Luoluo, would you be my side husband? Having been in the beast world for so long, Bai Luoluo had adapted well, but saying such words still made her feel a bit shy. Really? Is that okay? Chapter 128. Offering himself up, Yi Jiuyu wasn't sure when he started to like Bai Luoluo, but when he was drugged, bound, and sent to Crystar, all he could think about was that he would never see Bai Luoluo again. It was at that moment that Yi Jiuyu realized his feelings and understood that he had indeed fallen for Bai Luoluo. What? You don't want to? Seeing that Yi Jiuyu was slow to respond, Qin Che raised an eyebrow and coldly asked. He had thought it over. If this lion didn't know his place, he wouldn't mind knocking him out and sending him back to the mermaid princess right now. Of course I want to. Yi Jiuyu panicked and quickly explained. I absolutely want to. I couldn't ask for more. Perhaps his answer was too eager, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Bai Luoluo intended to break the awkwardness, so she smiled slightly and said, Then you should take good care of your injuries these days. Once you're healed, we'll become partners. It wasn't that Bai Luoluo was anxious. She was just worried that the mermaid princess would realize something was off and would take Yi Jiuyu away again. No way. Shuren suddenly spoke up. The crowd looked at Shur in confusion, not knowing whether he meant that Bai Luoluo and Yi Jiuyu becoming partners was not okay or that delaying a few days was not okay. To avoid complications, you should become partners tonight. Since they couldn't avoid adding a new member, it was better to settle it sooner rather than later. Is it that urgent? Bai Luoluo was somewhat bewildered. Although she understood An's meaning, she was also considering that a few beast husbands might be unhappy, which is why she thought of delaying it a few days. She never expected and would directly move the timeline to tonight. To avoid complications, the sooner, the better. Qin Che had pulled out a gun and was cleaning it, but his aura was icy. If Bai Luoluo didn't know he was doing it for her sake, she might have suspected he wanted to kill Yi Jiuyu. But Yi Jiuyu bit his lip. Given his serious injuries, he was genuinely worried about whether he could satisfy Bai Luoluo. He had heard that females usually cared a lot about the combat power of males. Bai Luoluo didn't expect that she hadn't even said anything, yet Yi Jiuyu would react like this, which made her somewhat unhappy. What about marrying a male from the mermaid tribe? How are you considering this, my wife? Shuren asked with some concern. If the mermaid tribe found out that his wife would not marry Su Jin, they might not easily let them go. I've already sent someone to investigate this matter. I believe we will have news by tonight at the latest. Qin Che's expression remained calm, as if everything in the world was under his control. Although Bai Luoluo didn't know what Qin Che was plotting, she felt she should trust him, so she nodded, okay. After a meal, Bai Luoluo leaned on the sofa, browsing her light brain, while several males had their own thoughts. After browsing for a while, Bai Luoluo felt a bit tired, so she simply turned off the light brain and fell asleep. When she woke up, Bai Luoluo realized she had somehow ended up in her own bed. My wife, are you awake? A voice from Feng Yi came from outside. Bai Luoluo propped herself up, hearing Bai Luoluo's voice. Feng Yi pushed the door and walked in. How long did I sleep? Bai Luoluo scratched her head, still a bit dazed from just waking up, knowing only that it was still bright outside, but not knowing the time. It's already 3 in the afternoon, Feng Yi said as he approached the bed, gently massaging Bai Luoluo's temples, trying to help her wake up. So I unknowingly slept for that long? Seeing that Bai Luoluo still looked a bit tired, Feng Yi couldn't help but worry. My wife, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Bai Luoluo shook her head. She just felt a bit weak and not very uncomfortable. Should I find a shaman to take a look? Feng Yi was still somewhat worried. Originally, Bai Luoluo wanted to say it wasn't necessary. But if she continued like this, the others would definitely be uneasy, so she nodded. Qinche, I think we need to find a way to get Shaman back. Feng Yi supported Bai Luoluo downstairs, and then spoke to Qinche in the living room. Qinche looked up, his gaze landing on Bai Luoluo's somewhat unusual face. Is my wife unwell? Feeling a bit weak. Bai Luoluo nodded, then snuggled into the sofa and didn't want to move. My wife, do you feel weak and want to sleep a lot? And also, don't have much appetite? Shuren walked over slowly and asked tentatively. Bai Luoluo was very surprised. Feng Yi and Qinche were equally surprised. But at the moment their eyes met Anne's, Qinche instantly understood something, and Bai Luoluo seemed to guess something as well. Her little face couldn't help but flush. Only Feng Yi was still a bit confused. What happened to my wife? Feng Yi scratched his head helplessly and asked. My wife might be pregnant, Shuren said, placing his hand on Bai Luoluo's lower abdomen and closing his eyes to feel. After a while, Shuren reluctantly withdrew his hand, a bit disappointed. The child was not his. Qinche also followed Anne's example and felt for a moment, his eyes instantly brightening. It's yours. It wasn't a suspicion, but a certainty. Qinche shoved Feng Yi, who was sitting next to Bai Luoluo, aside. Thank you, my wife. To know that in the interstellar realm, the higher a male's combat power, the more difficult it is to have offspring. But unexpectedly, Bai Luoluo was pregnant so soon. What about Yi Jiuyu? Suddenly, Feng Yi asked. Generally speaking, females who have just become pregnant should avoid intimate relations. Otherwise, it might harm the baby. Now, everyone was in a dilemma. If they didn't become partners with Yi Jiuyu, he was very likely to be captured back by the mermaid tribe. But if they did become partners, what if it harmed the baby? Perhaps we don't have to become partners right now. Qinche's dark red eyes narrowed slightly. As long as my wife quickly finds a male from the mermaid tribe to register for marriage. They shouldn't make things difficult for them anymore. But where could they find such a male from the mermaid tribe now? I sent someone to find out that the mermaid tribe's eldest prince is still locked up in the deep sea prison. Kinki Said, the mermaid eldest prince? From Anne's expression, he clearly knew this eldest prince. It was rumored that the eldest prince was handsome and exceptionally capable. But because the mermaid princess nearly lost her life because of him, he subsequently disappeared from the public eye. Anne's face was serious. Almost the entire interstellar realm thought he was dead back then. But since he is locked up, how do we talk to the mermaid tribe about this? Bai Luoluo couldn't help but ask. If they spoke directly, it would expose their side strength, which might make the mermaids even more wary. Perhaps we can think of a way to make them voluntarily send the person to us. Qinche's calculating gaze was almost overflowing, making Feng Yi shiver involuntarily. Chapter 129. The ending 2 days passed like this, and on the morning of the third day, the mermaid princess could no longer hold back and came to visit. Bai Luoluo stretched lazily as she came down from upstairs and happened to make eye contact with the mermaid princess sitting on the sofa in the living room. However, the princess did not look as relaxed as she did. There was a hint of anger in her eyes. Bai Luoluo, do you still remember what you promised me back then? The mermaid princess did not beat around the bush and directly questioned her. Bai Luoluo frowned slightly and slowly walked down the stairs, sitting down on the sofa opposite the princess. Of course I haven't forgotten, Bai Luoluo said as she took a sip of the warm milk that Yi Jiuyu had brought over. Ever since she became pregnant, she had been required to drink a glass of milk every morning for nutrition. Knowing that milk was good for both her and the baby, Bai Luoluo naturally accepted it. Today I brought Su Jin with me. You need to apply for marriage now. The mermaid princess grabbed Su Jin next to her and pushed him in front of Bai Luoluo. Bai Luoluo leisurely set down her milk and didn't even glance at Su Jin. I never said I would marry him. The mermaid princess instantly became furious. Bai Luoluo, what do you mean? The mermaid race did not have only Su Jin as a male. She had merely said she would go for a male from the mermaid tribe. The mermaid princess quickly understood, and Su Jin's face turned pale. Bai Luoluo had never intended to accept him. In the past few days, he felt like a clown. Su Jin ran away. The mermaid princess probably felt embarrassed and left as well. 2 days later, the mermaid tribe sent another male over. This one was tall. with long blue hair and deep blue eyes, as if he were an angel that had wandered into the human world. Bai Luoluo knew this must be the crown prince of the mermaid tribe. After marrying the crown prince, Bai Luoluo left Crystar with a few others. 3 months later, Bai Luoluo gave birth to 2 wolf tribe cubs. This was originally a very happy event. But Qin Che was not happy at all because his wife had been pestered by those 2 shameless individuals again. Previously, due to her pregnancy, she had not mated with that fish or Yi Jiuyu, but now that the children were born, those 2 became even more reckless. Yet, Qin Che had no way to deal with it. One day, Bai Luoluo lay in bed stretching, her fingertips brushing against a familiar sensation. When she turned around, she met Qin Che's dark red eyes. "Wife, we might have to find a new place to live." Bai Luoluo was confused, but when she opened her light brain, she instantly understood. Someone had exposed that Bai Luoluo had SSS-level mental power and SSS-level fertility. And now almost all the single males in the galaxy were eager to come and present themselves to her. Later, Qin Che found a deserted star, intending for the family to move there for some peace, but unexpectedly, the royal family from the central star was even quicker and blocked their doorstep. They claimed Bai Luoluo was a starry blessing and even gave her the title of saintess. Not only that, they suggested she choose a few more beast husbands. But Bai Luoluo dare not. Just with the few around her now, she could hardly cope, especially with Yi Jiuyu and that fish. These 2 had endless energy every day. Coupled with the original Qi and Qin Che and Feng Yi, they were equally jealous, and she just wanted a little peace. The end.